inside the 30. So good sell in the backfield by Bo Nix for a gain of 43 yards. And throwing for it. Middle of the field. And it's complete. Touchdown. Yes, it is Courtland Sutton. No recognition at all from any of the officials, but it is a score. I know it's a preseason, guys.
Yeah, it was great. You know, he's a really great veteran on a team like this to have. And, you know, just to see him go out there and play that hard for a preseason 3 game, it's just really unique. Happy for him. Know he's going to have a really strong start to the year, and along with a lot of other guys. But it's good to have that back and forth, just kind of see the field in his eyes, and then, you know, make some adjustments.
Perfect lead in tonight, Ellie, because there is going to be a host of cuts, a couple already made for the Denver Broncos, which we will get to in just a little bit. I have one takeaway from that game, the final preseason game. Sean Payton was going to play that starting unit 58 minutes if he had to get a touchdown. They were not going to leave the field until they came away with a touchdown drive, and thank God it was the third drive of the game that they did it. First one, they go out 3 and out. Yikes. Second one, a little bit better, still not great. Third one, finally drive down the field. A couple really nice throws by Bo Nix, including the touchdown pass, sort of back foot, jump ball to Courtland. By the way, they look very much in midseason form. Who's the favorite target? I wonder, is it the guy who gets the ball thrown to him every other time that Bo Nix drops back? Yeah, it's Courtland Sutton. So, they were going to keep them in until a score happened. And it did. So, if they yanked them after 2 series, I'd have the same reaction I have now that they scored a touchdown. Great, fine, good. Most important part is that first-team offense didn't suffer an injury. That is where you get 2 giant, pasty, freckled thumbs up from me. Okay? Now, Blake Watson did leave later in the game. He was, I didn't know the extent of his injury, if it was really bad. I don't know if you've seen anything about it, Nelly. Blake Watson, somebody that was trying to be, I think his role was practice squad guy who would elevate if there were injuries. The real question I have about the running back room has nothing to do with Audric Estime. He had a much better day on the final day. He had 8 carries for 45 yards, had a really nice touchdown run. We're sort of in between the tackles, bounce off a couple guys, get in. Caught a ball out of the backfield. I don't think he's making this team regardless. Now, could be wrong. Just everything points to the other people in that room. The question I have is, Jaleel wasn't dressed at all for that game, and I'm trying to figure out what that meant. Just typically, when a guy doesn't dress for the final preseason game, the first thought is, oh, well, that guy's on the team. But everybody else who was a starter who was on the team was playing. So what's that about? You know, they gave R.J. Harvey carries. They gave Courtland Sutton catches. They had their starting offensive line out there. They had Bo Nix playing. They had everybody on offense that was going to be somebody this year was all in the game. So what does that mean? I don't know. I really think they like Bidet. And so do I, to be honest. Tyler Bidet feels like he just feels like a Sean Payton kind of running back. Can do some things in the pass game out of the backfield, a decent protector during passing downs. Got some versatility in that way. So the question is, are they carrying 4 or 3? And that becomes what will be answered later today. Could you get some trades off of some guys? Could you find something for a Damari Mathis? Could you, if you don't want to keep, 6 or 7 guys in your defensive line room, could you do that? Those are the questions for today. But if I started this by asking, Oh, that's right, because Jaleel was having a baby. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's right. No, that's okay, Nelly. I spaced why Jaleel was out baby time. Got it. Valid excuse. You know what? I think every NFL starter or every NFL player that is going to make the team should plan to have their child surrounding the third preseason game. It's a great way for an excuse for you to say, I'm already on the team. I don't need to be here.
So every bona fide NFL starter should get to baby making around December, right?
Yeah.
Late November, early December.
Yes. And then schedule an induction. Say my wife needs to be induced whatever day that third preseason game is, or at least somewhere around there. And then you make it happen. But Jaleel is like, he was on the roster regardless. It kind of comes down to Bidet. Is Bidet going to be on here or not? Because Blake Watson always felt like he was destined for practice squad. Estime is interesting. Everything surrounding the stuff from this training camp, preseason, whatever, is just kind of like pointing in the direction of he's not in the mix. Now, people are under the impression that you could get something out of Audric Estime. I don't know if that's the case. You know, the difference is Devon Vele last year, despite being a 7th-round pick and being older, he was productive. And he's huge. Now, Estime is bulky. But he doesn't look like Derrick Henry. He's not 6'3", 250 pounds, right? I don't know what the market would be for a guy like that. Now, again, the most important detail that I can think of is that you came out of there pretty healthy. That you don't have any questions about guys who got hurt during preseason games. A few guys are still banged up here and there, but it sounds like you should have pretty close to what you felt like the full roster was going to be heading into week one. Another question I have is what happens with Sam Ellinger? I saw a post-game interview, and it is like, it's a weird way to put this to somebody, but when the game ends, he has a good night, and then the question becomes, hey, there's already a solid number 2 on this roster. Are you cool being a number 3 here, or would you rather be a number 2 somewhere else? And Ellinger was really good about dancing around the question, being like, hey, wherever I'm supposed to fit, then I'm going to go fit somewhere.
That was, I don't know how you pronounce his last name, Scotty Gange?
Scotty Gange, yes.
Gange from 9 News who asked him that question.
Yes. And it's a fair question. Do you want to be what Zach Wilson was last year on this group? You got a gig. Here's what's really funny. There was a highlight that somebody, one of those aggregator Twitter accounts, put out about Ellinger, and it was his go-ahead touchdown late in that fourth quarter. And they said, look at this throw by Bo Nix. The amount of people that didn't recognize that wasn't Bo Nix shocked me, actually. They actually play a pretty similar style of football, those two guys.
And I think someone showed that highlight to Shedeur Sanders and was like, see, you can scramble backwards 30 yards and still throw a touchdown and not take a sack. It is possible.
We'll get to Shedeur in a second. The discourse surrounding Shedeur Sanders is just, it's unbelievable. It's unreal. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Yeah, moral of the story. Plan your baby around the third preseason game. If Micah Parsons did that, then he wouldn't have questions coming out this morning about why he was sleeping on a training table during the game. All you had to do was have a kid, Micah. It's not that hard. I've done it. I'm about to have my second. It's
Michael Parsons.
Anyway, this is going to be, I think, for all things considered, I know that the Broncos brass won't see it this way, but as somebody who's on the outside, it feels like this is it's like one of the easier cut-down days for the Broncos. I feel like they've known what this roster has been for a while. And then it comes down to which of the good players at the back end are we going to have to let go? That's where the Vele decision comes in. That's where you talk about guys like Damari Mathis and Jordan Jackson and Awazarike and J.L. Skinner and guys like that. Those are good players that you want to keep, but I think there's only a couple of those decisions they have to make. And the reason why those are difficult is just because you're really good. You're a really good football team. You know what kind of football teams don't cut good players? Bad ones, because they don't have that many of them. And the Broncos, not too long ago, were firmly in that category. But I think you can see it. You can kind of like, you can tell or could tell a couple of weeks ago what 49 of the 50 guys are going to look like on this roster, and maybe more than that. But the people who have been waived already, all of these from Mike Kliss. Joaquin Davis, the really big-bodied wide receiver that looked like he had some promise. He is waived. I think he's one of those guys that you're considering and hoping he comes back on a practice squad. Joshua Pickett, the cornerback. He was released with an injury settlement. Micah Abraham, another corner, was let go. Clay Webb, one of the depth offensive linemen of camp, is gone. And Andrew Farmer, an outside linebacker, was let go. So there's 5 names already of guys that are being let go. You know, part of this is even towards the end of the game where you had the, quote, depth in the game. You had Lucas Kroll with a hell of a catch. You had the Broncos defense stuffing a 4th down attempt. Ellinger looked good. The only interception he had was this weird sort of tipped ball, bounces us up in the air, goes in the wrong hand sort of thing. You know, to Estime's credit, I thought he saved his best for last, and maybe that final impression is enough to impress either the Broncos coaching staff, which I don't think it will be, but more than that, maybe some other teams looking around for running back depth. Q Robinson, their draft pick this year, with a nice little strip sack towards the end of that game. So they played really well. Even the depth guys did. The question becomes, with just a couple of guys, what happens? And I think you're probably going to see those be the last guys on the cut list because they're going to be looking to try and dish them off somewhere else. Again, these are guys good enough where teams know that they could use them, and when that becomes the talking point, that's where you start to say, I'm not risking a waiver claim happening in front of me. I'll throw the trade out there just to make sure. But today's kind of the day. You have until 2 o'clock tomorrow to get down to 53, but you're going to see the bulk of these from a whole bunch of different teams start to come down. I think it gives them an opportunity to be out on the market a little bit longer. You know, guys who get cut earlier, I think you can do them a favor by letting them get out there and have other teams start to look at them and really grind some tape without, 1,200 guys being on the market at once. Just still like unbelievable. I don't know if you've ever worked at a company that does layoffs, but it's just kind of like that. It's like one day you show up to work and then it's just like a whole bunch of people are gone. So they're having an NFL mass layoff over the next couple of days and then seeing who's good enough to get picked up by somebody else. So keeping an eye on that all day. We had college football that started over the weekend. Nelly mentioned it, Shedeur. There is a discourse surrounding Shedeur that is just, it's everything I hate about sports media and really just Twitter discourse. Because it's all of like the worst possible reasons you could have for why you think somebody is successful or a failure is right there in the Shedeur story. So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
I almost feel unfair asking you because it's such a heavy question, but you look forward to the future. Would you be thrilled to stay here, or are you looking to try to be a 2 somewhere else?
That's a tough question. Unfortunately, that's out of my hands, and all I can control is my performance and how I am on a daily basis. And so however it works out, it works out. I love being here. I love the quarterback room. I love this team. I'm really excited for the direction that I think this organization is headed.
Regardless of what happens the next 7 days, how much have you enjoyed this, and what have you learned from your time here in the preseason so far of Denver?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I mean, I was in Indianapolis for the last 4 years and loved my time there, but coming here with the quarterback room, starting with Davis and being able to spend time with Bo and Jarrett and just this team in general, I think it's really well formulated, and obviously organizationally I think it's from top down one of the best organizations in the league. So it's been great to be here, and I've really enjoyed it.
Sam Ellinger was Scotty Gange after the game Saturday. Again, interesting to see what's going to happen with him. I know that Sean Payton likes to have somebody that is his fire extinguisher, right? It's the break glass in case of emergency. Ellinger's not a terrible quarterback. Now, if you're relying on him to be your team starter, then you should have tempered expectations. But he seems like, for a backup, kind of what you want. The problem is Jarrett Stidham had like a perfect quarterback rating this preseason. Like I thought maybe if Ellinger played well, because he looked good in camp too, like, is there a chance that he could challenge Jarrett Stidham for that number 2 spot really early in camp? I thought that. And the answer was very quickly no, because Stidham just looked, first of all, he looked good. Second of all, he obviously has the support of Sean Payton, which is going to count tenfold. But I think a very diplomatic answer there from Sam Ellinger, if I'm him, pretty obviously, I think my answer would be like, yeah, I want to be a number 2 somewhere. I want to be, the next guy in line just in case something happens to the starter. I was going to say it's like being a vice president, but probably not, because that is a purely symbolic job. But in the sense of you're a heartbeat away from being the dude, then yeah. But I like the guy. I would love for him, if something else doesn't work, for him to stick around and play that Zach Wilson role. What I wouldn't do, though, Nelly, and this is where it gets important, I'm not saving a roster spot for him like you did for Zach Wilson last year. You have too many good players at the ass end of that 53 that you're trying to get figured out. I can't save a roster spot for a third-string quarterback, but you'd love to have him. Again, Broncos cut's going to come in. I would assume sometime in the next couple hours is when they'll start trickling in again. Got a lot of people they need to talk to. They probably did a lot of discussing yesterday and Saturday night about who's on the roster and who's not. But again, you're in a pretty fortunate spot where I think you're pretty set at most places. If I handed somebody a roster sheet and said, start picking the names that are on the team, I think everybody could guess like 48 of them. And then it's a matter of just a couple towards that back end. Do you value defensive line depth over running back depth? Do you value corner depth over linebacker depth? Do you value offensive line depth? You know what I mean? Like, it's where you see the most value within the roster. So, talk about that more in a second. I do want to discuss Shedeur, because everything about the Shedeur stuff is what I hate. Because Shedeur is no longer, he's not just a football player anymore. He's some sort of like spearhead for whatever narrative you want to believe about the NFL. If you thought that the NFL was out to get Shedeur Sanders, then you were coming out in full force yesterday saying, well, look what they did to him. He only got a couple of plays, and they put him in with a horrible offensive line, and guys were dropping passes. I mean, he did have one play in which he escapes a bunch of pressure. He throws, I forget who who his receiver was on this play, but throws it to the dude, and it's just right through his hands. And so final numbers for Shedeur, he's 3 of 6 for 14 yards, but more than that. He took 5 sacks in a short amount of time. I believe on 15 dropbacks or something. He took 5. Lost 41 yards. And if you're on the opposite side for explaining why Shedeur fell in the draft and why he isn't as valued as some people have him think he is, you'd point to that and say, that's exactly what people were talking about when he was falling in the draft. They didn't, I remember how many conversations, Nelly, did we have with Jeff Legwold leading up, not just during the draft process, but during the college football season. And Leggy said over and over again, the thing that concerns scouts is him holding on to the football that long a choice, or was it something he had to do at CU for that offense to be successful? Well, it certainly seems like a choice now. You don't take 5 sacks in that short amount of time, short amount of snaps, without being like this. It's not what every other quarterback would have done in the same situation, is what I'm saying.
This weekend proved to me, though, that the discourse around Shedeur Sanders going into the draft was a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes.
Because everybody said if you take him, you're going to attract a Tebow-esque media circus with him, and he's going to dominate just so much of the conversation.
Yep.
And then now, that's exactly what's happening. It's almost like people said, well, that's going to happen. And now that he's playing in the preseason, they're making everything about him. Good Morning Football is live on my TV right now. Headline, what do you make of the Browns quarterback situation? That's one of the leading stories on Good Morning Football right now.
Yep.
And this is exactly what was going to happen. And I mean, it's so toxic. You have people calling for I almost called him Steven Stefanski. Let me switch those. Kevin Stefanski's head on a stake like it's Lord of the Flies because of how he's mishandled Shedeur in the preseason. This is absolute insanity, and we haven't even gotten to week 1 yet, Brett.
There was something just recently that I said it was kind of like this. I can't remember what we were talking about, but he does just create his own choose your own adventure book. Whatever happens with Shedeur on the field is you could form a narrative around it pretty easily. Now, I'm not saying it'd be right, but you could say something that people would agree with. Here's the other one too, Nelly, and this one killed me. When Shilo, who was picked up by the Bucs this offseason in their final preseason game, was ejected for throwing a punch. Now, was he the guy who started the fight? No. But they saw somebody throw a punch, and you do that, you're ejected. He was the first guy to be waived from the Bucs after that. And people said, wow, the NFL really has it out for the Sanders family. And all I can think to myself is, how hard do you have to bend and twist to try and form that narrative? How much do you have to lie to yourself to say that's the case? Shilo was an undrafted free agent rookie. We watched Shilo play. He's a very physical safety. He lacked a lot of athletic ability that is necessary in the league to play that position. He's just not that fast. His cover skills weren't great. He hit hard. I liked his attitude. But the reality of the situation was Shilo's not that good, and this is not... Shedeur is a completely different caliber of player than what Shilo was. There's Lonzo Ball, there's LiAngelo Ball, there's Lonzo, LaMelo, and then there's LiAngelo. Sometimes the one brother isn't good as the other brother. Trust me, my brother knows that one. No, I'm just kidding. But sometimes that's the case. It's just, that's how it works.
And also, if you're an undrafted player, like you said, and maybe you're a fringe roster guy, and you punch somebody during your final preseason game and get ejected, get ready to learn CFL, buddy.
Yeah.
That's how the business goes, whether your last name is Sanders or not.
I know. But I think people want so badly to be some sort of rift between like the Sanderses and the NFL. And I'm just like, but none of that makes sense. It is not the NFL's fault that Shedeur Sanders dropped back a handful of times and was sacked 5 times. Okay? It's not.
The one bit of credence I'll give to the conspiracy theorists is you probably knew that you were going to cut Tyler Huntley, right? I don't think the Browns had any aspirations of keeping Tyler Snoop, whatever his name is, Huntley for the long term.
He was brought in just because a lot of guys were hurt in the middle of camp.
And they gave him the slip like the second the clock hit 000 on that game. So then why did you bring him in to run a 2-minute drill if you knew you were just going to kick him to the curb right after that?
That's a good question.
That doesn't make any sense. You absolutely should have had Shedeur Sanders in for that 2-minute drill since the guy you put in is no longer on the team. That doesn't make any sense. I have no idea what the Browns are doing there.
That's totally fair. Why they did that, no idea. Why not give him the chance to go out and prove himself in a 2-minute situation? Try and win the game, by the way. But like, if there's anything Shedeur did extremely well in college, when the game's on the line or something, like, he usually came through for you. And I think that would be what you'd want to see the most out of him, is that sort of situation. How does he respond? Texture says, blame ESPN, Mel Kiper, and Stephen A. for all of this. No. This is not on the pundits. Like, as much as Mel Kiper had a saggy diaper that was leaking on ESPN during draft coverage, that narrative was set a long time ago. I wasn't shocked. I was shocked when Shedeur was falling in the draft, but I wasn't shocked because Mel Kiper was being mad at it. I was shocked because I'm like, this is crazy. I thought he'd be drafted way higher than this. I thought he'd be a first-round pick. That's the odd thing. Even the people, Nelly, that had him sliding in the draft, they had him like sliding into the 2nd or the 3rd round, not the 5th. But again, choose your own adventure book. Why is Shedeur 4th on the depth chart? Why was he drafted in the 5th round? Well, if you're somebody who thought he should have been drafted there, then you point to this last game. If you're somebody who disagrees with that, then you point to the first game that he played in the preseason. But I've never seen anything quite like the lightning rod that he is, given where he was drafted. We have seen guys command attention before. A lot of times those are first-round picks with a lot of hype around them. I've never seen it for a 5th rounder. Never.
And did you see, I think it was the play we keep talking about where poor Shedeur scrambled backwards for like 20 yards and got sacked. I think it was on that one. One of the Rams defenders ran over there and started doing the watch celebration.
Of course.
He's still getting it, man.
Of course.
It's going to follow him wherever he goes.
That's just, it's kind of the stuff I was talking about. When I say the way you carry yourself, if you have sort of a brash, in-your-face, braggadocious manner to you, you're going to get that twice as bad the second you get to the league. There's going to be people that are out there to prove a point against you. There's going to be people that would love to give you your welcome to the NFL moment, and that means you get a sack, he's going to throw the celebration back at you.
And by the way, Brett, I'm going to throw you a quick curveball here, all right?
Okay.
In that game, the Cleveland Browns played the LA Rams. I will come in there and give you a hearty baseball player smack on the butt like you just hit a home run if you can tell me who played quarterback for the Rams in that game.
Oh, but I watched a little bit of this. It's wasn't it like a Dresser? Not Driscoll. Dresser? Something like that. I got to be close.
Yeah, the answer is Dresser Wynn.
Dresser Wynn.
With two
That's
N's.
right.
All right, because you got his first name but not his last name, I'll just slap one cheek. Good job.
Yeah, I want one cheek.
That's more than I expected you to get. Good job.
2 texts coming through here. Are the Browns going to retire his jersey? I doubt it. Secondly, do you think they'll cut him? That's a fantastic question. I have no idea. No clue. Like, Cleveland's going to go in with Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel. My guess is that they won't cut him. I think he's going to stay on the roster as your third quarterback. But I have literally no idea on that one. Nothing. It is a mystery. You know, they asked that to Shedeur after the game, and they said, "Are you going to make the team?" And his response was, "Obviously." I don't think I'm quite as confident as what Shedeur would be, again, considering the things that have been said about him during camp. And the last impression he had to really show was all of the fears that people had in the draft process leading up. So again, that's also something to monitor. 303-504-0925. Chomp Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. College football over the weekend, Kansas State and Iowa State in a sloppy game in Dublin. Iowa State comes out on top 24-21, but why was that a big deal, that score? Because the total in that game was, I think it was something like 50? Let me think. Yeah, I think it was like 50.5. Iowa State, with about 2.5 minutes left in that game, is 10 yards from the end zone. They can bury Kansas State with going up 2 scores. Their receiver or running back, whoever had the ball, dives for the goal line, and his forearm scrapes about a blade of grass ahead of the goal line. They call it a touchdown, go to review, see that he's short, but it's a first down. Kansas State has no timeouts. Mark the ball at the 1. Iowa State takes knees to run out the clock. The over would have hit if it was in the end zone. And I saw there was one bettor that had $30,000 on the over in that game that probably went from very, very excited and happy to devastatingly brutal, awful loss. So we're back to the over-unders and point spreads in college football and how much those things matter, because that was a very expensive overturn of a call. But college football back over the weekend. Congrats to our own Mike Sanford for his first dub as Valor head coach that you could have watched or heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio or on Altitude Television.
And Brett, on that college game, I got to ask you something, and maybe we can get into this more on the other side. But I always have these thoughts when either a college football game or an NFL game goes overseas, and it's not that pretty in the first half. Are we doing football a disservice and not giving it a good brand internationally, or do all the people in Ireland and England like seeing punts because it's like their beloved rugby? I mean,
they've been doing this in London forever. Those games aren't exactly, Mona Lisa's, but they're football.
Because the first half of that game, if you look at the drives here, fumble,
yeah.
punt, touchdown, fumble, turnover on downs, punt, fumble, missed field goal, punt, half over, tied 7-7.
It was a sloppy mess. I mean, it started, the first thing that happened was Iowa State gets the football, they're held to a punt, and Dylan Edwards, former Buff, muffs the punt. Iowa State gets it at like the 2. They fumble the ball right back. It was a mess. But a lot more to get to in just a couple minutes. Stick around. dip, bump. No, dip, bump. All right. Again, big day today because most teams are going to get down to roughly the number of the 53. I don't think they're going to go mad dash style tomorrow. You're going to have the gradual ones. Every team, for the most part, has had at least a couple come through. Some teams have already released 12 to 13 to 15 guys. The Broncos, again, if you guys have missed it, everything that happened yesterday going into late last night, Joaquin Davis was cut. Joshua Pickett was cut. Micah Abraham, another corner, cut. Clay Webb, interior offensive lineman, cut. And then Andrew Farmer, an outside linebacker. That's the 5 that have been cut so far. All of those from Mike Kliss. I have my old notifications on, so whenever something comes through, it'll go straight to my phone, and you'll be the first one to hear it. From my phone to your ears.
Good for you, bud.
You will know. There is a big question, and Nelly, can you play this? This is also from 9 News. I sent this to you in a DM. 9 News talked to Audric Estime after the game, asking if he feels like he did enough to make this roster. Here's what he said.
To make the team is not up to me. It's up to the coaching staff, and it's honestly up to God. And I feel like I did what I needed to do to put myself in position to be on it. But at the end of the day, it's Sean knows what's best for the team, and I'm just putting my trust in God, and I feel like I did what I needed to do.
You feel proud of that opportunity?
What'd you say?
You feel proud of what you've done this offseason and getting in the end zone and all that?
Yes, I'm proud of my progression. I definitely got better from last year to this year, and from the beginning camp towards the end. I definitely progressed a lot, and that's all you could do is progress in this league.
That's Audric Estime. Is there a player that is right there on that bubble that could be cut that would hurt you? Because I always think about this in the context of letting a guy go, he goes somewhere else and becomes a player. Is Audric Estime capable of that? I think he is, but I don't think you can operate in building a roster out of fear. You know, Estime's been in this system for 2 straight years. If you're questioning still what is his role on the team, or is he good enough to make this roster in particular, then I think that it's probably best to let the guy go. And if he becomes a dude somewhere else, then you know what? He becomes a dude. But, you know, it's the same sort of conversation that we were having with Devon Vele. Could Devon Vele be a player elsewhere? Like, he could be. But if you have a guy that's like 4th string on the depth chart heading into a game, and he's probably going to be inactive, what do you do with that? You know, there is a difference with some other guys. If you got some special teams ability, if you got a chance to be a gunner somewhere, if you can play kickoff, if you can play punt team, if you can do something like that, then that adds value to you being active for a game day lineup. You know, it's the old Trent Sherfield type of guy. If it was based on purely wide receiver skills, is that guy active on game day? Probably not. But now that he can do that and be a solid piece, it's a different story. Now, Estime, again, is somebody that, you know, we were just talking to Leggy last week. Leggy said Payton still thinks about. He goes, the biggest example he can think of a guy that he let go that became a dude somewhere else was Rob Ninkovich. Cut him in New Orleans. He goes over to New England, wins some Super Bowls, and becomes a big part of what they do. You don't want to have that fear of, I let the guy go who became a guy elsewhere. Again, you look at Audric Estime, he's a bulky behemoth of a human being. Thank you, Moj. Okay, you don't need to keep whispering in my ear. Yeah, there you go. You got that joke too, Nelly?
I like the private off-air Moj stand-up routine. It's a classic.
You try and do a thing, and then Moj just walks in. He's either sick. Hey, your mic's not on yet. Do it again. Do it again.
Yeah, bulky behemoth sounds like about 10 years ago. Yeah. Someone I used to know.
You knew Audric Estime 10 years ago? Something like that? Anyway, you don't want to let the guy go who becomes a dude somewhere else, but you also can't operate in fear, is what I'm saying. I like Audric Estime. I hope he has success, whether it's here or elsewhere. But he feels very much like Devon Vele. And the exception with him is I don't think he has the trade value that Vele had. It's tough. And he's going to be one of those guys that's right on the bubble. But I also think that they really like Tyler Bidet, and that confuses the situation a little bit more. But there shouldn't be too much stress about guys who are going to be fourth stringers, is what I'm saying. And so there's kind of two questions here. You're on the lookout to see what guys are going to be released by the Broncos, but you're also on the lookout to see who's going to be on the market. And Sean Payton has said, they have Adam Prentice as this sort of placeholder at fullback with the Michael Burton injury. They think Atkins is going to come back at some point in the first couple of weeks. Is it going to be week 1? I have no idea. But if he's not, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they're kind of on the market looking for another sort of tight end H-back guy that can do a little bit of both. There's a lot of dudes who are trying to expand their versatility at that position to do both of those because it gives them a better shot at making rosters. And so guys like that are going to be out there. But you put a waiver claim in on somebody, they are on the 53-man roster. So if you cut down to 53 and then you claim somebody, that means somebody else has to go. And that's where I think it could get really, really interesting. So the Broncos are going to be on the lookout for all of that. And we'll get back to it in just a little bit, just quickly here. We were just talking about Tommy Fleetwood last week and how he's never won a tournament on the PGA Tour, ever. And then literally wins the Tour Championship and $10 million yesterday as he hangs on to a lead for the first time in his career, which is, how about that? The first golf tournament I win has a $10 million first place prize. So shout out to Tommy Fleetwood. I mean, he has been this close like 50 different times, finally comes away with it. Yeah.
Some dude who won the Kemper Open like in 1986 and won like $75,000.
Yeah.
Going like, hey, man, pretty big win for me too. You get $75K.
Uh-huh. Not bad. You have to adjust for inflation, though, Moj. It's kind of the same thing when you really think about it.
That I know we'll talk about it when the regular show, the good show, starts.
The entree?
But that was a very, very, very popular win.
Hey, not
very
to mention,
popular.
I don't know what we need to do. We need to do something about Patrick Cantlay. I can't wait 40 seconds for that guy to line up over the ball before he hits it. We need to do something about this.
Do you remember when?
Make this quick.
When Fleetwood hit it into the hot dog cart?
Yes.
I forget what it was. Anyway, it took a while. They got 2 holes behind.
Uh-huh.
They had to be warned by an official, get your butts in gear or you're going to be docked.
Like, I don't think there should be a warning. I think that's just...
But he's notorious for that, though. He's a notoriously slow, mundane kind of dude.
Figure it out.
Agreed.
Or start taking strokes away.
What do you and I do? You know what we do? We step up and we whack the ball.
Step up over the ball and hit it. It's not that hard.
Step up and whack.
Now, do we hit it where we want to? No, but we do it quickly, and that's the point. You can always watch Shilo on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
I always said, I don't care how bad of a golfer you are. As long as you play quick, you can play with me. I don't care.
You can be bad as long as you're
Absolutely.
fast.
Let's just boogie along. No problem.
You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
inside the 30. So good sell in the backfield by Bo Nix for a gain of 43 yards. And throwing for it. Middle of the field. And it's complete. Touchdown. Yes, it is Cortland Sutton. No recognition at all from any of the officials, but it is a score. I know it's a preseason, guys.
Yeah, it was great. You know, he's a really great veteran on a team like this to have. And, you know, just to see him go out there and play that hard for a preseason 3 game, it's just really unique. Happy for him. Know he's going to have a really strong start to the year, and along with a lot of other guys. But it's good to have that back and forth, just kind of see the field in his eyes, and then, you know, make some adjustments.
I have a feeling the Broncos' first-team offense would still be playing football right now if they haven't had a touchdown yet.
100%.
Sean Payton was going to leave them in for an entire preseason game if it meant that they needed to get a touchdown before he took them off the field.
All I kept hearing after every series is, no, 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 no.
Yeah, you get your ass back out there and find the end zone.
No.
Do that.
I thought it went pretty well because they finished up with a touch, and then they could sit and feel good about themselves. But they also, and I tweeted that out. Then I said, you know what? That's not exactly accurate. Let me get rid of that. It was the roughing penalty, the unnecessary roughness penalty that sort of just kept them going. Otherwise, they're probably dead in the water then.
And that was on Harvey, right?
No, the roughness penalty on the New Orleans defense.
No. I'm saying, it wasn't that because they blew up Harvey in the middle of the play when, something. I don't know. I didn't see a replay of it, but that extended the drive, allowed them to get in the end zone. Who cares? Like, they just get a touchdown and leave. Gone. The most important detail is what Vic always talks about. For the most part, they were unscathed. Like, Watson left a little bit late in that game, but as far as first-team offense, first-team defense, nobody left with an injury, which that's the entire goal. If you're going to play your guys during the preseason, have them all leave walking under their own power.
That is a thank goodness. Let's get on the bus and let's get home.
Yes.
Good news is I took copious notes of that game. Bad news is I cannot read my handwriting.
At all. The old doctor handwriting.
I mean, I have zero idea what I was writing.
I punched these into my phone. I actually like it a lot better. All these notes in my phone.
Yeah, that's also a pain in the butt. Vic, do me a favor. Take a photo. Actually, take a screenshot or just send me your notes, and I will do my best to translate them. Take a photo. Okay, take a photo of that. Send it to me. Okay. I will do my best to translate what you have written down.
Great. Please do. I want you to read this.
You probably didn't know this, but back in the day, I was in the CIA.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, and I was in the basement at Langley just decoding, writing, and encrypted stuff.
Well, here's what I've got from what I can decipher. I thought Dre Greenlaw was going to play. He was in full uniform. He was hyping up the team pregame. He had his elbow brace on. He's yelling smart things, hype things, and then he didn't play. So Dre Greenlaw gets no run at all in the preseason.
Yep.
And then after that, the Broncos offense just sputters. 3 and out to open the game, including a penalty. You know, those pre-snap penalties just drive them crazy.
Well, a delay a game is a pretty basic penalty for a veteran offense to have when you're just trying to get a drive going in the preseason. That can't happen. And I think that Sean Payton intentionally didn't call a timeout like, hey, I want you to wear this, okay? Wear that one.
And then Crawshaw punts the ball like 4 yards. I'm not sure what the net was.
I know that you don't care. I don't like these bad punts. I don't like this at all. No hang time, short, like 40 yards, allows a return of like 20. Like, I don't like that.
I wonder, even though they spent a pick on it, I wonder if at some point they'll bring somebody in to compete because he's just been hanging by himself for quite a while.
You know what it sounds to me like? All right, so this guy's got immense talent. Otherwise, he's not drafted there.
Correct.
It sounds to me like when you're getting a golf lesson and you're trying to change your swing and you're just sort of you're paralyzed mentally and you're thinking too much. It looks to me like he's just thinking too much.
Well, the Masters are coming up in 2 weeks, so no more thinking too much. Just boot the ball, please. You know, There is always this question this time of year. I think most of the cuts are going to happen today. They'll have, I'm sure, a few guys that they hang on to, like your Mathises and guys like that, to try and find some sort of trade partner with. I think all things considered, though, it's not going to be that hard of a cut down for the Broncos. Once you get to the last couple, maybe. But I think they've had about 50 guys set in stone for a couple weeks now.
I agree. I want to see which player they cut surprises us, because there's always one surprise. Yeah. There's got to be, right? Always.
Vic, it doesn't really feel like there's going to be. I hope there is, because it gives me something to chew on a little bit. But I'm with Brett. It feels like maybe there's one or two decisions about, and it's everybody they like. It's not like they're like, we can cut this guy. It's, man, do we need to keep one guy at this position or one more guy at that position?
Well, they had five yesterday. Five yesterday, just real quick, Vic. The five from yesterday, Joaquin Davis, that big-bodied wideout, he was the first one to be like, these are all from Mike List, by the way. Joshua Pickett, a corner. I think he had a pick in that first preseason game. He was let go. Micah Abraham, another corner. Andrew Farmer, an outside linebacker. And then Clay Webb, an interior offensive lineman.
No real surprises there.
No
real surprises. I tell you who is making this team, and if you had any doubt, all you had to do was watch that game. Tyler Bidet, man. Yeah. Not only just as a running back, but as a kick returner. He returned that to midfield. He has explosiveness about him. He has something. You could tell why Sean Payton really had that itch to play him later last season. He's got something.
I got you, by the way. Tyler Bidet, 47-yard kickoff return, exclamation point.
Yeah, I wrote that. You can read that one.
Yeah, I wrote that.
Oh, and before we move on, slow clap standing ovation for our co-host, Brett Kane. I wasn't here last week, and I poo-pooed your theory. When you said that Devon Vele could get what did you say, fifth? Fifth, the original?
Fifth, yeah.
And I laughed at you. I laughed right at your face. In fact, I spit in your face. I laughed at your face, and then I spit in your face.
It was it was a lot. You were very rude to me.
Yes, I was rude. And I want everyone to know you are 100% right. And I still, even though you were right, and I'm looking at some of the trades that are taking place around the NFL, I cannot believe that guy got a 4th and a 7th.
I know. I can't either.
Can somebody tell me how that's possible? Because look at some of these other trades that are taking place, and you tell me from a value perspective, how does a guy who's 27, who started 7 games, 1 year in, get a 4th and a 7th?
Well, we made some comparisons, but before that, the only way that happens is competition. I didn't know there would be, it was rumored 3 teams were inquiring about Devon Vele. And so I think that drove the price up 1. Number 2, we did some comparisons, Vic. Judy went for a 5th and a 6th.
That's what I'm saying.
Judy.
When you suggested he was going to get a 5th, I laughed at you because of the comps. But there's no laughing today. It just goes to show you, you're worth what you're worth. You're worth whatever you are at that moment. And when you have leverage you have 3 teams vying for him, right? That's what got him the value. That's what got him. Sorry, we're going to go with this team. Okay, we'll give you a 7th too.
I wonder if there's anybody else that can net something. Mike List said on, was it Friday, Moj, that they are shopping Damari Mathis, and if he doesn't get traded, he's going to be released. Maybe he can get you something. People keep throwing out Estime. Estime is good for him. He had a really good final preseason game. He looked good. That touchdown run he had was beautiful.
He averaged 5.5 yards a carry.
Hey, I don't think he's making this roster because of the reason you said earlier, Vic. Tyler Bidet, I think, is making this. I think that Sean Payton loves that guy.
Describe, Vic probably didn't hear it. Describe Audric Estime.
What I say, he's a very bulky human being.
No, a bulky behemoth of a human being.
Bulky behemoth of a human being.
Yes.
And then I made a joke in their ears,
Privately.
Private joke.
That he knew.
Private dancer.
He knew somebody who looked like Audric Estime 10 years ago.
I don't get it.
That's fine. The point is,
I still don't get it.
It's fine.
You're fine.
Audric Estime.
Thank you, Kelly, for telling me that in my ear. I'm telling you right now, 99% of the listeners have no idea what that joke is.
It's fine, just for us.
But the 1% who do are probably
Good for you, bud.
They're probably spitting out their coffee right
Jeff
now.
Legwold said this last week. He goes, the concern that he thinks Payton has about Estime is he has one example of somebody that he cut in his time at New Orleans that went on to become a good player. That's Rob Ninkovich. Cut him from New Orleans. He went to New England, became a big player on that defense, and won Super Bowls.
He actually talked about. I mean,
yes,
Payton himself brought that up, and he's like, eh. So I bet those things. I bet those things sting, and they sting for a long time. You're second guessing, as you can tell with Sean Payton in his 60s now. The second guessing goes on.
Well, because you don't want somebody to become a big time player when you had him in your system. Now, Estime feels exactly like Vele to me. Vele's a good player. He was going to be a game day inactive. Estime, if he makes this roster, you guys tell me, is he going to be active on game days?
Doesn't
I
feel
doubt
like
it.
Ask yourself the question, and I asked this question last week. Listen, he's a domer. I'd love to see him make this team. But what does he do that the other running backs cannot?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, other than he's
What?
a pretty. Let me go back to Brett's point. He's a pretty thick runner.
Yeah, but it's not like outrageous thick. It's not.
No,
when you see him run the ball, you're like, oh, okay, he's another running back. He
correct.
doesn't look different than most.
That is correct.
Yeah, I just think, we have the audio. Nelly, if you want to play it, this is Estime after that final preseason game. Again, to his credit, played really well. Made a nice last impression. Actually, I got it, Nelly. I got it. And here's what he said.
To make the team is not up to me. It's up to the coaching staff, and it's honestly up to God. And I feel like I did what I needed to do to put myself in position to be on it. But at the end of the day, it's Sean knows what's best for the team, and I'm just putting my trust in God, and I feel like I did what I needed to do.
You'll feel proud of what you've done this offseason and getting in the end zone and all that?
Yes, I'm proud of my progression. I definitely got better from last year to this year, and from the beginning camp towards the end. I definitely progressed a lot, and that's all you could do is progress in this league.
I don't think he's somebody that finds a draft compensation, but he's probably somebody who's going to get picked up off waivers.
Let me translate for you, because he also went on to thank the Broncos for giving him multiple carries late, right? He knows that he got the attention of another team out there.
Yeah.
That's what he knows. He knows that there's a team, he'll fall into that program somewhere else.
Right.
Again, by 2 o'clock tomorrow, there are going to be close to 1,200 players available.
Yeah. Get a nice little lasting impression, and hopefully somebody recognizes that and picks you up. So, get more into this as we go along today. Cutdown day. I'm sure some of these will be trickling in during the show. Can we give a shout-out, please, on Friday to our own coach, Mike Sanford, getting his first dub as Valor head coach. Very nice broadcast, Krecker and Polumbus.
I watched the
did
whole,
a great job.
I watched the whole thing. It's interesting, too, because when you see the close-up photo of a player, it doesn't look like the rain's coming down that hard.
Yeah.
Then they show Coach Sanford, and he looks like a wet pig.
Right.
I mean, he looks like a drowned rat, does he not, on the side? Okay. And then they show the lights, and it looks like an absolute monsoon. But when you're actually focused on the player on the field, it didn't look that bad. But everybody else looked incredibly wet.
It reminded me of the game at 10 o'clock following that day.
Yeah.
That Kansas State-Iowa State game in Dublin was just a sloppy mess.
The lines got erased on the field.
I know.
The stripes. You couldn't even see the stripes anymore.
They had to restripe it. Here's the geek I am. I'm like, I didn't think it was supposed to rain. So I go to my weather app. Dublin, Ohio. No,
not Ohio.
No. Dublin, Ireland. And it was supposed to just be cloudy.
But it was
Boy.
wet.
So hey, Kathy Sabin, who we all love. Kathy's great. Kathy, what's with Dublin? Why don't you hook us up?
So we'll get to all this in a bit.
I really miss those stories about how Moser confused Dublin for Dublin. Thank you.
We'll get to all of that.
Well, you're welcome, buddy.
In a bit. Not to mention, we'll get to it a little bit later. The Shedeur Sanders thing is like, whatever you want to believe in how the NFL is perceiving him, if they're doing it accurately or inaccurately, it's like whatever you wanted to believe, you got your chance to get your opinion out or a couple days ago with his final preseason game. Because he is like, the discourse surrounding him is what I hate. about the way that, like, Twitter and sports media talks about people. So we'll get to all that in just a little bit. Stick around.
I'll tell you what you can do with that rapid radio. You get on that rapid radio and you give Dan Kaplis Law a call. Why? Because the truth wins. And in high stakes, personal injury cases, it takes skill, it takes experience, resources, and determination to find the truth. Dan Kaplis Law has proven it's very good at finding and proving the truth, which is why it's won so many cases. Look at the track record. Record-setting results, including an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. He has the resume, he has the people, and he has the truth on his side. That's why Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. If you need Dan's help, call him today, 303-770-5551, 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dankapleslaw.com.
Gets it off in time. This is the game for the Saints. Ellinger with a lot of time. Buying even more time. And up for grabs. Touchdown. Coming through is Rowan again. back to help his quarterback.
He threw the ball and a prayer up at the same time.
I almost feel unfair asking you because it's such a heavy question, but you look forward to the future. Would you be thrilled to stay here, or are you looking to try to be a 2 somewhere else?
That's a tough question. Unfortunately, that's out of my hands, and all I can control is my performance and how I am on a daily basis. And so however it works out, it works out. I love being here. I love the quarterback room. I love this team. I'm really excited for the direction that I think this organization is headed.
That's a tough situation, isn't it? I think he handled that diplomatically. That was Sam Ellinger. Is it Ellinger or Ellinger? I still don't know.
That's a great question. I've heard both.
I've heard both.
I think it's Ellinger.
That's what I've always said.
But Scotty Gange of 9 News asked him, you want to be basically, would you want to stay here and be the 3, or you want a chance to be a 2 somewhere else? I'm like, that's a tough spot to put a guy in, because I think everybody's answer would probably be, I want to be a backup, because if the starter gets hurt, then I play. That's what I want. But I wonder what Sean Payton wants. They took 3 quarterbacks on the roster last year. Zach Wilson didn't do anything, at least as far as game day purposes.
Well, neither did Jarrett Stidham. Bo Nix took every snap of the season.
But Jarrett Stidham was the next guy in line in case something did happen. Zach Wilson wouldn't have been.
Some teams only carry 2. I think the Bengals will only carry 2 this year.
I think that you should only carry 2. If you have a really talented roster and you're trying to keep these guys at the very edge of it, then what's the point in keeping a 3rd guy? And Ellinger, I thought, he had a decent preseason. He had a decent camp. You know what's really funny to me?
Especially when you have this new emergency 3rd quarterback right?
Yep. You know what's funny to me is the touchdown that he threw, the go-ahead touchdown late in the 4th quarter. The amount of people on Twitter that thought that was Bo Nix was hilarious to me. Because it does, like, his style looks a little bit like Bo.
He's scrambling around. He's doing a twisty twist, and he's kind of he threw it. I mean, let's be honest. He threw
it up for grabs, and it just went to the right spot. Yeah,
that's kind of what it was, or maybe that's all what it was. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, Vic, that he's like, that's my guy, and I'm going to throw this into the air, and he's going to get it. Like, he planned it all out that way, but I don't think he did.
All right, the 3rd-team offense, clearly they had some flashes. But I need to talk about the 1st team. They didn't even go to their 2nd-string quarterback because they know he's locked, right? Jarrett Stidham is locked. He's good enough. He's locked. What concern do you guys have with the 1st-team offense? I have one. And my one concern is
the inability to run the football super effectively is a bit of a concern right now.
In the preseason, at no point did they display to me, now you may have seen flashes, to me, a consistent run game.
Yeah, I agree.
There were no big, with the 1st-team offense, nothing broke. And by broke, I mean nothing broke out, and nobody rattled off this or that.
Well, here's what's funny. Zach Stevens, the DNVR, has this. The Broncos, if you care about this kind of thing, the Broncos ranking during the NFL preseason, they were the number 1 offense of the preseason. They were the number 2 pass offense and the number 3 run offense. On defense, they were the number 1 defense of the preseason. Number 2 pass defense, number 2 run defense. So, I agree with you, Vic. It didn't feel like...
That's a team stat, not the 1st team.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about the 3rd team. I don't care. That doesn't matter.
I agree.
3rd team's not playing in the regular season.
Sam Ellinger.
Yeah, I don't care.
He had a 19-yard gainer, that kind of thing. And you're like, okay, well, that's pretty big. It's quarterback scrambling out, and he's a 3rd-string quarterback, and blah 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 blah.
I care about stuff like this.
Vic, I'm not freaking. I would hope to have seen, either 27 or 37 bust through for a couple big gainers.
Listen, and people are going to argue, well, they didn't have a chance. They really didn't game plan anything. It was all vanilla. Well, what is the run game? The run game's vanilla. The run game is block the guy in front of you, make a hole, and run through that hole. That's what it is. And I just, that's my only concern after the preseason. They did not establish a run game.
Yeah.
Not from the 1st-team offense. I'm looking at a couple of those drives. First drive was 3 and out. Second drive, Tyler Bidet puts them in ideal field position, takes it to midfield on the kick return. Bo to Franklin for 3 yards. Bo to Troutman for 2 yards. 3rd and 5, Bidet goes nowhere. Again, they try to run the ball on 3rd and 5. It goes nowhere. They resort to a 4th down play in which Bo hits a perfect back shoulder pass to Courtland Sutton. To which I want to ask, where is this offense without Courtland Sutton right now?
Yeah. Well, they looked in midseason form, didn't they?
Oh, they look great. That's a great chemistry between those two.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when guys have it, Vic, you can tell that they're on the same dang
100%.
page. Yep.
He feels something with Courtland. He knows where to throw it, how to get it to him. Again, look at the other drives. There was just never an opportunity to get the run game going, even on the scoring drive. I'm looking at my notes. Where was there a run? Where was there a run of any consequence?
Well, Texture makes at least a decent point. I don't think Dobbins had a carry all preseason.
Okay, that's why I would like to have seen.
Yeah.
That's why I said I would like to have seen 27 or 37 break out a little bit.
Harvey did what the first week? He had a couple, but
he had the one nice touchdown run where you had the great lead by Throckmorton that kicked the guy out and he squeezed through the hole. That looks really good, Brett. But again, that was not your first team offensive line out there either.
Don't make the mistake of thinking that just throwing different running backs out there make the difference. The run game starts up front. You got to find a hole. You got to find a crevice. You got to find and I didn't see those out of the first team offense. Again, I hope it's just hey, no big deal. And come the opener against Tennessee, you see some wide open gashes.
Yeah.
But man, there is nothing that the Broncos starting offense did. This is a fact. And anybody can dispute this with me. There is no run game in the starting offense that gives you promise. You tell me, did you see a run game in the preseason?
I mean, it wasn't great. No.
It was non-existent.
Yeah. Sure.
That's all. That's it.
I think you're right.
I'm just trying to be fair. And it's a very reason Sean Payton left that first team offense out there.
Well, again, I think he would have kept him in there till the fourth quarter if they didn't have a touchdown. He's like, I'm coming away with a TD at some point. You guys are getting me one. Now, I think that's a totally fair statement to make, Vic, and we'll get back to this in a second. Just curious, as you guys watched I don't know if you did or not, but I certainly did, watched the Shedeur discourse take place live during his game. It's a really bizarre sort of evaluation and look into the sports psyche of a fan. Whatever you feel like Shedeur Sanders was heading into that draft and heading into this preseason, you got the opportunity to justify it. What did Jeff Legwold tell us that scouts were concerned about with Shedeur Sanders heading into the draft?
Taking too many sacks, holding onto the football.
He said, is that a choice or something he had to do at CU to be successful? It very much looks like a choice. I can't remember the exact amount. Was it something like 14 dropbacks in that game, and 5 of them resulted in sacks? He just refuses to get rid of the football. Now, there was one play where he did escape a whole bunch of pressure and then threw a ball on the money, and the guy dropped it who was wide open. That doesn't help either. But either you think Shedeur is that guy that played in the final preseason game, was overhyped, not that good, blah, blah, blah. Or you think the entire NFL is out to get Shedeur. Because Eric Dickerson said that the other day. And then, I will admit, this was weird. Did you guys see what happened at the end of that Browns game?
So they shook him out and replaced him?
With Tyler Huntley, who got
Tyler Huntley, who they knew they were going to cut, for some reason gave him the final 2-minute warning drive to try and win the game.
Was it like
Shedeur.
Was it like a, hey, thanks for coming in. Here's a little more film that you can throw to somebody.
But why wouldn't you want to see Shedeur during that?
I don't know. Because maybe you'd already made up your mind that he's going to be on the roster.
Why are you going to keep 4 quarterbacks on a roster?
Well, Vic, so Nelly just sent this to us. Scott Proctor tweets out, this is wild, and he shows the play where one of the Sanders sacks. 4 of the 5 offensive linemen blocking for Shedeur Sanders were waived by the Browns today.
Well, that's what happens when you're playing at the end of the final preseason game.
Well, that's correct.
You could say that about Bo Ellinger or
Sam
Ellinger as well. I mean, look at his offensive lineman.
Okay, I'm not. Are we doing Ellinger or Ellinger?
Yeah, you got to make a choice.
You got to make a choice here,
Stop
bro.
vacillating.
I just confused him for Bo Nix.
Yeah, every quarterback. Let's combine all 3.
Listen. Back to the Shedeur stuff.
You were?
It's almost impossible to refine an opinion
I like that.
about Shedeur Sanders because there are so many ridiculous opinions flying out there that it's mind-numbing. It's dizzying. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Here's my favorite one. So Shilo, his final preseason game in Tampa, he gets ejected for throwing a punch. And look, did he start it? No, but the ref saw him throw a punch, you get ejected. That's the rule. He's also the first one to get cut after that game. And I saw this, I did my favorite thing, Moj, which was read the replies. And the amount of people that said, the NFL has it out for the Sanders family. And I'm like, let's be clear about one thing. Whatever you think about Shedeur, that's like a whole spectrum that you could fall on of how good you think he is. I like Shilo. Think he's a good guy. He's not an NFL player. He's not. Okay?
Whoever made that statement let me tell you something. Shilo was in Tampa's camp as a favor to his father.
Yes. Shilo is not an NFL player.
Okay?
He's not. He hits hard. He's got a good attitude, but he is not nearly fast enough to play that position. Not good enough at covering. There's a whole bunch of things that he just can't do. Shedeur, I don't know. I'm more confused about Shedeur Sanders than I've ever been in my life. Because you had that first preseason game where it looked great, and then whatever the hell that thing was. And you could blame it on offensive line if you want to. Bottom line is, guys, when that breaks, throw the ball away.
You know what it tells me, though, Brent? It tells me that the worst-case team drafted him. Any other franchise would have had a little better approach to this. But the fact that he's now playing for, I don't even know what you call the Cleveland Browns, this melting pot of quarterbacks. Any franchise out there that says, oh, yeah, it's an opportunity to keep 4 starting quarterbacks, none of which we know is any good. It's an opportunity. What are you doing?
I don't know.
What is that?
I can't think of any team in the last 30 years or more that's kept 4 quarterbacks on the roster. That's my first of all, it's dumb. It's just dumb. You should every roster spot. Brett, you and I were ad nauseum talking about this on Thursday and Friday. Every single roster spot, Vic, is worth its weight in gold in the National Football League these days. You know what I mean? I mean, you got 53 dudes, but you play virtually all of them at some point. And the difference between winning and losing could be that one dude in that one position. So to keep 4 quarterbacks where a lot of teams keep 2 and then stash one guy, it's crazy.
Hang on.
I can't believe they're really going to do that.
There have been 5 teams since 2013 to carry 4 quarterbacks on a roster into the season.
Was one of them the Broncos during the COVID or what?
No.
Because they had 4 quarterbacks at one point and they all got suspended for a game.
The last team to do it was in 2021. It's kind of a cheat. It was the Saints because they had Taysom Hill.
Oh, come on.
So it was Taysom Hill, Jameis Winston, Trevor Siemian, and Ian Book.
Come on.
Let me give you the other ones.
Come on. No.
The 2020 New York Jets had Sam Darnold, James Morgan, Joe Flacco, ironically again, and Mike White.
They carried 4 or they used 4?
They carried 4 into the season.
Who the hell's James Morgan?
Don't know.
Who's that?
I think that's Captain Morgan. 2018 Miami Dolphins. They had Tannehill, Brock Osweiler, Luke Falk, and David Fales.
Who the hell's David Fales?
All right. So what did all those teams have in common?
They stunk.
They sucked.
None of those quarterbacks, were the guys.
There's one team that I feel like might have been good. Now, I don't know this for sure, but the 2013 Washington football team had Kirk Cousins, Pat White, Rex Grossman, and RG3. So they kept 4.
Pat White, West Virginia,
I think that's the Pat White. It says Patrick, but I think that's Pat White. Let me see. Well, I just Googled Patrick White, and he's a very old man who was an Australian novelist and a playwright.
Yeah, that's him.
And also could throw the pig.
Yes.
Nailed it.
But it just goes to prove again, in hindsight, the fact that Cleveland ended up with this Shedeur show makes it even more of a show.
Yeah.
He needed to go somewhere that's normal.
Vic, would you agree that in college, and I'll go back to his previous stint and then at Colorado, Was he the best player on the offensive side of the football?
Of course he was.
Okay.
In fact, everybody looks Travis Hunter's a Heisman Trophy winner, right?
Right.
I can make the argument, and I'll say it with my chest. Shedeur Sanders was the most important player on that football team in the last 2 years.
Okay, so when you look at it,
it was, hey, look at me. I know Travis Hunter was the most dynamic.
Yeah.
He was, but the most important was Shedeur Sanders. So, would you guys agree?
Agreed. So and Travis was, he's a great receiver. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, Heisman Trophy winner. But when he had the ball in his hand, the offense was basically predicated on him extending plays, making things happen to finally get. You see what I'm saying? Like he had to be the guy. And so to try to coach that out of him is probably going to take some time, but he's got tremendous talent. And so you can see that's not going to translate in the National Football League because even the Rams backups, they were on your bacon like crazy. They're on you right now. And so you've got to get rid of the football. That can be coached out of him, but the situation with the Browns is like it's almost like they're rooting against him inside the organization.
What a terrible franchise.
And so I'm like, golly, if that's the case, how much if I was him, I would ask to be released. And I would want to go someplace else where actually somebody goes, you know what? We're going to coach that out of you, and we're going to turn you into a player.
Well, they asked him. They said, "Are you going to make the team?" And his answer was, "Obviously." That's what he said.
Well, you got to watch the whole thing in context. I guarantee you this. I'm going to say this right here. If you gave Shedeur Sanders the option right now, and it's too late now. If you gave him the option, if he had a crystal ball, he could see where he is right now, and you said, 1 more year of college football, do it. You think he would?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Although this quarterback class coming up is also going to be a very good class.
Although, Vic, I think if you told him that, he would have thought this scenario that's playing out is so far-fetched it would never happen. Be like, no, you're wrong.
Well, if you had told him back in March, and you're not going to get drafted in the first round, second round, third round. You're going to be one of 4 quarterbacks, and here's what's going to happen. Do you want to go back to school and just figure it out another year? Give him that option.
And make more money?
Yeah, probably would have made more money, too.
No, probably about it. He
Fellas,
definitely would have.
We're going to get into it later in the show. College football kicked off this weekend, and it was glorious. Glorious. I watched 3 games.
Did you watch Mercer?
I didn't watch that game, but I watched Sanford.
Time out.
Quick.
That's UC Davis playing Mercer. UC Davis is in the Big Sky against UNC, bro.
Why does that matter?
Go Aggies.
Because UNC?
Well, UC Davis was the big rival of Sac State back in the day. So I had a vested interest in this game to watch the Aggies lose, and they actually beat the snot out of Mercer.
Great.
So, so does that answer your question?
No.
Questerson?
No.
I watched the damn football game.
College football is back. We'll get to that in a bit. Stick around.
Hey, dudes, it's Moj, and I'm assuming that all you dudes out there are human beings. And that's a big assumption, I get it, but I'm assuming that. And that being the case, as you age, your body is going to change. It's going to go through different things. Maybe you don't feel like you used to feel. Dragging through the day, tired, foggy, can't sleep well. You know what? Low testosterone may be the reason it happened to me. And I did something about it. I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900, and maybe you should do the same kind of thing. You want to feel your best, not only this summer, but you want to carry it into the fall, into the winter, and get back to feeling like you feel. It's totally healthy, totally normal, totally acceptable, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they take care of your whole dude engine. They're going to fix you up and make you feel good. You're going to get rid of those bad sleep patterns, those unproductive workouts, the decreased energy, all the brain fog, all of that, and you're going to feel like you did years ago. So again, do yourself a favor. Give them a call at 720-440-7900. The treatment is absolutely easy. We're talking about experts who are going to take care of you. The first consult is super easy. They're going to draw your blood as well, results within 30 minutes, and they'll go out and lay out all the options that you have. Or if you want to go online and see what they're all about, do yourself a favor and do it today. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, big pun. Way to go, Nelly. Hey, guess what, guys? College football has returned. It is back.
College football!
You caught some of that Big 12 action, 10 o'clock in the morning from Dublin. A very, very sloppy game that included, I think, 15 fumbles. Very sloppy start. In fact, the first one, Kansas State holds Iowa State to a 3-and-out. They punt it to former buff Dylan Edwards, who muffs it and then immediately walks off the field.
But you know why?
He had an ankle problem, didn't he? Isn't that what they said?
Do you know why he muffed it, Vic? Do you know why the muff happened? I mean, muffs happen. We all know that.
They do happen.
The muff happens and he gets his leg twisted up because before the kickoff, they shot off a ton of fireworks at the stadium. And as they kick the football high in the air, the smoke envelops the football.
Couldn't see it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And it was raining.
And you're like, Hey, man.
Anything else? Can you give me a sun glare?
Yeah, please.
Can you give me a laser pointer to the eye?
Right, and that guy, the guy in the far end zone with the laser pointer in his face didn't help. And I'm like, dudes, I mean, what are we? I mean, I know you're excited about it. And then there's airplanes Air Lingus. I know it was the Air Lingus Bowl or whatever you want to call it. There's airplanes all over the place. Tons of airplanes.
Now I know why those games exist. The entire game was a promotion to go fly and visit Ireland, which I felt like doing with all the commercials.
No, they gave a metric ton of money for an entire tourism campaign.
Yes,
that's what it was. And look, hey, Vic, guess what? It worked. I want to go to Ireland so bad. It looks amazing. I want to go so badly.
And I want to fly Aer Lingus.
Yes. But
why does that sound? Why does that airline sound like a bad word?
I don't like saying that at all. I just want to take an airplane to Ireland. I don't care which.
I mean, did they purposely do that? Hey, let's get a little nasty with our airline here. See if we can attract some customers.
All right, man.
Fly Air BJ next time.
I mean, what are you doing?
Okay, listen, man.
I mean, what is going on?
You what?
So it's derived from loingus, which means fleet or shipping in Irish.
Moshe, you ever flown air coitus
This
before?
is America?
Okay. I'm trying to keep this above board here. I don't know.
Moser, I really appreciate Moser. I appreciate your explanation because you are a cunning linguist. So thank you.
That's right.
I'm going to fly. I'm going to fly Air Reach.
That was so good. You deserve more for that.
If I'm the guy not cracking the foul jokes in everybody's ear, then this whole program has a real problem. Okay? Because
I'm going to Asia. I'm going to fly Air Reach around next time.
Come on, Vic, come on.
That's not even clever.
Hey, dump.
That's not even clever. You didn't even try on that one. It's got to be a little bit coded. Anyway,
the point is there was a lot of.
It's an awful name for an airline.
Yeah, it is
awful.
I'm sitting in the middle of Rome and like Aer Lingus flight 325 from Dublin is landing. I'm like,
I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. I was like, what is going on with these Irish airlines?
Seriously, if you go around the U.S., you'll see that, but on the East Coast especially, okay, and then especially in Europe, dude, and we're flying all over Europe, right?
Yeah,
it's all over the place. You're like, dang. You can't escape it. Anyway, that's enough of that.
Point of order. I think Vic's airline name was fantastic because if you want to reach around to different corners of the globe,
that's exactly
you just hop on that airline.
Exactly right. It makes total sense.
But Vic, you probably don't know this, but both of Brett's parents went to Kansas State, so they're
alums.
I know this.
They're highly vested in the outcome of that game.
I watched a lot of Big 12 football on Saturday because I watched the Kansas game against Fresno State. They devoured Fresno State later that day. The Big 12 folks. CU is in for a tough run this year. The Big 12 is not easy. It's never really been easy, but there's some ballers in that conference. And the fact that Iowa State was able to overcome K-State, and then not only that, what is with K-State's quarterback's family members getting in a fist fight? His father, Avery Johnson's father and brother outside the stadium.
Fighting each other. Yeah, that was not good.
Yeah.
But besides that, I had texted Troy, T. Willie, and Brett early in the morning, and I said, you got to do something about your quarterback's hair.
You got to fix that. I totally agree.
And not that I'm against, some good flow like that, but that's middle linebacker. If you want to have some flow, you can have some flow sticking out the bottom of your helmet.
Or you got to win. You got to win.
Or you got to win.
You can't lose that game with that hair.
Listen, I don't think that kid's very good.
He's not accurate.
No.
He's
can't
not an
throw.
accurate thrower.
He can't throw.
Those first, especially early on, throwing behind his receivers, like he had guys wide open, he's throwing behind them.
And maybe like wet football or something, but he did that all last year too. He's not very talented throwing the ball.
But I'm like,
you got
middle linebacker hair. You can't have middle linebacker hair on your running quarterback. That's my opinion.
I'm watching his dad and his brother fight, and what is going on?
I don't know.
What? And it's wet, and there's a big puddle, and they just lost.
Yeah, the face down.
What is going on?
Hold on. If your team lost, and your son and brother were the quarterback, and you two end up face down in a Dublin puddle outside the stadium.
It's a bad trip.
That's not a good trip to Ireland, Vic. Aer Lingus is like, we don't want you on our airline.
What do you think caused that fight? Do you think
I don't know.
Do you think that the brother said something bad about
Here's what
Avery
caused that
Johnson?
fight. Beer caused that fight. Booze.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. What is really crazy, though, is we're 4 days away from CU's first game. They play Friday against Georgia Tech, which is also equally as like, oh, my God, we're here, right?
Well, I'm glad we could talk football this week. This is a week we could talk football. And let me say this about CU. In my humble opinion, this is the worst kind of opponent they could face in the opening game.
Dude,
the worst kind.
Georgia Tech is just, they play an entire season not to win a championship, to ruin somebody else's year. They did that like multiple times last year.
Brett, they play to run the ball right up your face.
Yeah.
Okay, remember, they took Georgia to 85 overtimes in that one game? I can't remember how many overtimes they went to before they finally said, forget it, let's end this thing. They run the ball. They run the ball. And you watched CU last season against run-heavy teams, Kansas, Kansas State, run-heavy teams, they struggled.
So this is what they did last year, by the way. They beat Florida State, and I know Florida State was terrible at the time, that like opening week of the season. That was a big one because they were ranked 10th. They barely lost to Louisville. It was ranked 19th at the time. They beat, if you guys remember, they dealt Miami their first loss of the year late in the season.
Yes. That is correct. I do remember that.
They sure did.
And then they lost in 8 overtimes to Georgia the final week. 8!
I remember watching that game, and they had so many opportunities to win and clinch that game and couldn't get it done. But that was last year. I'm just saying, Brett Key, their coach, their whole system, it's designed to run the ball and churn out yards on the ground.
Yeah.
And the reason why I think it's just a tough opponent for CU is because CU is trying to rediscover what it is. It's trying to rejuvenate a team that we don't know what we're going to see Friday.
Right.
You know, like, wait, do you guys have any idea?
No. We don't even know who the starting quarterback is, do we?
Not yet.
I looked all weekend.
They're both going to play. I'm almost convinced of that. If they haven't said definitively anything yet, like, they're going to use both the guys, I think, and try them out the first couple weeks.
If CU, it's a sold-out game. Most home games now are sold out for CU. If CU can find a way to beat Georgia Tech, I'm going to tell you right now, that's a hell of a win. That is a quality win against a very good team at home. And people may poo-poo that, and it's ironic because these are the two teams that shared the national championship back in 1991. For those longtime CU fans, yes, there is a history of CU football, and it starts before 2 years ago. They were once a national champion. I don't know if your history goes back that far, but these are two teams that shared the national title in 91, and they meet again Friday night.
When he talks like that, you see his eyeballs?
Yeah.
You see what happened to his eyeballs?
Well, you know who that's for.
Yeah. Nelly, let's get Brian Howell on the phone sometime this week. He's got to have more information on this than most.
Absolutely.
On
also,
what this is going to look like.
I'm looking.
Oh, wait, CU didn't exist until 2 years. Oh wait, there's a history.
It's going to be a chillier week this week. It's supposed to maybe rain every single day, except Friday has the lowest chance of precipitation according to my weather app at 24%. But sandwiched all around, it looks like rain today through Sunday, or at least a good chance, anywhere from 86% today to 68 to 72 to 39 to 36. So we may get some precipitation up there, Vic. The Buffs better be able to run the football.
So
thanks.
Thanks for the weather update.
Why don't you just open your big eyes and go, oh, weather. Everybody talk about the weather. Weather.
Give me, please.
It won't rain.
Mose, let's do another half hour of percentages of rain possibilities for the next 3 weeks, please.
Yeah, with rain.
I need somebody to ask Dion about the rain again. See if he's
I'm one of those good weather man.
303-504-0925, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
Overall, I think we got out of the game pretty healthy. There'll be a lot of good film for us to look at, a lot of corrections, I'm sure. Good to get another win, and we get into a lot of the decision-making that puts together the initial roster. So not going to answer questions about our roster. I'm not going to do it. All right. I'll answer the best I can about the game. I thought there were some real positive things, and then there's some other things that weren't as positive. So any questions?
That's what it means. That means it stops.
I got a question, Sean. Who's going to make the roster?
That's what it means.
So we're going to have, again, I think today is going to be probably your big cutdown day where most names are going to leave, and then tomorrow you might be waiting for, see if somebody wants to make a trade for some of the guys who are at the very, very end of that roster bubble. So we'll see. But Moj.
I will say this, though. When a football team is not as good and there are multiple jobs open or even backup jobs that there's some intrigue regarding.
Sure.
It makes this time of training camp in the preseason more fun because you're kind of predicting and it's, I really like this guy. Will he make it? And I didn't like that guy, but he made it. All this kind of thing. Right now for the Denver Broncos, it's pretty. I mean, we've gone through it a billion times. It feels like it's pretty damn set. Unless something completely comes from left field that blows us away, I think that we're pretty much knowing what direction the Broncos are going in at every single position.
And remember, they go from 90 to 53, but 16 of those guys go on the practice squad. They're allowed to keep a couple on the injury list. You have to miss a minimum of 4 games.
Right.
And those are guys like who's the
Nate Atkins?
Yeah, Nate Atkins, the tight end that he could go there for 4 or 5 weeks.
But I think they wanted to save a spot for him, Vic. I was pretty sure they wanted to actually reserve.
Well, the point is they can make a spot for him when he comes back. They can always cut somebody when he comes back. There are things they can do. So it's not the big fall off everybody anticipates. They know who's going to the practice squad. The thing that's going to surprise is how many claims they're going to make from teams that are cutting players themselves. Not the players who are leaving the Broncos roster. It's other players from other rosters. Who's coming here?
And that's the tough part for guys around the league who are on bubbles on other teams.
Yeah.
For a split second, you think, you know what? Whew, I made it. I made the roster. And then they go get a guy your position from another team, and then you're a practice squad, or you're gone. It's tough. This is a tough time.
I gave you your flowers, deservedly so, for predicting the Devon Vele trade, because did not see that coming with that kind of resource coming back to Denver. There's another position group on this Broncos roster that I believe can warrant a trade if they want more. And I think it's one of their deepest positions.
Yeah.
What am I thinking of?
D-line.
Edge rusher.
Yeah.
They got edge rushers galore.
Well,
galore.
I think anybody who lines up to rush the quarterback, they have, depending on how many they want to keep, and maybe they want to keep more, but you're talking about your Awazariques and Jordan Jacksons and guys like that. I think they could, if you want to find some value somewhere. Dude, have you seen, by the way, the amount of defensive tackles that have been traded over the last couple of days? There's been like 6 of them across the league for
why is
those
that?
late round swaps. People looking for depth. And the Broncos got it. Like, I'm sure they can find a partner if they want to part with one of those guys. It's just, do they want to or not?
I mean, they used a 3rd-round pick on Savion Jones. I'm guessing that
he's making the roster.
Yeah, he's there. So if he's there, that means Awazarique probably is expendable in some regard.
I speak more of the edge rusher, linebacker sort of stuff. I'm talking more Luther Ellis, Q Robinson. Those guys.
First of all, it's Jonah Ellis, and they are not getting rid of Jonah. Jonah's too damn good.
Of course they're not getting rid
of Jonah Ellis.
Of course,
you're just
I'm
talking
just
about their
giving
depth.
you the depth that's there. The depth that's there at that position. They got a lot of it.
Yeah, I don't know who they'd be willing to part with from that group. I think they want to keep those guys. Maybe Dondre Tillman is one of those dudes. I think that one they don't want to let people go. I think it's the interior that they'd look at more. Because both Jordan Jackson and Awazarique, I think, are 27. I think they both are. And with that being the case, It's the same age as Devon Vele. And if you're the 6th guy, 7th guy in that group, you're probably not going to see a lot of playing time anyway. So you could get some value.
Hey, bottom line is at least a running back has to go. Bottom line.
Here's my guess. Estime will get cut. Watson will get cut. They'll bring back Watson on the practice squad.
Well, he got hurt.
And Estime, what's the extent of that injury? I
don't
wondering
know.
that.
I mean, he limped off the field. That doesn't look good.
But Estime, my guess is if he gets cut, somebody's going to pick him up.
I limped down the stairs today to go get coffee.
I limp every morning out of bed.
I woke up this morning in my lower back. I'm like, Brett, when you kind of twist and turn out of bed, you go,
Yep.
What's that? That happened to me. Anyway,
I'm an old man without a prostate.
My right knee's been clicking for 3 straight months, and it hurts. And I just guess this is what my knee is now.
Hey, Nelly, if you had a beat ready to go, I could rap a new rap over Brett's clicking right knee.
Nope, don't need that.
You got a clicking right knee. And
Nelly, this is one of those, don't indulge the addict. Don't indulge the addict.
I look at this roster, and there's not a whole lot of, again, we'll find out. And maybe, Vic, maybe you're right, because it used to be that way. It used to be, oh, boy, that guy, that guy got cut, and we weren't expecting that. Even if it's a guy that we like or a guy who's been around, I kind of am expecting everything that I think that's coming down the pike.
Yeah, I don't think you're in for a surprise.
Right, I don't think I'm being surprised here.
I don't think so either. And that's just, I think that's sort of a credit to what they've built. They don't really have the veteran guy that's sort of like maybe just hanging on to a year or two left. Like, that guy doesn't exist. I don't know.
Hey, they followed my instructions with Dre Greenlaw. I said, don't even play him in the preseason. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
No need. Why even risk it?
Let him dress. Well, you hold on a second. That's like letting Cinderella dress up with the glass slippers and everything, not let her go to the ball. I mean, he's all dressed up and ready to go. And then they're like, yeah, let's just chill out. Just give him the feel of like putting the gear on and taping up and everything. Okay, I mean, that's cool. All right, that sounds fun.
By the way, buzzed head Sean Payton in the postgame press conference, it's a weird sight. Not used to seeing the buzzed head.
A little freaky. Little freakopolis.
Well, it's football season. He's getting ready.
Hey, Vic, Brett posed the question to me last week. I want to pose it to you. He said, what do you need to see out of this first-team offense? And I said, well, here's what I need to see, and here's what I think they want to see. And I predicted it, right? I'm like, when their butts hit the bench, they need to hit the bench with some positivity.
With a touchdown.
With some positivity, big time. And so you're right, Sean Payton would have left him out there the whole time. But my question, but I said, Vic, I'm still, even if it doesn't look great, come week 1 against Tennessee, they're going to win that game. I think they're going to work everything out that week anyway. I feel still positive about this team and about the guys they've added on the offensive side of the ball and so on. Where do you stand right now?
I still have questions about the run game. I still have questions about the first-team offense. And those questions will remain until they get to play real games. The first-team offense, although it proved productive at the end of their series, it wasn't easy. Like, nothing came easy. You know, when you're watching offenses, you're like, just matriculate down that field, nice and easy. What came easy? Every big gain was a great catch, tough catch, and a running throw from Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, the hope is that is just because you're running vanilla play calls. And I told Moj this. I put it in the it would be nice category. They've earned my trust, so until they lose it, I'm going to trust that the offense is going to be fine. You know, there's some things that they didn't do well last year, running the football being one of them that you're still looking to see. But if they left after that second drive, I think I'd just be like, all right, whatever.
I get it. But I'll tell you this, the sign of Cortland Sutton proves so important now when you watch the chemistry he has with Bo Nix. On that touchdown drive alone, it started holding Troutman. Mims, no gain. Personal foul, just a dumb one on who was that personal foul on for the Saints? Just dumb.
Yeah, really stupid.
Harvey, no gain, nothing. Knicks roll out to Sutton for 43 yards. You're going to see a lot of that rollout, too, and he runs it well.
Yeah.
That little rollout play.
Yeah, he can throw on the run.
You know, it's funny. On that touchdown to Sutton, in which Cortland had to, change, he sort of had to change his body to go back and get it. There were two guys open that he could have thrown to. There were two guys open. Evan Ingram on the right side of the field was wide open.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm never going to dismiss the touchdown pass. But it's pretty obvious to me Cortland Sutton is his first, second, and third read.
Yes. Yeah.
That's his, you ever see Mr. Mom?
No.
Kid had a whoopee. Little blankie, right?
Yeah, that's what Cortland Sutton is.
Cortland Sutton is his $20 million whoopee. And you know what? He's worth every damn penny. I kept thinking to myself, golly, Vic, you were so right in the first 2 minutes of this program. The value of Cortland Sutton for this football team is probably more than they're actually paying him with his new contract. I mean, he's Bo Nix's whoopee. He just makes plays, man. He just makes dang plays.
There's always that battle that you have where it's like it's the value conversation, and fans tend to overvalue some guys on their own roster, but sometimes they get it exactly right. Like Aaron Gordon's value to another NBA team is much less than his value to the Denver Nuggets right now, like what he brings to the table. Moj, there's a million guys like that. Like, I think Logan O'Connor is one of those guys for the Avs where I'm like, the value that he brings to that team specifically is way bigger than it looks like to the rest of the league.
By the way, Vic, I'll tell you what, coming up after the next break, I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. Talked to Logan O'Connor yesterday.
Oh, good.
Yes.
The big Avs alumni versus the DU alumni game last night at Magnus.
It's fun to watch, by
Dude,
the
it
way.
was like virtually sold out. It was huge.
So we'll get there in a couple of minutes.
Anyway,
You're
talk to LOC and I'll give you all the information.
But I think Cortland's that guy for the Broncos right now. It's like his value to other teams across the league, you would understand if it's less than what you value that as the Denver Broncos.
You're so right. It's about being a piece of a certain puzzle.
Yeah.
Some pieces don't fit. I mean, very much like your situation, Brett. Your value here is pronounced. It's important. But out in the real world, you are nobody.
A useless.
With nothing.
Yes.
Just a
useless.
I would say just a bucket of dirt.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wasn't for your lovely wife, Lindsay, you'd be dead in a ditch.
That is also true.
Yes.
Okay.
If it wasn't for your co-hosts on this show and you being a part of the show, you might as well just end it.
Well, I'm happy to be employed.
Hey, from the 1924, I didn't realize this, and I love that movie. I guess I didn't pay attention to this. They called it a whoopee, right? The kid's blanket. They called it a whoopee because if it was any bigger, it would be a blanket. Like it was the kid's safety valve deal. Anyway, it's a great movie.
I think it's
Michael
your
Keaton
fourth
was
time,
great.
Moj, you've done this.
Michael Keaton was
The
fantastic.
fourth time.
What? That's neat.
Cortland Sutton is Bo Nix's whoopee. That's all I'm saying. And that's a cute little thing, man. Hey, if it was any bigger, it would be a blanket. That's cute. Call it a whoopee. All right, I'm out. My work for the day is done. My value here is apparently not as big as Brett's. I'm worth less than a bucket of dirt. I'm going to go hit the bricks late.
Oh, I knew I was in for one today when I said at 6:50 this morning, Audric Estime is a burly behemoth of a human being. And then Moj immediately, who walked in the studio, started doing a private show in my ear as I'm trying to do the show. I knew we were in for one today. But when we return, Moj was, I'll find some value for you.
Now on stage 3.
Yeah, okay.
Veronica, a burly behemoth of a woman. Okay.
Moj does have value. He was at the Avalanche alumni game yesterday and had a conversation with the currently injured Logan O'Connor. We'll get to it next. Football's here. You saw it over the weekend, week 0 of college football. Well, why not week 1 of college football? Starting this Friday. You have all of these games leading into the big opening Saturday of college football, and your own local team, the Buffs, are playing then. You can find that and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook. So go check it out for yourself now. CU playing in Boulder is a 4-point dog to Georgia Tech. The over-under, 53 points. All of that with the game props and all the game props you can imagine. Don't forget the futures odds that you have in the NFL as well. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, he's been really good. So is Davis. Really good pace in the third period. Here's Shedeur. Forsberg to Hayden. He scores! Milan Hayduk, just like old times.
That's right. Avalanche alumni game yesterday. Very, very cool, Moj. I know you had a chance to talk to a whole bunch of people. We talked to Peter Forsberg on Friday.
Yeah,
and,
Vic, you missed it.
JML.
We...
Nanner boy. Nanner boy.
Dude, that was border.
Erlingus.
I was going to say,
oh my
yeah.
God, jeez.
Yeah.
Nelly.
I watched your interview with Peter Forsberg when I was away.
Okay.
I watched it. It was outstanding. He is one. I was telling a friend of mine, you know those athletes where you're still like, whoa, this is, whoa. You know,
No,
like, whoa,
Vic,
this is, whoa.
Kreckman texted me in the
He's
middle
one of
it.
those guys.
Kreckman texted me in the middle of it, and he said, are you lost in his eyes right now? And I was. He's got an aura. I don't know.
There's something about him, dude.
Yeah.
There's something about Forsberg. He's just so like, he's so easygoing and relaxed. He's just relaxed all the time and just like, yeah, it's not that big.
The cheer. So Magnus Arena, it's virtually sold out. I don't know if it was or not, but it looked like it was. And the cheers for Sakic and Forsberg last night in Footer were, I mean, you fans are awesome. I mean, you really are. Even the youngins were going crazy for the legends. It was really, really cool, man. Joe didn't play and Adam didn't play, but Peter did, and boy, he wanted a goal so bad. Let me give credit to Matt Davis, two-time national champion for the DU Pioneers. He stared down, I did an interview with him in the second intermission. He stared down a breakaway by Peter Forsberg, and he stopped him on numerous occasions. I mean, some great shots, and Matty Davis made the saves, but he stopped him on a breakaway, and I'm like, there are not too many goalies on this planet who have stared down a breakaway from Peter Forsberg and lived to tell the tale, right? It was just so much fun. Everybody had a great time. It's 7-7 through regulation, so you go to a shootout. I think it was 7 shooters. Both goalies stopped everything. Max Lacroix, Eric's son, and the late, great Pierre Lacroix's grandson, who is a goalie at BU, played for the Avalanche. And he stopped everything, too. I mean, both goalies stopped everything. And then the Pios scored. Dylan Gambrell scored in a shootout and won it for the Pios late 8-7. But it was just so much fun to see those legends. And for those guys, and I'm on the DU bench talking to those guys, like, man, it's so cool to see Peter Forsberg.
Of course.
They were loving to play against these guys. Even guys who played in the NHL, even guys like Troy Terry, who are playing in the NHL.
It's like a local baseball team. It's like, hey, you want to play against Vinny Castilla and Larry Walker, and you know what I mean? Like,
hey, it's Peter freaking Forsberg.
Yeah.
You know, it's Peter Forsberg. There aren't many athletes, again, around that elicit that kind of reaction.
Yeah.
Vic, he fed Hayduk for a goal. And I'm like, oh my. I had flashbacks to 25 years ago. I'm like, those two?
I wish you would have hit
Holy
Matty
cow.
Davis with the postage stamp goal. That would have been nice.
Peter shot first in the shootout, and obviously it was stopped. But he wanted one so bad, and the crowd would have went crazy. But he played great.
Let me tell you what's great.
It was fun. Much fun last night.
I just rewatched this. So it's during the first intermission, and Kiefer's talking to Tyson Berry, who's got a beer in his hand, and then drops an F-bomb right there on live TV, and then Kiefer screams and runs away from him. Tyson Berry, by the way, it just announced retirement. So his career is now done. I don't know. Did that happen during the broadcast last night? Because I see NHL 50 minutes ago said Tyson Berry's calling it a career.
Well, yeah, and he played in Calgary last year, but was down to the 8. I mean, he's been around for an awfully long time.
Yep.
I mean, awesome defenseman for the Colorado Avalanche. He looked great last night, too. Peter Mueller. Vic, do you remember Peter Mueller came over in the Coyotes trade years and years ago, and Rob Blake ran him in the inboards? Okay. One of my favorite all-time players. Peter Mueller just won a championship in Europe, and then so he's a month removed from retirement himself. Like, some of these guys can really still play the game. Cogliano was the number 1 star. He can play the game. Helmer looked great. A ton of the DU guys were flying out there.
Was Peter Mueller
awesome.
The guy that I thought was Brent Burns at the golf thing that Friday?
Yes.
He did look kind of like him. I don't know. I don't know if it's
because
just
he's
a
got the beard going on.
Yeah,
but Mueller was, oh, man.
Hey, Moj, what's up with EJ? Does he still want to play?
I think he still wants to play, but he's kind of like, I don't have to play. You know, we'll see what kind of comes up. There's still time. I asked Dylan Gambrell the same thing. He, of course, right now as a UFA, I'm like, what do you want to do? He's like, I'm cool. I'm taking my time. I haven't signed with anybody yet, but it's cool. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of offers come EJ's way, whether it's here or someplace. I mean, I'm not talking here, but like the U.S. or someplace else. I don't know. We'll see.
Not to switch to football, but on that subject, last I checked, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've been gone a couple of days, Justin Simmons is still available, right? He hasn't
Correct.
signed anywhere.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, he has not.
That's crazy. An entire training camp, but I guess he didn't need to do it.
You know what's crazier? No room in Denver for Justin Simmons. They're good. They're fine. You know what I mean? Like, they're at the point now where they don't need Justin Simmons. It wouldn't even, it'd be nice to have him.
Some team will, though.
Oh, sure.
This is the day.
Yes.
Today, tomorrow, after all these waivers and all this stuff, this is the week.
Well, Justin kind of did this last year, right? Where he
just
waited.
chill.
Now, it wasn't this long, but he waited deep into camp before he signed with Atlanta.
Correct.
If I remember correctly, I think that's what happened. Anyway, just quickly, Mose, before we move on, you talked to LOC.
Talked to LOC last night. By the way, he looks great. He's back on the ice.
Because he has the same hip injury that he had last year, just in the other hip.
And it's not as bad.
Okay.
So he knows the whole. I think if a guy goes through one thing, he's like, I got this. I know exactly what to expect and what to do, and it's not as bad. He looks great. He's excited to get back. And again, once you fix these, you're good.
He said, if I remember last year, we talked to him at the Food Bank of the Rockies tournament that they do every year, and he goes, it's not bad. He goes, it's just tedious.
Right, that's exactly right.
It doesn't hurt, it doesn't do anything, but it's just like tedious work to get this back to where it needs to be.
But he looked great. He was on the bench. Former Avalanche Joe Colborne was on the bench for the Pioneers. He's finally healthy and looking good and feeling good. It was just the whole thing, Vic, was really well done. So I'm going to credit Julie and JML and Kiefer for and all the people at DU for putting this together. Everybody was into it, and I'm talking to Coach Gwozdecki. This is after the second period. I go, these guys are they're amping up here. He goes, if it's tied late or it's close late, he goes, you watch and see. He goes, somebody may even block a shot.
Yeah.
And you know what? And guys were sacrificing in front of their own net. It was hysterical, and it was awesome. I mean, they really went for it late. It was really, really cool, man. Just a great night overall.
We talked about this a lot on Friday. Vic, you missed this, and if you didn't hear it, I'm going to have Nelly cue it up again. It's one of my favorite things that I've heard in probably years on this show. There's audio clips that stick out in my mind forever. It's Jesse Spins thing. It is Fat and Sassy Lady. It's Sweet Lucy getting run over in the driveway. Like, there's a few. I think this one's going to stick around.
Wait, can you imagine coming to this program as a new listener and going, what do you mean, Sweet Lucy getting thumped in the driveway?
Yeah.
And like people are like, what?
I want everybody to be.
Explain, yeah.
I want everybody to be in on the jokes, but we can't do this for everything. Vic, here is Jerry Jones talking to Michael Irvin on a podcast about Micah Parsons and an offered contract that he gave to him and his agent.
When we wanted to send the details to the agent told us to stick it up our ass. Wait. Now, see, just so you're clear. Wait. What do you mean? So wait. What do you mean? Because people want to ask. Mike and I talked. Mike and I talked, and then we were going to send it over to the agent. And we had our agreements on term, amount, guarantees, everything. We were going to send it over to the agent. And the agent said, don't bother.
So, yeah. Jerry Jones saying that is going to stick in my head forever, I think. What's going to happen here? Because I'll give you a couple updates. Couple updates is this. Jerry Jones is talking wild trash about this agent. Micah Parsons has, if you're into this kind of thing, removed anything Cowboys related from his social media accounts. His header picture is now a picture of him when he's at Penn State. And now Micah Parsons was falling asleep on a training table during their final preseason game. He was the only one, by the way, not in uniform for the Dallas Cowboys during that. What do you do here?
And you can't, if you're Micah Parsons, look, I understand what you're trying to make a statement to the franchise, but you can't do that against
No, he
your
looks like a
teammates.
child.
Yeah, you look like an absolute baby. You can't do that. So that was embarrassing for him. And now
you're
Brian
right, Moser.
Schottenheimer.
That's disrespecting your teammates, not
Right.
Jerry Jones.
And he's never disrespected his teammates in this entire process. He's been there. He's at camp. He's in his uni. But that was so over the top. And Brian Schottenheimer's going to have to talk to him today. But, Vic, this is Jerry Jones' MO, and you probably know it going back to the days over 30 years ago when you covered him. He likes to bring players into his office by themselves and work things. He pivots the convo from, hey, how you doing? Hey,
how's the family?
How's the family? To let's talk about your deal,
$200 million in guarantees. That sound good to you?
So then he thinks he's got something, but the agent's like, no, you don't do this without me.
This is the only issue that comes up when the owner is also the general manager, because emotions get in the way of deals.
Yeah.
And when the owner gets emotional and he's also the general manager, you're done. It's pretty much over, which is why, people always say, what role does the agent play in a lot of this stuff? Well, the agent takes on the emotion so that the player doesn't have to. Moj, you've heard those stories about when hockey players had to go to those, what did they call those old, when they had to negotiate a contract and they had to meet face-to-face.
Oh, arbitration.
And the players would walk away from those arbitration meetings in tears, literal tears, because they were told they were this and that, not good enough.
It's the
and
team's
it got
job.
emotional.
Yeah, it's the team's job to beat.
Yes.
Even if you love the player, but it's the team's job to point out every little thing about you that's not good.
So when you're owner and you're in charge of the purse strings of the franchise, is also the evaluator and general manager and the person who assesses contracts, this is what you get.
You can't disrespect somebody as good as Micah Parsons. You can't.
ESPN just came out with their 2025 top 100 rankings, and Micah Parsons comes in at number 9. That's how good of a player he is. That's how important he is to this league, to that team, and so on. If I'm a Dallas Cowboy, I cannot envision going into week 1 against Philly without Micah Parsons.
Moshe, I just clicked on that.
Yeah?
There's already a giant mistake that I've noticed at number 98, which is Garrett Bowles. They have the 98th best player in the league.
For the Seahawks.
They have him as a Seattle Seahawk.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Micah Parsons ought to go back and play college a year or two, because Penn State may win the national title this year. They're loaded. They are loaded.
We'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure
it. They got their entire backfield coming back.
I'll never not laugh at that. I think it's amazing.
Well,
hey,
we talked about it last week, Vic, on Friday. There's something about an old Southern guy when he says something like this and something like that just sort of stands out a little bit.
Just for a couple of minutes. We'll get back to football in a second. Remember how we were just talking about how Tommy Fleetwood has never won a tour event in his life, and he's finished top 5. He's finished second multiple times. He just can't find a way to do it. Well, he chose the final tournament of the year, the Tour Championship, to win $10 million in his first W of his career, which is it's pretty nice. I won one tournament in my life. It got me $10 million when I did it. Pretty sweet.
Yeah, and he was a good 2 shots ahead there going into the final hole and didn't have to sweat it out too badly. Found some room for error, hooked his approach shot on 18, but only had to do his 2-putt to win the tournament.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch him finally exhale after that. Did you see him just, yeah?
Oh, for sure.
And you know what? You know you're a good guy when everybody else on the tour is rooting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody.
Yep.
Well, he had the same opportunity because he'd never won on the PGA Tour. And again, he's been regarded as a top 10 player on the planet for almost a decade, right, Vic? Something like that. I mean, he's always there. He just never could win. So late June at the Travelers, he blows it on the last hole and lost to Keegan Bradley. A couple of weeks ago in Memphis in the St. Jude, he blows it down the stretch and doesn't even get in the playoff, and he had the lead then.
Yep.
So for him to hang on to overcome those 2 blowits and to hang on to win, it's a very, very popular win on the tour in addition to with the fan base.
I'll tell you what's especially great about this.
That he beat Patrick Cantlay.
That guy's got to go.
I can't.
I can't. can't be allowed.
No, I can't either.
Remember when I said my reasoning behind why I wanted the tush push banned in the NFL is because it's boring, and I think sports should they should step in when something is just not aesthetically pleasing for the sport. Even though there's it's not against the rules or whatever, you need to step in and be like, this is not allowed. If you do this again, I'm docking a stroke or something. You can't allow this man to do it.
You're talking about him taking so long to hit a shot.
You can't take 40 seconds lined up over the ball to hit a shot. Okay? You can't do it.
My younger brother.
And by the way, he was criticized. Cantley was criticized all weekend long. It wasn't just the final round. It was the entire weekend.
My younger brother is sort of in one where he's overthinking his shot, and he's doing the pre-shot routine where he's going over and over. And I finally told him, I said, I'm not playing with you till you fix that.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
I don't blame you.
I'm not going to sit there. I can't.
It affects
I can't
your
do
mood.
It. I mean, seriously, you've played with those kind of people before.
It's terrible.
You've played with those people before that take forever to hit the ball.
We all will agree on this. You don't care if the guy you're playing with sucks. You can be bad at golf. Just be bad in a hurry.
100%. I got paired with a kid, I don't know, a couple years ago, and he goes, hey, I'm kind of a slow player.
Immediately, you're
all right,
like, no.
And I go, I'm sure it'll be fine. I had absolutely no idea, dude. 3 holes later, I made up an excuse that I'd eaten a bad burrito and I took off.
Like, what was he doing? Give me an example of a slow player. Give me an example of what. Here's what I don't like.
Dude, line up the shot. I mean, we're talking about, let's say in the middle of the fairway, lining up this, behind the ball, not once but twice, standing over the ball, a waggle. I mean, tons of, Sergio waggles, like Kevin Na-like. I mean, it was excruciating.
Go.
Because all of us, what do? We step up to the ball and we hit the damn ball.
Yep.
We step up to the ball. It takes us a couple seconds, maybe a practice swing, and we hit the ball. That's it. I don't know. Look, I'm also not playing for millions of dollars, but yeah, that dude.
Neither is the guy that joined you that said he's a slow player. You're not playing for any money.
It was excruciating.
Line up and shoot. We have to get to which player was in the groove from the final preseason game in just a second, as well as I was looking at that list. ESPN has they got a big problem here with their top 100 players in the league, Moj. A huge problem that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Hey, speaking of the clock ticking, if you've been interested in an electric vehicle like the awesome all-electric Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mustang Mach-E, in addition to many other models and brands, you got to get to Silterhar Motors in Broomfield before September 30th because that's when all of the EV federal tax incentives are going away. And right now, get this. You've got 0 interest for 72 months and lease credits up to $11,000 off right now on those EVs. You got to take advantage of it and do it before September 30th. Greg Larson and his staff are excellent. They're going to take care of you at Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield or shop online and pick something out ahead of time. STHmotors.com. That's STHmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, we'll get to who's in the groove in a moment, but just quickly here, Moj. I was looking at this top 100 that ESPN has out of players heading into this season.
Interesting. There's only 3 Broncos on it.
Nick Bonitto's not one, really?
Which I think is absolutely insane.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
How is Nick Bonitto not a top 100 player in this league, Vic? According to ESPN.
I don't do these lists. You guys get crazy about these lists.
Surtain is, what is he, 6?
6.
Yeah, so he's 6, and then it's...
Surtain, Minor, Zach Allen, Garrett Bowles.
So 4 of them, yeah.
I mean, I don't do these lists. Let's come up with our own list and have somebody from another market get mad.
I don't like it. I'm allowed not to like it, Vic. I'm allowed. Nick Bonitto's a top 100 player. It has to be a simple oversight on their list. Has to be.
Could be.
Anyway.
I blame Legwald. He's in charge.
Who wrote it? Who wrote the list?
It's a combination of ESPN staff. It's like everybody kind of writes something.
Did you guys see somebody ask KD most recently on the Twitter machine, X machine, whatever you want to call it? A pretty poignant question. They asked, hey, KD Trey, they reached right out to him, what makes Jamal Murray so dangerous as an individual player and one of the best guards you've played against? Kevin Durant responded to that tweet by saying...
Pretty leading question.
Yeah, I know. Say something nice about Jamal. Yeah. He responded by saying, supreme shot maker from anywhere. And that's accurate.
That is accurate.
Hey, Moj, what do you like best about how nice and cool and awesome I am? It's like,
I don't think I feel that way. Well, yeah, right. If we're on stage, right?
Well, the fact that, Vic, you started this off with somebody asked Katie, I thought it might have been going in the direction of I don't think he's that good because he would say something like that.
No, Jamal Murray has respect around this league, but Vic, the art of the mid-range shot is it gone now? Is it history?
Well, I could say this about Jamal Murray. I don't think in the history of the Denver Nuggets organization, I'm trying to think just off the top of my head, who has made more memorable shots, Jamal or Joker?
Jamal.
It might be Jamal.
No, it's Jamal.
Now, Joker's made some, he made a couple three-quarter heaves. He made that three-pointer to beat Golden State, if you remember, that went off the backboard. He's made a couple game winners.
I would say the biggest shot, or the most memorable shot to me, probably is still Joker. It's that end of the shot clock against the Lakers, step back over AD.
Yeah. But the Jamal
Murray made a shot.
Jamal resume consists of that shot in that series, the one that clinched the series in Game 5, that shot, the one in Portland the year that they won the NBA championship to beat the Blazers from 3. He beat the Suns from 3 on one of those exact same type of shots. He's had a ton of game winners, daggers.
Well, we were we were just talking about the other day, Moj. When you have big playoff moments, they aren't always from your guy. The biggest moment of the Avs run to the Cup a few years ago was Darren Helm. Darren Helm's goal was like the biggest goal of that entire run.
Yeah. Huge goal. Hey, we may be wrong about something, Brett. Let me look here. Hang on a second. I just have to, right now, I have to sort of fix it.
What are you looking for? Are you scrolling through the entire top 100?
Well, people are saying that Bonitto's 38th, and I'm like, no, he's not. Jalen Hurts is 38th.
They're probably thinking NFL top 100.
The NFL top. This is the ESPN top 100. Okay, my bad. I didn't mean to hijack that. I apologize.
Trust your boy. I read.
So do I.
Nelly, can we get grooving? Give me a groove. It is time to pick.
Dig.
Which player from the Denver Broncos was in the groove
Easy.
For preseason game number 3? Moj, who's in the groove?
It 100% is Courtland Sutton. I mean, the back shoulder catch, Vic, on 4th down for a 43-yard gain and a touch. I don't need to see a damn thing else out of him. As far as I'm concerned, Courtland Sutton is the perfect Denver Bronco.
I think so, too.
I couldn't ask for another, as D-Light says.
Vic, who is in the groove from preseason game number 3?
Well, I mean, I hate to say it's the same guy, but if you're looking for someone to get a first down, score a touchdown, move the chains, it's Cortland Sutton. He is receiver 1. WR1, he could be receiver 1 and 2, all wrapped into one. He's the guy. He's been in the groove. It was a great signing. It was a great extension. He's a heady player, a leader of this team, and without him, I'm not sure where the Broncos' passing game is.
I'll give you who's in the groove that's a little bit different. I think Jonah Ellis has been in the groove all preseason. I can't wait for year 2 and what that brings for him. But how about this? How about Q Robinson with a strip sack in that game?
Yeah.
His first of his career, well, preseason, but still, first really big moment as a Bronco.
4th-round pick coming through. I like it.
That is who's in the groove. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com, the proud presenting sponsor of Who's in the Groove.
That song, see, this is way before your time, but I bet Vic got down to this hard.
Well, this sounds like some Jock Jams sort of stuff right here.
This is D-Light.
I don't like this song.
What?
Just being honest.
How dare you?
It's a little too frivolous, cartoonish, and I don't do cartoons.
Frivolous and cartoonish, you say?
I'm a meat and potatoes type of music listeners.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question? The Broncos played their starters actually quite a bit during this preseason. I know they didn't play for week 2, but got some run the first game, got 3 drives in the last game. Here is the list of starting quarterbacks who did not take a snap in the preseason. Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Baker Mayfield, Michael Penix, and Matthew Stafford, who was hurt for a lot.
Michael Penix.
Do you think that's smart for Atlanta not to play Michael Penix, who has barely played so far?
No, I do not.
No.
Like, is it?
I'm sorry for not paying attention to Atlanta Falcons preseason football. I'll say, you know what that is? That's my bad.
Everybody else in that list, I get. Those are quarterbacks been in the league like 7, 8, 9 plus years. Like, you understand. Penix is a little bit different story. Now, the ultimate question is, what do you stand to gain from, I don't know how many total plays the Broncos had, 16, 17, 18 as the first team offense? What do you gain from that?
Chemistry.
Okay.
Well, everybody you mentioned, I think, Vic, outside of Penix, has a legit reason not to play.
Well, Sean McVay, his thing is he doesn't think there's any value in getting starters in the preseason because he's never done it. Sean McVay has never done that ever.
And he has a Super Bowl under his belt, which is fine, which is good. I think it depends on the situation. I mean, when you're bringing in a Matt Stafford, for crying out loud, he doesn't need a ton of reps in the preseason, if any, to be honest with you. And again, if I'm Baltimore, you think I'm putting Lamar out there? No, I don't need to put Lamar out there. Philly does not need to put Jalen Hurts out there. No.
Oh, go ahead, Vic.
I just thought of something. Now that you mention it that way, every football game from here on out actually counts.
Yep.
No more of this fake stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They count.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Because I'll be honest with you, I can't watch the fake football. Like, I don't watch much of the other league. Why is he taking his helmet off?
What is the other league? What do you mean?
I don't watch the rest of the NFL fake football. I watched a couple Shedeur series, but I won't watch it. It does nothing for me.
I did it.
I know you did it.
I'm a psycho. I did it.
It does absolutely nothing for me. I've never been a fan of it. I never will be. It's not real. It's vanilla. There's nothing about it that means anything to me. I might as well watch the UFL.
Hey, did you guys happen to see?
Hold on. Why is it when I utter the same theme, maybe not the same words, because that was a little harsh from Vic, but I utter the same
What was so harsh about it? I'm being real. I mean, I'll give you an example. I'll give you Saturday.
I'll
give you an example. Saturday.
I get told to Jerry Jones that stuff when I say it.
You ready for this? There's a real football game on, college football game, and there's a fake football game involving the Broncos. I had both on my screen, but I'm not going to lie to you. I paid more attention to the real game.
Stick it up our ass.
You know what I did? This is the sicko I am. Broncos preseason game 1 TV. Lions preseason game, other TV. K-State, Iowa State on my phone. I was doing it all. I was trying to get mid-season form with my multi-view. I mean, I was trying my best.
And after the Broncos' first-team offense left the field,
how dare you?
I got one page of notes.
You missed Q Robinson's strip sack?
I saw it, but I wasn't really paying attention to it, guys. I'm sorry. I can't.
Okay, it's fine. Well, that's done. I got one other thing I want to mention before the break.
I'm excited that the games, now everything is real.
Great.
Competition is real.
I got something just real quick that I wanted to get to before the break because we brought up Michael Penix Jr. So there was an unfortunate chyron a week ago at a local Atlanta affiliate that had his name as Michael Penis Jr.
Yeah.
Did you guys see when he was walking off the field that final preseason game, somebody called him Michael Penis? And I thought Penix was going to drop that guy. He got right in his face. He goes, "What'd you say? Say it to my face. What'd you say?"
You're kidding. I didn't see that.
He does not like that at all. No,
Wow.
he does not.
Why would somebody say that?
Well, because they read it on a graphic.
It can't be a slip of the tongue.
Hold on. I think I got it. I think. Okay. You know what? You guys with your private shows today. Now Nelly's all into it. I'm trying to find the video because it was like Michael Penix doesn't. Gator don't play that.
Okay, if you find that, guess what? I
Go
got
make Gator get his gat.
I was up early over the weekend watching the European League of American Football. You guys ever watch that?
All right. Now it's time for
I
a
was
break.
watching the Madrid
It's
Bravos
time
versus
for a break
the
now.
Stuttgart
Now
Surge.
it's time for a break
And
now.
the
It's
Raleigh
time.
Fire versus
It's
the Nordic
time.
get to look forward to games that count. What's your confidence level like with the guys in this locker room as you approach the regular season?
Well, they all count. If you're going to strap it up, they all count. You want to win them all, but we're excited to start the season, get to week 1, and then see what happens.
Bo Nix after the game. Hey,
No, don't start counting.
I will start counting. Hey, anybody from the Broncos facility, if you're at Dove Valley right now making those crucial, tough decisions to get down to 53-man roster, do me a favor. Do it now. I was expecting during the show we were going to have some discussions on people who are exiting, trying to find new places to play and stuff like that, or making waiver claims or something. Give me something.
Why would they do it now? They have until 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Because I need things to discuss from roster cuts,
Carl.
Vic. That's why. Couldn't throw me a bone?
I can tell you that the Raiders are looking for a veteran backup quarterback, losing Aiden O'Connell for 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah. Sam Ellinger?
Well, I'm just saying, keep an eye on some of those backups. I mean, maybe Cleveland is not going to keep 4 quarterbacks.
If you're the Raiders right now, do you call the Browns?
Yeah.
I think they want a veteran though. They want somebody who's been around. Carson Wentz just signed with the Vikings. Did you see that?
Yes. And that's because the Vikings just traded Sam Howell to the Eagles, I believe.
Yeah. Sam Howell's been on 4 teams in 4 years, something like that.
Do you remember when he started his entire rookie year in Washington? They're like, thanks, see ya.
Well, and he beat the Broncos, did he not?
God, did he?
Didn't he beat the Broncos 2 or 3 years?
I think you're right. Yes, that was that weird game.
33 to 30.
The Broncos were they had a huge lead,
right,
and then they blew it. God, you're right. Hold, please.
I'm pretty damn sure.
That was September 2023, and the Commanders won 35-33.
Yeah, there you go.
Hang on, I want to see if my memory serves me correctly.
Wow, Sam Howell completed 27 passes, 299 yards, 2 tutties. Not too shabby.
Yeah, the Broncos were up 21-14 at halftime, and then gave up 21 in the second half to lose.
That's what it was.
Well, they were up 21-3 with about 6 minutes left in the half.
Yeah, they were kicking butt, and then Sam Howell did some Sam Howell stuff because Taylor Heineke was already gone or he was hurt, or I forget. I forget. Look, I'm not really big on Washington football before last year and Jaden Daniels. Okay,
yeah.
So I kind of forget, but I remember that game. Sam Howell led the Washington Commanders to a comeback win against the Denver Broncos. I do recall that.
So as we await some of these cuts,
but yeah. So again, this is when I talk about the injury factor. How fortunate are the Denver Broncos that you don't have a guy? I mean, O'Connell broke his wrist, right? He's got a broken wrist.
Yeah.
I mean, you've come through relatively outside of Henningsen and a couple banged up here. Greenlaw's going to be fine. Right? Everybody's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Outside of that, you have come through relatively unscathed, and that's the most important thing because some other teams, man, they are really hurting. Nelly, you talked about it last week when you brought it up during the appetizer. If you can fog a mirror right now, call the 49ers and see I can catch the football because they got nothing.
Yeah, I don't see, by the way, any update on Blake Watson, who limped off, went to the locker room, didn't finish the game. I don't see any updates on him. Again, he felt like a prime practice squad candidate to me. My big question for today, it's very simple. I think if you are a casual Broncos fan, you can name 49 to 50 guys that are going to be on this roster.
You should be able to.
My question is, are they going to find a couple more trades before tomorrow at 2 o'clock? Are they going to find, are they going to try and deal one of those interior defensive linemen? Are they going to find a partner for Damari Mathis? Are they going to, any of that stuff?
And this is all, you're not looking for players from other teams. In terms of a trade, right now you're looking for picks.
The only thing that Payton talked about, and I don't think this would be a trade, but maybe a waiver claim would be one of those H-back type of tight end guys, depending on the status of what Atkins is going to have. Because I don't think they're going to put Atkins on the IR. They said he should be healthy. He should be healthy earlier than a 4-week mandate if he starts the season on IR. And I think the rule is you can only do that for 2 players, where you put them on IR for that short term before the roster cutdown day.
Also, if you go back to Friday, Leggy said the Broncos released fullback Mike Burton on Friday, move guard Throckmorton from practice squad to the active roster. And again, Throckmorton, man, I thought that I just love that block he had that sprung.
He made a
RJ
case.
Harvey.
Yeah, he made a case to try and make the roster.
As well. So Burton is a classic situation, and again, he's a guy the Broncos liked. But it's a classic situation of you can't do what? Can't make the club in the tub.
Yes.
Right? So you bring in Prentice, a former Saint, and if you're Burton, you're already going, oh, God, here comes one of Sean Payton's guys. I mean, yeah, so he likes to have a fullback on the roster, so there's a spot right there.
Was Prentice there when Sean Payton was there?
Well, I'm sure he had to have been. The guy's 28 years old.
We got there in 2021, so yeah, is that
he was
the ass end of Sean Payton's time there? Yeah, but I'm wondering, are they going to deal a couple more players in the next, 25 hours, whatever, 26,
So
27?
if you're another team, you want Damari Mathis, or even looking at Audric Estime. We went through this on Friday. Do you wait it out, or do you probably say, "Oh, here, take a seventh"? I mean, what do you do, right?
I don't think Estime's getting a pick.
I don't think he is either.
I don't think he's proven enough.
I think
Devon
right.
Vele proved that he could be a serviceable wideout in the league that you could use, who's big-bodied with sure hands. Like, again, we talked about this, Moj, but Vele is he's a guy that he entered the league and you're like, this guy's a player. But it was also like immediately, this is all that guy is. He's just going to be this guy forever.
And I think it sounds like a pejorative that he came into the league with his ceiling. He brought his own ceiling with him to the league, but that's kind of what it feels like. This is who he's going to be, and he's going to be a guy that can help a football team. No doubt about it.
It's also tough when you enter the league at 26 years old.
Correct.
I mean, people can do this. You enter the league at 22, you have a season like that, they're like, hey, in like 3 years when he's 25, maybe he'll be something more than that.
He's not going to grow anymore. He's not going to get faster. He's not, all this kind of thing. Yeah. So I'm waiting here too, just like you. I'm very curious, and I'm also very curious to see who they like. I guess I'm a little bit surprised that who's the wideout that just got cut?
Joaquin Davis.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he's already gone and not trying to practice squad him.
Well, I think
I think that's a spot for Courtney Jackson. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they have plenty of guys at wideout that Joaquin Davis, Courtney Jackson, that would be practice squad dudes that you'd love to keep. I almost think if you're in the position of those guys, I would rather like the preseason game ends and you just tell me immediately like, hey, you're waived. We're going to give somebody a chance to claim you. If not, you can come on back. Like, I'd almost want to be told that earlier rather than later. Did you see Ben DiNucci, by the way?
I did, but real quick, back to what Leggy said about that the way they do it now, where everybody's cut at once, that the league prefers that. And that even he said the players prefer that. But
sure they do. They want time.
Yeah, but if I'll go back to TJ Ward. Well, the Broncos kept him around too long, and then he caught on with Tampa. But my point is that if I was a veteran guy, and I knew I could still help a team, and even my team thought I could still help a team, and I knew I was going to get got, I would want to be gone as soon as possible to hook on with another team as soon as possible. That's what I would want to do.
I think so too.
Not swim in this giant pond as Vic was talking about, a giant pond of 1,000 guys.
Yeah,
and you're just a little fish out there, and hopefully you get hooked.
Like give me as much time as I can and as early as I can for guys to get clean looks.
I'm a safety who can play, but maybe I'm making a little bit too much bread, and there's a logjam with some kids at my position. Hey, man, you let me go, and all the other teams around the league going, oh, we could use that guy. We could use that guy. I said, right now it's like, and maybe look, every team does its due diligence, but now it's like, now I'm swimming in a pool of 20 other safeties who are on the market, or 30 other safeties who are on the market.
Yep.
And it just doesn't seem, as
It felt largely, what's the word I'm looking for? Not inconclusive, but just like, I don't want to say meaningless, that final preseason game, because that's usually where that 52, 53-man guy on the roster are like trying to battle for a spot. It really didn't It felt like these decisions have been made for a while, I guess is what I'm saying. Like they've had a very good idea of who's on and who's off. I think the only question now is the guys that we are willing to part with, can we get something in return? I think that's kind of what today's going to be about and tomorrow for the Broncos.
Would you be surprised if they added some depth at, I don't know, offensive line, if possible, through the waiver wire?
Maybe.
Nope, I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe.
Would you be surprised if they went out and got another tight end?
That one, no. Now, again, it's all dependent on
linebacker. Inside.
I think they're pretty.
I think they're pretty good
okay.
too. Vic, I feel pretty good about Lavelle Bailey, by the way, played.
I like him a lot.
Yeah, he played plenty. I mean, you're talking about guys who I think in the preseason they showed out pretty well. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And you're talking about 53 spots, Vic. Now, again, I just get nervous. Vic, I said when Garrett Bowles went to the ambulance for his asthma, I couldn't help but think oh my God, they need a left tackle. My brain goes there because it's scary. Because in today's NFL, you can get really thin at a position really quickly.
Yeah, but
really quickly.
You know, nobody has a backup starting caliber left tackle. Nobody. It's like everybody feels like if my left tackle gets hurt, we're screwed. Everybody feels that way. There's no
Well, you saw what
you think
Chargers did.
Rashawn Slater's buried on a depth chart somewhere for something that doesn't exist.
But let's say you're a team like the Los Angeles Chargers of Anaheim or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And Rashawn Slater is gone.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, now what the hell do we do? Well, what you do is you throw Joe Alt in there. You know what I mean? A guy who's just a young stud.
But he was already playing. They were supposed to start together.
But you move him to the other side.
I think Slater was going to be the right tackle.
Oh, was he? I
think
really?
So.
So Alt was always going to be the left?
Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. I am totally unsure. But the point is, nobody's got the backup left tackle that you believe in. It's like, can we get by with somebody on the roster? And I actually think they feel okay with a guy like Matt Pert. Matt Pert, it looks like he can do that.
You know, you brought up something, and I'm going to knock on this hardwood as hard as I can. Most injuries occur, if statistically, if you look at it, in this first regular season game. When you're not going at all, you're not going full tilt, and all of a sudden you go from 0 to 100. So you hope Dre Greenlaw, you hope he stiffens up. You hope that. And a lot of these other guys
get emotional.
No, that's the banana.
That's the banana talking back
That's
at
the
me.
haunted banana coming back to get him.
Okay, hang on. Let's see if this makes sense to you. This is from AI. Of the 3,000,
yes, again.
Yes. Of the 3,025 injuries reported, this is during the NFL seasons from 2016 to 2020. 582 occurred during weeks 1 through 4.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
1,292 occurred during preseason. 53% of the injuries in the league occurred in the preseason. Yeah. Now, bigger rosters, I guess that kind of makes sense.
And a lot of players that wouldn't even make the final roster.
Okay, so here you go, Vic. This is the number you're looking for. 38% of the injuries occurred during weeks 1 through 4 of those seasons. Yeah.
Yeah, it's dangerous because they think they're going full tilt, but they're not, right? You think you are, but you're not. You know how it is, guys.
Yeah.
You've played sports before. Practice. Yeah, all right, let's go, guys. Full stop here at practice. You're really not. Back of your mind, you're not. When you're on the driving range, you're not. You're not playing.
Sometimes you stay at a beer fest all day and then you decide I'm going to go dead sprint at 12 o'clock at night, and then you pull a hamstring.
Hold on. Then what happens?
Then you have a limp for a week and a half.
Then your hammy explodes. You're like, hey, man. Oh, no.
It's what smart people do is just do that.
That is so funny.
Hey, did you guys see Ben DiNucci, just quickly? Ben DiNucci's tweet over the weekend. He said, nothing hits like an airport beer. I just got cut for the 7th time of my NFL career beer. Yeah. Those are always the nice ones. Everybody likes a good airport beer. I can't say that I've been a part of I got cut for the 7th time.
And then I was reading some of the replies. Then people start ripping him. Oh, you loser. Blah. To which he said, what are you talking about? I played on a Sunday night football. I played in one of those games.
Yeah.
I played in the league. I'm happy with what I've done. All these losers who rip these guys because they got cut, whatever. What have you done?
Do you know, to be a backup quarterback in the NFL means you are a top 64 person in the world at your job.
Hey, Brett, you and I had this conversation. To be an invitee at a preseason football camp.
Yeah.
To be one of those guys. We talked about Michael Bandy, right? He's always like running around like a bumblebee during camp.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of talent to get there.
Are you kidding? Again, you're like the elite of your profession to do that. I don't know. The 0.1 percentile of people? Like, it's insane.
It cracks me up when just randos say, loser.
I mean,
what have
the
you
guy
done?
who's saying that is the 4th best salesperson in his building. You know what I mean? By the way, I have what I consider to be one of the greatest post-game interviews you're ever going to hear. Bring it to you next. All right. I got a great post-game interview. So this is a man by the name of Tyler Phillips. You guys know who that is?
No.
Relief pitcher for the Miami Marlins.
Tyler Phillips, relief pitcher for the Miami Marlins.
Marlins radio network talked to him
Wait,
after he closed out a game.
So here's the thing. Should I know who he is?
No. But you will now. This is Tyler Phillips giving a post-game winning interview with the Marlins radio network.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Tyler, you threw 32 pitches yesterday. When did you know you were going in tonight?
When they call down.
And you were ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. They call down, I'm pissed off, I'm ready to go.
Why do you get so pissed off?
I don't like hitters.
How did you get through that 9th?
Throw the ball over the plate.
How long does it take you to cool down after a win?
I never cool down.
And the slapping, what was the level of slapping when you came on?
Pretty hard, my face is hot. Yeah.
How important was it for your team to get this win today?
It's big. I mean, every win's big. It doesn't matter what the record is. Every win's big. That's what we're here for. It's to try to win the game.
What has this organization helped you unlock for your career this year?
I think just be yourself. Go out there, do what's you. Whatever's going to make you successful, that's what you do. And this team, I see it. We're a lot of young guys, and when you play for each other, have some fun with it, that's what you got to do.
Great win. You're scaring me. Go to the clubhouse. Thank you very much.
That's a great interview.
Whoever
conducted that interview is good.
Yeah, he's really good, isn't he?
Yeah, let me say this as somebody who's done it a billion times. Vic, you have as well. Whoever that guy is, that guy did a great job because you get into these, Vic, and you know it's going to be, all right, here's 87 questions. But if you run out of questions that maybe you've even thought of, now you've got to listen to everything they say, and you got to be ahead. You got to do this. that guy was great. Whoever that guy is on my team.
Well, you got to. That's why I always find it, and you guys know me. I'm an open book. It's hard to interview Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray's. You better be ready to ask 30 questions because you don't know if his answer is going to be 1 second or a minute. You have no idea what you're going to get from Jamal Murray, as opposed to some dudes who just go, right? Those guys that just go.
Sure.
And you have
I don't know if that was a question.
That's a Jamal Murray interview.
Sure.
Sometimes you're like, what do you want me to ask?
And by the way, in that radio interview we just played, when he asked the pitcher, he goes, how much slapping did you need today? Whenever he comes out of the bullpen and he runs to the mound, he slaps himself in the side of the head to get him stoked.
So is it possibly a guy named Jeremy Taché? Taché, something like that?
Could be.
This guy is he's a new role as an in-game reporter for 2025. Could it be that guy?
I was pissed off. What pissed you off? I hate hitters.
It's great.
So good.
It's great.
It's great.
So that was
he was almost answering the questions like it was Family Feud Fast Money round. He kind of was.
So you telling me, Nelly, that was the radio as opposed to television?
Yes, that was the radio network.
By the way,
the worst is when you're asking questions and they just look at you. Well, there's no answer. They just pause for long look.
Right.
Like when Christian Brown paused at me with that gum incident.
Oh yeah,
you enjoying that gum over there?
Okay, so
long look.
What'd you say? It's too much in my mouth. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
It was an ill-advised comment back.
So it's Jeremy. It looks like he's got one of those little, what do you call the thing, the dash over the end, an accent?
Okay.
So that's who the guy is. Let's give him full credit. Jeremy Taché.
Why do you get so pissed off?
I don't like hitters.
It's a great answer. I used to say the same thing about pitchers. Pitchers suck. I hate them.
Hey, a couple things. Football is back. Vic, I know you were stoked for this weekend. I was completely pumped. I guess I'm the only one who watched UC Davis and Mercer in Alabama.
I watched Kansas, Fresno State. I watched K-State. I watched Stanford versus Hawaii.
I watched on Friday night, I watched Valor versus Pine Creek. Tough early going, and then Valor eventually did some Valor stuff. So congratulations to our colleague, Coach Sanford, on his first win at Valor.
Yes. Congrats, Coach.
I also watched, it's so funny because UC Davis is back from my hometown, the People's Republic of Davis. I also watched Folsom High School versus Grant Union High School in Sacramento. That was on ESPN as well. Did you know that?
I did not.
I watched that high school football game.
That's pretty neat.
Well, I'm just saying, it's a timeout when you got football that's real, that's in your face. I'm watching football all weekend long, Jack. I told you I watched the European Football League. I didn't care what it was. I'm all over it.
Do you know what's back now? What's so back? Again, that I had a 3-screen situation going on Saturday. But also, I'll tell you what's back. At the end of that K-State-Iowa State game, Iowa State looks like they score a touchdown with 2 minutes left to go up 2 scores on Kansas State.
Yes.
And then the dive to the end zone, the player's forearm barely grazed the grass right before he gets to the goal line. So now it's 1st and 10, and Iowa State says, you know what? We've won the game. Let's take some knees and get the hell out of here. Well, one bettor had $30,000 on over 50.5, which if that did cross the goal line, he would have won, and now he lost. It's bad beat season as well. We're right back in the thick of that, too.
Okay, if you have 30 G's on a game, I mean, who is that? That's a lot of money on a football game, dude, that you don't know anything about, playing in the rain in Dublin, for God's sake.
Yep.
I mean, that takes some colognes, Vic.
Bro, you've seen these stories before.
But if you're betting that 30 G's like that, you know, and leaving it up to I mean, look, man, I can imagine being the guy with 30 G's. You think you're in for a touch. You're like high-fiving everybody. Well, no, he was a little bit short. And then you start to see them genuflect. You're losing your mind.
There would be way too much anxiety.
You're losing your brain.
Yeah, I couldn't watch a game. It's hard enough watching a game when it's your team and you want them to win and you have nothing riding on it. Can you imagine having that kind of cash on a game?
I can't. I dare you. First of all, I dare you to come up with $30,000 to put on a football game. Second of all, I dare you to tell your wife or your significant other, ladies to dudes, because they just knelt down at the one, I just lost this 30 G's.
All right, so let me ask you guys both.
I mean, that's you might as well
right to jail right away.
Yeah, no, not even jail, dude.
Yeah,
that's you might as well, just drive to Peru.
Do you tell your wives, Brett, Mark? Do you tell your wives when you lose money on the golf course, and how much?
Yeah, because I don't lose that much. If I lose, I don't lose much
because I don't bet that much money.
Yeah. I mean, Vic, I'm not in this game.
Vic, I'm not saying I've never done this. And I don't know who on the show would say something like this, that they're down like $1,000 after a weekend of, playing golf. It's certainly not me. That's not what I do. I don't do that. I'm down, $10, $15, $20.
Vic, we swim, and I know it's not your doing because you have no choice. I get that. But we swim in different ponds, okay? I lost some bread to EJ last week. I won't say how much, but I lost some bread, but I don't think I told the bear that. I hope she's not listening.
I can't.
It wasn't enough to be like. It's not what Brett just said.
Well, when I was throwing bets down on games and stuff like that a couple of years ago, my wife would know all the things that I won. That I had no problem.
Sure, absolutely.
Babe, it's a 5-team parlay. Just hit $350. Nailed it. Had a few other bets that didn't go that way, but you don't need to know about those.
Talk about those.
Isn't this America? I'm on top. That's all you got to know.
Vic, do you? But do you?
Do I what?
Do you offer up the information unsolicited?
Oh, I always tell my wife when I win money, never when I lose.
Yeah.
Is that gum good?
Damn, it's too much in my mouth. It's too much.
Oh, wow. All right.
Christian Brown did not know what to do with you, dude.
Hey, it's an anniversary of sorts today.
What's that?
9 years ago to the day, the Avalanche hired Jared Bednar as their head coach.
Oh, wow. Was it this late? I guess it was this late in August,
because
wasn't it?
Patty just left, right? And left him sort of in a pickle to start the season.
What is he, what is he doing? I'll text him.
Yeah. 9 years ago today, Jared Bednar was hired on as the Avs head coach. And what is he? Is he second or third longest tenured coach in the NHL? It's him, it's John Cooper, it's
Sullivan's gone, so it's
Is it just Cooper
second,
and him?
Yeah.
Cooper and him. 9 years though.
Hey guys, I have two lists in front of me.
I thought you don't do lists.
I know, but these lists just came up. Which list do you want to hear? Is it
Couldn't care less.
Thanks, Coach.
8 athletes who became billionaires? There's only 8. professional athletes who became billionaires, or is it the list of the top 10 highest paid college quarterbacks in college today? Which list do you want?
I want both. I think I can do the billionaire list.
So can I.
All right. All right. So give me.
Okay. So current or former?
Yeah, current or former. Yeah.
Okay,
There's no way. First of all, I bet on my mother you will not get this list. There's two names.
I'll
on there
get
you'll
most
never
of them.
Tiger Woods.
Okay.
LeBron James.
Yes.
Michael Jordan.
Yes.
George Foreman.
No.
Hold on.
You guys got 3. One just became a billionaire this weekend. That's why the list is.
Is it Ronaldo or Messi? Are they one?
No.
It's not a soccer player?
Nope.
Wow. Formula One driver.
Nope. I watched F1 over the weekend. Great movie. Really
Yeah, I
enjoyed
gotta
it.
see that. I gotta see that.
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt's great.
I thought I'd be better at this. Why did I think I'd be better?
Those 3 are easy.
Think tennis.
Serena Williams?
No, this guy has his own shoe line.
Djokovic?
Roger
Roger
Federer.
Roger Federer, okay.
Yeah, his shoe line's killing it.
Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson, correct. You guys have 5.
Magic got his through business. I mean,
it doesn't matter. He's a billionaire.
Yeah, okay.
You'll never get
other
these last
business guy.
You'll never get you won't get them.
Give me a hint. Let me try. Give me a hint.
One is NBA. A little known name that play. He was a good player in the 80s and
Facu
a good
Campazzo.
player. No, he went on to start a line of franchises, made a ton of money, fast food, started his own business thereafter.
No idea.
Junior Bridgman, look him up.
Junior Bridgman's a billionaire?
Google him.
Wow.
What's his restaurant?
He started a chain. I can't remember what it was. Was it Wendy's or something? Look up Junior Bridgman.
No, Dave started Wendy's. How dare you?
Junior got money out of it. Check out Junior Bridgman and where he made his money. He started buying up stuff. Entrepreneurial. Scotty Hastings knows all about Junior Bridgman. Ask him. Wendy's.
I can't believe you said he started Wendy's.
I didn't say he started it. He started buying Wendy's.
Oh, yeah, okay. he has franchised over 160 Wendy's, 120 Chili's.
Wow.
Dude's a billionaire.
And he started a Coca-Cola bottling company that distributes Coke brands.
Dude's a billionaire, okay? And the last one, I can't even pronounce his name. He's a former Romanian doubles tennis player by the name of Ion Eseniak.
I was going to say that.
And he made his billion when he became an investor. That's all I know. Those are them. Billionaires who played professional sports. So when it's said, Peyton Manning wants to own a football team, or Tom Brady wants to buy a football team, good luck. There's a big difference between multimillionaire and a young billionaire and the folks who own these teams these days. Good luck.
All right, hit me with the other list. Top 10 highest paid quarterbacks in college football?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a crazy list. This is one that I did not expect.
I'm going to try and do this again. Is it Dave from Wendy's? Is he? Okay, so
number 8 on this list, we just saw him play over the weekend.
It's not Avery Johnson?
Avery Johnson.
Is he really?
$2 million a year, Kansas State.
Okay,
That's
hang on.
a ripoff.
Carson Beck at Miami?
Carson Beck is number 2
Arch
on
Manning?
this list.
Arch Manning's on there. That's easy.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Arch Manning is not on this list.
That's
You're
a
kidding
lie.
me.
He's not on
Bryce
it.
Underwood of Michigan.
He is on this list. Bryce
Well, yeah,
Underwood.
that's because they just paid him a bunch of money to go there.
Why you keep saying, when I get things right, why are you doing that's because I know. I'm saying it.
How about
Bryce Underwood earns
how about the
just
LSU?
up
How
$3
about
million.
the LSU kid, the LSU
Nussmeier. Grant Nussmeier.
Nussmeier is not on this list.
Oh, homeboy that's over at Oklahoma now. The transfer.
John Mateer. Remember,
Yes,
he was in the
John
news
Mateer.
last. Yes, he's on the list. He makes $3 million, anywhere between 2.5 and 3 million. Drew Aller from Penn State.
Oh, sure.
That kid's pretty good.
Dylan Raiola, Nebraska.
You're kidding? Well, hold on a
North of
second.
$3 million.
He was the number 1 recruit in the country. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Tracks.
Is he
gets paid.
Is he a sophomore?
Yes. No.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to be a sophomore, right?
Yes.
You know who makes a ton of money and plays for somewhat, this school's never been much of a powerhouse, but last year they shined. Your boy, Diego Pavia.
Diego!
Yeah. Diego returned to school. Remember, he got a special injunction to return to school.
Yes, he did.
I think he's back there for his 19th season.
Yeah, dude, you know what I would do? I would get special injunctions. If I'm making $3 million a year playing college football, special injunction me until I can't junction no more.
He ain't going to make that in the pros. He's making $2 million a year at Vanderbilt this year.
Hold on
the number one, according to this list, the number one paid college quarterback plays for Duke. Darian Mensah, highest paid quarterback in college football in 2025. He makes upwards of $4 to $5 million.
But you know why?
I don't
Because
believe
you know why, Vic? Because he came. This is the modern college football world. He played at Tulane.
He did,
and that's what these. You're an ACC, SEC, Big Ten, whatever. You're like Big 12. You're like, hey, you were great at Tulane for the Green Wave. How about 3.5 to come play for us?
I will give you
these
guys.
Are all. It's just all free agency. It's insane.
I will give you guys each $50 if you can name the first school Diego Pavia went to.
Oh, is that in New Mexico somewhere? New Mexico Highlands or something like that?
Close, Vic.
Yeah.
New Mexico military.
Yeah.
What?
Something of that
Yeah.
nature.
New
Yeah,
Mexico
I remember
military.
reading about that.
What is New Mexico military?
His high school he went to in Albuquerque was called Volcano Vista, which is a hell of a name. I like that a lot.
New Mexico military?
By the way, if that list does not have Arch Manning on it, it's a lie. I saw Arch is making like $6 million somewhere.
Hey, Bro Bible doesn't lie.
By sliced bread? Is that what you're talking about?
Bro Bible.
I didn't even realize New Mexico Military Institute was a thing.
It comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Sliced Bread.
Quick update, by the way, in the NFL. It's not a cut. It is an extension. The long-awaited Washington nightmare is over. Terry McLaurin, 3 years, $96 million is what it is up to.
Oh, no. Hold on. Oh, dude.
What?
Junior Bridgman is dead.
Okay.
He passed?
He died in March, man.
Oh,
that
that's right.
sucks.
He did. That sucks. You talk about making something out of his life. That dude used the NBA just as a springboard to his billion. Hey, how about Roger Staubach? Roger Staubach didn't get much money as a pro. He starts a real estate empire.
Well, again, the most famous thing I can think of is George Foreman with the Foreman Grill was supposed to be Hulk Hogan's, and he turned it down, or he didn't answer the phone call. Think about how much money you missed on that.
We have a prominent NFL player who ends his hold-in and got a contract
no way
extension.
you just said that. No chance you just said that.
If the next two words that come out of your mouth, if the next two words that come out of your mouth are Terry McLaurin, we are absolutely going to beat your ass.
Impossible that you missed this.
What did I miss? I'm reading my
Shut
phone.
him off. Shut him off.
No way.
There
is no way.
Off.
What did I miss?
You'll hear
Shut
it
him
next.
off.
So when I see his ass in that land, I'm going to beat his ass.
Update, by the way, in the NFL, it's not a cut, it is an extension. The long-awaited Washington nightmare is over. Terry McLaurin, 3 years, $96 million.
12 seconds later.
We have a prominent NFL player who ends his hold-in and got a contract
no way
extension.
You just said that. I mean, what happens? How do I say things?
Crank it up, Nelly.
What are you doing in the middle of me talking?
Dig. Oh, dude.
I think you become such. Tell me if anybody else suffers from
That's
this.
so apropos, though. Round and round, Vic. We go round and round. That's hysterical.
Tell me if anybody else suffers from this. You know, when you're at school back in the day and your teacher's talking, but you're just not. That's what you've become in my ear. Like, it's not hitting. It doesn't hit.
Yeah.
What was
it's just talk.
What was Mrs. Velociraptor's real name?
Miss Velocevich? She was a great teacher.
Okay. I met a guy up at Bears Art Show in Loveland a couple weeks ago who went to school with Adelio, okay? But he knew you and so on and so forth. And I was trying to talk to him about Miss Velociraptor. And he's like, who? I'm like, Miss Velociraptor, the famous Velociraptor teacher. He's like, I have no idea. Anyway.
Well, my point is, it doesn't resonate when you say it. It just doesn't hit.
I don't know how much differently I can literally lay out
Nelly, one more time,
perfectly
if
the
you would, please.
situation.
Can you replay that, please? This is literally how it went
Nothing
down.
sticks with you.
Update, by the way, in the NFL, it's not a cut, it is an extension. The long-awaited Washington nightmare is over. Terry McLaurin, 3 years, $96 million.
12 seconds later.
We have a prominent NFL player who ends his hold-in and got a contract
no way
extension.
You just said that.
So what do you think my brain was doing when you were talking about that? Where was I?
I don't know. Where was your... I don't know where it was.
And for you to have the balls to blame this on me when Moser heard it and Nelly heard it.
Clearly it's you because whatever you say to me doesn't hit anymore. It's just...
Nelly, turn your mic on for a second. All in favor that this is Vic's fault and nobody else's, say aye.
I'm not blaming myself. I'm not blaming myself. I think, you know what? Much like
it's
coaches.
Your voice. You see, your voice has hit the spectrum in his head now.
You know what?
He can't hear that
yes,
frequency
it's
anymore.
It's like a coach's voice in the locker room that just doesn't resonate anymore, and they got to send him out. That's what's happened with you. It doesn't stick.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Have I lost the room? 303-504-0925. Have I lost the locker room? Yes or no?
Well, clearly.
Well, for the one backup wideout, yes, I guess you have. But for your starting running back and whatnot, you're okay.
Oh wait, are you saying it's almost kind of like what Javonte Williams said to Dallas Cowboys reporters the other day? Is that what you're talking about?
What did he say?
Javonte Williams, according to DNVR, said the Dallas culture is, quote, more team-friendly than the Broncos. Quote, I feel like everyone really gets along. It's more genuine. Players actually hang out with each other off the field. I like it. It's like a family atmosphere.
The wrath of an ex. That's all that is.
Yeah. Sean Payton lost Javonte Williams somewhere down the line last year. He lost him.
Well, maybe Javonte Williams lost Sean Payton sometime down the line last year. I mean, it's a two-way street, bro. I can guarantee you if Javonte Williams could run the football for 1,000 yards, he'd still be a Denver Bronco.
Texture
what are you
says,
laughing at?
Wait, Brett, what's the straw pull for? I wasn't paying attention.
That's awesome.
That's my kind of texture.
So, as of right now, no updated cuts from the Broncos, really nothing from around the league outside of Terry McLaurin signing a 3-year extension for up to $96 million.
And I was under the impression, Vic, that, again, last week I thought that today would be the day when we'd find everything out, but it's tomorrow at, 12 noon our time? Is that correct?
2 o'clock is
2 o'clock our
official
time. Okay.
Waiver wire.
So it just feels like now there's a little bit more waiting, and then we're going to have to wait. Thank goodness we have college football to talk about this week.
Yeah. Brett.
And then because next week we'll obviously get into the Broncos an awful lot more leading. And can we make no mistake about it? They are going to spank the Tennessee Titans.
They better.
Well, they're 7.5-point favorites. They've opened up as touchdown and a half point favorites.
That is not enough.
Well, I'm just telling you where they are right now.
Vic,
it's the NFL, Moj. This isn't college ball.
I don't care if Cam Ward is going to be a future Hall of Famer.
Would you play college ball?
Yeah. This
The
defense.
Mexico military.
Yeah, pretty much. This defense against a rookie quarterback of any capacity, especially on a poor football team, they are going to kill them. If Tennessee gets to 10 points, I'll be shocked. So if you're talking about, all the Broncos need to do is get to 17 points and this thing's over. No problem.
Well, we have an entire week of Moser
Understood. But no, I challenge you to find a human being that can hear me right now or even lives in Tennessee to disagree with me. They
Moj,
know
it's the
they're
National
get,
Football League. I
Don't
think it'll
bring
be
that
closer
crap.
than you expect.
It's the NFL. Anything can happen.
Now, see, if you did your breaking news in that voice, I would be able to, it would resonate with me. I could hold, but you drone on. You'd be the only guy, Brett, who can announce, you could have an announcement saying that Bo Nix has been cut by the Broncos, and it probably wouldn't hit.
I really think that most people listening heard the same thing that we all heard, which was words exiting my mouth.
Well, how come I didn't heard them?
I'll tell you what, next time we have, I want some sort of breaking news to come in these final couple of minutes so I can just, all right now, there's breaking news. I don't know. I got to say something like that.
Or if you do it in your Hispanic commercial voice.
Yeah. That
Go outside, nerd.
Do it in your if you did that same story in that Cologne accent, I would resonate with
Look,
me.
I'm not a jukebox. I'm not going to do it I'm not going to do it on the spot for you, but if we get breaking news, I'll do it. If we get more breaking news here in the next couple of minutes, I'll do it. I promise. In the meantime, nothing to update as of now with Broncos cuts. The 5 that have been cut were all yesterday, which if you missed them, Joaquin Davis, big-bodied wide receiver. Joshua Pickett, cornerback. Micah Abraham, cornerback. Andrew Farmer, an outside linebacker. And Clay Webb, an interior offensive lineman. All of those guys have been released already and now awaiting the next, 30 that are still there. So we'll see. But
is Burton's gone?
I didn't see the Burton thing.
Remember, he got hurt.
Burton's gone.
He'll start on the PUP list or something.
Yeah, but Moj, they've already replaced that.
They have?
Yeah, that's Prentice.
Yeah, but what did I see? I thought Leggy said that Burton was gone. I'd have to look again. Help me out.
It could have been one of those released, waived things already. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Hey,
did you guys see what Shockey just posted? Did you know that the University of Oklahoma is selling post-game media access to hear from coaches and players, right? So you can hear from coaches and players moments after the game. And the cost of this access is $692 per person.
Wait, what?
Wait, for people to do what?
To listen to post-game.
Can they participate?
No, you're just watching and listening to the post-game.
Then why in the world would you buy that? You can get that for free.
Apparently, this is more detailed post-game. Who knows?
Here, guys, I got a way to save $692. Start a YouTube channel and then call yourself media. Boom. Now, all of a sudden, you got a credential. You're in.
Wait, guys, I just saw the craziest thing that our boss put on Twitter. Did you see what Oklahoma is allowing their fans to do?
It's not funny, Nelly.
I think it's
not funny.
I thought it was funny.
Oh, Vic, did you say something? I guess I didn't hear you.
Nelly, I'm not laughing.
Yeah, but we all are, dude, and it's good.
Take that L on the way out.
So wait, hold on a second. They're selling post-game access, but you can't ask a question. So will you just stand there like a bump on a log?
Actually, I think it's brilliant. It's a way to fund the NIL. If you're one of those loyal, crazy fans that they hang on every word, and they want intricate details of what happened after the game.
Hey, I have breaking news. Nelly, give me the sound. Bump that mic up. Give me that mic. Breaking news on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The return, 8 a.m. tomorrow. of ESPN's leading NFL voice, Adam Schefter.
Hey, all right.
There you go.
Adam
See, now
Schefter,
that resonated.
back tomorrow. Back tomorrow at 8 a.m. We'll talk to Shefty again. How about
Is this
that?
show over already? Today flew by.
It did.
Today's show felt like it absolutely flew by.
So, there's your breaking news. Adam Schefter makes his return tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Killer.
Leading up to, well, following Cutdown Day, and then leading up to, obviously, a week from now, we'll be having some real NFL football.
Dude, and tomorrow he's going to be busy. Tomorrow's going to be one of those shows where he's going to be easily distracted because Cutdown's going to be happening during the show.
Yeah.
During his time.
And we'll
on
have
the
to sit
show.
him. No, it's okay. Do your thing.
Yeah.
It's all
I
good.
will ask Adam Schefter. He would pay $692 to do a post-game listen-in in Norman, Oklahoma. We'll see his response to that. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
The devil works pretty hard, but Jeremiah over at Altitude TV works a little harder. And he was listening last week when you guys brought up that time that Moser used a teeth whitening device that uses UV light and it plugs into your phone.
Yeah.
And you may remember Altitude TV captured some of that footage during the game broadcast. Jeremiah dug it up. So thank you.
My man, Jeremiah.
You look like an idiot. Look at you.
Look
at this.
It's like you
This
got
is
a rat
real.
hanging out of your mouth.
Look how good my hair looked, though.
This is a real human being with a thing in his mouth.
I mean, it looks so ridiculous.
Flying Aer Lingus there.
Oh, jeez. Oh. Look at Maxie. Maxie's like, what are you doing, idiot? Look at Peter. He's like, do I have to be in this booth with this guy?
Yeah.
Go,
And then look, you tried to hide. You saw the camera, so you ducked behind your computer.
Such an idiot.
Peter used to make fun of me so bad for that. God,
I'm the one who released that video because I saw it in the truck, and I said,
Yeah.
I am videotaping this right now.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. I'm sure throughout the day, everybody will have you covered with the updates from Cutdown Day as they try and get down to a 53-man roster and so much more. By the way, coming up next is your 1-0 head coach of Valor, Mike Sanford and Raj taking over.
Congrats,
so stay
Coach.
tuned. Congrats, Coach.
He's got some hitters on defense.
He's got some hitters.
Yep.
We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you very much. Goodbye. Update, by the way, in the NFL. It's not a cut. It is an extension. The long-awaited Washington nightmare is over. Terry McLaurin, 3 years, $96 million.
12 seconds later.
We have a prominent NFL player who ends his hold-in and got a contract
No way
extension.
you just said that.
It's complete. Touchdown. Yes, it is Courtland Sutton. No recognition at all from any of the officials, but it is a score. Gets it off in time. This is the game for the Saints. Ellinger with a lot of time. Buying even more time. And up for grabs. Touchdown. Coming through is Rowan again. Boy, Ellinger back to help his quarterback.
We get into a lot of the decision making that puts together the initial roster, so not going to answer questions about our roster.
In terms of estimate, were you pleased to see us?
That said, I thought we ran the ball better. I thought Audric did a good job in general, yeah.
You had 8 to 10 plays you were telling us, and then you sent them off for the third series.
Yeah, and then I said 8 to 10, and it's not etched in concrete, right? You forgot that last part of it, so it wasn't etched in concrete.
Broncos complete a perfect preseason with a 28-19 victory in New Orleans against Sean Payton's old team, the Saints. And we're nearly at cut day, Coach. There's about to be 1,200 dudes without jobs coming up at 2 p.m. on Tuesday afternoon as we welcome you into the morning sprint here on a little bit of a gloomy Monday morning. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the 1-0 head coach. Congratulations on your first Colorado high school football victory. He's Mike Sanford.
Thank you, Raj. Glad I finally thawed out and I'm able to join you here without pneumonia.
Yeah, do I need to ring you out away from the expensive radio equipment?
So this program is not about me. It's not about my high school team. It's about covering the Denver Broncos and all great things in the sports world of Colorado. But quickly, that was the wettest game I've ever been a part of as a player, as a coach. It started about mid first quarter and did not stop, and it was sideways buckets in Colorado Springs. I find out from people in Fort Collins, wait, it rained? It was bone dry up here.
It's a monsoon.
And then, even in Highlands Ranch and Lone Tree, where a bunch of people live, they're like, yeah, didn't really rain at all. It's
hold
a nice
on, that's
sprinkle.
a lie. I was in Highlands Ranch the entire evening watching the game, and it poured all the time.
There were Colorado has so many different little microclimates.
Yeah,
though.
little pockets.
Can we agree on that premise? There were people in the Denver metro that asked, like, wait, so it rained? Yes, it rained. And the only thing that I learned about high school football versus college football, which I spent my last 20 years doing, you don't have an equipment manager that travels with you that has like 5 different changes of clothes. And you also don't have a change of clothes after the game for the bus ride home.
Yeah, you turn into a wet rat, you stay a wet rat.
And I stayed a wet rat until 1:30 is when I got to my bed up north in Weld County. And I was a shivering wet rat. I didn't want to wake up my wife. She was smart enough not to go to the game because she did not want to be, she's a veteran coach's wife. There's games that you just don't go to. She looked at the weather forecast and said, yeah, I think I'm going to miss that one. Yeah, she did. And she looks over at me about 4:30 in the morning. I have 7 blankets over me, and I'm shivering. And she goes, Mike, are you okay? I just
doing her best Tammy Taylor impression.
Yes. Did you win? Yeah, we won. Okay.
We sure did.
We're good. But how about the dang Denver Broncos, man? An undefeated regular season. You got to, preseason.
Regular season would be dope. I'll sign up for that right now.
Give me some Dolphins. What was it? What year did the Dolphins do it?
72 Dolphins?
72. Undefeated preseason for the second consecutive year. You had another slow start with the first team offense, but
77. Who is it? Who was the perfect season?
What was the Dolphins for sure?
I think it was the 72 Dolphins.
I just don't know. I think it was 72. Could be 73. But for the Broncos, you ended up getting the retribution of all retributions for Bo Nix, for Courtland Sutton. And Raj, that's not just a connection that hasn't necessarily come to life in the preseason games.
72. Why do I ever
doubt yourself? Don't doubt yourself. Raj, would you agree that of the 13 or so training camp practices that we witnessed, we didn't see the consistent Bo Nix to Courtland Sutton? That was the revelation that the Broncos needed yet again. And this entire preseason and training camp, I looked at every single checkbox that needed to be checked, got checked right in time. It was the perfect preseason, and he came out healthy. And
no drama training camp. Even Leggy, his most recent article on ESPN was talking about how Sean built the roster. And the lead is no prima donnas. And you feel that. everywhere. Like Jonathan Cooper was playing well into the third preseason game. The offense, while they went 3-and-out to start, they stalled and had a field goal. That offense wasn't coming off the field until they were successfully in the end zone. And I think everyone was kind of dialed into it. It didn't feel like a punishment from that first team offense. Zach Allen, while he doesn't get credited with the Jonathan Cooper sack, he's the first guy to get hands on the quarterback there. I thought that Pat Surtain in his limited showing against New Orleans was exactly what Pat Surtain is, like the best cover corner in the league. It was a good showing. And yes, you mentioned the connection between Bo Nix and Courtland Sutton. That dude is going to be targeted so damn much this year. Like if that guy doesn't see, how many targets do you expect to have him this year? He had 135 last year. 155?
You'd be surprised. I actually think that there's more quality in the overall pass catching realm for the Denver Broncos this year. When you have Evan Ingram, he's going to absorb way more targets.
Patrick Bryant for sure.
Patrick Bryant's going to in an upstart. Troy Franklin, man, a revitalized, improved Troy Franklin 2.0, baby.
He didn't do much in preseason game number 3. Yeah. Lucas Kroll had a nice little 25-yard reception down the middle.
Job, Lucas. Fired up for you, man. He's a ham and egger, man. Just a guy. Evan Ingram's the guy that's going to command a lot more targets. Hopefully Marvin Mims commands more targets. But yeah, the one question that I have, and I heard Vic Lombardi, like our guy Vic, love it. He was right. One thing that you came out of preseason games never feeling great about with the first unit offensively is what, Raj? The first unit, the number one offense never showed consistent
dominant rushing.
Amen.
And RJ Harvey didn't do anything against the Saints.
In fact,
we obviously didn't see J.K. Dobbins.
That was what I was going to get to right there. Because you and I were at training camp nearly every day that we could be, certainly every day we could be there. J.K. Dobbins is clearly, just for everybody out there, he is clearly your number one running back.
There's a reason why he didn't play.
He is head over heels better right now in terms of moving the sticks and getting the hard yards. And so when I had the questions maybe about the run game, the last really physical practice that we saw with every single starter a part of it, and that was the Wednesday, July 30th practice. That was the practice that Sean Payton saw that he's got his bell cow running back in J.K. Dobbins. RJ Harvey's going to be expeditiously grown to become a featured piece of this running back room, but he is not bell cow day one. That's J.K. Dobbins. And that's why he didn't play this preseason outside of game 1 where he got 5 snaps? Barely. Felt like he wasn't even in there. J.K. Dobbins is your RB1. He's your best runner. He's your most disciplined runner. He's your best pass protector. And Tyler Baday's making this dadgum roster. It's going to be Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Bidet that round out this running back room, and I think that's a good enough running back room.
And again, McLaughlin was not on the trip with the team. It was not because he was injured or because they didn't want to play him or because he's on the outside looking in. You just had a kid, and Sean Payton did address that at the end of the game, saying, hey, I don't want you on the trip. Go home, hang out with the new baby. I don't want to see your face around the airport. So that's the reason why McLaughlin didn't play. I'm still very comfortable that he gets in there. The reason why I think Bidet's job is Bidet locked up his job not on the ground yesterday, but in the kicking game.
Kicking game and the air, the passing game, the protection game. J.K. Dobbins is a bona fide pass protector. R.J. Harvey showed he's not ready.
No, there was one play in particular where he missed a chip. I can't remember. I'll have to look back on it, and we are going to have our big play replay coming up here in about 7 minutes. There was a chip that Harvey missed. I can't remember if it was Nix or if it was Ellinger who was in there. It was a little play action pass. He tried to get out to the flat immediately and screwed his quarterback. And I think a veteran running back there at least gets a chip on the blitzing player. and then goes out to the flat.
J.K. Dobbins is your number one pass protector, and without question, Tyler Bidet is your number two. Jaleel McLaughlin's your change of pace back, and what I would tell you, if anybody thinks there's redundancy between Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet, I think you're wrong, because I think Tyler Bidet's got more lead in his pencil to be able to handle some blitzing linebackers and be able to anchor down. Jaleel can do it, but he's not going to be your consistent third down back as a protector. Just a little light in the loafers. Little bit undersized to be that role, and Tyler Bidet, I think he adds about 10, 15 pounds over Jaleel.
Keeping it with the running backs, this is a guy who I thought over the last 2 weeks, I didn't really see a spot that he could really make the team, but he did get extended looks, especially in the second half. That's a guy, Audric Estime, 5th-round pick last year out of Notre Dame, 8 carries, 45 yards. He did scamper in for a 5-yard touchdown. Did he do enough to make it interesting come 2 p.m. tomorrow?
I think he did enough to make himself a viable pickup for another team. And I think that's why he was used extensively in the second half. It was if there's any way that Sean and George Payton could get some return on investment for a 5th-round pick from a year ago, potentially via the trade wire, they tried to, but I just don't think you're going to see that. If you do see a trade for a future 7th or anything for Audric Estime, that's a huge win for me. Because I just don't think Audric Estime fits into this equation. We could be surprised, though. We could be a surprise. It could be a Tyler Bidet gets waived or Jaleel McLaughlin gets waived, and Audric Estime is still there.
I think that's a big mistake.
It would be
if one of those two guys gets waived.
I agree. It would be a big mistake.
And I don't think you're going to use, like, Bidet, you really aren't going to use all that much in the return game. Certainly not in punt returns. Like, your punt return guy is going to be Marvin Mims.
Yep.
But if teams want to kick away from a Pro Bowl returner, an all-pro returner, and Bidet's your second option, he did enough for me to go, yeah, that guy can, I'm cool with him taking a ball out.
Plus, if he is the off returner and they do kick it to Mims, he's big enough to be a physical presence as a lead blocker on kickoff return to pave the way for Marvin Mims Jr. That's a really high-quality player with a lot of value, but make no mistake, his value to this football team is 3rd down and 2 minute, because you can't overuse J.K. Dobbins this season, or he won't be available in weeks 14 through 18. You won't. You need J.K. Dobbins healthy.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. On the other side, our final preseason rendition of our favorite segment of the week is the Broncos Big Play Replay. That's next.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and it is the opening slate of a full college football weekend in Circus Sports Colorado. It's got you covered. College football, I got a couple lines for you. One of them, my alma mater, Boise State, is a 6-point favorite as it travels down to Tampa, Florida, takes on University of South Florida. The crazy thing about this game, it has got an over-under set, a line set at 63.5 points. That would average over 31, 32 points per game or for each side. I would say that is a great opportunity to hammer an under without Ashton Genty for the Boise State Broncos. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way that it should be. You got the best odds that you can possibly find. You got high betting limits. You got tight money line splits. You got exceptional customer service that's going to treat you like a VIP. So if you want to get the best lines and you are a legitimate, serious sports bettor or just looking to get into the game for the first time, download the Circus Sports Colorado app today or visit circusports.com. Reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Monday, the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Coming up in about 25 minutes from right now, we will be joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas, but it is just after 10:15 on a Broncos Monday, and that means, even though it's still the preseason, Broncos are 3-0. It's time for a big play replay. Let's get into it.
Bring it, baby.
It's my favorite part of the week. I don't care if it's preseason. Broncos improved to 3-0, a perfect preseason, and it all starts with Bo Nix. Did we unlock an elite trait that Bo Nix has kind of over everyone at the quarterback position? It's the ability just to never get sacked, even though he's like inches away from the ground. He squeezes out of the pocket. He finds Tyler Bidet for 17 yards and a first.
Nix out of the gun. Pressure from the outside, and he eludes that and picks up a first down in the dump off. Here's Bode, former Missouri Tiger, now in his second season.
He eludes the sack on 3rd and 9, 17 yards. This, unfortunately, would end in a 32-yard Will Lutz field goal, but man, he does it better than most.
You're exactly right, and that's the number one trait that you hear Sean Payton pointing to in terms of the proof of concept for why he drafted Bo Nix and why Bo Nix is such an improvement and an upgrade over what you had several years ago in Russell Wilson, who just seemed to find sacks. Kind of like Shedeur Sanders, unfortunately, this weekend. Bo Nix just refuses to go down, and he's got this strange trait of just being so elusive and slippery when would-be sackers get near him and in his overall area. He is phenomenal.
Bidet gets down to the 16-yard line. Bo throws a really beautiful fade to Cortland Sutton that just doesn't link up. It was a ball that only Sutton could have caught. Kind of hits off of his hands, hits off of the helmet, and then goes incomplete. There's a pin toss to R.J. Harvey. Cam Jordan was that dude just never ages. Like, it's unbelievable how he's just the same player he was like 8 years ago. Cam Jordan stops Harvey for no gain. A Bidet screen goes like 2 yards. You have to deal with a 32-yard field goal to tie the game at 3. New Orleans would then take the ball back. Olave goes for a 7-yard tunnel screen. Rattler gets hammered on 2nd down, but there's a defensive holding call on Riley Moss. That was not the best play of the second defensive drive, though. It's Jonathan Cooper and Zach Allen teaming up the middle.
To the edge man who was coming off, and that was Jonathan Cooper, the outside backer. And he was contained, and he was right there, wasn't he?
Jonathan Cooper on the sack. Zach Allen, however, the first guy to get a touch on Spencer Rattler there. The pass rush continues to look great, even though Nick Bonitto, well, he didn't have to play.
What you're seeing right now is Jonathan Cooper reminding everybody, hey, I'm here. Everybody's talking about Nick Bonitto, the sack master. Jonathan Cooper, that was an effort sack. He stayed with the play longer than the offensive tackle did. And as Spencer Rattler stepped up in the pocket, the redirection from Jonathan Cooper just showed that the reason he's able to get his sacks and get his tackles for loss, he's got great football instincts. FBI, I call him. Football instincts. Jonathan Cooper, great play.
New Orleans would march down the field, but they get held on 3rd and long. They had to settle for a 49-yard field goal. Blake Grupe, that dude was like, he would have been good from 75. Everything he kicked was down the middle with yards and yards
Blake
to spare.
Grupe hints?
If you want me to hate him, add that to the last name. Grupe is good. 6-3 Saints. The Broncos would then take over. Harvey goes right guard 3 yards. Nick throws it away. There's a Davis unnecessary roughing call that saves this drive. It would have been another 3 and out. Completely saves it to Mario Davis.
And that particular play, R.J. Harvey showed his...
Oh, that was the one I was looking for. That was the missed chip.
He got trucked. And as a result of letting go of that chip or that protection in general, you end up giving way to what ended up being a personal foul to extend a drive. But you don't look at that as a positive play if you're coaching R.J. Harvey. He's got to do better. He's got to be more physical.
Second and long, though, they find a way to link up, and this was the first of many on this drive. Four receptions, 83 yards, and a touchdown from Courtland Sutton. This was his longest at 43.
And the play fake into the right direction. Nix, 7-11, wide open, and complete. More yardage. It's Sutton. And a big play inside the 30. So good sell in the backfield by Bo Nix for a gain of 43 yards.
43 yards to Courtland Sutton. It's not the first time that we've seen chunk play from these two.
No, and it's also not the first time that we've seen an off-schedule play from Bo Nix. On the move, throwing across his body, and Courtland Sutton just contorting his body on really this drive. There were 3 catches in particular that just stood out. Man, this is a dude that is on a mission to show that he is exactly who he has been compensated to be as a $93 million man.
Denver knocking on the doorstep. They would have 3rd and 1, but instead of just punching the ball up the middle, no, they go back to that big-time connection. Nix to Sutton, 19 yards on the back shoulder, and Denver's first-team offense is finally able to wrap up the preseason and get off the field.
And throwing for it. Middle of the field, and it's complete. Touchdown. Yes, it is Courtland Sutton. No recognition at all from any of the officials, but it is a score. I know it's a preseason, guys.
Nix picks up the slot corner blitz from Hugo Amadi, finds the back shoulder for his safety blanket and also his biggest target in Courtland Sutton. The Broncos go up.
And it was a different type of a back shoulder throw. A lot of back shoulder throws are, the air quote of it is really a fade ball or a go route down the field. This was a dig route. And the defender was driving on the inside shoulder. And I thought Bo Nix did a really good job of being on the same page, but also putting a ball away from where the defender was driving on the ball on a dig route. That is a high degree of difficulty catch from Courtland Sutton, and he proved exactly who he is.
Broncos go up 10-6. They force a punt. Sean Payton is challenging spots on the field in a preseason game. I love it.
Welcome back to New Orleans, Sean.
I'm here to win the game.
Sean Payton said, I'm going to choose violence on my return to New Orleans. Not only am I going to challenge, I'm going to challenge spots in this situation, I'm also going to take the team to the recent gravesite of Fats Domino, which was a really cool thing that I saw from the trip.
So successful challenge from, as my voice breaks, successful challenge from Sean Payton sets up a 4th and 1. New Orleans tries to go for it. Kellen Moore, you got to tell your buddy, he looked a little whiny. It was preseason week number 3, and he was whining about the virtual spot, and then he doesn't throw the challenge flag. He's a little whiny.
Because his team stinks. That's why. He's got a terrible football team.
Broncos would hold their turnover on downs. Lutz hits a 29-yard field goal on the first Sam Ellinger drive. But Ellinger looked pretty darn good. It was a solid game for the Broncos' third-string quarterback. He ends up, at the end of the day, 22 of 31, 198 yards, had an interception, but also throws for a touchdown. His longest of the day, a beautiful 27-yard dot to Lucas Kroll.
Plenty of time there to field, and complete inside the 5.
27 yards down the middle, just off the right hash, goes up, high points the ball. If one thing Sam Ellinger can do, man, throws a damn good deep ball.
And Sam Ellinger also plays much like Bo Nix, where he extends plays. He doesn't get sacked. There's a bit of an adventure every time that he is under duress, because it's not going to result in a sack, or it isn't very often, very frequently. He's got that same uncanny ability to elude the rush, evade the rush. I love Sam Ellinger, and I think he's actually going to be the backup for Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos at some point in the next calendar year.
Right before that, you mentioned his ability to scramble out of sacks. It was 3rd and 9. Same free blitzer, number 0, the inside corner, slot corner, Amadi, the one that Bo Nix was able to get around and have a big gain on. He does the same thing, but he finds Adam Troutman on the sideline. If you want to have a like-bodied and like-minded quarterback right behind your starter, Ellinger he's the poor man's version of Nix. Stidham's vastly different.
Do the Las Vegas Raiders need a really high-quality number 2 quarterback that they might be willing to overcompensate, overtrade because of what's happened with Aiden O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell out 6 to 8 weeks. Stidham is familiar with the organization.
Would the Broncos do that if the price is right?
What's the price? 5th rounder? 6th rounder? Is it worth it at that point? It's worth it for a 5th for me.
I'd go for a 4th.
I don't know if you can get that. Like, Anthony Richardson's going to get a 4th.
Anthony Richardson stinks.
I know, but
Jared Stidham's good. That's
right,
the difference.
But Richardson still has the, well, I can fix that guy.
No, they
first
can't.
round
No,
pick,
they don't.
Young dude.
3 years, man. This is year 3. There's too much tape on AR5. He is beyond repair at this stage of his career. Already.
Long 27-yard reception by Kroll gets the Broncos into the red zone, but they stall and unfortunately have to settle for a 25-yard Will Lutz field goal. They go up 16-9. They force a punt. There's a weird little pick play after a 13-yard drive where the Broncos and Ellinger were just marching down the field. Ball gets tipped, picked off, and then the Broncos just 2 plays later. It's the young man, Q Robinson, with a strip sack.
3rd and 6. Deep in their own territory. Pressure coming on shot. Ball's out. And it looks like Denver might have come up with it. Yep, they did. So a takeaway by the Broncos.
This is a guy that you love, the 4th round pick out of Alabama.
I do. I love to see Q Robinson out there, fully healthy, able to show his versatility, not just as an edge player, but as a space player for a converted safety to inside linebacker to then edge player. That's his journey at Alabama. And that's why I love this player, because I believe it gives Vance Joseph down the road the possibility of playing base defense against spread sets and have Q Robinson as that guy that can be essentially the big, I'm talking massive nickel in against 21 and 12 personnel, which is 2 tight ends or 2 running backs.
Q Robinson strip sack sets up great field position for the Broncos, and they would take advantage of it. 5-yard touchdown run from a guy who desperately needed to put good film on tape for his team in Denver, and the other 31 around the league. That is Audric Estime, punches one in.
Gets it off in time. This is the game for the Saints. Ellinger with a lot of time. Buying even more time. And up for grabs, touchdown. Coming through was Rowan again.
Boy,
Came back to help his quarterback.
He threw the ball and a prayer up at the same time.
See, I heard a lot of people saying that was a bad...
That ended up being the Kyrese Rowan
Correct.
touchdown pass later on in the game from Ellinger.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people talking about that particular play like it was a prayer, it was a bad decision. When you watch Sam Ellinger, when he threw that football, he was able to see that it was a kind of right in front of the entry into the end zone, and Kyrese Rowan had great body position. I thought it was a tremendous play from Sam Ellinger. And yes, the Sam Ellinger glazing session will continue because I think this player has played himself into an incredible amount of value, hopefully for the Denver Broncos, if not for another team.
I don't know if I want to be that guy because it's preseason for everyone. That Saints broadcast was pretty brutal.
It's about as bad as it gets. It's about as bad as their quarterback situation.
They couldn't figure out the crowd noise. And not only could they figure out the crowd noise, there were like 3 times where I came back and the offensive drive was just done. We came back from commercial. It was like 3rd and 9. Cool. Sweet, guys. Appreciate that.
We have some fine friends. I know some people over at 9 News that can, if you ever need something, man, just call me. I'll connect you with the right people.
It's a tough watch. Was that it's a preseason game for everyone, or it's preseason game number 3 and we're ready for Labor Day?
Well, so 9 News had the game broadcast. It was just blocked out on YouTube TV, if I'm not mistaken.
I know. That's the reason why I had to watch the Saints broadcast,
which is brutal.
And it was not.
Did you watch it on NFL Network?
Yes.
Is that what it was? Yeah, not great.
I had to struggle through that thing the whole time.
It made us very appreciative of the fine work.
It sure did.
Of our guy Steve Levy and Ryan Harris. Steve Levy, right? Not
Steve
Marv Levy. Marv
No.
Levy is the old Buffalo Bills head coach.
Is Marv Levy still kicking?
I don't think so. I'd be shocked.
He'd be mega old if he's still alive. Marv Levy is still alive?
89?
100.
No way.
Are you sure?
Wait, what?
Marv Levy turned 100 22 days ago.
That's incredible. Why are we not?
Dang!
That should have been the lead story 22 days ago
How
for
did
Sports
we
Talk
miss
Radio.
that? What were we doing 22 days? We were probably out of practice.
We were at a practice, probably watching. We were probably trying to figure out if Nick Benito was going to get his contract
offensive
or not.
linemen's butts.
Yeah, we were.
Meanwhile, Marv Levy's just kicking down the Century door.
He's on the Today Show for their, what is it, like the Welches? They have like
Who used to do that? Was it Smuckers?
I thought it was my guy, the weather guy. What's his
Was
name?
it Al?
Al Roker.
Al Roker used to do that?
Yeah.
I think it was Smuckers. Used to do the 100-year-old Smuckers birthdays. That's exactly what it was.
Smuckers birthdays. Grape jelly, 109 years old.
You know what I appreciate about Smuckers? They go raspberry or strawberry jam when they do those things on Today, which is the elite version of the jams.
Are you a jam guy?
What's the difference between jam and jelly?
Must be jelly because jam don't shake like that.
I thought you were going to tell me a little bit more of an inappropriate version of that joke.
That was one of my grandmother, God rest her soul, from the great state of Mississippi. KJ, I don't know if you knew that. My grandmother grew up in Tupelo, Mississippi.
I did not know that.
Kosciuszko.
Kosciuszko. Okay, yeah, I know what it is.
Kosciuszko, Mississippi. She used to say, anytime she put on her bathing suit, old grandma, she'd turn around kind of jokingly and go, "Must be jelly because jam don't shake like that." Whoa.
I don't actually know the difference between the two. Or the three. Throw in preserves. Like, what's the difference between all three of those?
Was that a great visual for all of our listeners?
I mean, I enjoyed it from where I was sitting.
My grandma was kind of a fox back in her day, man.
Oh, my God.
I'm talking like 40, 50 years ago, but, God rest her soul.
I think you just sinned.
Yeah. She was a good looking lady. Where do you think I get these fine genetics from?
I got so many jokes.
Hey, man. You could take the boy out of Mississippi. You can't take the Mississippi out the boy.
Got a Broncos situation going on?
Something going on, man. Willard Scott of the Today Show did the Smuckers.
Willard Scott.
Right.
Rank your jellies, your fruit jellies for a PB&J.
Oh, PB&J, grape 1.
Oh, it's just a huge mistake. Grape jelly clumps.
Do you hate
it
America?
Coagulates.
Do you hate this country?
It's a huge mistake.
Do you dislike this fine country?
The proper ranking is raspberry, strawberry, grape in that order.
You are the freaking millennial
Raspberry.
Gen Z brain
It's got a little bit of a bite to it. It's a little tart,
grape
but
jelly,
sweet
man.
enough.
Give me. I want some Jiffy and some Smucker's grape.
Grape is the wrong decision.
On some Wonder Bread.
Grapes, you know what? I'm going to ask Chris Armas on the other side, and I hope he has the right option. What is your go-to jelly on a PB&J? Grape's not the right answer. And I hope he's on my side. Because if he's not, maybe we just end the show or the Chris Armas show like after that answer. That's coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
the final whistle. 3-0 Galaxy. That is a tough one.
Tough one on the road for the Rapids as they fall 3-0. Still in a playoff spot, though, in the 7th seed in the Western Conference. It's Monday at 10:45, and that means it's time for our weekly chat with Rapids head coach Chris Armas. Coach, how are you this morning?
I'm good, guys. Good to see you guys. Thanks for having me.
Before I actually ask you about this game and ask you about Kansas City coming up, we were arguing before the break. Coach, if you're making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and you have your choice of all jellies, what's your go-to jelly?
For me, it's the old school grape jelly.
Yes!
Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about right there. That's why Chris Armas is going to be a first ballot Hall of Fame Ring of Honor Colorado Rapids
Disinterested
skipper.
in our conversation now.
All right. Appreciate you, Coach Armas. You are dead on right. There was only one answer, and you nailed it. So we appreciate that. Coach, before you guys made the trip to Los Angeles, big news coming down, the acquisition of Paxton Aronson, who's had stints with the United States men's national team, a young player. Give us a scouting report on what to expect from Paxton Aronson in the burgundy and blue.
Well, if you like energy, intensity, attacking-minded footballers, he's your guy. He's fearless. He can run. He's really smart, intelligent, but he's a really good fit for us. He's young, hungry, all the things that we value here at the Rapids. He's that guy.
You had debuts of Aronson, Santos, Amadou. How did those three players? I know it was the result wasn't pretty, and you tried to tell us when we talked last week that like anytime you go into LA, regardless of how they're playing, it's a really difficult game. Put the result off to the side for a second. How did those three players debut for you?
I thought Amadou Dowda came in and the holding midfielder and looked very comfortable, solid for me in the minutes he played. Rafa Santos, at left back, I thought came in, was energetic, got up and down, had some good passes, and also looked like he certainly is a good fit. We'll have to, see what that looks like moving forward because he's really interesting left back. And then, Paxton came in and he immediately was a spark. He hit the post, almost scored a goal. You can see he played with big energy, and again, he's going to be a fixture and in the center of things, and we're going to build things in and around him. So yeah, really promising just to see those guys just get going with our team, and we got to now get a few more guys going. Rob Holding is another one, so that we were going to bring him in, but 3-0 didn't want to make that move at that time. But yeah, just good to see those new faces and down the final stretch. Nice that we've had some reinforcements.
Coach, any updates on Atencio and his health status going forward in this playoff stretch run for your side?
Making nice progress with an MCL sprain in his knee, but I think he's at least a month away.
Okay.
Still needs time. Those things, those knees just have to come together. They're oftentimes not required with surgery. They just need time for things to heal in and around that ligament. Connor Ronan, however, the other holding midfielder, is very close. Trained last week for a few days, and we'll get some cover in there too with Connor Ronan coming back.
Let's go back to this 3-0 loss at the hands of LA. Again, you tried to tell us last week it's like really difficult to go in there and play. I wouldn't call it a house of horrors, but it's just damn difficult. Where did the game go awry? Was it just a sleepy start that kind of doomed you?
Yes, I think from start to finish, we didn't bring our good stuff on the night. And, before kickoff, you can see that, LA had a big game coming up now, 2 days from now in the Leagues Cup. And they rotated their team. They chose to finish the game very strong, brought their big guns on for the last 30 minutes or so. But was it a mental letdown? Did we think it was going to be too easy when they put a different team out there from the start? Maybe. I think that typically they play a certain pace of the game with their best players. It actually served us bad because they started with big energy, a younger group, a hungry group, guys that don't always get to start. And I think that they just bested us in every category. Intensity, quality, they score first. We just didn't stick to who we were on the day. When we do, we say we can beat anybody 3-0. And when we don't, we could lose 3-0. And on the day, that's exactly what happened. We didn't bring our good stuff on the day.
Coach, with the loss and not picking up any points in Los Angeles, the table didn't shift all that much. Still in the 7th spot, still in the qualified position. Don't need to necessarily right now play in a wild card match with 28 matches under your belt and squarely at 36 points. How important is this Saturday's tilt against Sporting Kansas City to really feel like you've put the exclamation point on your arrival as a playoff contending team?
Every game is important, and now the most important game is the next game. And we're playing a team that's probably lost 3 or 4 in a row. If you look at the table, they're lower, but they beat us in our building last time. If we drop 10% of who we are, of our intensity, our quality, if we drop 10%, we lose everything. I know that. And that's across the board in pro sports and most level sports. So we have to be ready to take this game and it minimally show up and stick to who we are and be ready with all respect to the opposition, because Kansas City is a good team in their building. They're even better. Again, they beat us in our building, and we have to come and bring our A game.
It'll be almost 2 months since you last saw Kansas City. Is there anything that you can bring from that last meeting, or have both teams changed so drastically in that space that it's kind of a fresh sheet?
Listen, I'm expecting that team to have a lot of confidence against us. They're a team that creates a lot of chances. They don't always get all the goals. They just went to Seattle, and I was watching it last night. They were right in that game for the longest time until Seattle pulled away, but they were right there. So what I know with that team, they have a lot of guys that are going to be playing for jobs and in front of their fans, try to spoil our season. And so for us, with Aronson coming in and our new energy, we have to take care of our business. So what we can take from them is they're a possession-based team. They can move us around, and we'll have to be strong against the ball and expose. We think they can concede goals. They showed it last night, 5 goals conceded. We thought that with the Galaxy, but if we're not sharp and execute, then it could be a long night. But we're going there with the expectation to win the game and to grab points on the road.
Last one for me, Coach. Paxton Aronson, a player that we've already talked about, does have some national team experience. Obviously, the younger brother, if I'm not mistaken, of U.S. men's national team mainstay. Trying to blank on his first name, Aronson.
Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan Aronson.
Brendan Aronson.
There we go. Is that a player that you had familiarity with? Have you had your eyes on Paxton as a player? Did you have any experience coaching him at any levels, or had any crossover with him? And if so, what were the traits that you particularly liked that you felt like would be the right addition for this squad?
I coached his brother at Leeds United when I was over in England. Brendan, I was there. We crossed over. I've watched Paxton when he was with the Union, Philadelphia Union, and MLS, and always knew as much as he was like his brother, Brendan, and in terms of intensity and energetic attacker, he's also a little bit different, plays a little deeper on the field, box-to-box midfielder, just super energetic. The best word for him, he's so quick and explosive. He's not big in stature. His frame he's shifty, and he's just again a energetic player with a smart brain. So he's all around the field, covers lots of ground at high intensity. So yeah, I've always noticed the qualities of this player, not knowing that we would have a crack to get him.
That is Rapids head coach Chris Armas. Saturday evening, 6:30 on the road against Kansas City. You can hear that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coach, as always, thank you so much for your time. We will talk to you next week. Get back on the horse. Get back in the win column. We also need to get you on the Raspberry Jam game, and I need to get you a Mets sweatshirt. What is going on over there? Come on.
Born in the Bronx. Come on. Coach Sanford, congrats on the win. 35-14, I think.
Yes,
Really
sir.
awesome. Really proud of you, man. Well done.
Appreciate it, man. Just bring that Armis energy in the rain. That's what we had to do. I appreciate you, Coach.
Go, baby. Well done.
Chris Armis of the Colorado Rapids. Coach, we'll talk to you in a week.
Take care, guys. Thank you.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back in 3 minutes. Watch all of our shows every single weekday on YouTube. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe today. Don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily podcast. You can also watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream, twitch.tv/altitude-SR. What's up, everyone in the chat? How you guys doing? Special thanks to Rapids head coach Chris Armas for joining us, even though he has the wrong stance on peanut butter and jelly creations.
You're absolutely incorrect. There is only one option there, and it is the traditional Smucker's grape.
It's because
with
I
Jiffy
don't like
and Wonder White bread.
I don't like getting like a jelly missile.
How good is it when that sandwich has been sitting in your backpack all day?
I'll give you that.
And it's all kind of
it's kind of seeped through the $1.79 Kroger brand bread.
See, I'm a Wonder. Like if I'm going
That's fine.
purist,
that's cool.
And the Wonder bread has almost entirely been absorbed by said grape jelly.
Yeah,
and it's gelatinous.
You know what? It's best is if you make a few of those things, throw them in Saran wrap, then you throw them in like your backpack when you're skiing, and 3 hours into the day, it still has the same like mushed up, soaked through the bread, but it hasn't just gotten completely soggy because it's cold enough. That's the most elite version of a PB&J. And then I can deal with the grape crap.
Was it you that actually gave me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at Broncos practice because you saw how dang hungry I was?
You didn't complain then?
You looked over at me and you said, "Here you go, man."
You and Brett just show up. You never have any food, and I just see you guys emaciated and complaining about how hungry you are. I'm the one who I show up with a granola bar, a power bar, a coffee, a PB&J, a sandwich.
I show up with waters, man. That's all I need is a.
Thank you, appreciate that.
I just need my water.
I'm just here feeding the poor.
Tell you what, you know what I love about my new life of being a high school coach and a radio
Snacks
broadcast?
everywhere.
No.
What?
Is that from a kind of a tax bracket standpoint, I'm back in peanut butter and jelly sandwich
Heck yeah,
world, man.
baby.
That's a
It's
good place to be.
It's a great world to
It's
live
a
in.
really good place,
It's a great
man.
world.
PB&J world.
The most recent Broncos cuts, and now we don't have to have a 53-man roster until 2 p.m. Mountain tomorrow, but cuts are coming, fast. Cam Akers just got cut from the Saints, and your Broncos cuts are Clay Webb, Josh Pickett, Micah Abraham, Andrew Farmer, and the biggest one and the saddest one of all, my training camp crush, Joaquin Davis.
You know what, though? I got some good news on that.
Tell me.
When was Joaquin Davis cut? Early or late
Early.
in the process?
Early.
Very early. And I think there's a reason for it. Are they kind of sandbagging the rest of the National Football League? And first cut Joaquin Davis. We didn't like that guy. He was no good. They didn't give him a whole lot of run in the preseason games, did they not?
No, they didn't.
By cutting him early. Are you going to let him just kind of sit there and just waste away in cut land?
Yeah, maybe some teams are like, oh, we don't want to jump the gun too early because maybe there's a bigger name wide receiver that
more
becomes
established
available.
guy.
Right.
I think that
That's sneaky.
I think George and Sean Payton are playing some checkers
And
right
then
now.
you
Some chess,
stash
actually,
old
excuse me.
Joaquin Davis, number 80.
And then you get him on the practice squad.
I would be he was my training camp darling. I fell in love with one player. It was
He's
Joaquin
going
Davis.
to end up on the practice squad. He is. And I'm going to be great with it. I'm going to be super happy.
Other roster cuts that we've seen coming, like Jalen Virgil, former Bronco, got cut by the Bills. He's no longer going to be there. There's going to be like 1,200 players that are available come 2 p.m. tomorrow. Also, big news coming out of Washington. Terry McLaurin, 3-year deal up to $96 million for Jaden Daniels' favorite target.
So doesn't seem like much of an overpay. Do you think that's an overpay? He's getting basically that's fairly comparable to Cortland Sutton. Is that what he got? Basically, Cortland Sutton money, $4 million more.
Sutton was 4 years, $92 million.
How much of that's guaranteed, though?
His guarantee is 41.
Okay, so what'd you say?
40,
40
or 41.
You said
something like
96 for McLaurin is
90,
guaranteed.
up to 96. I didn't say guaranteed. That's the
Okay.
only thing I've seen is up to 96.
Up to 96 is putting him in the exact category of Cortland Sutton. Do you think that Cortland Sutton and Terry McLaurin are the same guy?
Spot Track has it as 3 years, $96 million, $30 million signing bonus.
So Cortland got one more year. So
Yes.
average annual value is significantly more for McLaurin.
The guarantees have not filtered through,
Okay.
at least of what I'm looking for right now. The guarantees are not coming through.
What do you make of? We had this conversation 6 weeks ago, Raj. that Scary Terry felt like he was attempting to get into that Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, and more recently T. Higgins, Jamar Chase category of receivers in terms of compensation, when in fact his numbers mirrored more so that of Courtland Sutton.
I mean, he's high at $32 million. He is, in terms of average salary, he is Garrett Wilson, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
It's about right.
It's about right.
It's about right.
I think the number for Terry McLaurin is solid.
He's not a top 5 wide receiver 1 in the NFL.
No, but I don't
just
think he's
outside of it.
Right, and I don't think he's as low as 15.
What's the number 1 through 5? Who are the receivers that are average annual value highest paid?
Chase, Jefferson, Lamb, Metcalf.
Perfect.
Wilson.
And then right after that, number 7 will be
A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin.
Perfect. It's about where he deserves to be.
I think
top 10,
it's
but
a
not top
perfect
5.
number.
Yep.
Maybe the reason why they wanted to hold out a little bit more is that, did you want a 4-year deal instead of the 3-year deal, considering McLaurin is 29, right? Because you're not going to get another long-term, super lucrative deal as a 32-year-old wide receiver. Maybe you want one more year of health there, right? Because that's the Sutton deal, right? 29 years old is when you sign it. You get 4 years at 23 per. But I think that's pretty solid. Like, Cortland shouldn't be at $28 million. Like, I'm not paying Cortland Nico Collins and T. Higgins and Tyreek Hill money.
No. It's the right thing. It's 100% the right deal for Terry McLaurin, and it was the right deal for Courtland Sutton. Courtland Sutton ends up, what, is he about number 16 average out annual value, or is he top 15?
Courtland Sutton, he's like down at 18 or 19.
That's about right. It's about right. Correct? I mean, we would say that he's probably outperformed, maybe he's outperformed where he was drafted. He's outperformed the reputation that he has of being kind of a lower tier, true wide receiver.
I think he has the ability to outperform that contract.
I do too.
Like crazy.
I do too. I think it's a team-friendly deal.
Especially
for the
with
Broncos.
what we saw. I'm not just going to take the 4 receptions that we saw in week 3, although I think it was very clear Bo and Courtland have there's a connection there. There is anytime I'm looking for a big play, 14 is where the ball is going. Now, if you need 3rd and 7, Patrick Bryant, I think, is going to dominate those throws. And maybe Evan Ingram, although does he feel like a little bit more of a downfield threat, not just like find 8 yards and sit?
Yeah. The addition of Ingram is actually going to unlock Sutton, because now you can't utilize some of your over the middle coverage to be able to take away your starting X receiver. So you can't poach a boundary safety with as much frequency, because you're going to have some understanding of where Evan Ingram is. He's going to be a massive part of this offense. So some of the big plays are going to be available for Bo Nix to Courtland Sutton. And then if you can unlock Marvin Mims and keep Troy Franklin's ascent going, and then if J.K. Dobbins in this offensive line is what you think they are, all of a sudden you probably have a top 10 offense in the National Football League. A real, like, bona fide top 10 offense.
Did you walk away from preseason week 3 and the 3 series that Bo and the first team offense got against pretty much the whole first team defense from New Orleans? Did you walk away more or less confident than you were going into the game?
More confident. More confident.
Even though there was a 3 and out.
Yeah.
And then there was a drive that was helped incredibly by a really bad penalty on Mario Davis.
The good news is that you already know what you have, because a lot of these players on the offensive side of the ball are proven. They're proven players. They've done it in National Football League contests. Evan Ingram is a proven commodity. Courtland Sutton, Bo Nix have already proven that they can do it. All you needed to do was for those players to prove to themselves that they are ready to be who they are, which is a really good offense. Elite offense? No, you're not there yet. Can it grow into one? Maybe. And the key to all of that, Raj, all of it, is J.K. Dobbins, and is this offensive line an overall blocking unit, and is Sean Payton, the play caller, going to be a top 10 rushing offense? If you're a top 10 rushing offense this year, we know that where the weapons are good enough in the pass game to be a team that can make a serious run this year for the AFC, we'll call it.
Your leaders last year in team rushing yards. Baltimore, just south of 3,200. The Eagles, just north of 3,000. Washington at 2,619. Tampa Bay, just over 2,500 yards. Green Bay, fifth at 2,496 yards. To get into the top 10 from last year, you have to be at 2,150-ish.
Were you at 1,800 last year?
Yes. 1908 is what
okay.
the team rushed for last year. To get into the top 10, which is the Falcons. Sorry, you have to be a little bit north of what I just said. The Falcons were the number 10 rushing team in the NFL last year. 4.5 yards per carry. In total, 2,219 yards get you the number 10 spot back in 2024.
It's doable. And if you get into that spot, you're going to win 12 or 13 games. You're going to compete for the AFC West title, and you're going to be acquitted to have a brand of football with great defense and a rushing attack that will travel in the postseason, that can play in bad elements. And that's the question right now. Sean Payton won a Super Bowl in a domed environment with home field advantage. Can you throw the ball with the type of frequency that Sean Payton typically likes to, and play in an AFC that's probably going to come down to either a road game in bad weather or a home game in bad weather? Because this division ain't coming down to – the AFC is not going to probably come down to a dome team or a team that's playing in really good weather.
That's the reason why I hate that you see Kansas City twice late this year. You don't get them early.
That's why I love that you see Kansas City late.
That's why you love it. That's why I hate it.
Because Sean Payton knows he's going to have to run the football for those meaningful contests.
70% of your top 10 rushing teams last year made the playoffs.
Yep.
Can you name the 3 teams that were in the top 10 that did not make the playoffs? One I've already given to you. Atlanta was number 10, didn't make the playoffs. So give me 2 more teams that were inside the top 10 that did not make it. I'll give you one hint. One is a bell cow running back,
I know.
And the other one is a mobile quarterback.
Do
you want
Steelers?
do you want the teams that made it?
Well, Steelers made the playoffs.
Steelers are just outside at number 11, but I don't think the Steelers made the playoffs.
They did. They lost. They were one and done.
They made the playoffs?
Mm-hmm. One and done again.
Shows how irrelevant they are when they actually get to the playoffs right now. They were number 11 last year at 2,166 yards.
Mobile quarterback.
And a bell cow running back.
Gosh, that's...
The teams that made it, as you continue to think here, again, Baltimore, Philly, Washington, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Detroit, and then the next 2 teams at 7 and 8 are non-playoff teams, followed up by the Bills at number 9 and the Falcons at 10, which is the 3rd non-playoff team in the top 10 from last year.
Drive me nuts thinking about who a bell cow running back is that didn't make the postseason. It wasn't the 49ers.
Nope, 49ers were just outside number 12 at 2,163 yards. One NFC team, one AFC team.
NFC, so we got mobile quarterback. Give it to me.
The Arizona Cardinals.
Okay, there's your mobile quarterback.
2,451 yards. They did not make the playoffs last year. They rushed for 5.3 yards per carry, which was good for number 2 league-wide.
Give me the college of the bell cow running back where he attended.
He went to Wisconsin. He's a stud. You're going to kick yourself for this. Jonathan Taylor.
Oh, gosh. The Colts. Yeah,
Colts.
They ran the rock, baby.
There you go. Nevada Putnam had it. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy. You guys are listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coming off of a perfect preseason from the Broncos every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20. We go through the biggest stories in the NFL. We are like 26 hours away from 1,200 dudes looking for football jobs as cut day is nearly upon us. That timing is 2 p.m. tomorrow for those 53-man rosters to be finalized and sent into the league. Mr. Granderson, what is first today?
The Broncos were one of 4 teams to go undefeated in this 2025 preseason, and Bo Nix and company played a part in that. But Saturday was another reminder that they still have some work to do. They got better as the first quarter went along, but it was a little interesting. And there was a moment between the second and third drive where Bo Nix and Courtland Sutton, they kind of had a conversation about getting back on track. And here's Bo Nix talking about that and why Courtland is so passionate about playing in the preseason.
Yeah, it was great. He's a really great veteran on a team like this to have. And just to see him go out there and play that hard for a preseason 3 games, just really unique. Happy for him. Know he's going to have a really strong start to the year, and along with a lot of other guys. But it's good to have that back and forth, just kind of see the field in his eyes, and then make some adjustments.
I agree wholeheartedly. Having a receiver that is a $93 million man also give that type of effort in a preseason game. It's why Courtland Sutton is not he's not just valuable to this team. He's invaluable. He is irreplaceable because Sean Payton wants a culture builder at the receiver position that's selfless, is not going to be the prima donna that sits out in a preseason game and wants to deliver the goods and make his second-year quarterback feel that type of continuity going into the regular season.
That's a love story there. I think Sutton's stock is higher than it ever has been.
And he's also
amazing because he was so good in his first 2 years.
He's a really good player, man. He's a really good football player. But what the Broncos fan base and the Broncos franchise has learned is he's even a better person. And you hear that from everybody. That's not just something that he's a great guy. We love him. No, he's genuinely respected and beloved by everybody on that roster. And it makes a big difference.
You want to hear something that's not so cool regarding the
yawning on a Monday? Is that what's not so cool?
I just need another cup of coffee, brother.
One coffees?
The teams last year that finished the preseason undefeated. The New York Jets, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Tennessee Titans, the Chicago Bears, and then finally you get a playoff team, the Minnesota Vikings. Preseason perfection last year, not so high.
Wait, were the Broncos? You said the Broncos, right?
No, they're undefeated right now.
Were they not undefeated last year?
They were not undefeated last year.
2-1? Who'd they lose to?
2-1. I
beat the Packers.
Couldn't tell you.
I thought they beat the Colts.
Oh, were they 3-0 last year as well?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, there we go. Never mind.
2 years in a row, man.
I looked right over them. I'm an idiot.
They were correct. I want to make sure I'm not losing my brain.
You're correct.
Because I said that right after the game on 9 News on
You're right.
Saturday.
You're right.
Back-to-back years. I think it matters. And Bo Nix was, when he was asked about it, he said, every single time that you put on these pads, it matters. I agree with him. It's a mindset. It's a mentality.
Your other teams with no losses this preseason. Miami, no losses, but they did tie a game. Baltimore went 3-0. Cleveland, 3-0. Denver. The Giants, the Bears, again with a tie in there. And those are your undefeated teams in the preseason. The Bears will not make the playoffs. The Giants will not make the playoffs. The Browns will not make the playoffs.
You said the Bears won't make the playoffs?
I don't think they will. The Dolphins will not make the playoffs.
Probably right about it.
They're not going to Dude, the NFC North is brutal.
It's good.
It's not that I don't think like Caleb Williams can take a step forward. I think he can. He's got a crazy array of things to throw to, dudes to throw to. But your division is Green Bay, Minnesota, and Detroit. Like, Minnesota is the worst team out of those 3 that I just named. And it's only because they have essentially a rookie quarterback.
All right, question. If you are a second-year quarterback, would you take the defense and offensive line that Bo Nix has with the Denver Broncos? Or would you take the slew of weapons that Caleb Williams has in the pass game?
The answer going into year 2 is defense and offensive line without a doubt. But if you were to ask me that question in 2028, I'm going with the Bears' weapons. And it's just because you're so young in the league. Now the league has a full year of tape on you. Yeah, I take that. Broncos line, Broncos defense right now, but 3 years from right now, I'm taking those weapons.
Look at this group of DeAndre Swift's your tailback, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Luther Burden III. Your 2 tight ends are Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland.
Dude,
that's crazy.
The offensive weaponry in Chicago is nuts. They're just not going to be able to keep Caleb Williams upright, which is a huge issue for young quarterbacks.
They did go out and get Joe Thuney. They went out and got Drew Dahlman, the Pro Bowler from the Atlanta Falcons, the center. They're way better. Darnell Wright, your right tackle. Braxton Jones, your left tackle. And then Jonah Jackson rounds out your starting 5. It's better than what it was a year ago. You added 2 pieces. Defense and exactly your same answer. Is it as appetizing? Does it get you as fired up? Probably not. Are you selling as many wide receiver jerseys as you are in Chicago right now? Probably
no,
not.
but we just gushed about Cortland Sutton. We've been gushing about Pat Bryant, the possibilities of what Evan Ingram can do down the field. The only thing you don't have is I know what DeAndre Swift I would love to have here in Denver. I don't really know what's going to happen with the running back room. KJ, what's next?
And it's not etched in concrete.
I agree with you, Sean. It is not etched in concrete, but the tough part of the preseason is you got to cut people, right? And so far, they've already cut outside linebacker Jordan Farmer, or Farmer, depending on how you say it. Wide receiver Joaquin Davis, the one that Raj has just been gushing over.
And me.
And coach. They've been gushing over him. Cornerback
Goodbye, my love.
He's all right. He'll be back. Practice squad.
Well, I'm just kidding. Maybe. Cornerback Micah Abraham, cornerback Josh Pickett, and offensive guard Clay Webb.
Ooh, Clay Webb. Clay Webb was a player, one of those Saturday semi-scrimmages that really wasn't a scrimmage. He airmailed about 12 snaps. And I said, you know what? You should come and play for us over at Valor. We're pretty good at that, too.
You were skipping the snaps.
Yeah, we were skipping them. They weren't airmailed.
Although your punter handled the second one beautifully.
Yeah, let's play the game. Play the game.
That is, you get a chain for that one.
But one player that was on the potential fence coming into preseason game number 3 was Audric Estime, and he talked to the media after, and let's just say he still feels like he's on the fence in regards to whether he'll stay or whether he'll go.
To make the team is not up to me. It's up to the coaching staff, and it's honestly up to God, and I feel like I did what I needed to do to put myself in position to be on it. But at the end of the day, it's Sean knows what's best for the team, and I'm just putting my trust in God, and I feel like I did what I needed to do.
You'll feel proud of what you've done this offseason and getting in the end zone and all that?
Yes, I'm proud of my progression. I definitely got better from last year to this year, and from the beginning camp towards the end. I definitely progressed a lot, and that's all you could do is progress in this league.
Awesome answer to a really tough but very hard-hitting, honest, good question there from Scotty Gange and News. Audric Estime's got a bit of an uphill battle to make this roster, but I do really respect the young man for how he handled himself and what really played out to be a pretty challenging training camp and a pretty challenging preseason. I mean, he was option number Z. I mean, letter Z. If you looked at the running back position group, he was every single preseason game, every single practice and training camp was the last guy to get reps in the entire running back room.
He's not making the team. I'm glad that he got run at the end of the game and that he looked fine. He looked like he was serviceable, that he could go in and be a third option on a team that desperately needs running backs. And I do hope that he gets that ability when he's inevitably cut over the course of the next 26 hours. He's just not as good as J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey, Jaleel McLaughlin, or Tyler Bidet. It's cut and dry. And I would honestly, Blake Watson showed me more.
Way more. I mean, I would argue that Blake Watson when he was healthy and he was getting the ball in space, he showed burst, he showed athleticism, he showed a full skill set. Blake Watson's going to be the player that I believe makes the practice squad. Now that he's actually a little bit banged up, he'll clear waivers.
And the difference between Estime brings a different body type, but it's not as it's not like he's Jerome Bettis back there.
And he hasn't run that way, man. He was better in the preseason in game 3, but that's against the very end of the roster against the team that's probably going to go 1 or 2 wins and 15 or 16 losses in the Saints.
Like if he was Brandon Jacobs toting 255 back there, I go, sure, That's a unicorn.
His
from 3
measurables
yards
really
out.
aren't that that different than R.J. Harvey and
Right.
J.K. Dobbins. He's like just an inch or two taller than them, and a little bit thicker, a little bit bigger biceps.
He just went to Notre Dame. That's the
Golden
the
Dome,
reason
man.
why.
Yeah, and he had big biceps.
There's some shine there.
Big biceps.
KJ, what's next?
And it's not etched in concrete.
Shedeur Sanders took some heat over the weekend for his body language, quote unquote, after finding out he would not go back in for the 2-minute drive to close out Cleveland's undefeated preseason. Head coach Kevin Stefanski explained why, and then Shedeur came right after him in the locker room, and he talked about whether he'd do anything differently himself.
Obviously, we didn't play great as an offense in the second half. That's never on one person. So we can be we can be better in a bunch of areas, and just felt like we wanted to give Snoop a last drive.
If I could go back and do anything, I mean, it's always everything in life if you had that chance, but we don't have the luxury to travel back in time. As a kid, I want to go back and do things differently. So overall, of course, you wish you can, but in the battle of the moment, in the heat of the battle, you want to be that alpha, you want to be that dog, you want to be out there in that final 2-minute drive. So, of course, small things, of course, frustrate, but that's what happens, when you want a player to be able to change the franchise.
Shedeur, 3 of 6, 14 yards. He tripled the amount of yardage in sacks. 5 sacks,
You don't believe.
41 yards.
There have been an ungodly amount of positive days for the Sanders family over the course of the last 5, 7, 25 years for Deion Sanders and
Did
company.
you take Deion's career out of
Yeah.
it?
I mean, 30 years?
A quarter
40,
century of Hall of Fame.
for the Sanders family, who clearly is very much in the public eye. It's
Yeah.
the obsession of the entire National Football League. The weekend, Saturday and Sunday, was a no good, awful, very bad weekend for the Sanders family, between Shilo Sanders being waived after being ejected.
Yeah, I can't throw a punch when you're a bubble guy.
Did you notice? Do you think that at NFL's Twitter account is going to update its followers with Joaquin Davis being waived by the Broncos?
No,
because at NFL, it updated its followers that Shilo Sanders had been waived by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's a mod that knows what they're doing. It knew that it would get. I'd love to see how many views and clicks that it would get.
It did not help that Dylan Gabriel looked solid. It did not help that Joe Flacco continued to be the 40-year-old version of Joe Flacco, where he just doesn't make all that many mistakes in preseason and then can be like a 3-touchdown, 3-interception guy during the regular season. Now, again, Cleveland's they're going to suck. We already painted the picture. They could be 0-6 through their first 6 weeks. It's a brutal schedule for the Browns. It was a bad weekend. Shedeur looked like the running around like a chicken with your head cut off version of Shedeur.
Yeah, Shedeur.
And sometimes it works, and then sometimes it's catastrophic like it was on Saturday.
Shedeur looked like the quarterback that National Football League evaluators predicted that he would look like. And that's why he dropped all the way to round number 5. Because you can't take those types of sacks. You can't play that type of hero ball when the players that you're facing are that much faster than they were in college. Namely than the Big 12, which good conference, but 3rd, 4th best conference in college football. Big drop off after Big 10 and SEC.
Pick your poison between the ACC and the Big 12. They're kind of the same to me.
They're equally.
You got a couple of teams at the top that go, if they get hot, they could scare someone
Yeah,
in
like
the playoffs.
Iowa State, good football team, man.
There's years
How would
where you
Iowa
go
State-
Florida State. Damn, they're okay.
Yeah.
You look at Clemson a few years ago.
pretty
if they
good.
put it together, Cade Klubnik's are I could see Clemson being a semifinal team. But then the rest, then you go Wake and Duke. What's NC State? Same thing in the Big 12.
Stanford.
Right.
Nothing more Atlantic
Cal.
than Stanford in California. The Cal Golden Bears and the Stanford Cardinal. How about Stanford losing in Andrew Luck's debut as the general manager of the Stanford Cardinal, losing to Hawaii? Hawaii stinks.
Walk-off field goal for the Rainbow Warriors.
Did you hear about the field goal kicker from Hawaii?
Tell me.
He self-taught from Japan, self-taught field goal kicking by watching YouTube when he was like a middle schooler. And he kicks a game-winning field goal for Hawaii. How cool is that? Self-taught YouTube kicker.
How sick would it be if you were the dude to turn Hawaii into like a legit program?
It did. It happened, man.
Colt Brennan,
June
man.
Jones, man. Colt Brennan, June Jones. I mean, they'll never buy a Mai Tai ever again. Oh, Colt Brennan, rest in peace. June Jones still kicking.
KJ,
still drinking Mai Tais.
I love a Mai Tai.
And it's
Colt's
not
having the Mai
etched in
Tai up
concrete.
there in heaven.
He sure is. But you know what flavor? What flavor, Raj?
I'm just a straight up the monkey pod Mai Tai on Maui, man, with the passion fruit foam on the top. Can't beat it.
Okay.
Give me 17 of them.
Okay, so on vacation, a Mai Tai or a pina colada that's served in a real fruit glass. A fruit.
I'm not a big frozen drink guy.
Either am I.
So I'm going to go Mai Tai.
Okay. Do you like them served in fruit?
Sure.
I hate it. They charge you like $50 for it, and you get like 1/8 of the amount of liquid.
I mean, if I have my
It's
choice,
the
I'm going
dumbest
to
thing
choose
ever.
an actual glass. But like, if someone hands me a Mai Tai and a pineapple, I'm not going to turn it away. I'm not kicking that out of bed.
Don't serve me one cocktails in a dadgum thing of fruit, in a shell of fruit, because I don't want it to be 1/8 cocktail. I want one cocktails. Serve it to me in
I want 8/8 cocktail.
Serve it to me in a 44-ounce big gulp cup. I'll take the optics of it.
44 ounces of Mai Tai. Wake coach up in a week. KJ, keep it going.
There's a guy in Washington that I think can afford you a lot of Mai Tais, Coach, if you so choose. So Pro Bowl wide receiver Terry McLaurin has reached an agreement on a 3-year, $96 million contract extension with the Commanders, and it comes with a $30 million signing bonus. And now, obviously, this contract takes him through 2028. Now that the holding is over, are the Commanders back in the lead of teams to be the favorites to dethrone the Eagles to come out of the NFC?
I'll believe when I see it. The Eagles' defense and offensive line and ground game and Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts quads. I still think they're the team to beat in the NFC. I think they're built.
But who's on deck? I think that's what KJ's going after is like if Philly's there, who's the team that has the best, Buster Douglas punch?
Wide open. I still think the Commanders it's still wide open.
Detroit.
Dude, the loss of their offensive play caller is going to be massive. Ben Johnson is really good. And the shoes that were filled are filled by a coach that has not had the best track record as a play caller in the National Football League, and that's John Morton. He's a great coach, great receiver coach. He whipped Troy Franklin, with some unbelievable sideline tongue lashings last year in Denver at training camp. He got him into a great place, but I just don't know that the combination of Johnny Morton and David Shaw is going to be able to fill in the massive shoes of Ben Johnson.
Does the NFC feel like the ACC or the Big 12?
It's like
where
Clemson.
you got a couple of teams up there where you go, yeah, you can do it. If everything goes your way, you're good enough, you can do it.
I think Clemson is the Eagles of the ACC. They're a legit Super Bowl contender.
Washington is
Proven.
Arizona State with Sam Levitt.
Yes. And then Iowa State is maybe Detroit.
Pretty good. Top heavy, then the rest of the conference is like,
I don't know.
who are you?
Minnesota's a team to keep your eye out on.
They're just such a question mark with the
Quarterback.
Rookie. Again,
Yeah,
I keep calling him rookie, but essentially
for all
a rookie.
intents and purposes, J.J. McCarthy is a rookie.
First-year quarterback.
Yep, first-year starting quarterback in his second year as a pro.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. It is a massive football week here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll tell you guys what you can listen to later on in the week. We've got college football galore, including the game of the weekend. Texas at Ohio State. You can listen to that right here on 92.5 at 10 a.m. on Saturday. Wrapping things up here on a Monday, the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson spinning things on the ones and twos behind the glass today. PhD will take over next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy on your drive home from 3 to 6 p.m. It's a wild week of football here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., it is the game of the week. Number 1 against number 2. Texas and Arch Manning visit Ohio State. On 92.5, you'll have the Rapids in Kansas City later on that evening at 6:30.
Hold on.
Did I say Kansas State?
No. I think you said it right. Did you just say that Texas plays Ohio State this weekend?
Number 1, number 2, Texas at Ohio State.
Dude.
At the shoe.
College football's so back.
Unbelievable. Week 1, you
oh my
get
gosh,
number
hold
1,
on,
number
hold
2.
on.
I know.
My heart rate just went up to like a 192. Hold on. Somebody grab the grab it. What are those things called?
Tape it down there, Sparky.
The give you a little calipers that go on your chest.
Tuck it.
Yeah.
God, on your chest.
How exciting is that going to be?
Coach just clamped.
Do we have Labor Day weekend this coming Monday too?
Yeah, this is Labor Day weekend. It's a great weekend, man.
And I brilliantly scheduled my third high school game on the following Saturday, so Monday can be kind of a day off. Get some serious ball in. Let's go!
Sunday, you'll have Notre Dame at Miami, a 5:30 p.m. kick on 92.5. And
As
then
in
Monday
the Catholics
night.
versus the convicts?
It sure is. And then TCU at UNC. That's the Bill Belichick debut in NCAA football. The Horned Frogs and the Tar Heels.
Okay.
6 p.m. on Monday, Labor Day on 92.5.
Like I said, football's my thing.
Betting
Talk
odds.
about a guy who likes, having some clamps on his chest.
Betting odds. Bill Belichick, his fairly young girlfriend, still together, right, Raj? That we know of, they're still going strong.
Sure.
What do you put the odds are that she'll be on the sideline in UNC gear?
0.
Oh, really? No chance, huh?
No way, right? No way.
She was running that damn program, man.
No, she's not going to be on the side. Maybe pregame, not during the game.
Okay.
I could see pregame, you have a huge walk up to a 6 p.m. kick. I could see that, but she will not be on the sideline in the game.
All right.
It's too much of a distraction. You can't bring that into your program, right? Right. No way. This is a solid sports weekend, too. Like, do you watch the Tour Championship at all? Tommy Fleetwood? First time in 164 career starts. This guy's been like a top 15 player for years.
Wins the Cup, right?
Wins the FedEx Cup. He's had 6 runner-up finishes, 6 third-place finishes in 164 starts over the course of, I believe, 8 years on tour. He's always been great.
And then he won.
Won the big one, $25 million.
And that's for like the it's like NASCAR, right?
The FedEx Cup playoffs.
It's essentially the point total aggregation. Did he win the tournament also?
So they took away. It's a good question. This year they took away like the starting strokes thing. The way that the FedEx Cup playoffs worked last year is that you get in like the first 120 players get into the first event, and then they cut down to 75. And then the second event, they cut down to 30, and you walk into the Tour Championship with the last 30 players. But last year, what they did is you start with like Scotty Scheffler started like 10 under par, something crazy like that. And he's got a lead on all these other dudes. It was confusing as hell. So they took that away. So he won the tournament and won the Cup. Had they kept those strokes in, Fleetwood would have won the tournament, but Scheffler would have won the FedEx Cup. Scheffler would have won by 1 in the old rules.
Yeah, how in the world does Scheffler not win the FedEx Cup?
They took away the strokes.
So how many events did Tommy Fleetwood win this year?
1. That's his first PGA Tour victory ever. And it was a $25 million
but
win.
The consistency of which he was second or third
got him into the top 30.
And it made him superior to what has been a generational run for Scotty Scheffler?
I don't know. Tell that to the New England Patriots when they lost to the Giants. That's the thought, right? Get to the playoff.
Is there a major left or are we done?
No, we're done. The Ryder Cup happens at the end of September.
Who
at
won
Bethpage.
the
It's gonna be
PGA
awesome.
Championship?
Scotty
did. That's right. That was the last one, right?
Last one. No, the last one is the Open Championship in it was in Ireland.
When you were at?
Yeah, at Portrush. Did Scotty win that too? Scotty won that too.
The PG, but yet he doesn't win the FedEx Cup.
No,
and they're not related to how many majors you win.
It is sort of related. You get points based off of every tournament that you play in, and then they get to the final three. Yes.
Is Scotty Scheffler the most dominant player in golf in 2025?
Without a doubt.
Then why in God's green earth is he not the FedEx Cup champion?
Again, ask the Patriots why they didn't win the Super Bowl. No, it's not, dude. It was the smartest thing you can do. In every other sport.
Nobody cares about the stupid FedEx Cup.
In every other sport.
Scotty Scheffler didn't win it. It's dumb.
In every
it's the
other
best,
sport.
most dominant player in golf, and it's not even close.
During the regular season, you accrue points or wins, and then you get to the playoffs and you get seeded, but your record goes away. Right? So in your thought process, the 2007 New England Patriots should have a Lombardi trophy. That's the way your thought process works here.
It's a little bit different.
No, it's
you're
not.
You're
No,
not
it isn't.
playing head to head. I mean, you're not playing like they're not playing head to head. It's not like a stroke play championship like you
It's
would.
a stroke play. It's not a match play championship.
Right,
You're not
match
going
play,
head to head.
match
But you're
play.
still playing against those dudes. I think it makes sense. You get to the playoffs, it wipes the slate clean.
Cool. Good
You
job,
play
Tommy.
good enough to get to the playoffs,
I like
and then
Tommy.
you have
I'm
to continue
not a
to move
Tommy
on.
hater. But Scotty Scheffler, if there's something that rewards the best player in golf for that year, it should be going to Scotty Scheffler. Because he was so dang dominant.
Well, he'll get the award. He'll be like the player of the year.
Right.
That's fine. But to win the tour championship, you got to, I don't know, you got to peak at the right time if you want
or
$25
you,
million.
or you just got to be the first place loser more than anybody else is.
And then peak at the right time. Eli Manning. The guy might be a Hall of Famer one day because he peaked at the right time twice.
Did they go 9-7 the year?
And like 10-6.
Yeah.
Like they were just a mediocre football team. And they're like, hey, we're hot.
All right.
Way she
I'll
goes.
I'll give it to you.
Come on. That was one of my favorite things I saw this weekend. And then the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, hits 2 home runs, becomes the greatest power-hitting primary catcher of all time. He has 49 dongs this year, which is more than Sal Perez.
49, man. Are we getting around the this? Is there a new steroid era? Is it a high T level? Is it the trend?
No, I think it's just I think the way that the game is going right now is
this the Scotty
home run or
Polumbus?
strikeout.
Is this the Scotty Polumbus era of,
Maybe.
of Major League Baseball? Oh,
what are you trying to say?
Just we got to test some samples here.
Oh my God!
Check some T levels, man.
Sal Perez hit 48 back in 2021. Johnny Bench had 45 back in 1970. And Javi Lopez, the great Atlanta Brave, hit 43 back in 2003. Cal Raleigh continues to rake. Paul Skeens mows down the Rockies on Sunday as the Rockies go from hot to not so hot, and they get swept by one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball.
Rockies have 5 to win?
5 to win. They are 37-94. They have 5 games to win.
I can't believe they're already at 94 losses, man.
They're going to do it. They're going to stave it off. But you went from taking 3 out of 4 against Arizona to splitting with the Dodgers, who could very well win a World Series again this year. And then you score 1 run combined. You get blown out by Pittsburgh 18-1 on a 3-game road trip. Just absolutely manhandled by a horrible baseball team. And now you have to go to Houston. You bring Chicago home, which is a road game because Cubs fans here just flood Coors Field. Dude, it baffles me that you think that Scotty should have started so far ahead of everyone.
Scheffler?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should have. Kind of like the spring.
You don't
Cup.
think it's good enough that so he has all those points and they matter for the first 2 rounds of the playoffs?
Yep.
Like to the point where Rory McIlroy didn't show up for the first round of the playoffs because he had enough points that he could just not show up, accrue 0 points, and get into the second.
The 2 sports that you get this cup chase race. There are 2 sports where the biggest events are front loaded. Daytona is the biggest NASCAR event. The Masters is by far the biggest event in golf, and they're front loaded in the season. It's just a dumb attempt to try to make a front loaded sport
relevant when football comes around.
At the tail end of the season. And honestly, Raj, it doesn't really work.
It was not.
Nobody really cares.
No,
dude.
it wasn't appointment viewing for me. It just happened to be on the TV.
I mean,
I agree.
and that's what NASCAR, but wants to see who wins Daytona and Talladega, especially the big NASCAR fans. Well, excuse the casual NASCAR fans that tune in from time to time. Some golf, man. For me, it's golf. It is power ranking for me is number 1, Masters. Number 2 is the U.S. Open because you know the courses, and number 3 is the British, the Open Championship.
Number 4, PGA. Number 5, if you get a Ryder Cup that year.
Yep.
Maybe you could throw a Ryder Cup at number 3.
And then the
Ryder Cup at Bethpage
FedEx
this
Cup
year is going to be
way
Kansas.
down the road.
Oh yeah, it's the reason why I brought up it was a feel good story for a dude who's like a genuinely loved guy around the sport that finally got it.
Whatever happened to that Tiger Woods golf thing? Is it gone?
TGL? No, it's a thing. It's going into year 2 coming up in a couple of
Are you
weeks.
excited for it?
No. I was bored and I thought it was kind of cool because Tiger Woods was on my television. I love the athlete. All right, before we get out of here on a Monday, it's time for our Groove Toyota Who's in the Groove. After 3 weeks of the preseason, coach, who for the Broncos is in the groove going into week 1 as the Broncos host the Tennessee Titans on September 7?
The entire Denver Broncos football team is in the groove. That sounds so ridiculous to say. You already had the defense going into the groove. Nope. This is a team that's ready to play. It is game ready. Certified. Every single piece is shown, whether it be in joint practices or in preseason games. This team is the best Denver Broncos team that you've fielded in a decade. And I'll stand by that. This team needs to win postseason games.
Oh,
plural.
Look at you. Cortland Sutton is my player who's in the groove after week 3. I just love the way that he looks deep down the field. He is a big threat in the red zone. He looks as versatile as he has ever looked in his career. That's my guy. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway. You can also find them at groovetoyota.com. That's going to do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, my name's Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next from 12 to 3. Don't go anywhere the entire day, including your drive home with Nate and Andy from 3 to 6 p.m. A massive football week here on 92.5, highlighted by the game of the week on Saturday, 10 a.m., Texas and Ohio State. You can listen to it exclusively right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10. Grape jelly clumps.
Do you hate
it
America?
Coagulates.
Do you hate this country?
It's a huge mistake.
Do you dislike this fine country?
The proper ranking is raspberry, strawberry, grape in that
Dude,
order.
You are the freaking millennial
Raspberry.
Gen Z brain
It's
rot.
got
A ton of stuff to get into today. We appreciate you being with us. Spectacular job, by the way, with you and Nate and Rachel on the football game.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
That was a lot of fun. Honestly, it was a
You guys
blast to
killed
call
it.
the game. It was a crazy elements game. Dude, I'm telling you.
It made it better to watch.
Freaking a monsoon. I don't even know if it came across on TV the way that it was. I don't know. Maybe it did, but
It was pretty apparent. It was terrible.
yeah, it was wild, dude. But it was a lot of fun. I'd do more of those. Those are fun.
You guys, because Altitude produces it, and you guys put all the work into it, and there were so many fun elements to it. It was kind of ridiculous. And at the end, the Valor gave Rachel the San Antonio or the Oklahoma City treatment by the whole team going over there.
I saw that,
which was a hoot. And the weather was. I'll tell you this: it's not for the greatest football, but bad weather in a football game.
Well, it made for a
God.
It made for an extremely entertaining game because there were so many miscues on the snaps and everything. I was being kind on the broadcast, but I'm not sure Pine Creek scores a point if it weren't for the weather in the elements. But it made for it. It was an adrenaline-packed game.
It was great,
dude. The most exciting parts of the game were the punts, because just seeing if the dude could get the punt off.
I've said it a million times. It's easy to coach special teams in the pros.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you approach it at the lower the level it goes. Like special teams, like those things in special teams are hard.
Yep.
Snapping the ball is hard. Punting is hard. Field goal kicking, it's all really, really hard, except when you get to the pro level because it's so hard to get there in the first place.
Well, field goal kicking in high school was almost like non-heard of.
Right.
Right? And then it's,
Valor's
it's
got a kicker.
Yeah, now once you get a kicker, though.
Drilled the 35-yarder and a 39-yarder in the rain, in the elements.
Would have been good from 50, the 35-yarder, lefty kid. It was really fun, and I'm happy for our pal, Brock Heward, who we're buddies with, and his son got in the action. And Coach, and nothing against Pine Creek. Pine Creek, I thought, showed out and competed well, and it was a great broadcast. But I'm happy for Sanford and all that sort of stuff. And you guys did not have a biased broadcast. You guys kept it straight down the line. You were right there with Pine Creek as well as Valor.
For sure.
So it was really cool. It was awesome. And then last night we got out there Altitude for the alumni game, which was a hoot to watch on TV and fun to see those guys go out. Huge crowd at Magnus just to watch the old guys play hockey.
It's hockey. Magnus and hockey just fit.
Have
you ever seen a DU game there?
I have.
It's unbelievable.
I have.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's I've been lucky enough to see my kid play hockey there too.
Oh,
a lot of parents have. DU has their own program, so it's not unusual. It was the first event ever that my kid played at where I could buy a beer at a concession stand.
Oh, wow.
During the game.
I know you did.
Of course. I mean, we're going to take advantage of it. They're going to make that available, but it was a great weekend for that. We'll get into the Shedeur and Shilo Sanders stuff in just a little bit. But first, your thoughts on the Broncos game overall.
Well, it was kind of status quo for the most part, right? I mean, you got a good drive out of the Broncos offense, which was good. You got to finish on a solid note.
Thank you, dumb penalty.
Yeah,
on that drive.
I mean, he said he was going to play the guys 8 to 10 snaps, and he's like, "Nah, screw that, man. Them boys staying out there until we do something productive." First series was an outright disaster, and overall, I mean, the one thing we know about this team is we got some depth. We got some backups. I mean, undefeated in the preseason 2 years in a row, for whatever that means, which is nothing. But
first time I think in Broncos history.
2 years in a row.
I thought that, or at least 7 of them in a row. I think is some sort of record.
Okay.
I was listening to radio. I was driving back from Grand Junction.
I understand you got a win under your belt as well.
Got one. I got 2 wins. So I'm listening on the program. Now, the first thing, the guy we had on the show Friday, so I'm on Sirius, and I can only get they have the Saints call on Sirius.
Oh, okay.
Sirius radio. So
All
I'm
right.
listening to that until I got on the other side, somewhere between Floyd Hill and coming down 70, almost to Idaho Springs. I could get the local. So I listen all the way in, bang, and as I'm about ready to get off on the 470, they're getting the post game. Hey, text us, blah, 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 blah. So I pulled over and text it. And I go, hey, legend, That's some innocuous question, like, what do these guys go through the next one? Love you guys, Scooty. And so he read the text online. I was the first texter. On the broadcast. It was awesome.
So you're just being,
I think that's a win.
You've been a wise guy.
Yeah. So, and I wrote back at the end of it, I said, long-time listener, first-time texter.
There you go.
Yeah. But no, what was I taking the game? Horrible beginning. I went back when I got home and was able to watch it. Now you get to watch it, a little faster and everything. Because
Sure.
I didn't give a flip about what they did offensively.
I love speed watching.
So I was watching every single snap offensively. Bad first drive. Really not much better second drive. Was the third one they scored on? They got a field goal on the second.
They scored on the second one, too.
They got a field goal on the second, a touchdown on the third. Well, or one of the,
the third
one of the
one,
drives, you got a great stupid penalty by their linebacker that kept the drive alive.
Yeah.
But
Knicks, on the third drive, Knicks did go 4 for 4 for 71 yards. It was a good looking drive.
Well, the one throw he went left and threw a right was his best throw he's had in camp.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And the Cortland Sutton connection's real. Them boys are dialed in. They're a well connected duo. I know at times you felt like he forces it too much to Cortland, but I'd say
I'd like to see more guys involved offensively.
Okay.
You also had a drop by your new free agent tight end earlier in that first drive.
You did.
Too.
You did, Evan Ingram, yeah.
So, yeah, I would have liked to have seen more guys in Bo Nix's passing realm. But it is what it is.
Well, for the preseason, the Broncos, and I'm reading from my guy, Zach Stevens from DNVR, offense number 1, defense number 1, pass offense number 2, run offense number 3.
Thank you, Jared Stidham.
I'll get there. Pass defense number 2, run defense number 2. In terms of quarterback rating and statistics, Jared Stidham had the best stats of any quarterback in the NFL in preseason.
Good.
And played in 2 games.
Cool.
He crushed it. Second units crushed it. I thought Ellinger looked okay and was pretty good in this game.
Sure.
Let me throw this out there. If they keep Ellinger or whatever they try to do with him, 2 years in a row, they may have the best third quarterback in the league, right? As far as could give you something. But I am a little concerned. I ain't going to lie. We'll talk about it. We got 2 weeks to talk about it. I am concerned on the offensive line, to be honest with you.
Well, I think it's fair. The running game has not materialized the entire preseason at all. At all. Audric Estime actually looked okay.
He played well, but it was the third on thirds, right?
Yeah, he looked okay. But I'm referring to the starters and whether it's been in practice and training camp or in the games themselves. Yeah, we got a lot of room for growth in the running game. R.J. Harvey, again, way outran his landmark on one of the outside zones. He tried to cut it back, but it was just too little too late. It's just little nuances,
He don't have that figured out right now.
But the one thing that we have not seen is our starting running back with our starting offensive line.
At all.
And so we have not seen J.K. Dobbins. So we don't know exactly what this running game is going to look like because we're basing it off of a rookie that's never played football before.
It was funny that Sean Payton backed himself into a little bit of a corner with the 8 snaps or so. He really didn't need to do that. He could have just said, well, we'll see how it goes with our first team, and that's that. But, you do that, and of course everybody's, counting it up, like what you going to do. And I think everybody collectively out there was like, you got to send those guys out for a third series.
Yeah, when you throw a number out,
it was a no-brainer.
You got to do yourself an injustice.
Yeah, you don't help yourself. Yeah. You can just say, we'll see how it goes for the first teamers. That's all you have to say. But whatever, it's a small point. And, Sean was like, it's not etched in concrete, when asked about it. And he gets angry. He gets angry when, his own words
come back to him. Yeah.
Right, just be better, Sean. It's no big deal. The way the game went, it was a no-brainer that they send the first teamers back out, right? And, even they got helped by, a penalty, or that drive might have gone down the tubes. But, things go your way. You make some good plays, and you leave the preseason okay. But it would have felt bad if they went 3 and out on that third series, and even a field goal would have felt like, But they didn't, did they? They got the touchdown. It looked good. And Bo made plays. And then, then you sort of realize, oh, yeah, a football game is played beyond the first quarter. Sometimes football games, take a little bit more time to resolve themselves.
But the problem is that you're absolutely 100% right, but all the resolving we've seen in preseason were with the backup quarterbacks, backup offenses.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that you're like,
I got it. But you got to see a drive where they did what they should have done to beat up on a team that they're much better than, which they are. And, at the end of the day, you look at the preseason, you can only do what's in front of you. They did well in their joint practices. They won their games. They scored touchdowns. They played great defense. I mean, I'm not sure what else you want. They didn't have many injuries. I feel bad for Frank Gargiulo and for Shedeur Sanders. But other than that, I mean, if you were to tell us when this all started, hey, you're going to lose 2 guys. These are the 2 you're losing.
2 backups.
Yep.
No dumb question. Is Sam Ellinger better than any starting quarterback New Orleans has?
That'd be a good competition.
Right.
Actually, Spencer Rattler was a lot better than I thought he was going to be, but
I liked him coming out of college.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for him for them to not name Spencer Rattler as their starting QB.
Okay. And then you look at Aiden O'Connell getting hurt there with the Raiders.
Yep.
And then you see, I think they could get trade value for Sam Ellinger. Well, all right,
No, you're nuts.
Okay. Who would you rather have, Sam Ellinger or Shedeur Sanders?
For what?
Backup for the Raiders.
Oh, for the Raiders? Well, they've already announced that they're looking for a backup with a lot of experience. Pete Carroll made that very, very clear.
Well, Ellinger's got 5 years in the league.
That takes Shedeur out of the mix.
Okay, so Sam Ellinger would be the guy there. He's got 4 years of playing in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to get trade value for Sam Ellinger if you're the Broncos.
Yes, unless times have really changed. If you're an AFC West team, do you make any change? I mean, A, do you want to help the Raiders if that would help the Raiders? And B, if you're the Raiders, do you want to give them any one of your draft picks at all?
I don't think so. I mean, traditionally speaking, you're not doing that trade.
No, right?
Honestly, it's not worth a 7th rounder that you'd get in return to give them a backup quarterback. It's not worth that for the Broncos.
All right.
I mean, listen, to answer your question, would I explore a Sam Ellinger trade? Sure, of course I would explore it. I mean, you've got 24 hours here to call teams and try to trade guys. Now, I find it very unlikely that Sam's got any trade value, but yeah, sure, get on the phone and try.
I'm just thinking of others. I don't know what other veteran
and how desperate
experienced quarterback they're looking for there with the Raiders. I mean, are they trying to swing a deal for like Teddy Bridgewater or something?
Huntley's available.
I don't know. Is he?
Yeah,
I thought they cut him yesterday.
They cut him. They cut Huntley. Boy, I can't wait to dig into it. We will coming up here in a second. But you got to be kidding me with how dumb they are, the Cleveland Browns. Could it get more dumber than the Cleveland Browns?
I think Stefanski, I don't hate him as a coach, but boy, I think he's either feeling pressure or just is so stuck in his ways, he's dumb.
All right.
I like him as a coach.
I do too.
The organization is a mess.
Let's take a break then, and let's get into it because it's something else. Plus, we'll hear more from Sean Payton, and we'll follow the cuts as they come. I don't know if there's going to be any big surprises, but we're here for it. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, if you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today. It's 720-459-HAIR. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. You deserve to be the next one. So don't waste time, guys. Your new hair awaits you at Advanced Hair Restoration. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is simply fantastic. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best at what they do. And guys, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much, they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Thank you, Scott, on the text line. The Shantma is the text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You're being thanked for something non-sports related that you suggested last week. Can you think what it was?
Be kind? I don't know.
No, I don't. Sure. It was more of a functional, specific functional thing.
I don't remember.
Not esoteric, just really functional.
I don't remember.
This is pretty vague.
My wife was listening last week. This weekend, she flipped my T-shirt pile, and I have a new wardrobe.
Oh, there you go.
So
I remember I was talking about that, right?
Helping out on the little things and
Flip
the
the
big
T-shirt
things.
trial. I wore this one last week, and it all kind of popped back on the top because I didn't do it this last week.
There you go.
You know, I thought of you this weekend because I went to a concert. I never go to concerts. I was like, if I was Scott, I would have to walk away with a T-shirt right now.
Right.
But I walked away with zero merch.
Well,
The concert was?
Chris Stapleton. It was a lot of fun.
Killed it?
Yeah, dude, that dude can freaking wail. So can his wife. His wife can wail too.
Is his wife someone of note? Or?
Yeah, Miss Stapleton.
Okay, we go to the Browns game. I'm watching it sort of with the side eye and like, what's going on? I'm not really interested if Shedeur is not playing, but then they put him in. And so I was like, okay, let's see, what this is. Boys, it was, golly, it was not good. But it was a close game. And so there's 2 minutes to go, and I'm like, well, it's been bad, but what a great opportunity, right? Like 2 minutes to go, let's see what he can do. You need a field goal, here we go. And they put in Snoop Hundley. And you see Shedeur walking up and down the sideline, and then there's some words exchanged with Stefanski, his coach, and I'm like, what are they
words exchanged
doing?
Like he's mouthing off?
Yeah, kind of like,
asking him why.
Yeah,
why.
Well, it wasn't mouthing off, but it was like, like there were words. I don't, it was kind of
Really?
like, yep. And then Snoop took this offense and that wasn't really doing much, and then took him down the field. They got a field goal and they won the game. So all right.
But if you're a conspiracy theorist, and Shedeur had not played great, got sacked too many times.
He was not good.
But all of a sudden, that's all you take is to get one good drive, and he goes down there and wins a game like Hundley did. Then all the fans.
The most important stat is wins and losses. That's the number one most important stat. Another really important stat is what do you do when it matters most? You could even make the argument Bo Nix had like a last shot. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't going to get a fourth series. So when the pressure was on, he delivered. So I'm just like, certainly they'll put Shedeur in the 2 minutes to go. And let's see what's Snoop Hundley, who they've cut. Okay.
They've got a weird loyalty to Snoop Hundley, though. And all that was, and I'm being dead serious, I can almost guarantee you what this was. It's a guy that they genuinely like. It's a guy that's been in the building multiple times. It's a guy that they knew that they were going to cut. And so they did the dude a solid, and they said, hey, we're going to cut you, but we're going to give you one last chance to put some film out there and see if somebody else can pick you up.
Wow. I mean, that is awful generous when you have an opportunity to see what one of your drafted players can do when the pressure's on. You're doing personal favors.
But if you've already made your decision on the rotation, if you already know where Shedeur Sanders is, it's really not that big of a deal. All right. Now, if there was an ongoing competition, I agree. That would be very silly. That would be very stupid. But if the competition's over, you already know what the depth chart looks like.
Okay.
Then you're just doing a guy solid on the way out the door.
All right.
And if you don't want some guy to overturn the apple cart, and all of a sudden he plays crappy, which we've seen at CU, and then all of a sudden, last 2 minutes of a game, here comes Shedeur.
Yeah.
You win the game, and then all of a sudden, and you already talked about, too, I mentioned him a long time ago.
I mean,
let him come back and win that game for him. The fans ain't going to care 3 for 6.
Let's just be very, very clear. Shedeur Sanders is not getting sabotaged. He's not getting sabotaged. He's playing with the threes just like Sam Ellinger is playing with the threes. Okay, my buddy Robert Griffin put out a video about how Shedeur is playing with the 5th and 7th string tackles. There's no such thing, Robert. There's no such thing. There's a 3rd string. He's playing with the 3rd string, just like every other quarterback in the NFL is playing that is in his position. So you got to go out there and you got to make it work. Is it easy? No, hell no. Is it going to be easier for the guys in front of you that have got better protection? Darn right it is. But welcome to the world of being a 5th-round draft pick. Mm-hmm. It's not a sabotage. It's the reality of the NFL, the guys that you are going to play with. And, unfortunately for Shedeur, the good showed up in the first game, and the bad from the college film showed up in this game. And that was a dude that drifted in the pocket and did not get the ball out on time. So, is Shedeur Sanders...
You know what? In the first game, he got to play with the starters, and this last game, he got to play with his CU teammates.
Yeah.
Well, you realize four of the 5 offensive linemen he played with were cut the next day. 4 out of 5.
As is going to be true for Sam Ellinger.
Okay. All right.
I mean, it's not. I don't know what you're implying with that. I guess.
I think they're an idiotic organization. I think they're whatever their plan is, and they've kept now 4 quarterbacks. By the way. They kept all 4.
Well,
and if you really
they
wanted
haven't
to
got
give
to cut to
Hundley film,
Did
why
they
don't you
announce
just let
that?
him play?
Because we haven't got to cut to
Well, they have not cut any of the quarterbacks. I think it was like they made all their other cuts. Like they're down to what they need to do. They kept all 4. So far, the cut date is tomorrow at 2:00. They cut 17 guys, and not one of them was a quarterback.
Okay.
So, yes, you have until tomorrow, 2:00 Mountain Time, to do something different.
That's not entirely shocking to me. It felt like they were going to do that all along. It's stupid. It's entirely it's
Well,
wasteful.
you think keeping 3 in Denver this year is stupid? So
I
what
do.
is keeping 4?
I think it's stupid.
Well,
Yeah,
one of the guys
real
they
stupid.
cut. One of the guys they cut was Huntley. So you gave him the. I guess you did him a solid.
But if you're going to do him a solid, let him do a solid the whole second half. If you really wanted to give him a solid,
the concept of
give him the whole second half.
Concept of, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but the concept of giving guys a solid when you're trying to figure out a roster to me is okay.
But what if the roster's already decided? The competition's over. You already know the depth chart.
Sure. I think that's a dumb team that does dumb things. That's my opinion on it. I think they're an idiot organization, and I don't know if Shedeur sees the field at all. Shilo, threw a hit a guy on the Patriots. The guy on the Patriots gave him
big giant tight end who gave you're too small.
And I don't know if
he did look tidy against that tight end, though, didn't he?
Yeah, that was really dumb.
It was so stupid. I think he'll probably end up on a practice squad somewhere. I think because of his dad and his agent, he's got enough pull to probably land somewhere for some part of time.
That was him on the sidelines helping his older brother out with some film.
It would not surprise me if Shedeur Sanders, that's the last time he ever steps on an NFL field. Wouldn't shock me at all. But, hey, we'll see. Shedeur, I have no idea where it's going with Shedeur. I'll just throw it out there. If they know the depth chart, I'm just following the yellow brick road here, then he's 4 on the depth chart.
Yeah.
All right. He's 4, and they're keeping 4. Now what? For Shedeur.
Enjoy a season of not being dressed.
Enjoy a season of scout team.
Yeah.
Why would they keep 4 quarterbacks on the 53? Has any team ever done that? 4 on the 53?
Not since they probably made the 53 rule.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably, but it's stupid.
All right, here's Stefanski. If he was trying to sabotage Shedeur.
I'm committed to his development, just like all of our rookies. So we'll continue to focus on getting our guys better, and that's what we'll stay committed to, and that's what's important to me.
Mm-hmm. And Shedeur about confronting his coach.
If I could go back and do anything, it's always everything in life if you had that chance, but we don't have the luxury to travel back in time. As a kid, I want to go back and do things differently. So overall, of course, you wish you can, but in the battle of the moment, in the heat of the battle, you want to be that alpha, you want to be that dog, you want to be out there in that final 2-minute drive. So, of course, small things, of course, frustrate, but that's what happens, when you want a player to be able to change the franchise.
All right, simple question. Was he done wrong by not being put out on the 2-minute drive? And is he being done wrong? So 2 questions, I suppose, by the Browns in general.
Absolutely not.
I would go yes and no, because I agree with what Tyler said a while ago. Welcome to being a 5th-round draft pick.
Yep.
You got what you got. But I do think Stefanski's stupid. If you wanted to give a guy some tape and do something, then just put him out there for the second half. If the roster's already made, let Shedeur be the backup or whatever, however the thing rolled. And because did Gabriel play the first half?
Yeah, he played pretty well.
Yeah, so Gabriel and then Shedeur is going to be the 3rd quarterback on the day, and let Huntley take the second half and say, hey, here's good film, and let you do that. So don't let him play the second half and then say, we want to give him the 2-minute drive.
Here's the
That's
deal.
just stupid.
We're talking about Shedeur Sanders like he deserves,
right.
which a lot of people feel like they deserve. But we're talking about a 5th-round draft pick as if he deserves the attention of a 1st or 2nd round draft pick. You're a 5th-round draft pick, dude. That's the same thing that every other dude in the NFL is going through. So you're not getting sabotaged. Now, I mean, listen, can we get down to the semantics of sabotage? Probably, okay? If we really want to debate semantics here, like are all fifth-rounders sabotaged? Are all fifth-rounders fighting an uphill battle? Are all undrafted free agents? Do they have an unfair opportunity to make the team? Okay, yeah, we can probably get behind that. Yeah, it's insanely difficult for these guys because they're not going to be given the same opportunity. But there's nothing different about what Shedeur is going through than what every other fifth round and sixth round and seventh round dude is going through.
And I would even say this, Tyler, that I think there's most fifth rounders would like to have the opportunity he's gotten.
Sure.
You know, because I think he's gotten more opportunity than the majority of fifth rounders, wouldn't you say?
Well, he's gotten plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, so. But again, don't give me the kind, well, we just will give Hundley a goodbye gift and blah, blah. Then give him the second half, stupid. You know, if you really wanted to give him some, give him the second half. You know?
On the Sean Mazza text line, no, it's the NFL. He has shown he's a mediocre fifth-round quarterback. Well, he had a really good first game.
Yep.
And then it wasn't good in the second game. And he was playing with a lot of backups and guys that were cut. But you can't take 25-yard losses. I mean, come on, man. You got to plant your foot. You got to step in the pocket, get rid of the ball. All this stuff that you kind of got away with in college, it doesn't work in the NFL.
And that one that he took a 25-yard loss on, dude, just step up in the pocket. Step up.
I agree.
I mean, you had plenty of space in front of you.
It is funny how, you can go through training camp and you can be coached the right way, and I'm sure he is. But boy, oh boy, do you just fall back on your bad habits sometimes, right?
Yeah.
You just...
Well, but that was the one thing that everybody, the knock on him anyway, was the sacks and stay in there. But again, I say it jokingly, but I listen, he got to play with his old CU line in that second half the other day. I mean, that's who he was playing with. He didn't have a lot of time, and he didn't do what he was supposed to do a lot of times. Step in the pocket and get rid of the ball.
Yet, as I see people say, well, Hundley took him, that same group, which is true, and drove him down for a field goal to win the game.
And what's the difference?
But we all know that a 2-minute drive always looks different. Always. Why are they playing in prevent? Why is it so easy? Why don't we go 2-minute the whole game? Isn't that what the fan says every single time? The casual fan's always like, hey, why aren't we in 2-minute offense the whole game? Because they're going to play a different type of defense. It's always different at the end of the game. It's easy to move the ball in a 2-minute drive.
I thought it was silly to play a guy that you're going to cut when you could still judge something. You have moments to judge, and the game presented itself. There was something interesting to find out, and you don't use it? Stupid. Stefanski, I doubt he wanted Shedeur. Seriously. Well, it doesn't make logical sense after drafting Gabriel and having Deshaun Watson in the wings and Pickett and Flacco.
So who's the one that wanted Shedeur?
That is such a great question.
Well,
what conspiracy theory do you believe?
The biggest story regarding Shedeur Sanders, if we're being honest, didn't happen in the game. It happened Friday after our show with Eric Dickerson.
Yeah.
You know, that comment he had on some podcasts saying this was the league saying don't draft him. We got to set an example.
Yeah, but that was also stupid because did you hear the other part of that? When Eric says that the league called the Browns and they're like, hey, we need you to draft Shedeur. And they're like, okay, yeah, we're just going to use what the league called us. So we're just going to be like, okay, we're going to use one of our picks and select Shedeur.
And that's stupid,
probably.
But then you just asked right before that, well, then who picked him?
Yeah, if I'm just going conspiracy theory, what favor?
Ain't no team doing a favor to the NFL and select a dude they don't want.
Conspiracy. What favor do the Browns get down the road for that move?
You tell me.
What break do they get on a stadium? When did they get the draft?
Does does Roger Goodell have that type of pull with the mayor, with the governors? Does he have that type of pull to give him to give them tax breaks, to give them sewage, to give them whatever?
He can put Cleveland as the 2 years from now they get the draft. They can do things. Let this ultra conspiracy theory on this, and I'm not saying I'm buying it, even though I'm bringing it up. But why in the world would they make this decision with Shedeur in the first place? When you see that Huntley got to play, why? Why did you take Shedeur?
I don't know. My only real explanation on it is, and I've said this before, we already had 3 Pintos in the driveway. We're not in love with any of them. We're just trying to get enough cars that one of these things is going to work.
Here's somebody. Haslam wanted Shedeur to sell jerseys. Haslam was one of the guys to try to separate himself from taking Shedeur. Haslam was like, it wasn't my idea. They didn't ask me about it. The drafting of Shedeur Sanders at that point really is one of the mysteries of the world because nobody seems with the Browns to be all that excited about it. So there you go.
Well, somebody wanted him. So, I mean, we're acting like nobody in the organization wants him. Somebody wanted him.
Somebody wanted him. Somebody wanted him. And
I'd like to know another dumb question. If they don't draft him there, where does he get drafted?
I don't think he gets drafted. It didn't make sense to draft him there. You're right. Whether the 5th round picks, what do you get? Nothing. Hardly anything. Unless your organization like Spencer Rattler with New Orleans, Derek Carr, retires out of, like, oh my God, gets hurt and retired, then it's done. I mean, all right. Well, then lucky for Spencer Rattler. But nobody drafts a quarterback in the 5th round like that's the plan.
Right.
Period.
But there have been D-line and O-linemen that have jumped up from the 5th round.
Are you kidding me? Loads. The amount of great players you can take in the 5th round is insane. That's why the Broncos, even a 6th round pick on this punter is like, listen, we're giving a lot of praise to the Broncos, deservedly so. But this one was like, what were you guys thinking on this one? And I guess there's not going to be any competition in punting for the Broncos, I guess. Even though, what do you call them, Croshank?
Croshank.
The Croshank redemption will be strong once the season starts. Of all the minor criticism you could have of the Broncos, I suppose that one stands out.
Yeah.
Because right now, it does not seem to make much sense.
There's going to be about 50 punters you can choose and even bring 2 of them in to compete.
Do you know how many punters were drafted this year?
1.
1. You couldn't have waited until the draft was over and figured it out?
If you're going to draft 1 punter, that guy's got to make sure. I mean, that guy's got to be Ray Guy. Right? That's got to be a legendary Hall of Fame type dude.
And that's why they're pumping this guy up, because they are pumping him up. And we're all of us are like, you guys said it in practice. We're looking at the games like, huh? But you listen to those guys. Listen to the Broncos talk about him, and you'd think he is Ray Guy.
Yeah, listen, he's probably going to be fine. We're probably way overreacting to watching practice shanks and all that, but it has not looked great in practice for sure.
No, I mean, it didn't look great on his first punt either. Well, what did he kick it? 36 yards, something like that? And then another one, he hit a bomb.
How hard could it be to kick in Denver?
Agreed. So why are you right? All right, whatever. That's such a small point. I don't want to get bogged down into it. What's more interesting is what they're going to do with their cuts and who's likely to go. So let's go over it, and we'll talk about Audric Estime and Mathis and Audric and some others to see if there's another position they're looking out there. It's PhD here on 92.5. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay. Every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado, and they'll help you as well. If you remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, you might have laughed it off, but it happens over and over, and it's getting more serious. But we do have the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for you. With success rates well over 90%, they got you covered, and they have for nearly a decade with tens of thousands of men. So here you go. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
overall, I think we got out of the game pretty healthy. There'll be a lot of good film for us to look at, a lot of corrections, I'm sure. Good to get another win, and we get into a lot of the decision-making that puts together the initial roster. So not going to answer questions about our roster. I'm not going to do it. All right. I'll answer the best I can about the game. I thought there were some real positive things, and then there's some other things that weren't as positive. So any questions?
You guys got any questions for Coach Payton?
Why'd you buzz your head?
What'd you buzz your head? What'd you say?
He buzzed his hair.
He did go low, did he? He went really low.
He buzzed it.
Yeah. That's a good question. That's a sign of something.
What's it mean, DMac? I know you're a big hairstyle change, beard style change.
Gary Kubiak was legendary right before training camp started to go.
You will not miss a chance to take a shot at Gary's dye job, will you?
Dude, he was not one gray hair on his head, and it was cut low and ready to go. I don't know with Sean. We always joke about Jokic sort of getting fresh cuts, but I don't, Jokic is the one guy I actually don't think it means that much. Although he kept his goatee all last year.
He did.
So that was different.
I asked him about that.
Yeah, what'd he say?
I said, I saw it in training camp last year. So I said, I think mine's better. And he goes, I said, are you going to keep it? He goes, oh, I do not know. Maybe. It's fun for now.
Yeah, but he did keep it the whole year, which means you have to cut around it. So it is a little intentional.
I know this. Marlo and I used to chart it, and whenever he went to that clean cut, low,
pretty good,
2 blade, 1 blade, whatever it was,
balling.
He always had like a 35-point game right after a fresh haircut. Fresh haircut and fresh shave.
I don't know if it means anything for Sean. He's just getting ready for the season. It's he looks good though. He's a little frustrated by certain things, but overall, I thought it was a pretty. You want a great training camp for the Broncos in preseason? It's a wrap.
When are you ready for a hot take? Do you want me to say my?
Oh hell no! Let's
I
go.
got a monster hot take.
Let's go.
Monster.
Let's go.
In my opinion, monster hot take.
Go for it.
After watching this preseason, Sean Payton needs to give up the play calling. And Davis,
right, go for it.
And I would
Explain.
make Davis Webb, and I understand he's your quarterback coach, but the one great offensive game they had, Davis Webb was calling the plays. I'd give it to Davis Webb. I talked to somebody over the weekend.
All right.
They said Davis Webb is a rising star.
Yeah.
He said if you want to keep him here, you better make him the highest paid position guy on the team by far. And another way you could do that is start giving him responsibilities.
Well, real quick, sorry to interrupt you, Scott, but that's what I said last week was that next year Sean's going to have to make a really difficult decision.
Yeah.
Am I going to stay loyal to my guy that has been with me forever, Joe Lombardi, or is it more important that I retain Davis Webb and I now give Davis Webb Joe Lombardi's title of offensive coordinator?
And let him really call plays. I mean, let him do the job.
Probably not.
He's got to. It's time for Sean Payton to quit calling plays.
Well, you might want that, but that ain't going to happen.
If Davis Webb doesn't
how
have
many delay of games have happened on the games he's calling plays? Had another one this game.
I don't know.
Well, Sean is notorious for being slow getting the play calls in.
Come on, man. Make Davis Webb the play caller, and that's my biggest hot take. You want to win 12 games? Make Davis Webb your play caller. You want to win 9 or 10?
That's a good hot take.
Sean, keep your job.
That's a good hot take.
Be a coach. Coach to coaches.
Because I don't know if Sean takes pride in anything more than calling the plays.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we won't have a running game again this year, and that's why everything will go blah, blah, blah.
I think it's a bit reactionary, if I'm being honest. I do.
I've been holding this take for the whole preseason.
No,
I like it.
It's fine. All I'm saying is we've got one preseason game of seeing Davis Webb call a game. And it was cool. It was. And it operated efficiently. And I'm not denying that at all. But Sean Payton's been doing this a long time. And he is a very, very well-respected offensive mind.
I got you. I'll use DMac's old logic 20 years ago, but
not really.
We can phrase it two different things.
2009.
Listen, at some point, Shanny did give up the play calling duties to Gary.
And it
at
changed.
some point.
It changed him, and they got even more proficient.
All right.
In their first Super Bowl, who was calling plays?
I don't know.
I don't either, actually. But I thought that year he was giving Kubiak
I don't know.
I thought either 97 or 98, he gave Gary more of the play calling.
I thought the way I heard it, Gary would call the plays, but Mike retained the right to jump in there
do that.
and do what he wanted when he wanted.
Do that.
I
I'm
thought
good.
that's the way it was.
That's fine.
but-
Let's do that.
Well, Tyler would know.
Well, I wouldn't know then. I mean, I wasn't around then. I'd be shocked if Mike gave up the play calling duties.
Okay.
Well, he did.
Now,
To
the
Gary.
only time that I saw Mike give up play calling duties was to Kyle. That from my personal experience.
In Washington, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, well, let's parse this out a little bit. Why, not if Sean would give it up. We'll get to that in a second. But why would it be better, Scott, to have Davis Webb calling the plays?
I don't know. I think it was Tyler said it, or maybe it was on the broadcast. Is there anybody that's closer to the quarterbacks, what they like, what they're good at, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, where their fears are?
This is true.
Than Davis Webb.
All right, that's one. That's a plus.
He's a shining star that you'd like to keep in your organization as long as you can, to the point where if it can work out and he can handle responsibilities like this, when you're 63 or 64 or 65-year-old Sean Payton wants to say bye-bye, woo, there's a nice little slide over to the head coach.
friendly argue with you, though.
No.
Well, Sean's in all those meetings. Sean's paying attention to all those moments.
Sean's not in all those moments. He's
Okay.
not. He's not. I mean,
Does Sean not have the same and close relationship with Bo Nix as Davis Webb?
No.
He doesn't?
I think it's different. It's different.
Okay.
I think Sean's relationship with Bo Nix is probably more relational, meaning we spend time in our office every single week. We talk about third downs. We talk about plays that we like. Davis Webb's is much more hands-on. It's a much more tangible relationship of spending hours upon hours and hours in the meeting room, just us talking it through, right? And then you go up into the big man's office and you got your own conversation, but that's kind of like once an hour or once a day, maybe for an hour type.
Well,
of thing.
I can even help your argument there, Scott. I think a little bit. Not only has Davis Webb got an unbelievable relationship with Bo Nix, but he's a quarterback, and literally he's a guy who could be playing quarterback in the league right now. So not only does he have the close relationship, but he understands the league as good as anybody because he could still theoretically be playing in the league right now.
And I know Lombardi's been with him a lot longer, but it seems like Davis Webb is a Sean Payton guy too.
Oh, for sure he is. I mean, Davis Webb left a playing career to go be with Sean.
Yeah. So I don't know. It just
It's a good one.
Me. I would like.
All right, let's get to the other one. That's one. The other one is, would Sean ever do that? Would he ever give that up?
Well, he might if it was a last-ditch effort. This is what I have to do to retain Davis. Okay, but we're not there yet. We're not. We're not even close to that point. You might have to make that decision in the offseason. Okay, and maybe if things are just going horrendous at some point in the season, you pass it off to him for the rest of the game. But Mike would do that. Okay, now Mike, he would when things weren't going right, he'd be like, "All right, somebody else take a crack at this thing."
Really?
Yeah. And you
that's
know,
interesting.
Whether it was just a series or two or whatever it was, like there's a moment in there that it's like, all right, here you go. Yeah, like time to change this thing up.
The interweb said that Shanahan gave it over to Kubiak in 99 after they started 0-4, and then Gary had it the whole rest of the time he was here.
Okay. All right. I believe that. They didn't have the Super Bowl success as they did before that, but I mean, they had a 6-10 season, but then they went back to the playoffs and I forget what was Coob's last year here.
Well, before he got the job in Houston.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
07, 06.
You know, it would be fascinating to get Mike on and just ask him about that process. Like, how do you do that? How do you go from calling the plays to trusting somebody else to call them? But I don't think we're even anywhere close to that right now. I love your hot take, but this is Sean's baby, Scott. Like, and we've talked about how, Sean is. He even got sniffy after the game, on Saturday. I just don't see him doing it, man.
No, I don't either, but I think this team would take off even better. I think it would take off even more, in my opinion.
He was a proud man, that Sean Payton. I mean, it was because he said the 8-10 thing, and then Clisserpoo, threw this out at him.
The you had 8 to 10 plays you were telling us, and then you sent them out for the third series.
Yeah, and then I said 8 to 10, and it's not etched in concrete, right? You forgot that last part of it, so it wasn't etched in concrete.
Stupid Mike.
You want to score, get out there, but I thought we did some good things.
So I just pulled up Sean Payton's rankings and points per game for every year that he coached, right? Because I was curious, like you and I were kind of debating there a little bit. I'm like, I won 20 years. Like, I think this dude, he's been pretty good. Listen, in 2021, his final year out there in New Orleans was a very down year, 19th in the league in scoring. 2020, 5th, 19 third, 18 third, 17 fourth, 16 second, 15 eighth. I mean, the dude is freaking. He is a very well respected play caller. And I don't in my mind. That's not an eternity.
The one year it sucked. It was what?
Well,
how many Super Bowls? What year was the Super Bowl?
Oh God,
09, right?
Yeah. 09, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. It was only 16 years.
So you wouldn't take the 5th ranked scoring offense, the 3rd ranked, the 4th, the 2nd?
Where did that lead you into the playoffs?
I don't have their season results here, but
because last year when he finally didn't have Drew Brees, how'd they do?
All I know is if you're calling plays to score points.
Well, it's great to have a Hall of Famer.
I'm here for the hot takes, bro.
What did the Broncos do after Peyton Manning left?
Fair.
I mean, where were they ranked points wise? And then Peyton Manning left, and then where'd they go? Toilet Bowl City.
They went
Where's New Orleans?
Well, hold on. They went specifically one game for missing the playoffs with Trevor Siemian.
Scoring. He brought up the scoring thing.
I don't know where they ranked in scoring after that, but Gary was still sort of running the show the year Payton left. He was. And then it went into the tank. I mean, they didn't make the playoffs that next year either, but it really fell apart after that. Well, Gary quit. I mean, Gary hung it up, and then we went to the death spiral of VJ, Fangio, and Hackett.
I do not disagree with your premise at all, though. I mean, when it comes to Davis Webb and trying to retain him, you're going to have to make a difficult decision.
All right, well, let's keep track of what's going on with the cuts. Man, Scott, all for hot takes. All for it, man. I love it. I friggin' love it. It's PhD here on 92.5. Oh, welcome to it. We're glad you're listening. Comments, we see it on the Sean Mazza text line, the good and the bad. On YouTube, appreciate it. On Twitch as well. So, and on our Altitude Sports Radio app, it's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. I got a ethical dilemma for you guys that I'll bring up here in a little bit. We'll have our player of our game. Who's in the groove for the Broncos? That's coming up as well.
Do we got a new sponsor? Do we have to do that?
Mm-hmm.
You getting paid?
No. Just a salary, just like you. That's it. That's the way that goes.
Is that a bad question?
It was a fair question.
Hold on. Was that a dumb question, Tyler?
It was inbounds.
Audric Estime. Let's talk about him right now. He had this to say after the game.
Make the team is not up to me. It's up to the coaching staff, and it's honestly up to God. And I feel like I did what I needed to do to put myself in position to be on it. But at the end of the day, it's Sean knows what's best for his team, and I'm just putting my trust in God, and I feel like I did what I needed to do.
You'll feel proud of what you've done this offseason and getting in the end zone and all that?
Yes, I'm proud of my progression. I definitely got better from last year to this year and from the beginning camp towards the end. I definitely progressed a lot, and that's all you could do is progress in this league.
8 carries, 45 yards, 5.6 per with a touchdown. Actually, it looked pretty good, in all honesty.
He did. He had a nice catch. And in fact, that was another dumb question.
What's that?
I saw some of the worst screenplays I've ever seen. It seemed like they ran
down there in the lower red zone?
15 screenplays throughout the game. And
Back-to-back drives in the lower red zone, we ran a screenplay.
And Estime was like the only screen that gained more than 2 yards, right? I think he had one for like 8. No, I thought he ran hard, man. He ran downhill. He looked good, did good. But
look,
it's a foregone conclusion.
It is. I mean, the one thing that he does bring to the table, and I thought it actually showcased very well in the game, he does have the ability to have a physicality that these other running backs do not. I shouldn't say that they do not, but he can take it to the next level. I think Tyler Badet's got really good physicality. I think he's a pretty healthy blend of a guy that can run through tackles and can make some plays with juking and jiving as well. But Audric looked great in this game. I think he did all that he possibly could. I don't think he's dumb. Just listening to the way he's talking there. First off, hats off to him. That was a very respectable way to answer it, or a respectful way to answer it. And he knows his situation. Even with the Broncos carrying 4, he's an odd man out.
Yeah, Dan, and we should check. I just if there's any other cuts, let us know.
So Jaleel McLaughlin did not make the trip because they
was
had
a weird story. By the way,
they had a long labor going on, which I don't even know if they had the baby. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
by the end of the game, they were reporting they had a baby girl.
Oh, okay,
did they?
Cool.
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
Well, because you do the speed watch.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Well, good for him. But
the end of the game.
But all I was pointing out was that Sean Payton told him to stay home. Okay, and if I'm Jaleel, I'm telling you, I'm thinking long and hard about that. I know it's my kid. I know it's my kid, and I know nobody wants to miss the birth of your kid, but he's fighting for a roster spot on this team. So you've got to think that Sean Payton gave him a nod, wink, like, hey, go ahead and stay home. You're good, buddy. You're making this team. Otherwise, if I'm Jaleel, I know that believe me, I'm not trying to act like you don't want to miss the birth of your baby. I got it. But you also got to make a living, right? And if you're on the bubble, hey, honey, I got to make a living for us.
That's an ethical dilemma right there.
Well, it is. But if you're a bubble guy, it's not that easy of a decision. If you're not a bubble guy, and if your coach gives you the nod, wink, well, yeah, that makes it real easy.
You're on the bubble. What do you do? Ethical dilemma right here. What do you do?
To be honest, I probably play in the game.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I mean, you got to make a living. I mean, isn't the whole idea? I got to make a living for my family.
I'm not even going to chime in on this one because I don't have anything even close to comparable.
First child, I was in Milwaukee. I caught the last flight out of Milwaukee that would get me back to Atlanta. I went from being the first big off the bench to for the next 3 weeks after I came back, and they didn't have FMLAs. And I told my roommate at the time, I said, "Tell Coach, baby's coming." There was duress on the childbirth. Boom, boom. I got a plane, went. Boom, and then it turned out they didn't have it next morning until like 11. I could have been home, but I went from being the first big off the bench, 6th, 7th guy, to I didn't play. I didn't sniff the court for 3 weeks.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You got punished?
I got punished.
Damn.
For going home for my kid.
What year was that?
85.
That's 1985, man. I would be stunned if something like that would happen now, but you definitely were punished back then.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I was in Pittsburgh one time, got a call about 8 o'clock at night, and thought she was in labor. And so I go up to Mike and I'm like, hey, I got an issue. I think we're about to have a baby, and I think I got to go. And he immediately was just like, cool, like no problem. He bought me a first-class ticket, said go home. Fortunately, it turned out she was not actually in labor. I was able to stay. I was able to stay. I played in the game, and I got home and everything. And then we had the baby on a Tuesday, and everything was fine. But I had that moment at 8 o'clock the night before a game. Had to go knock on Shanahan's door and be like, "Hey, I got an issue here. What should I do?" Wow. And he bought me a first class ticket that I didn't end up using.
Okay,
dude, I think it's legal now. The FMLA stuff that like real people having real jobs that they've allowed. They've said courts have said no, men should be able to take it. Dads should be able to take it too. What dad would you know would take the entire 6 weeks FMLA?
You're so funny.
I mean, I'm being very serious.
Oh, I agree.
I mean, when I had Ellie, my last child.
You being a wise guy or not?
No,
about what? I'm with Scott.
I took 3 days. I took 3 days. You know,
I don't know any man that's taken all the FMLA.
I mean, especially in a football player. I mean, legally, you probably could too, and they couldn't do anything. But you ain't no football player going to do that.
Hell no.
You know.
You know, we have a guy in that situation right here, right now.
Oh, I did not.
You didn't?
I
did not know that?
No, I did
Our
not.
boy Raj.
Wait, is he about to take the whole time?
I have no idea what he's going to do. I have no clue what he's going to do. But I
had no idea.
His wife is about to have a kid like it.
Well, I knew that, but I didn't know he was talking about taking a month off.
Oh, I have no idea what he's going to take.
It's special.
Yeah.
Hey, they're young, and that'll be cool for them.
Of course. We're everybody's excited for them. So how much time should Raj take off?
Well, it depends. If he has a kid tomorrow, then he ought to take the rest of the week.
And then let's go.
Get back to work.
Yeah, I'm with Scott.
I did the same thing. I took a day or two or whatever.
I never had the luxury of making such a decision, so I don't know. That's bizarre to me.
But times, they've changed a little bit in that department. All right, it was weird too because he announced that Jaleel was having the kid, but that was on Thursday or something or whatever.
But they said it was a long labor.
I guess because Sean postgame.
We got a dude on the text line that says today is day one back to work for me after 12 weeks FMLA leave. 12 weeks.
There you go.
Good Lord, man.
There you go.
Wow.
12 weeks.
Sean did say after the game, and maybe say I don't know when it was announced because in his press conference he said, "Wow, I'm hoping."
Right. What the hell are you doing for 12 weeks?
Well, I don't think you get paid all the 12, and I think but the FML
DMac's scared right now. I don't know what he's scared of.
I don't know what I'm scared
of. It protects from getting fired. They can't fire you, but I think you could take your PTO and then you get paid for that stuff, but I don't think you get paid for all the FMLA.
I have no idea.
12 weeks?
I'm laughing more at what you guys are talking about.
That's 3 months.
Yeah.
Dude, you went from basketball season to the end of baseball season. Good job, brother.
I'm trying not to be too politically incorrect here, but
about what?
The baby sleeps, the baby poops, the baby pees.
And if they breastfeed, you ain't sticking that big man booby up there in front of it.
You know.
Although it's fun. It was fun coming home and being the one that got up early. You know, I still did all that stuff and everything too. You know, even when I'm playing. And then you get up at 4:30. Falling asleep, and then all of a sudden you're waking up at 8:30 because you got to get in the car by 9:15 to get down to practice by 10. I mean, it'll wear on you after a while. What we do.
You do what you do.
3 months? You imagine a football player say, "Hey, coach, by United States Code 58512,
yeah,
hey, coach, I got to miss 12 games.
I have 12 weeks.
I'll see you Thanksgiving, coach.
I'm going to miss 12 games.
12 weeks of FMLA, and you can't fire me or move my position." Could you imagine a football player doing that?
Hell no.
Oh my God.
Well, why is it okay for society to do it? Why, I mean,
Right.
if some football player did it, what do you think the people on our – if Nick Benito, McLaughlin just had a baby and ended up saying, I'm going to take 3 months, so what would that be? What is September, October? He's coming back, around Thanksgiving.
Scott, you're being accused of spewing toxic masculinity.
How is that?
I don't know.
Well, when you tell me that's a bad thing, I'll tell you.
Okay. Should I move on or should I just?
I don't know.
I'm fine.
But could you imagine a football player doing that?
Scott,
that would be absolutely hysterical.
But they should be legally be able to.
You know what that'd be the equivalent of? It'd be the equivalent of what was our guy, Juwan? Juwan something,
during
the right
COVID?
tackle, that like the only dude on the team that actually opted out for COVID. You
Yeah.
opted out of the season. You chose to not play the
And got
season
paid.
because of COVID. Really?
I don't think it was full pay, but I think.
It was full pay.
Was it?
They got to collect their full salary. Yep.
Juwan James? No,
Juwan James.
It was Juwan James.
Yeah, Juwan James. What a career he had.
He never played for Denver after that, did he? Or did he come back for like one game and got hurt?
No, he did. He was there for Drew Lock. He played for the first half. Remember that? He played for the first half. He played pretty well, and then he got hurt again. He didn't play the second half when Drew beat the
and then didn't
Texans.
play anymore, I don't think, did he?
I don't know, man. It was weird. That dude made out like a bandit. Nobody had fleeced the Broncos for more money and played less than Juwan James. Our history of right tackles is abysmal. That's why I like McGlinchey. Whatever criticism we have, he's bound to be the best guy that we've had.
Not ever.
In a long time.
In a long time.
I mean, since Orlando. I mean, seriously. It's like that. I think he already's done it. He's a right tackle, and they went to the playoffs, and, he's whatever you think about McGlinchey. He did that, at least. Look at who we had. Oh, my God. Juwan James, Menelik Watson, Stevenson. Keep going, right?
Was Powers on the right side of guard?
He's a guard.
Powers is on the left, though.
Yeah, he's
Powers
left
on the
guard.
left?
Yeah. Miners is on the right. Our best offensive player, according to, they just have the rankings of the top 100 for all the Broncos.
Your left and right tackle getting beat around the edge a lot.
Wait, so what's the over-under on our guy taking 12 weeks?
Well, I mean, and listen, it's I'll say this.
Oh, my God.
What's the over-under?
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
If it's legal and you can afford it, why wouldn't you? If it's legal and you can afford it, why wouldn't you?
I gotcha.
I mean, he comes back and goes, how's the kid? Oh, he just turned 1. What? I didn't know. And I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yes. It's fascinating.
Do we want to take bets?
No. We should probably end this conversation right here. But I'm still.
I
know nothing.
DMac has been so nervous this entire conversation.
Because I don't know what rules or whatever the HR stuff is here, and no,
it's federal law.
Okay, all right.
Federal
I
law,
wish everybody the best.
I think
in
you could take the full FMLA as a mom can.
It's as legal as anything. Go for it.
Well,
Why wouldn't
hey,
you?
Listen, if it's legal, and
you think time with your kid is a bad thing?
Well, no. Let's ask you.
You're the one that hates kids.
Yeah,
I love kids.
I
love my kids. Oh, you guys.
Do
I got a
you
story
think
for you.
time with Tyler's kids is a bad thing?
Let me give you a story. This will take me and the kids thing real quick. I love my wife, and she is always looking for fun things, especially in our neighborhood to do. So Lone Tree had their 90s celebration, a 90s dance party. And it's just right here at the Performing Arts Center, right down the road. But hardly any. The band was actually pretty good. They had a band that was pretty good.
Oh, so you went?
We went. We went on Saturday night, 6 to 9 p.m. And there's a lot of kids around, of course. And I don't know what they had to do with the 90s dance party. But you know how I feel about the kid thing.
Did you guys dress up?
To its little degree. I don't know how you define the 90s. I don't know what you wear that's 90s. But you know me and the whole annoying with the kids. And I sat at a table specifically because there were no kids. And there was a food truck and everything was kind of cool. And we got some drinks and everything was good. And we just walked there. But we were just sitting there watching the band. I'm sitting down there. I got hit in the head by a soccer ball that was kicked by a little kid.
Nice.
Oh, gosh.
My wife knows how I feel about that, too. I got hit in the head. No apology. No nothing. Just bonked in the head. So I turned to my wife, and guess what I said to her?
Frickin' kids.
We're leaving.
We're leaving. Let's go.
You know what I've got to figure out?
She looked at me, and she was like, yeah, okay. Let's go.
You know what Darren's going to be?
What's that?
Do you remember Home Alone, the original?
Oh, yeah.
He's the old man neighbor.
Yeah.
Like every kid in the neighborhood is going to be afraid of
The
him
guy with
because
the
he's
shovel?
like the axe murderer that lives in 492
Right,
or whatever.
right.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he's going to be that guy.
I go, let's just sit on the outside at like Vibiachi and just relax, have a glass of wine, away from the children. I don't hate kids.
Yeah, you do.
I hate other people's kids, unless they're good kids, and I only hate kids of a certain age, like the ones that kick soccer balls in your head.
Well, did a mom or no? Did they see you get hit?
Nothing.
No parent came over. What were they doing playing soccer ball inside?
It was outside. It was an inside-outside thing. They have big garage doors there at the Lone Tree Performing Arts Center. They roll up the garage doors, and the band's covered, and the rest of it's outside, like on the lawn. I was out on the lawn. I was sitting on a stoop outside of a lawn.
You're out on the soccer field.
You know what? My head was fair game.
Yeah, you're out on the soccer field.
All right. Yeah. I was in a soccer field.
Yeah, you're
right.
out on the soccer
My
field.
poor wife, she was trying. She was trying so hard. Like, let's do something in the little neighborhood. Doink. I was like, let's go. And she goes, okay.
You know who? There's another good guy who.
All right, we got to take a break.
What was the neighbor in Dennis the Menace?
Oh my God. We'll take a break and come back.
We need a dentist that moves in next door to you.
Who's in the groove for the Broncos? We'll get to our game MVP coming up next.
Hey, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, check out the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory. They got the best customer service. They got the best prices. You're going to have a fantastic experience. You're going to become a customer for life. That's what happened to me when I bought my first car my rookie year, and I keep going back because I know them, I love them, I trust them. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the vehicle, my dreams. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already there. Don't drive all over the state of Colorado. Just go to Phil Long Ford, find the best price, find the car of your dreams. They also have an award-winning service department, so remember, after you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Could have played this at my 90s dance party in Lone Tree. Little D-Light. Who's in the Groove? Start here.
Yeah, I saw them live.
You saw D-Light live?
I saw D-Light live.
God.
They were the band at Saturday Night Live.
You saw Saturday Night Live
Twice.
and D-Light?
And D-Light was the act.
Oh, that is fantastic. Well, you know who's in the Groove then, D-Light. Start Here, Go Anywhere, Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Best player on Saturday night, who was it? Who was in the Groove?
I would like a new Tacoma, by the way.
No,
Or Tundra. Is
I'll
Tundra
let
the
him
big one, or is Tundra the big or the Tacoma? Tundra, right?
Tundra's bigger.
I want the Tundra.
Groove Toyota, Scott has put in his request for a Tundra.
New Tundra.
Okay.
Big.
MVP of the game. Yeah, who's your MVP of the game?
Holy
on
cow,
Saturday
I didn't
night?
know I was doing this,
No,
man.
no, we're all doing it. Who's your MVP? Who's your
Cortland Sutton.
Who was in the Groove?
Cortland Sutton.
What'd you like about Cortland on Saturday night?
Couple big grabs. He's dialed in with this man, Bo Nix. You know, Cortland is he's going to be the dude this year. And when it came down to it on the drive that Bo Nix went 4 for 4 for 71 yards, that included that 43-yard strike to Cortland Sutton and a 19-yard touchdown pass.
Who had the sack for Denver?
Q Robinson?
Q Robinson had one late, but early, like in that first unit defense, I think.
I don't remember.
Was it Allen or?
I don't even remember a sack with the first unit.
Wazirike had a sack. Jonathan Cooper had a sack.
It was Cooper.
Savion
Q Robinson
Jones.
looked legit, though, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's going to make the team.
Savion
Oh,
Jones
he'll
had a sack,
definitely make
too.
the team.
Oh, yeah. That's all the rookies are making the team for the Broncos.
You know, and we talked a little bit about it, but we'll get into it more. But getting rid of Vele, and I liked him a lot. They really are. They're going to keep something extra, either an extra DB or an extra linebacker. That gives him the ability. And you know what else would, Tyler? Keeping just 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Now you basically would have 2 spots for guys like a Q Robinson, who we don't think he's on the bubble, but
no,
a guy like that to make the team.
Yeah, this is going to be – I think this is going to be the first time in a very long time that the Denver Broncos do not have an undrafted free agent make the team.
Yeah.
I can't figure out who it would be.
Well,
it's something crazy like 20 out of 21 years or something one of these dudes has made it.
We are historically one of the better franchises at developing undrafted free agents.
But that's before Sean Payton.
Now, do you think they'll add somebody after Cutdown?
Yes.
What position?
I don't know. I mean, but yes.
Punter.
I'd say outside shot punter. Outside shot.
Fullback.
Yeah, I think that's more likely as a stopgap if there's somebody they just like better than Adam Prentice.
I thought Prentice did okay, though.
Okay, fine. But, like, if there's a world of possibility, there may be somebody that fits the bill better than him.
Maybe you add a tight end because Nate's starting on the IR.
I think it'll be somebody to have that role, right? Whatever Nate Adkins / fullback can do.
Yeah.
A possibility. All right, thank you to Who's in the Groove.
Who'd we name?
Groove Toyota on South Broadway.
I will be better prepared for this next time.
No, it's whatever you think. You could just whoever you think was the best guy. I like Ellinger myself. You know, I liked Sutton. He was great. But Ellinger was like, all right, you're making things a little tricky here.
Do you guys think I guess I shouldn't say I'd be surprised. They did it the entire year last year, but I'll say it again. I'll be surprised if they carry 3 quarterbacks. So that means you're going to cut Sam Ellinger, which means that you have to put him on the waiver wire. There's no guarantee that you could get him to the practice squad. So my question is, do you guys think he's going to get picked up?
Well, again, if you're that bubble of a guy, can we cut him? We really like him, but well, then guess what? If he's a bubble guy and you're even thinking about cutting him, he's not going to be that valuable to your team. You know what I'm saying? Hot Rod Hundley or Snoop Dogg Hundley is going to be available if you want to pick up somebody in the week 3.
Hot Rod Hundley.
And listen, I like Ellinger. I told you before in training camp, I was surprised I like him because I haven't watched a lot of him until camp. But you got rid of Vele. That opened you an extra spot for somebody else that probably can play. And if you only go with 2 quarterbacks, that's going to open a spot for somebody who can play. And I make fun of Snoop Hundley. You don't think a Snoop Hundley would come on this team as a practice squad guy?
Yeah, of course.
So you're going to be able to find a practice squad guy. And let's be honest, if you get down that low, you're in trouble anyway.
I'm just going to say, if I had to put a buck on it, I think you can cut him and put him on the practice squad. I do. I mean, could he get picked up? Sure. He did a lot. He did a lot of good stuff. But if I had to put a buck on it, I bet he clears waivers.
Scotty Gange asked him that question basically after the game.
That's a tough question. Unfortunately, that's out of my hands, and all I can control is my performance and how I am on a daily basis. And so however it works out, it works out. I love being here. I love the quarterback room. I love this team. I'm really excited for the direction that I think this organization is headed.
The question is, would you rather be third string on this team or have an opportunity to be a backup somewhere else?
Depends where the backup is. Now, the backup could be somewhere like a Vele going to New Orleans, who should play a whole lot. If it's that choice, and that's what you're about, maybe. If it's, hey, we might be able to go into the postseason, get a couple rounds of postseason money and all that stuff. Who knows? A break here and there. Cincinnati knocks out Buffalo and Josh Allen at the end of the game, and you get them without a Josh Allen. Maybe, whatever.
Well, you know what the real answer is? And, I mean, of course you always would rather be a 2 than a 3. But for guys like Sam Ellinger, the real answer is, hey, I just want to be on a 53-man roster, and I want to make league minimum.
Yeah, so you want to make league money.
So whoever wants to put me on a 53-man roster, that's where I want to be.
Okay.
Now, does practice squad money go against your salary cap?
No.
So, in essence, you could say, hey, listen, come back here and we'll give you $1 million.
You can pay guys whatever you want. I mean, the Broncos, in fact, just got loose of Clay Webb. They cut him, a rookie guard. He was one of the highest guaranteed deals, and they just let him go. I mean, you can pay these dudes on the practice squad, whatever. There's minimums, but there's no maximum if you really want them to hang around. Because once you're on a practice squad, you can just go anywhere you want.
Yeah, but the one thing that you cannot control is the waiver wire. So you still have to clear the waiver wire to get to that.
Tyler is correct.
If you want to offer a guy $1 million, he still has to clear the waivers.
Correct. So if you cut Ellinger before you can sign him on the practice squad, Tyler's right. Somebody would claim him. The question is, do you think there is a team that would claim Sam Ellinger? Because they'd have to put him on the 53.
They very well could. I think he'd clear it though.
I don't think there's not. I think there may not be multiple teams that would pick him up to be on the 53, but I do think there are multiple teams would say, hey, we'd like to have you on our practice squad.
Oh, I think there's a lot, yeah.
Yeah. So
now,
that may be where you have to say, listen, come back here. Here's $900,000.
But that's where he gets to make a choice. So he clears waivers. Hey, man, the Broncos may not be the only one offering him a spot on their practice squad. And that's where he gets a little more freedom to do whatever he wants. So how good is your relationship here? It's always a little bit tested. And, some guys say, forget it, pound sand, I'm going to somebody else's practice squad. Because maybe it set up a better chance for them down the line. Who knows what the Broncos... We still are trying to figure out why they kept 3 last year. What was the reasoning?
You guys liked it. I was the only one on this show that didn't like that.
Well, last year
I didn't mind it, but I didn't understand it. The only reason I thought it made sense... Well, first of all, I thought there was let's break glass in case of emergency for the first few weeks. But once that was established, it made no sense unless you were going to trade him. And it really made no sense at the end of the day. Zach Wilson never played. You never traded him. He left, when he got, it's just, I really don't understand why they did it. Never mind 4 guys like they're doing right now, today, at this moment in Cleveland, which, of course, is, who does that? Help me out with a team keeping 4 quarterbacks in the NFL on their 53. Has it ever happened?
I still think that there's a chance that Kenny Pickett gets cut.
Well, 4 quarterbacks on the 53 seriously might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my life. It really makes no sense.
It makes no sense. Yeah. And don't forget, Deshaun Watson's threatening to be back this year, too.
I know.
So in essence, you kind of got 5, 1 in the wings.
And then you take a guy in the last 2 minutes of a game who leads a drive that you win, and you cut him. And you don't play the guy to, hey, what could Shedeur do in a pressure situation? Let's not find that out.
Yeah, we don't want to find that out. Please don't show us that.
Man, there's a lot of Tebow-esque things going on right now, it feels like, with Shedeur there in Cleveland.
You know what? I forgot this, but we got a smart texter. When they changed the rules, you actually cannot pay these guys whatever you want on the practice squad. There is a max, and it's based off years of service. And so you can make $13,000, $17,500, or $22,000 per week, but $22,000 is the max.
Yeah, but can't you give him a signing bonus?
I don't think so.
I thought you could give him a signing bonus up to like under what the vet minimum would be. Like I could have sworn that was okay. Maybe I'm wrong on that too, but I thought you could.
So it says you can pay for veterans with negotiable contracts. You can pay up to a maximum of $396,000 a year.
Okay. That's what I was thinking about. So you could pay Ellinger up to that amount of money.
Yeah, up to $396,000.
Well, that's a lot for the practice squad, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if he makes the team, how much is it?
Oh, way more for a guy with 4 years of service.
I don't know what league minimum is now. I'd bet it's $700.
Yeah, I mean a good chunk more, but still, that's nothing to snooze at. I mean,
But yeah,
you know what I made my first 2 years, and I'm not complaining. Nobody listen to me like I'm complaining here, but I made $225 and then $245 my first 2 years in the NFL.
On the roster.
On the 53-man roster. Practice squatters are, in theory, making up to double of what I was making.
125, 135,
Dude,
155.
0 years of service in the NFL.
Huh?
0 years of service in the NFL. So your rookie year, your league minimum, $870. $870.
Golly.
1 year service, $995. 2 years, $1.12, and then it goes up to a maximum of 10+ years. Your league minimum is $1.7.
So Ellinger could probably make 1.3 if he makes the team.
Correct.
Being that he's got 4 years, this is his 5th year.
Compared to
$396,000.
If they were to offer him that
Save
much.
you $1 million.
Save you $1 million. I mean, maybe a little bit more. How much do you need $1 million? Well, rock and roll, baby. That's the world of the NFL. So that's the decision too, I guess. But Jeff Legwald, our pal, wrote a lengthy article. Really good. A lot of stuff.
By the way, I
we
thought
know.
that was very funny on the.
We'll have him on Wednesday
on our text line.
This is a great article. We should get this guy on Wednesday.
Yeah,
spectacular. We will have Jeff Legwald on Wednesday.
Oh, there you go. Good tease.
But and it was a longer article, but he went through a lot of the history that we know. But one of the things that he pointed out was with the ownership that the Broncos have now, this stuff is like cash is just not a big deal. Like they will do whatever it takes to win, and they're not gonna, they're not gonna make their decisions just based on saving $1 million. If it's the best thing for the team, they'll do it.
Here's another take I took from that article was players realize who the owners are.
They seem to appreciate it.
And
although there was an ex-Bronco crapping all over the team this weekend.
Saw that. Who's that?
Javonte Williams. He said life in the Dallas, the guys like each other. We like hanging out together. Like everything's great. So that may be a little,
That's more of a shot at Sean, don't you think?
Well, the one line that was a shot was he said that the players actually hang out together.
Is that a shot at Sean?
Well, I mean, who's the leader of the culture?
Here's what I think it is. My hot take on that. Players know players, and he wasn't working out, and players knew it. And you tell me, because you guys would know better. I don't think you'd try to be mean to a guy, but I don't think you go out of your way to be friendly with him either. It's just, here's that dude, and that's that. And I think players knew what Javonte was, and he probably felt a little ostracized. That's my take on it. I don't think the Broncos hang out less. I think Javonte was just on the outs and the players knew it.
Well, maybe so. That's
a guess.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Okay. Has that been your experience too?
No.
Not really.
No.
I mean, I think that there's guys that get on the outs for attitude reasons. You're like, I don't want to deal with that dude. There's guys that are just they're bad apples, and so they're outcasts, and you don't end up hanging out with them. My experience, I've never had a dude be on the outs simply because he's having a bad year.
Okay.
If nothing more, they're almost embraceable.
Absolutely. You pull them in, you hug them.
Well, not if you're Austin Gomber. You just cut the hell out of him. See you later. Get out of here.
Now, if you're bad guys and you're still playing behind the guy, you're like, what do I got to do?
No, I mean,
that's probably true.
Oh, dude, I had a dude that was doing.
That's probably true.
I was doing, I guess I could say it now. I won't say no names. I had a guy who went on the injury list because he had anal fissures.
DMac's had that plenty of times.
I have had that. It sucks. It's awful.
Well, let's see if you got the way this guy. So I asked a medical professional who probably shouldn't be telling me. See, I said, well, what we're thinking is he's been doing a lot of cocaine. You could put it on that membrane and it just tore it up.
Oh, my
Wait,
God.
you do cocaine through that?
Yeah, you rub it on there, and I guess
kidding me?
It absorbs into the bloodstream.
You got to be kidding me.
That's where they think he ended up having it.
What's his name? Steve-O?
No.
That's how.
But if I told you his nickname,
No.
If I told you his nickname, you would say, "Oh, that sounds like the nickname sounds like a guy who would do that."
Okay.
Let me guarantee you, that is not how I got my anal fissures.
Okay. He was probably riding a bike.
Mine was running. I was training for this marathon. I was running nonstop for years in a row. And once you rip it, I thought I had hemorrhoids. And I went for the doctor and he goes, "No, you got this anal fissure thing." I go, "How do you?" He goes, "You got to rest. Like, you got to just stop."
Motor oil.
It sucked, man. It's just like having a razor up there.
Yeah.
Like, good luck.
Well, this guy missed about 6-7 weeks of the season.
Oh, I get it. But I was, he was a crack butt.
Yeah, literally.
Or coke butt. I don't know what kind of, it's like, I've never heard of that.
That was just one medical person thought that might be the explanation.
What was going on?
Yeah. But he was an NBA player, so.
It could just be
Whatever happened to HIPAA, sucker?
Well, exactly.
All right. We have
nice to go to dinner with certain people.
Yeah.
No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. I do have an ethical dilemma for you guys as part of No Dumb Questions.
And I want to get into the Tour Championship.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's ironic.
That's the first tournament I've watched this year.
Yeah.
That was my topic of an ethical dilemma.
Oh.
I look at what name I wrote down right there. Fleetwood. Said that.
Is there an ethical dilemma?
We'll get there next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What? Dude, that's a great story. You're at a youth game, and the entire parent section of the other team got kicked out of the game?
The entire parent section of the other team was
ejected.
Moved from the field.
How many parents is that? Like 20?
Oh,
more?
I'll bet it was 20 to 30, yeah. I mean, there's probably 12
Did they deserve it?
They were pretty loud. Listen, they had a bad call, and I'll grant you that, because right not far from me.
I've never seen that in youth sports.
And they'd already been warned. We all were warned, but I mean, I think you just put it all of us in general. Because we're winning, so why we complain about
you got, yeah.
But, so the ball goes out, man, they keep it alive. Girl takes it down the corner, throws it out, gets to the middle of my daughter, who kind of kicks it, shoves it over to the right side. Girl kind of one times it in for a goal. Up 4-1 at that or something like that. These parents are going nuts, especially dads. I mean, it's mostly dads.
Uh-huh.
And going nuts. Finally, this guy walked over, and he was running sideline. He walked over and said, "Everybody, gone.
Scram!"
I've never seen
Gone.
that.
Kicked the inside.
He kicked out the parent section.
The
How
warden,
in the world would he enforce that?
the warden made a good point. There was multiple fields, like most soccer things is.
Yeah.
So they walked all the way over another 40 yards past our field.
Yeah, because what are you going to do?
Stood and watched.
Yeah.
But we're probably 40 yards now, 30 yards off the field.
That's a riot.
On this other field.
Never seen anything like that.
Because that was the only game going on. So they're standing, but they're there, but they're all standing up kind of away from play now. But the warden made a good point. He goes, they knew where they could go, didn't they? I don't think this is the first time they've been.
That's got to be the first time. I've never heard of anything
I'm not sure
like
this is
that.
the first time they were ejected.
What was there like, a spray-painted jail for the parents, like on the field?
Well, it's like the
where you hit your drop?
There was a drop zone. Yeah, they had an ejection zone. You know what? They ought to do that. A little box. If your sideline gets cleared, you have to stand in the box.
The ejection zone.
Yeah, the ejection zone.
That's funny.
Yeah. So and it was a bad call.
Okay.
Probably it didn't help them, but I've never seen that before and ever.
All right, let me give you my
11-year-old, by the way.
Yeah, it's okay. Just calm down, Mom and Dad. The game's going to be over in an hour. It's going to be what it's going to be.
Oh, there was probably only like 15 minutes left in the game.
Just the parents with the sports, and hey, I was one of them. I get it. Just glad you guys won.
Talking about toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
Tommy, there was a mom that had a whole bunch of toxic masculinity in that group too.
Sports moms can be something. They can be something.
Oh, I got cursed out by an opposing team's mother after a basketball game last year.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Big time.
They could be something.
Really?
Oh, big time.
I was sent by a guy, and we're new to the team, and this dad was new to the team, and built pretty good build. Looked like he was a former athlete or whatever. And this one lady was going off louder even than the guys. And there was a couple guys that were loud. I said, I've always had a philosophy that there have been more women that have gotten their boyfriends and husbands' ass kicked than the men did it on themselves. And if you think about it,
I feel you.
Right? And this lady, brutal.
Just remind me, I got a story. I almost got in a fight at the concert this weekend. It's a good story. Good story. It'll
Tommy
I know you're trying to get
horses.
Tommy Fleetwood. So
no, go ahead.
After the concert ends, okay, I'm there with
toxic masculinity.
There's 4 of us, okay, and so we go up to a box, not the KSC box, okay. We go up to a box where we know somebody after the concert's ended. Now I'm not drinking, but the other people are. They're like, well, let's go up to the box. Let's have a couple more drinks.
You and 3 dudes?
No, it's
couples, whatever.
Yeah,
mixed bag. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, 2 dudes, 2 girls.
Okay.
So we go up to the box of a buddy that we all know, right? But the guy is standing outside of the box because he's now in a fight with his wife. He got kicked out because he got too drunk, yada, 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 whatever, right?
Wow.
But he's the only dude that we know that is from this box. We don't know the rest of the crowd that is in the box.
And he's not even in the box.
He's just outside of the box,
Because
right?
of a fight. Okay.
Right. So he's like, well, hey, go on in and get some drinks, right? Well, so my buddy goes in, gets himself a beer. I trail him. Buddy leaves. It's now just me in this other box. I'm getting a freaking water. I'm the sober driver. I don't drink, okay? I'm just grabbing a water out of the fridge. This dude looks at me and he goes, hey, get the F out of here. Who are you? We don't know you. Get the F out of here. I go, hey, relax. We know Brett. We're buddies with Brett. He's our buddy. He's like, who do you know? We know Brett. No, I'm not going to say his last name. But anyways, So this dude is tanked out of his mind. Well, he calms down for a quick second, right? And once he realizes that we actually knew somebody that was in the box.
Did he look at you? Did he see you?
Well, okay, well, here's the funny part, right? So here's the funny part is that after he realizes we're buddies with Brett, everybody else calms this dude down. He's like, hey, it's all right. It's fine. It's relax, right? I got a freaking water. I didn't even take your alcohol, okay? So I jokingly said, once I thought things were calmed down, I was like,
instigator.
No, I was totally playful. I said, hey, I'll arm wrestle you for the water. and that he did not take kindly to that. That set the dude off again. He was already triggered. Buddy's calmed him down. He gets triggered again. Now he like steps up to me. He is a big old boy. Now he's not he's not like me, but he's a big old boy, but he's older, right?
Bigger than 6'3"?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and I mean he's got some weight on him, right? So it would have been a healthy opponent, right? Had it been,
yeah.
But the arm wrestling joke really set this dude over the top.
Oh my God!
And I'm like, buddy, I was joking, just joking. Relax. I don't need to get in a fight tonight. I walked myself out. I said, do you want me to give the water back?
Wow.
What did he say to that?
Damn.
At that point, everybody else in the room was laughing, so it did kind of calm it down. But if it weren't for the rest of the room, his buddies that were calming him down, that thing would have gone. It almost did. It really did. 0 to 100 in like 2 seconds.
I mean, if he throws a punch, what do you do?
Now, that right there, so you got a problem going out a place where kids are going to be. That's why I don't like to go, because I don't drink anymore either.
I
don't like to go where a bunch of drunks are either.
I'm neither do I, you know? That's why that 90s dance party was kind of crazy.
You're usually the guy getting people out of your box.
Oh, my God. No, I don't care. I mean, the box is like, hey, listen, was that first time the guy's ever been in a box? A box, the box is like, you roll your eyes at the box. People come and go and, seriously. Who's really keeping tabs of anybody? And frankly, who cares?
Yeah.
It's just like more the merrier. Like we're having a party.
Everybody is paid to get in the building.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
The concert was over.
Well, the concert was over.
It was over. This was like a little after party
This
deal.
concert's over.
Concert's done.
Even worse, who cares?
Concert's totally over.
What, does the guy own the box? Is he paying for the waters?
I have no idea who owned the box. We had a buddy that said, come up here, grab a drink.
All right. I'll make it quick because I know you wanted to say something about the FedEx.
That was the first one I've watched this year. First
Tour
golf
Championship.
tournament.
Tommy Fleetwood wins for the first time ever on the PGA Tour. If you would make a deal with the devil, and here's the deal. You can be a pro golfer and you can come close, but you're only going to win one tournament. However, that one tournament's going to pay you $10 million.
I thought it was more than that, isn't it?
Oh, wow. It's $10 million. I don't know if it's $10 million and change, but it's 10 million buckaroonies. But that's my ethical question. Like, would you make that deal with the devil?
No.
You're only going to win one time, though.
Well, first of all,
yes.
He's won 7 different times on Europe, and he's been in the top 5 a million times. He's always in the top 10.
But it's his first PGA Tour victory.
Now you're talking about life-changing money. So I mean, if the money is enough that it sets you up for the rest of your life, then yes,
$10 million, take taxes out, you're walking away with $5 million cash at least, right? Something like that.
Yeah. I mean,
but you only get to win one time.
You're not living the billionaire life, but you're living a pretty comfy life.
Okay, you'd make that deal.
Sure.
And who knows? Maybe he'll win more. I just found it remarkable that a guy as good as him had never won on the PGA Tour.
He's been so close.
I know. So nice moment. What was your?
Seems like a good guy too, right?
Seems like a good guy. Yeah, I got whatever. Tommy Fleetwood. He's one of those guys. Cantlay, whatever it takes. I mean, he's one of these guys that takes forever to hit a shot.
Scheffler ended up tying for 4th and only took home 2.6.
Yeah, a bad week for Scheffler.
Yeah, bad week for Scheffler. But no, it's the first one I've watched, and it's kind of funny because you cheer for you especially when you're watching TV and sports, and you want moments to be able to sit there and say, after 100, I think he's had 184 starts on the PGA Tour or something like that, and to get his first win, it's the biggest first prize purse anyway. I think in golf. I mean, it was kind of neat, and you found yourself really cheering for the guy, especially after having leads the previous 2 weeks. And losing them and pulling in seconds, right?
Now let me ask you something.
Yeah.
In your theoretical question.
Yeah.
Do I still get all these top 5 finishes?
Yep. In fact.
Then I'm not taking that deal because I'm going to make way more money off those top 5 finishes.
Okay.
The accumulation of all my top 5s, I'm going to make more.
Here's the stat on Fleetwood, which is crazy. He has made career earnings $33.4 million.
Yes, that's pretty good.
He is the highest earning player ever to not have won a tournament on the PGA.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely not taking that deal.
Just keep going.
Yes.
Just second place.
I'm living a
third
great
place,
life, dude.
Whatever.
And he's all of like 34, 35.
34 years old.
Yeah. Dude, he's still a kid, right? And it's funny, you had the whole place was really cheering for him.
Well, because everybody knew.
And the announcer said, let's see if they'll cheer for him in 3 weeks when the Ryder Cup comes back.
Yeah, what's funny about this? They treat him like he's some sort of sad sack.
Right.
They treat him like it's kind of like he's the last guy on the bench. He's made $33.4 million playing golf, everybody. It's not. I mean, it's nice that he won and all, but he's hardly like an underdog.
I actually followed him around a little bit at practice around at the Ryder Cup 2 summers
You know what he kind of is? He's kind of a joke artist when you think about it. If a guy is that good and you can't really pull it out, I mean, how many of those times did he just really not come through in the clutch?
Well, and the more and more and more and more you play, and the more opportunities that slip by you, the more pressure you put on yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it was like Rory with the Masters.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. By the way, Rory doesn't even care anymore. Now that he's got the Masters.
Nope.
It was, you see him, he was like on a jet to like
He goes, let's
the
get out of
U.S.
here.
Open.
Yeah, I can't win it. Let's get out. But that's what.
Oh, well, I got it.
John Daly turned into that for a while. He won a couple majors, but then in a tournament, if he was like Sunday and he's in the first or second or third group tee off, dude, he's going to play in about 2.5 hours.
Hey, man, everybody's got a number where all of a sudden you really don't give them flying whatever anymore.
I'll give you a quick history of Eastlake. First of all, it's Bobby Jones's home course where he learned to play golf at, so everybody knows that. It's the first course I ever broke 80 on.
Good for you.
It was Eastlake Country Club.
Nice.
Yeah.
Where are you shooting it from? From the tips, or
Well,
you?
No, I doubt it. I don't know.
From wherever it was.
Back then, I mean, it was.
Did you have to make a putt to break 80?
It was just a regular course. Well, I'll tell you a funny story. So the nines are flipped.
Okay.
If you saw nines ends on a pretty long par 3, that used to be 18. So I get up to 18. Now my buddies are drinking. I stopped drinking because I knew I was playing pretty well, so I didn't drink. So I get up to 18. If I bogey, I shoot an 80.
Okay.
If I part, I shoot a 79.
Okay.
And it's like I got like a 205 par 3.
Just take it nice and easy, brother.
I put it about 5 inches. It's maybe the closest I've ever had to hole in one. I put it to like 5 inches, had a tap in birdie.
For a 78.
For a 78.
Wow.
Good for you, man. That's awesome.
I will tell you what happened at the end of the night. It was not pleasant.
Okay.
A couple wives had to come bail me and my buddy out.
Jail?
I wasn't driving.
Well, you'll remember that 78.
Yeah, I'll remember that 78.
Were you in the car but I shot a 78?
It might have been mentioned. I'm buying, but I ain't driving, and so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, bad night. I'm in jail, but
I did shoot a 78.
I did shoot a 78. Yeah. Big question of the day is next. All right, big question of the day. Evaluate the Broncos preseason in total and Bo Nix in particular after the final game on Saturday night.
I guess my big
Saturday morning,
takeaway from preseason is it more or less looked like what I expected to look like. We've got a great defense. We got a really special defense. We got a chance to do something really unique this year with this defense. I mean, unique, not just good, like damn unique. And we got great depth on this team. I was always struggling with the kind of preseason anointment of Bo Nix and our offense. And the offense was very inconsistent throughout the preseason every time that the starting offense was in there. But they also did enough good stuff for you to walk away and be like, okay, well, we're gonna work out we're gonna iron out the kinks here in preseason. Hopefully by the time you get to regular season, you'll be okay.
Defense is gonna be fine. We're keeping a lot of games. I don't like Sean Payton's play calling for the most part in the preseason. I thought the offense looked first-team offense. I thought looked rather anemic in the 2 games, the 6 series I think they got total maybe. I thought it looked fairly anemic. Good that they ended on a score. But I'm excited because this is Sean's team. This is where he wants to go. I think there's a synergy between he and the general manager and ownership. I like everything that surrounds him. Jeff Legwell talked about it in that article. But I'm not jumped in this saying, oh, we're going to kill everybody. Because listen, great to have a great defense, so you hold teams to 17, but what happens if you can only score 16?
Well, you better hope you got a good punter.
Yeah.
Because you got to play the field position battle,
Yeah.
which I'm being serious. Like when we've talked about our punter this year, it's not like something you totally dismiss. Because if we don't have great field position this year, that could be a bit of an issue.
Oh, you got to take it seriously. I don't mean to dismiss it. I'm just saying that's first world problems when your biggest issue is
Absolutely.
like, do we got the right punter? But no, of course, it's something that you got to be. I mean, hey, they were serious enough to draft a guy. That's what they think about it. And, you go from there. I don't know what they're going to do. And they're going to give this guy a shot, by the way.
In the years, the era that we're in of high-priced wideouts, corners, quarters, edge rushers, those 4 positions in particular are making do-re-mi, right? Isn't it scary to go cheap on your special teams? Punter and kicker?
It can be.
Generally speaking, I'm going to say no. Like what is cheap? I don't know. Like we did offer Riley Dixon a contract.
We got outbid. They did lose him because of money. Is that cheap?
Maybe.
I mean, it might be a little bit, but
I guess to Scott's point, though, to lose a punter that you really like, and I have no idea what Riley Dixon's making. Let's call it $5 million.
I can look it up.
Okay?
Go ahead.
But let's call it $5 million. So in your head, you're like, we don't want to pay a punter $5 million. But in the big picture of your entire salary cap on a football team, what is $5 million?
It's a fair point. He goes to Tampa for a 2-year, $6 million contract. I mean,
so $3 a year.
I mean, it's not
but
that
now you
much.
get a guy,
We're being probably a little
an
cheap.
inexperienced guy for $900,000.
Right. So you're saving $2 million.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't even know if it's a saving in there. I mean, I don't think that was a ownership saying, "Oh no, we can't do that." I mean, it might be. I just think. Listen, you don't want to be week 6 in, week 7 in, and going, "Dude, we got to change the punter. We got to get somebody in there better."
Well, they had a negotiation. They drew a line in the sand, and the Tampa Bay Bucks crossed that line, and the Broncos probably were just like, "Okay." I mean, that's it. I bet it wasn't being cheap at all. I bet it's just like, here's what we're gonna do, and that's that. So,
and listen, we haven't played a game, so this Crawshaw could end up being great.
He could. We have this conversation in 10 years.
Who was the guy that San Diego had forever that was an Australian Leagues football guy, came over and was like an unbelievable punter for a decade, I think.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I forget his name. I know who you're talking about.
I think in the Tomlinson era, wasn't he the guy when he...
I forget his name, but I know who you're talking about.
But he was from Australia, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah. It was a great punter. Like, it was all-pro every year.
Listen, man, to Tyler's point earlier, who couldn't figure out how to punt in Denver? I mean, it's got to be the easiest place.
Yeah, but you play half the games on the road, too, now.
True, but the problem this guy has is just placing the punts, like controlling his punts, like having some. It's not about just having a big leg, which apparently he has. Man, are we really going that deep on the punter? Is this what we're down to?
I think we've hit the max on this conversation.
I'm fine to move on. Yeah, it's good. How'd Bo do finally? Eventually, how did Bo do?
Fine. That's about how I describe the entire. I would describe the entire training camp as fine, including the last preseason game. It was fine. It ended on a good note, which was nice. You said you were going to play your guys 8 to 10 snaps. You ended up giving another series because you're like, no, we ain't going out like that. And you were fortunate to have that final drive end on a good note. You had a 43-yard pass to Cortland Sutton. I think it was a 17-yarder on the touchdown, give or take. And Bo goes 4 for 4 in the final drive. That was good. But combine it all, and it's kind of like it's fine. There's been nothing spectacular the entire preseason, and there's also been nothing that's been really, really bad. It's been fine.
And again, the best throw that he's made in preseason, I think practice or game, was that roll to the left, cross-body pass to on a big third down. That was a long third down, wasn't it? That Cortland Sutton picks up 23, I think it was, on that one.
Yep.
That was his best throw. I'll just say this. You can make that throw. You can make almost any throw. So that was a good sign.
I was happy they had a good moment to walk off the court on the field. It's like hitting that 3-pointer, like as you know.
That helps.
Yeah, man. Like who leaves a basketball court without hitting their last shot? I've is it possible to even do that?
Well, I don't know how many times you've seen in basketball where a team's just playing like ass. Then all of a sudden you hit a big three or something late. Yeah. And all of a sudden they come out in the third quarter and it's like a different team. You're like,
of course.
Maybe that shot woke them up.
And the truth of the matter is, and I see it on social media all the time for every Broncos game, it is crazy how often on social media a team's performance is judged by the first couple of drives in the first quarter. I mean, it's insane. Let the game go a little bit. Let's see what happens here. And yeah, it was disappointing they went 3-and-out on the first series, but so what? You have an entire game to sort of flesh it out. Bo had 6 series. Most of them, was it 4 out of 6 or 3 out of 6 he got scores on? I think it was.
I don't know.
Well, 1 out of 6 he had a touchdown.
Okay. All right. Man, is the glass half full or half empty? What are we doing?
Well,
is it mostly sunny or mostly cloudy?
Well, I don't know. You're the biggest Bo Nix super fan in this group, so you rank it.
I think it was just fine, man. I think if it was 6 drives, they're scoring on half of the drives. In a real game, he gets another 4 drives, probably 10 drives in a game. If he just goes 50% on those other drives, if we're playing this game, Bo put up the equivalent of 27 to 30 points.
Well, but he put up 13 in the 6 drives he did play.
Oh, all right. Well, you give him another 4, and then, we get a couple of more touchdowns.
Well, I mean, to D-Mac's point,
well, you don't know if he doesn't.
Well, hold on. To D-Mac's point, though, I mean, the entirety of what he played was probably about the equivalent of a half of football. And he put up 13 in the first half. That's 27 points by the time it's all said and done.
Correct.
Is 26 points enough for this team to win 11 games?
Should be.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
it is.
You score 27 points with this defense.
Holy
you
cow.
might win more than 11 games.
What do you think this defense is going to allow per game next year or this year?
We'll see.
Well, we looked it up, and I already forget it, but what were they last year? It was like 17 or something like that?
I bet it's less than that.
It was really, really good.
I bet they're 15 points or less.
If you can average 18 points or less, you are balling.
Yeah. I don't know why they wouldn't. This defense is stacked. Yeah, they'll give up an occasional fluke play for a touchdown here and there. I mean, that's going to happen. But you know what you didn't see in preseason? You didn't see that repeatedly happen. That's for sure.
Well, what they also been good at is, the first possession they got, they had a good return, right? Or the ball out to the end zone or whatever it was.
The Broncos.
No, the Saints.
Okay.
And they had short field on their first 2 possessions, I think.
Yeah, they couldn't do
first 2 or 3
They
possessions.
got a bunch of field goals. They got, 1 touchdown? 1 touchdown and a bunch of field goals.
It's 13.
Look, my biggest concern for this offense right now is not Bo Nix. Despite the fact that I just told you that he was fine, that's about the best compliment I could give him for the preseason. Wasn't great, wasn't bad. It was fine. It was acceptable.
Right, let me ask you, see if this is concerned. Any concerns between you two with Evan Ingram?
I was about to give you my biggest concern.
Well, is that in there?
No. 0. Dropped a ball. Not worried about Evan Ingram at all. My biggest concern is the running game. Right? We've got what is supposed to be a really good offensive line, but I'll tell you this. I think it's hard to really judge the running game right now because we have not seen our starting running back in there with our starting offensive line in a game situation.
We don't know Dobbins right now. Who knows? We don't. Listen, man, I don't know. You got 2 weeks to figure it out. You got 2 opponents that you should take care of. It's like it's a real NFL game, so it's not preseason, but I cannot think of a better start for the team to have. You're not. It's not murderer's row to start this season, guys. Come on now.
No, that starts at week 4.
Well, at the Chargers ain't gonna be. That's no joke right there. But yeah, Cincinnati home and Philadelphia, sure. I mean, that's a. You need to be 2-0 because that 3-game stretch is gonna be tough. Ain't no doubt about it. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And then from there, you go take on the Jets in London, and we'll see how that goes before the reunion game on the 19th. So I love the beginning of the season for the Broncos. I think it's a lot of fun. And they don't have a bye week until the 12th week of the NFL season, so you get a load of it. Dude, we're going to have an awesome season here, man. It is set up really, really good. Well, what are your other concerns? What are your other, what else is, besides the running game?
Offensively, I mean, that's my biggest concern. Yeah.
Is your concern, Bo? Is that your biggest concern?
I'm
Sean?
Can I tell you this? I'm concerned with I haven't seen any dynamic play calling.
Okay, so you're concerned.
I mean, hold on, Scott. On that one, also, you're watching preseason football. We're not putting dynamic out.
I get you.
We're not doing dynamic.
15 screenplays.
Okay.
By the way, the one interception that they had in that game Sunday was on a screenplay.
That was a messed up play. Ellinger, that was a botch play from top to bottom. It was a bad. But shizzle happens. I mean, that's it. That's the problem.
But are we going to be a screen team? Is that what we're?
Well, Sean does love screens, but honestly, my thought on that, Scott, the fact that we had in back-to-back drives in the lower red zone, that we had back-to-back running back screens, my thought on that, we're just trying to put stuff on film that we're going to make them think we're trying to do that we're really not.
Good.
Okay.
Well, so like I said this last week, and I'll say it, nothing matters until
But
Tennessee.
Sean does love screens.
Yeah, nothing matters till Tennessee. All this is just fodder.
Audric Estime. Cut?
Cut.
Okay. Awazarike.
I don't know. That could go either way, I think.
Okay. Mathis.
Do you keep – well, you kept him after his suspension.
I gotcha, but the numbers are not on his side right now. Yeah. They could be. They could not
I would try to see if I can get him on the practice squad.
Mathis.
Played pretty good last Sunday or Saturday, right?
I'm going to say he's probably cut.
Again, another guy they may hope to get back on the practice squad.
I agree. I think they might be trying to trade him too.
I think your secondary is Pat Surtain, Riley Moss, Chris Abrams-Drain, Jaquan McMillan,
Barron.
Yes, and Jedi Barron. And I think that's probably it.
Well, Kliss has him keeping 5 safeties, by the way. He's got him keeping Locke and Skinner. To go along with, how's my math there? With
I should probably add one of those two in. I doubt if they keep both those, but I probably should add one of those two in.
Mathis seems to be a little bit on the outside right now. And that's it, man. That's the drama that we got. So we'll see how it all plays out. Meanwhile, the big drama around the rest of the NFL concerns our guy Shedeur Sanders. That's coming up with Let's Football Go with Dan Tanner coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and low T causes all sorts of issues. All right, so let's figure out why you don't sleep that well these days. You're not working out that great. Your energy ain't there. Sometimes you say, I'm getting older. It just is what it is. Hey, man, to heck with that. It could just be low T. And if you're in your early to mid-30s, you lose 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year, and you go from there. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're there for you. Take the low T quiz on their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple of minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have the result within 30 minutes. So they'll go over all the results with you, discuss your options, and you make the decision together with the medical team. It's only $99. You get the medical consult, T and PSA test. You sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment. The visit is free. So hit them up today with 5 locations. There's one near you. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right. We'll see how you do sticking with that hot take. Well,
I hope they don't lose Davis Webb.
Okay, I got you. Oh, I took a bunch of crap over the weekend, rightfully so.
You did?
Yeah, I'll tell you about it later. Mountain High Appliance. Thank you, mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Bud Squints Tanner. Hit it.
All right, everybody is excited about the Broncos defense, and rightfully so. But Dan Orlovsky loves the Broncos, not only for just their defense. He's got another reason as to why he thinks so highly of this Broncos team.
I'm super, super, super high on Denver, but not only or just because of their defense. From a football perspective, I tell you, the only team that I think in that conference is better when you take both offensive and defensive lines. I don't think anybody in that conference.
Wow.
Maybe Baltimore, but when it comes to like how good is your offensive line and how good is your defensive line, they're if as good, if not better than everybody.
So Dan Orlovsky thinks the Broncos not only have the best offensive line in the AFC, but also the best defensive line in the AFC. Do you guys agree with his assessment?
Well, that's how it proved out over preseason for whatever it's worth, but sure.
I guess I would disagree that the offensive line has looked as good as their build. I think they're a good group, and I'm not panicked about this offensive line at all. Even Mike McGlinchey, who gets a lot of hate, listen, he's a dude that's going to have 2 or 3 bad plays per game. You're going to look at it, you're going to think the dude sucks, but if you really watch every play, you're going to realize he kind of dominates the majority of the game. So I like our offensive line. It's a very respectable group. Do they look like a top 5 unit right now? No. And part of that is because the running game has looked so anemic, and I will hold out total judgment until we've got our starting running back going with these guys.
I like their defensive line a lot, and I think they're almost underappreciated from the national perspective because they always talk about Surtain and how good this defense. And I even go back to no-fly zone, which I watched a great video this weekend on the no-fly zone. But it's amazing all these pick sixes and all these things Talib and Harris were doing. It's amazing how much duress the quarterback was throwing the football under.
Yep.
And I think that's what this D-line does. I think they are underappreciated nationally, whereas I think the offensive line is overstated nationally.
Well, the defensive line is ridiculous. I mean, if Nick Benito is as good as he's built to be, Jonathan Cooper is just rock solid. You got freaking Zach Allen. You got Jonathan Franklin Myers. I mean, even your backups, Savion Jones looked ridiculous in that game. You got DJ Jones holding down the middle. Like they're stacked on the D line.
Yeah, that's crazy. Hey man, the hype on the Broncos is gonna be real. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's get back into Shedeur Sanders here. We heard We heard him earlier talk about if he would have done anything different, he was taken out of the 2-minute drive in favor of Tyler Huntley. But let's hear from Joe Flacco. He was asked after the game about the growing pains that Shedeur is going through, and he remembers the growing pains he went through as a rookie.
Yeah, dude, I remember. Yeah, big time. I can remember just like yesterday. I mean, that's part of being a rookie. You know, you're going to get thrown into situations that, you know, maybe you don't think are ideal. I got thrown into a game against New England with 2 minutes left. I fumbled on the 1-yard line. They scored 2 plays later, and that was John Harbaugh's first preseason game, and he was not happy. I mean, I wasn't happy either, but like, hey, like, it's part of the game. It's part of what makes a football player is learning how to like deal with those situations and learn from them. So yeah, listen, we've all been there. It's part of the game.
So a couple of questions here. Do you guys think Shedeur got a fair shake in the preseason throughout the process? And what do you think about the Browns considering or likely to keep 4 quarterbacks on their 53-man roster?
Yeah, I personally think that there was no sabotage job. I mean, 0 sabotage job. He got the typical opportunities allotted for a 5th-round quarterback, and I could even make an argument that he got way more than the normal 5th-round opportunities allotted to him. Now, would he have gotten that much time if it weren't for injuries in front of him? Probably not, but that's what you need sometimes as a late-round guy. That's what I needed. I needed an injury in front of me. I think that like it comes down to semantics when we debate, was he set up to fail? Well, most 5th through 7th rounders, undrafted guys, yeah, we are set up to fail. You've got very few cracks at it. You're going up against dudes that are good. He's playing with an offensive line that is bad, but it's no different than Sam Ellinger's situation where he had to go in there with the third-string offensive line. You got to make it work with the situation that's in front of you.
Listen, man.
I think Kevin Stefanski was bailed out because Tyler's absolutely right. He got as much or more than any fifth-round quarterback's ever gotten in a preseason game. I mean, how many fifth-rounders have you seen even start a preseason game, right? I mean, that's rare, even if it's because of injury, and also holding out your starting quarterback. But that being said, I think it was a perfect bailout opportunity for Stefanski because if you're going to use the excuse, well, I want to give Hundley, he's been a good soldier, and I want to just give him one more bite of the apple, then play him the entire second half.
I don't think.
And would that surprise you with a 5th-round pick? Why not let this veteran guy see if he can play? So don't use that as an excuse to take him out for the last drive. If in fact, if that's the reason, play him in the second half.
I don't think they are out to sabotage. I just think they're a dumb organization.
I think that's true.
I think paying Deshaun Watson with guaranteed money, what they did was dumb. Drafting a quarterback in the 3rd round and the 5th round, not in the 1st round, is dumb. The owner coming out and saying, Shedeur, that wasn't on me. That's a dumb thing to do. And I do think, again, it's dumb to spend a 5th-round pick on Shedeur. He's playing and playing poorly, and you have a chance at the end of the game to sort of see, well, can he figure it out with this sort of thing, which is kind of a Tebow type of thing, and to not see that when you have an opportunity to cut the guy the next day that you give that opportunity, it's not sabotage. They're dumb. They're a dumb organization. And they'd have no idea what they're doing really at the quarterback position. And I would guess, if I'm having a hot take, they'll be one of the top teams next year in the running for Arch Manning or, any of the other top quarterbacks.
But they'll still have a quarterback with $50 million on the bank account.
Guys, any quarterback competition is inherently dumb going into training camp. Having it with multiple guys? It's as stupid as it gets.
Now, you weren't going to do it number 2, but you could drop down 2 or 3 times, garner picks, whatever. And say you drop down to 20, you've pulled up a couple seconds, a 1st round for next year or whatever, and you draft Gabriel at 23, 25. Low 1st round, but you're still drafting 1st round.
Yeah.
Is Flacco on this team?
Yeah, Flacco's probably on this team because he's the perfect, even though he doesn't want to be a mentor, but he is the perfect vet mentor, can play in the league if you need to right now. Mm-hmm. Joe Flacco, did you see Joe Flacco play at all?
No.
He looked great. He looked calm, still has a big arm, knows the NFL. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's Joe Flacco. Like, he's really melded very, very well into that particular mold. I think any team, frankly, would be lucky to have Joe Flacco as a backup mentor type of quarterback.
Why didn't he work here?
Because he was a starter and he was the future, because John Elway said he was in his prime. It was a ridiculous situation. It was stupid. And Joe Flacco gave the greatest last press conference ever by saying, we're not going for it on 4th down. What are we doing here? We're like 3-7 or whatever they were. It was fantastic. It didn't work out here because, again, the Broncos were very dumb when it came to quarterbacks for a significant chunk of John Elway as a GM. And who was even the coach? Vic? With Flacco, I don't even remember.
I don't know. I blend all those together at this point.
It was a mess. That's why it didn't work. And he was oh God, you won a Super Bowl with Elway. You also had some really weird decisions and bad moments with Elway as a GM too. You had both. Next story, Dan.
Guys, we got college football, local college football this Friday. It's CU, Georgia Tech at Folsom Field. I saw this clip today, and I wanted to play this for you guys. So this is a defensive back from Georgia Tech, and he was asked about the matchup with the Buffs. He takes a shot here at how Deion's running things in Boulder.
Any thoughts on playing in the elevation or facing this crowd or just in general going out to Colorado?
Everybody says it's a different experience, but I've experienced some crazy stadiums since being here. So just knowing that, not trying to overhype it, honestly, like it's another game. I know they bring out celebrities, they do all this crazy stuff, but we're playing football. Then none of them playing. They can hype you up all they want to, but you on the field, not them. Exactly. Like, come on. So yeah, just playing fast, like not dwelling on that type of stuff. Like that's all I can say.
Yeah, they still doesn't address the big pony in the room from somebody who's playing and practicing at sea level, coming up to 5,000 feet.
Good luck.
He'll get to see that big old gorilla jump on.
I mean, I don't have any beef with what he's saying. Look, if I'm on the other team, I'm going to say something very similar, and I'm probably going to take shots about that. I don't know if I'm going to take shots, but I'm not going to act like I'm scared of it. Something tells me we're going to have far fewer celebrities this year.
I was just going to ask that.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you guys think with
showing
Travis and Shedeur gone,
Yeah.
or do you think that dissipates at all?
I mean, I do think that Deion's got a network of people that are just very loyal to him, and they will show up to do him a favor. Terrell Owens, guys like that, Chad Ochocinco, like these guys are just loyal to him.
Yeah.
And they will show up if Deion asks them to show up, but I don't think it's going to feel like a circus.
Yeah, it won't be Bell Biv DeVoe. It'll be Bell Biv and Fred will probably be there. The celebrities may be a little bit lower.
I bet you there are celebrities on this one because it's a Friday night national television game. And then
Well,
ESPN.
3 of your first 4 games are nationally televised.
Yeah, I'm gonna bank on there will be some celebs in the house on Friday.
It's still prime. It's still Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
He's still a cool guy. He's got a lot of famous friends. It's a cool game, man. And the weather, by the way, this whole week is supposed to be a little dodgy.
Cooler, yeah.
No, Friday's supposed to be nice, like a little
Cool.
cooler, and there's not supposed to be rain, even though we're on and off with rain this entire week. So, no, it should be an incredible atmosphere up there for Georgia Tech. It should be awesome. 6 o'clock start, nice start time too. Don't you think? Like, not too late and.
Well, it's better than 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock or whatever.
I will tell you though, good luck on that traffic. Holy cow!
Yeah, that's gonna be a late arriving crowd for a 6 o'clock game.
Hey, that's a brutal one. You know, getting through Denver and the whole thing up there. And
Let's take Friday afternoon up and start tailgating about 3.
I would. I'd get there as early as you can. You know, you going? You going to?
I think I usually skip the night games. I know you're saying you like the time. Night games are tough, dude. I'll go to a handful for sure, but I usually skip the nights.
All right. I feel you.
It's ESPN,
I'm getting old, man. I like going to the night game, getting home at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning.
The logistics
or I
suck.
can just watch it from my couch.
No, I get it.
Yeah, that seems pretty good.
I got you. I feel you.
Cold can of Celsius in the fridge waiting on
There
you.
you go.
All right.
You going? You're Mr. CU now.
My wife and I were talking about like what games do we really want to go to this year, and I don't know, probably not. We got Parents Weekend, which is against the Wyoming. That's coming up, and then ASU, which we'll definitely go to. With will be a family divided that weekend. So two games, you know. I don't know what else is on the schedule there that's all that interesting. I think it's a great game to go to, though. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a game. It's one of the better games on the schedule. Then you got your other home games, Delaware. That's like, who cares? I mean, you should. Okay, that's on Fox, huh? Wow. Okay.
4 of your first 5. I thought it was 3 of your first 4, but 4 of your first 5 games are nationally televised.
The BYU game. Oh, that's a oof. That is brutal. 8:15.
Yep.
We're kicking off at 8:15.
Yep. You will not see me at that.
So probably 8:30 kickoff.
Well, look at the Houston game.
Well, that's at Houston, though.
Yeah. Well, that's 5:30 start here. That's probably our start time. I was gonna say they ain't a 4:30 start, is it?
I don't know, man.
That's probably 5:30.
So they're all Saturdays, Tyler? All of them are Saturdays except for the Houston game on the road and the home opener. The rest are all Saturdays.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I like that. That's a good thing. You know what? The opener against Georgia Tech is going to be one of the better games, actually.
It's a big game.
When you look at the schedule. God, what are they going to be around that Arizona State game? November 22nd. What do you think the Buffs are going to be? Will that be a battle for the Big 12 championship right there? That'd be fun, huh?
Hey, if we're competing for a Big 12 championship this year, that will be very successful.
How big would that game be?
That's
would
not
be
my
incredible.
expectation, though, to be clear. Just give me the bowl game, man. I mean, year one with your big guns, without Shedeur Sanders, without 4 dudes at the wide receiver room that are now playing in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Just get me back to bowl game, and I'll call that pretty good year one without your studs.
Shilo Sanders got cut by the Bucks. Where does he next emerge?
Well, I think Shilo is probably good enough to bounce around for a couple years between training camps, practice squads, whatever. I don't think this is the end of the road of his NFL career.
Okay.
But, it's going to take a miracle for him to end up on a 53-man roster somewhere.
Does Shedeur Sanders start a football game in the NFL this year?
Yes.
What are those circumstances?
By week 7.
Well, I think it's pretty clear by now that he is behind Dillon Gabriel, right? So Dillon Gabriel is where's Kenny Pickett on the? I don't know where. Like who's the true backup quarterback? Is it Kenny Pickett? Is it Dillon Gabriel?
I think it's Kenny Pickett
Flacco
right now.
Gets hurt or Flacco sucks. Why would you go to Kenny Pickett if you got 2 draft picks that you want to see could either one be your future?
Over. So you've got 4 really tough games to start the season. Cleveland started the year as brutal.
Yep.
Say you start out 0-4. What the hell would be the point of going to Kenny Pickett?
Yeah, 2 or 2-4. If you're 2-4 after 6 weeks, going to week 7.
I'm just saying he's got to jump a bunch of dudes. That's all. I mean, they got to suck, which absolutely could happen.
But eventually, the owner said, if you're 2-6 or 2-7, and the season's done, if you're the owner, you're going, listen. The only thing that can boost some of our ticket sales and get people excited again, put Shedeur in.
Look, the reality is Shedeur is probably looking at a redshirt year, and he's probably not going to dress for any games unless the just perfect opportunity falls in his lap.
Right.
I mean, it's going to take a handful of perfect things to get him on the field.
Does Shedeur have any trade value?
Well, so when you ask that question, I think the first thing you got to ask is if you cut him, does he get picked up off waivers? I do think he gets picked up off waivers. I don't think that means he has trade value, though. I think a lot of times those two can go hand in hand, especially when you're looking at the back end of the roster, number 52, 53.
Mm-hmm.
Teams are like, well, we don't want to risk the waiver wire, so we'd rather trade for the guy. There's still enough around Shedeur Sanders that I'm not sure a team's willing to trade for him, outside of there being some insane performance that
don't give up.
That goes in front of it.
Never give up.
What can you say the word I was trying to say?
Precedent?
Yeah. No.
Precedent.
Precedes it. Precedes it. Yeah.
Precedes.
Nailed it. Got it.
Yeah, that was the word.
Heroes come in all sorts of shapes.
Yep.
All right.
Well, you left me out to dry. You weren't there helping me.
I'm not tackling that word. Trust me. No. I'm not Nate Kreckman. By the way, watching you and Nate Kreckman is as smooth as that dude is. Something. Good. Oh my God, is he good? I actually cannot believe when I watch some of these other play-by-plays guy. I cannot believe Nate Kreckman is not one of those guys. Seriously, he's that good. So props to you guys. Great broadcast.
Apparently, I sucked. But.
Cowboys depth chart: Dak Prescott, Joe Milton III, and Will Grier. Why wouldn't, if you cut Shedeur Sanders, Jerry Jones say, hey, let's bring him in as at least our third?
Scott, why isn't he just on the Raiders, period, right now?
Let's look at the Raiders.
I don't even know why the Raiders don't try to make a trade for Shedeur, but
they want experience.
Okay, so who's that?
I don't know.
Can you get Jameis Winston?
Maybe.
Maybe you can. But I don't want to break up the Three Amigos there in New York.
True.
You know how they roll, the Three Amigos. They got 4 quarterbacks.
They only got 3 listed.
Who's that?
They got Geno, Aiden, and Cam Miller.
Well, no, we were talking Giants.
Well, the Giants, but Aiden's out. Aiden's done. So they got to figure out something there.
Yeah, Pete Carroll already came out and said we are searching everywhere for an experienced backup quarterback.
Okay. Jameis.
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to go through the list. I don't have the right guy in front of me.
I guess Jameis would sort of make sense. What are you doing there in New York? How committed are you to the young guys? Kyle McCord, my guy, got cut today.
Tommy DeVito's got some experience.
Tommy DeVito's he does, but
he's awesome in the Raiders.
He's got the same experience as like Sam Ellinger.
Andy Dalton with the Panthers, he'd be on that list.
Okay.
Jacoby Brissett.
I guess we should think of what are other Pete Carroll quarterbacks in the past. Like who else is he connected to? Is Drew Lock on a team right now?
Yeah, Seattle.
He is on Seattle? Okay. 2 weeks, thank God. I'm so glad the preseason's over, guys, seriously. And the cuts for the Broncos are going to be relatively benign. And the drama really around the NFL is storylines like this.
Is Kirk Cousins playing for the Falcons?
I guess.
Oh, that'd be a good guy to bring for the Raiders.
I doubt they'd want that kind of drama.
Wouldn't they have to pick up all that money too?
If they traded for him. Or as a part of the trade, you just make Atlanta take the entire salary.
You know what's interesting in Jeff Legwald's article? It was a really good article. We know it. We've talked about it. But the fact that the Broncos were willing to bite the bullet on Russell Wilson's contract just to move on from Russell Wilson is a huge turning point moment that not many teams would have done. But the Broncos did, and they're better off for it. Sometimes you just got to eat it, whatever it is.
Did they play Kirk Cousins in the preseason at all?
I have no idea.
Easton Stick is their third quarterback.
Did you see Michael Penix did go after a fan who called him not Penix? How much is that guy?
Not Penix?
Do I really have to say it?
Oh, call him Michael.
Right.
Rhymes with
I think you can say that.
I know, but I just...
You can say penis.
Rhymes with tennis.
Well, there you go. Thank you, Tyler. How many times do you think in that guy's life he's had to deal with
DMac
that?
has been so afraid today.
I know. Scaredy cat.
You get yelled at?
No.
Why would you ever get yelled at?
Exactly. I did get yelled at a bunch this weekend. I did.
Well,
about
that's your
something
wife.
else. No, it was a sports related. I'll tell you what it is next. Hey ho. Let's go. All right, I'll tell you what I got yelled at a little bit for, and you can yell at me if you want to about this.
My bosses?
No. Just on the social media stuff.
Oh, you're talking about fans yelling at you.
Oh.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, you get yelled at by them.
We call that a Tuesday.
Yeah, right.
Or Monday.
It didn't look great for your boy DMac with the Rockies giving up 18 runs and scoring 1 over the weekend against Pittsburgh. Yeah, thanks, Dan.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I know. I got you.
Well, they're playing for something.
It sucks.
You've just been on a freaking heater on this thing that is a little bit mentally and physically exhausting. That I don't even know what to say other than what did you really expect?
Well, did they go 2-2
but hey,
against the Dodgers?
Everything is awesome, and let's make sure that we give Warren Schaefer a contract.
Hey, you win. You win. I'm not.
Are you going back to that now?
That's where we are today.
2-2 with the Dodgers, and then they had the Giants, or who'd they have next? Pittsburgh?
Well, they stunk it up against Pittsburgh. And listen, Skeens pitched great yesterday, and it was a weird game.
I like him.
We had the Rockies have had 17 guys make their major league debut with the Rockies this year. How about that?
That's got to be a MLB record.
Honestly, I mean, hate to sound like you, but they should. Well, they should have that bound. I mean, I don't know what normal is, but it should be on the high end.
And yesterday was a new one. This guy, McCade Brown, who's 6'6", 230. Like, he is huge.
Like a tight end. The Broncos could use him.
He pitched okay, and then in the fourth inning, he gave up a 3-run homer and kind of fell apart, and they took him out. But the relief pitching for the Rockies was good. They only gave up the whole game. 1/2 of an inning, there were runs scored. That's it. Bottom of the fourth, that was it for either team the whole game. And they were on the Roku channel. So here's a team that's impossible to find or hard to find, period. And they're on something called the Roku channel, which I have as a streaming service. But, you know, you want to talk about a game that, like, did not exist in the realm of anybody watching.
Well, that's Dick Monford's fault.
Well, you're throwing up Charlie Condon highlights? Yeah, we'll probably see him soon.
Third straight game, hitting a home
But I'll
run.
tell you this. They got schooled by the Pirates. Terrible. They didn't show much fight. Starting pitching was terrible. Overall, was really bad. Since
the series is over.
They lost the series. It got swept. They were outscored 18-1. And your boy here, who's, you know, I can't defend him. I cannot defend him. They've lost 4 in a row. They had played 17 games in 17 days. They have today off, and they start a 3-game set against Houston before hosting the Cubs this weekend.
We got to go. We got to get to that 8 again for Tyler.
Absolutely.
We're halfway there.
I want him to get to 9.
Well, okay. They got to win 5 more in 31 games, guys, to get to the magical 42.
If they can't win 5 games in 31, then this whole place needs to be torched.
Well, it was pointed out that they've never done that bad in the history of the team, ever.
Well, you're flirting with the never done that in the history of baseball record.
Right.
So, I mean, that's a duh statement.
So
old enough to remember last week when the Rockies had it figured out.
I know.
Old enough to remember last week.
That's why you got yelled at.
Hey, they figured it out.
I
and I'm sitting here screaming about Fool's Gold and Oasis and whatever else I get. Barrage. I mean, good Lord. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Hey, fine. I can't defend it. So, yeah, they sucked. They were terrible. It was awful. Period. The end. Not playoff caliber. Not even close. Brutally bad. Forget it. So, Schaefer.
Well, it was a hot weekend.
This team, I've never seen a team like so satisfied with good performance and sit on their heels more. I mean, it's not the sign of a good team. So, but everybody's like, yeah, I told you so. And then fine.
Yeah, we don't.
Fine. I got it. So that's it. That's it. I probably won't have to do the walk because they'll probably scrape out another 5 games. But at the end of the day,
how many are left?
31.
So 5 to save you or 6 to save you?
5.
You would think they could find 5 wins in 31 games.
Well, like I said, they've never, like a 5-26 record would literally be the worst 31 game stretch in the history of the team. They've never been that bad.
You know what?
Are you okay?
Don't you go dying on me.
Holy cow. Are you all right?
I'm setting up the greatest radio bit in the history of us.
All right.
They need to go 4-26.
And then
the last
162.
game
31.
162
and 160, yes.
is you break the record.
That'd be something else.
162. Then we bring in Holiday, and all those other extra big games.
Hey, we could bring champagne for him and everything.
That would be something. Like have a live watch along that game.
Like a live
party.
watch along.
Yeah.
On thing.
That would be the best thing ever. Honestly, Scott, you aren't wrong. If we could actually get to the point that the last game of the season decided it, that would be
amazing.
fantastic.
You know what would be hysterical? Is if we did that. I'm all for it. We were to watch the game here, and if they lost, I just start walking. It'd be late at night because it's in San Francisco. Oh, actually, it might be a day game. The last game of the year, it might be an afternoon game or something.
Yeah, I bet it is an afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know. Dan, you can look at the computer. I know it's a 3-game set in San Francisco. That'd be a hell of a moment, man, if they're right there. If they only won 4.
Yeah, we have. Either we get the walk ready. Have you calculated how many hours that would be?
It's 18 miles. What do you walk? 4 miles an hour, something like that. So,
if you're lucky.
Yeah. So
it's a 105 game on Sunday.
Look at that.
105.
Look at that. Oh, on Sunday, what's the date?
September 28th.
Well, what time the Broncos play?
Right, exactly. Hold on.
What time?
September 28th. Oh, they don't play. That's a Monday night. That's
right.
a Monday night game.
They'll play the Bengals the following night.
There you go.
Oh.
That would actually be epic.
And you come walking in to a bar downtown by Coors Field that we do a remote on that Monday, right in time for the show.
Oh, you want me to start on the Monday?
No, you start right after the loss.
Yeah, well, it's not going to take me 24 hours. I mean, it's not going to take. You think it's going to take me 20 hours to walk 18 miles?
Well, what if the Fishers jump back up?
Well, that's true. Dude, training for the Boston Marathon with anal fissures was like, you want to talk about brutal.
Yeah.
It doesn't get worse than that.
Yeah. Anybody needed any extra razor blades?
All right, and enough of this stupidness. What's next here for the Broncos? What's the rest of the week look like?
We got about 24 hours that you can, a little bit less. What time is it over tomorrow? Is it 2:00? So maybe 23 hours that you can you can continue to try to trade the back end of your roster.
Do you think they make a deal? Make a prediction. Do they get a trade done?
I don't think so because I think they like their squad, right?
Is there anybody on this roster that hasn't been in their camp?
I mean, the odds say yes. If you were to ask me specifically, where does that come from? Maybe it comes from a fullback because Michael Burton's going to start the season on the IR. So potentially, if you don't like Adam Prentice, you go out and find the best fullback that gets cut. Or maybe it comes from the addition of an extra tight end because Nate Atkins is starting the season on the IR, right? But I don't know other than that, Scott.
Does it seem like around the NFL, and I know it's still early, I guess today, there seems to be less veterans that have been whacked, or have I just not paid close enough attention?
Oh, I haven't really paid attention to it either. I mean, are there any significant guys who've gotten cut today? Dan, do we know? Is there anybody?
Michael Gallup got cut from the Commanders.
Oh,
Really?
Did he really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Is that where his career has gone after that hot start? Wow.
Well, you have to remember he retired. Sorry, I'm just jumping in.
No,
He stepped away.
I did not remember
on his own. Yeah, he stepped away on his own volition, kind of just out of nowhere.
I mean, his career started out great.
Oh, he was Dak's guy.
Yeah.
He was one of Dak's deep threat guys, and then he just decided. I don't know what he decided. He wasn't into it anymore. So I think he signed as a free agent with somebody after leaving Dallas.
Wait,
and
he
then
didn't
retired.
stop. He didn't stop playing because he was hurt. He was just tired of playing football.
I believe. Help me out, Ram fans. 303-504-0925. But he stepped away on his own volition, and he wanted to make a comeback this year. And
oh wow.
Look, I have to tell you guys, you can't take 2 years off of sport, man. You just don't come back the same.
Gotcha.
So,
any other notable cuts there, Dan?
Hendon Hooker, you like him? Clayton Tune, how about him? Ooh, you know what we were doing? Name that Bronco that's been let go.
Oh, my God.
Our guy, Michael Boone, has been let go. Remember him? He was a Bronco once.
do.
Scott's guy, McTelvin Agene, he got let go today.
Oh,
so that's a little bit rough. I think he was with the Bengals. So, yeah.
Cam Akers got released, who was a pretty good running back 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay. Boy, it goes quick. Your NFL life, man.
I won 250 3 or 4 years ago. It's
all right. Andy, what do you think?
Well, since Cliff's reported Farmer got let go yesterday, he's that linebacker that I really liked him.
By the way, Farmer's kind of funny on social media.
Is he?
He was kind of goofing.
I'll have to go find him.
He's just not over the top.
I don't. Hey, look, I'll take funny. I'll take funny over half the other stuff.
He took a little, he's rolling with it.
What?
Is he related to the McDonald's?
The Farmer?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
And the Dell?
E-I-E-I-O.
Yeah. That's old McDonald's.
Right.
Oh.
It's not McDonald's, old McDonald's.
Is he related to Old Man McDonald?
He's not related to the fast food chain.
Is he related to Old Man McDonald?
He might be. No, I don't know.
Scott, I will give you $20. I swear to God, I'll give you $20 if you can tell me the first name of the player on the Rockies whose last name is Farmer.
Brandon.
Okay, you did
Isn't
not
it
win.
Sam?
Even I did
wow.
that.
What is it, Tyler?
Oh.
Yes, Tyler's right.
Who's Sam Farmer? There's a Sam Farmer.
Nobody.
There's a Sam Farmer. I promise you. Google it. Find somebody.
All right.
No, I don't think
Why
it's going to be exciting.
I don't even know why I knew that.
How
I
did
know
you know
he's
that?
the.
I don't
his
know.
name?
Why did I know that? I don't know.
Kyle Farmer.
Kyle Farmer.
He's
He's
been on
like
the team
a
the whole
grizzled
year.
vet.
Yeah, he's the grizzled vet.
He's the guy on his way to being a manager, which is probably why he's doing this, right?
Yes, probably. Yes.
So
You're probably
He's the
right.
guy that smells like liniment when you go into the locker
yes,
But he's not like
Lexol
he's not a
454.
new addition to the Rockies. He's been on the team the entire
he's the
year.
old guy signing. They do this every year. There's always some
room. Yeah,
old
but
guy
every time
signing.
I open my Roku, they're on something else, and I open something else, they're on the
Oh,
Roku.
is that what it was? Was it a Roku
It was on
game
Roku.
yesterday?
Yeah,
Was
yeah.
that it? I couldn't find the dang thing.
I think they had a blended broadcast too. I think our guys and their guys did the game together.
That had to be weird.
That was
Because if you're Pittsburgh, don't you just lean in with, all right, how bad has it been? Can you believe what you're watching?
But you'd have to actually watch the game on Roku to experience that.
Yeah, I got a Roku. I didn't look that up.
Nobody did.
It didn't mean that much.
No, it did not.
When I'm going to Roku, I'm watching Downton Abbey.
But on Roku, the channel?
Is that where you have to watch Downton Abbey?
Well, no.
You have to watch on the Roku
the
channel?
Roku sends it to wherever it goes. I think it's actually on Amazon.
Yeah, but it's not just Roku is its thing, but it's the Roku channel.
I know.
Like you have to
I know.
add
We don't need another one. Please.
Wait till the NBA season, try to figure out where all the teams are playing.
Where are the teams going to be
give
playing?
up.
NBC, Peacock, Amazon.
Do we get a shocker cut? Nobody believes we're getting a shocker cut, right?
A what? Oh, a shocker cut?
Is there anybody on this team that's shockers?
I don't think we do. I really don't. Who would be a shocker cut?
Would Mathis be a shocker?
No.
Would Estime be a shocker?
No.
Wazirike a shocker?
No.
McLaughlin?
That would be a shocker.
That would be a shocker.
Because Deshaun went on and on how he told him to stay home.
Yes.
Right.
And be with
I
the
mean,
baby.
if you tell me, we had this discussion earlier. Like, and honestly, if I'm in Jalil's shoes and you tell me to stay home, I'm thinking long and hard about going to that game. I know it's the birth of my child. I get it, but I'm trying to make a team. This is my job. This is my living.
Yeah.
And if you don't give me a wink, wink, nod, nod that I'm on this team, I'm telling you, people can judge me if you want, but I think I would choose to go to the game. If I'm a bubble guy, I'm trying to get a job. Isn't like our life purpose to be able to serve our family? We got to have a job to do that, right?
Yeah, you're right. Hey, look, lucky for him, none of the other guys really flashed all that much.
So yes, to your point, I would be surprised if he got cut because I do feel like he got a wink, wink, nod, nod. Hey, you're good.
I hope he did. So,
all right, it's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. That's it. That's it. I'm going to get out of the way for Coach. No, it's our idea, Coach.
Wait, you guys were talking. Hold on. You can't leave before Roku channel talk.
Well, I think we've done what we could, Dave.
I got to jump in there.
You got something to add to the game was on the Roku channel?
Did you realize I got some good Paul Skeens stuff for you?
Okay. All right.
Paul Skeens rules, by the way.
He pitched well yesterday, that's for sure.
I would say, did you realize through his first 50 career starts, which yesterday was his 50th.
Yeah.
Second lowest ERA in the history of the game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and check this out.
Behind only, can you give me the name?
Oh, I saw it yesterday. Gosh darn it.
Yeah. Scotty, you're going to like this one.
I'm going to kick
Zach
myself.
Greinke.
No.
Is this the modern era of baseball?
It's
This is
modern
1920. Modern era since 1920. So
Who is it?
69 to 72, the great Vida Blue.
That's right. That's right.
yeah.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Till the stroke, he was pretty amazing.
That's pretty rich.
Deep cut for you right there.
By the way,
Scott
he's
Hastings.
got check out the Skeens guy. He's got a 2.07 ERA, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay. His record is 8-9.
8-9.
Well,
it's hilarious.
I said Greinke a while ago. One year Greinke had like a 1-point-something ERA, and the Royals had lost like 11 or 12 one-run games. Like he'd given up 2 runs or less like 11 times, and they lost every game.
I think it was when King Felix finally won the Cy, and he did it on like 13 wins. That was like the changing of
Seattle.
Yeah, the changing of the tide of like, oh yeah, pitcher wins is meaningless.
You got to win 20. Yeah,
right.
You gotta win 20.
Those days are done.
We've gotten away from that. By the way, speaking of guys that once won 20, Skeens will become the second player ever to win a Rookie of the Year, followed by a Cy in his sophomore season since.
Oh, that's another one I just saw yesterday. Gosh darn it!
Wait.
Dang it.
Early 80s, Scotty.
Again, not Vita Blue.
Not Vita Blue.
The Express?
Tom Seaver.
Ooh, you had the right organization. The Good Doctor, Dwight Gooden.
Dwight Gooden.
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, didn't Seaver also win like Rookie of the Year and then a Cy Young pretty soon?
Yeah, he was pretty good. Yeah, I would say
Jim
that guy was
Palmer,
pretty good.
Wasn't Jim Palmer up there with that?
Wow. Dropping Jim Palmer today on the show. Nicely done.
Nate, do you fully stand by the fact that wins for pitchers is completely meaningless?
Yes.
It's not completely meaningless.
It is. It's a completely stupid statistic. It's 100% arbitrary because you can go and you can absolutely dominate and you can give up a run, and if your team doesn't do crap, you can take a loss, and yet you did everything in your power to win the game.
So the contrary would theoretically be true, too. You could have 18 wins, and it's not that impressive.
Absolutely, yeah, because guys have won 18 before with, like, ERAs over 4.
Who is the best pitcher? Who was the worst pitcher who won 18 games?
That's a great question. See, now
Jorge De La Rosa.
I'll stat head in the break.
I'm just saying, if you win 18 games, you're probably a pretty good pitcher.
Right.
It's going to be hard to find, bad pitchers
You
there.
can also go out and you can throw 7 shutout innings, and then your bullpen can blow the game, and you don't get it done.
It was a quirky game yesterday. Only innings were scored in 1/2 inning of the entire game.
Also,
that's it.
More meaningless stat in the mind of Nate Kreckman.
No, pitcher wins is meaningless. Like, that's
Which
not
one's more
in my
meaningless?
mind.
Which,
it's meaningless.
Which is the most meaningless stat between starting quarterback win-loss record and pitcher win-loss record?
Ooh, great question.
Do you know what the rule is to get a win as an NFL starting quarterback?
2 quarters?
Nope.
Just got to start.
What is it specifically, though?
Brock Osweiler got the win against the Chargers at the end of the year because he started the game.
It's literally the stupidest thing
First
ever.
snap of the game.
That's right. 1 snap.
Kendall Hinton, right?
He is not the starting quarterback.
He was not the starter.
Who got that win?
Okay.
Philip Lindsay.
Philip Lindsay got the win because they started Wildcat.
Well, he got the loss.
They got the loss.
Well, that's right.
So Kendall Hinton.
He got a statistic, though.
He got a start.
If you look at the history of that game, the starting quarterback, because he took the first snap, is Philip Lindsay,
right?
Not Kendall Hinton, who played 90% of the game.
But
and Andy's right too. Brock Osweiler gets the win.
He won the
against
game
the
that got him
Chargers.
out of Denver.
Correct.
The game that changed it all.
It
the
might
game that
be-
I understood upset his wife more than anything.
And you realize only quarterbacks get credit for a win or a loss in the NFL. No other people, but it is a literal quarterback stat based off maybe the stupidest thing of all time.
All right, since you all hate Jorge De La Rosa so much, how many wins? Jorge, how many do you think? How many?
I hate Jorge De La Rosa.
Yeah, how many wins do you think was his top mark as a player? Because you said he didn't win 18 games. What was his highest win total?
Well, he won
this season?
86 as a Rocky. I know that because that's the franchise record.
It feels not
that is
like a lot.
Scary to know that.
That's bad.
Still off the top of the head.
Oh,
to know
I've
most
looked
of the
at
season.
it.
Give it to me.
I'm gonna say 14.
You're not off. You're not far off.
I have no idea.
What do you got?
16.
He won 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know
George of the Rose.
Yeah.
I know this. When Ubaldo Jimenez was having the year of his life, we were all waiting for him to get 20 wins, and he didn't get there.
Well, didn't he get like horrible run support down the stretch? There was a couple. He should
Well,
have got it.
and he faded too.
He did.
He did, but you thought he was going to get win out of his last 4 starts.
I swear he was like halfway. He was beyond halfway there at All-Star
break. It's like 14 and 1.
Yeah, I think he had like 13 wins at the All-Star break.
It seemed like just a foregone conclusion, first 20-game winner
Right.
in franchise history, and then it wasn't.
Yeah.
Didn't get there.
Yeah. No,
but according to Nate, that's stupid anyway, so who cares?
It is stupid.
All right.
Pitcher wins is stupid.
I'm not passionate about it. Whatever.
Yes.
So is quarterback wins, Nate? Is that a better representation of the quality of the player
I
than
would
pitcher win
say
total.
quarterback wins are more telling than pitcher wins, but also quarterback wins is also a stupid stat. Yes.
All right.
So both can be true.
Hold
Yes.
on a second. So Eli Manning's win-loss numbers are stupid because he's 500.
You know who else is 500?
Mm-mm.
Jay Cutler is the quarterback of the Chicago Bears. He was 52-52, which he looked like 52-52,
Yeah.
I would say. Mm-hmm.
But Eli's 500. Is he a Hall of Famer?
He's
I don't-
2-0 in Super Bowls.
I don't think Eli Manning's a Hall of Famer.
Why not?
Because he
He lost too many games?
Look at his career. He was Eli Manning. He
Hey,
was
I'm
fine.
I'm not arguing
Did
with
you
you.
ever
but,
watch Eli Manning and just think, oh, man, Eli's got this?
Yeah, I'm with
Oh,
you.
Eli is an assassin. He is going to go out and
Nate-
drag these Giants down the field. Like, they won 2 Super Bowls on the strength of their pass rush and
come
Eli not making mistakes and David Tyree trapping a ball against his helmet.
Nate, no-
I'm not saying that Eli played poorly, but those teams won Super Bowls because of what the dudes up front did.
Well, he was literally the MVP of the Super Bowl, so
Right.
he was good enough to win the MVP of the Super Bowl. So he did a little bit more than.
But somebody in the
giving
pass
him.
rush should have gotten it in that Super Bowl.
He
is my
made
argument.
one of the most remarkable plays in Super Bowl history to throw the ball to David Tyree.
He did great.
So
That's his job. Good.
I was stunned how good he was being at the Super Bowl and talking to his teammates. I could not believe how much respect Eli Manning had amongst his teammates during Super Bowl week covering it.
I have no doubt that he was beloved. I think he was a wonderful leader. I also just don't.
You can win 2 Super Bowls and be the MVP and not be in the Hall of Fame?
I will never sit around and make an argument for Eli Manning being one of the great quarterbacks that I ever saw in my life. Would you?
No, but I think he's a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
Eli Manning.
Shouldn't you be great? Shouldn't you be one of the great quarterbacks
I would
that
make
anyone
the
has ever
argument-
seen
I'd make the
to
argument
be a
he's-
Hall of Famer?
He's the best quarterback in the history of that organization, and they won 2 Super Bowls.
Better than
So-
Phil Simms? Better
Yes.
than Jeff Hostetler?
Yes.
Okay.
I saw both those. Hostetler was not someone you were like, oh, here's the long-term answer. Sims was interesting because remember, Elway and Sims faced off in a Super Bowl.
Well, Jorge De La Rosa has more wins than anybody in Rockies history. Is he a Hall of Famer? Is he the greatest
No.
pitcher in Rockies history?
Should he have his jersey retired?
The greatest pitcher in Rockies history. Wow, that's a weird question.
You want the Mark Johnson term for that? You're the valedictorian of summer school.
Yeah.
I guess it was Ubaldo, but the sample size was small.
How long was it? Was it 2.5 years?
2.5 years.
Better than
like
Francis?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody forgets about Jeff Francis. What about Aaron Cook?
He's in the top 5.
You can all you want.
He
We're
is.
talking about this. Talking about the Rockies. History.
When Ubaldo was good, this is a weird conversation, but when he was good with the Rockies, he was literally the best pitcher in baseball. And it's
For half a year, he was.
But it was such a short sample size.
Right.
You know, what are you going to do with
I
that?
just need you to know
Yeah.
that when we're talking Rockies pitchers,
Yeah.
it's like the only steakhouse you've been to is Mr. Steak because that's what you got money for. Okay,
His steak and shake.
you never made it over to Shanahan's.
The best Rockies
You went
pitcher.
to Mr. Steak.
The best Rockies pitcher maybe was Mike Hampton, but not while he was with the Rockies.
Kyle Freeland is legitimately in the conversation. Herman Marquez is legitimately in the conversation of the greatest Rockies pitcher ever. Both those guys are. I'll put Jeff Francis. I'll put Aaron Cook. I'll put Ubaldo.
Was
I'll
Houston
put
Street there?
JDLR.
Houston Street.
He's a closer. No.
But
So you're not counting closers?
No.
Oh.
Closers are failed
so
starters.
best starting pitcher of all time.
Pedro Martinez.
No, I'm saying so the question isn't best Rockies pitcher of all time. It's the best Rockies starter of all time.
Well, no, but you can't count closers.
There's not a track record of a starter that long game wise is worthy of that billing. Where there might be Houston Street.
Well, I'd go Brian Fuentes over Houston Street if we're doing this, if we're trying to introduce the argument. But remember, closers are failed starters. If they were that good, they would have started. So the fact that Mariano Rivera is the only unanimous Hall of Famer in Cooperstown is an absolute travesty and a crime against the sport of baseball. Yeah.
All right, I'm putting the pin back in the Rockies grenade now that DMac has left because who gives a crap?
I'll keep going
yeah,
if you
I
want
know,
me
and
to.
I love you. You know I love you, and
Yeah.
I'm all for it. Come June.
Can I get?
But we are 2 weeks away.
Make
from
it stop.
Bronco football.
Before
I'm
we
not talking about a game nobody found yesterday on the
before we
Roku
put a
channel.
pin on shenanigans, Andy
It ain't
Lindahl.
shenanigans. It's Rockies talk.
No, there
you
was
can shenanigan
Well,
all
it
you
started
want.
out was Eli Manning talk to Hall of Fame talk. So
we've been
Andy
everywhere.
Lindahl.
We've been all over this block.
Andy Lindahl. Yes or no? True or false? Eli Manning is a Hall of Fame quarterback.
No, not for me. I'm with him.
So I don't believe he is deserving of a Hall of Fame, but I believe he's going to be a Hall of Fame.
That's two different questions. If you're asking he's got the New York contingent behind him. He'll definitely get in.
And he's got the Manning.
He's got two of the biggest brands in the league behind him.
Also,
he'll be in.
And we know this because there's also a track record of this. If you go into the media after you play, that helps reframe. I don't know if reframe is even the right word. It builds up the supposed greatness of when you played the game.
All right, real quick, we got some breaking news, and this does matter because it's going to affect the Broncos' Week 4 opponent. Tom Pelissero reporting that Trey Hendrickson is, in fact, closing in on a contract with the Bengals, and it looks like he'll be staying put. Now, it's interesting because the report earlier today said Hendrickson was looking at they're trying to get creative to give him more money in this deal and then let him walk after this year. Because it's clear Cincinnati does not want to pay him guaranteed money really beyond another year or so. And so I think they both have had enough of dealing with each other, but they both know they need each other this year. So Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals are going to figure it out. And it looks like, barring health issues, he'll be there for the Week 4 game.
Isn't it so funny, guys? Like, McLaurin gets done this morning. Trey Hendrickson, you're reporting progress right there. Parsons is going to get done in the next couple of days because
24, 48 hours.
This is now the time of year where it has to happen. Where everyone wakes up today after the preseason is concluded and they've sobered up. And they've looked in the mirror, and Micah Parsons is going to look in the mirror and say, I need game checks. I can't just go sitting out games. And Jerry is going to Jerry will stop Jerry in this whole thing. That's why this is all like clockwork. This is why it's all happening right now. And we got 2 weeks until the start of the regular season. Everything's going to be fine.
The wild thing about Micah Parsons, to your point, is he's sitting there, and he's not necessarily the most endorsable athlete. He can't just sit out and prove a point. What's Micah Parsons selling on a broad level? He's not one of those type of players. He's not that He's a big name. He's valuable, but he's not a widely marketable player. So he does need those game checks.
Interesting.
Think about it. Like, have you seen Micah Parsons on any commercial nationally?
I'm the wrong guy to ask because I generally fast forward through commercials at every opportunity.
He gets talked about a lot because he's essentially always in some type of contract dispute. He's had some injuries.
But he's not a quarterback.
Does a podcast.
And he doesn't have hair like Troy Polamalu, so maybe he's not
and
as
even
marketable.
then, like his podcast.
Sure, I know, but he makes, to your point,
don't they all have podcasts?
He
now?
makes more headlines for things he says on the podcast, like not including his quarterback in his top 5 QBs in the league, than he does anything else. So, all right, I got a big question for you when we come back. Because, again, I think we all sat here in one mood on Friday, and now it's a different mood a little bit as we hit Monday. How much should the mood have changed in just 2 days' time?
All right, we'll do that when we come back. The mood, apparently, is going to be the conversation. We'll all get our mood rings on in break on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, let's do this. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Sandman hanging out this hour. Mike Sanford, head coach of those 1-0 Valor Christian Eagles. Andy, you got a mood question. What's the mood?
Because we spent we'll just dive right in. We spent all of this training camp so far watching an offense that largely, I almost tweeted it during the game. That offense that we saw, the starting offense I'm talking in particular, that's how camp is gone. And I guess I just kept telling myself after every rough practice that, all right, when they're not going against the Denver defense, not only is really good, but those snap counts, it's going to look different. But I'll tip a little of my cap to Scotty. I was talking to Scotty as he drove out of the mountains the other day, and I was like, I don't know what's going on. This offensive line is starting to get me a little bit concerned. Not so much that they're terrible. I don't think that. But are they as good as we thought they were? I'm not quite sure. And then Scott brought up the point that I didn't really think about. Did Bo actually cover up for some of the O-line with what they were doing last year because he was getting rid of the ball so quick? Because right now,
but he wasn't.
It feels like, well,
he was extending a lot of plays.
But it still was.
Yeah,
it was
extending
behind
plays.
the line
But his time to throw was one of the highest in the league.
All right. Well, I hope it gets back there because right now I don't like what I'm seeing.
I agree with the eye test of the quote-unquote offensive line, but let's just call it like it is. The game of football is predicated on how you run the rock. You run the football. And I hate to say this, but I have a bit of a philosophical issue with the commitment to wide zone rushing attack for this particular build of offensive line.
Do they need to do more, or are they not doing enough?
They're attempting to make this
dabbling in it.
They're attempting to make this a wide zone team like a Shanahan style of offense. You don't have those types of athletic offensive linemen outside of Garrett Bowles and Quinn Miners. These guys are gap scheme, point to point, double teams, run power, run counter, run duo, and get double teams at the point of attack and move other people against their will. The problem with wide zone, there's the perfect guys. Tyler Polumbus, great wide zone runner. You look at him; he looks like a power forward in basketball. Does Mike McGlinchey or does Ben Powers look like a power forward in basketball?
They're go forward guys.
They are white knuckled, double team type dudes, and I would argue that the center's in the same boat.
Wattenberg,
and I think Luke Wattenberg, Quinn Miners, Garrett Bowles can be wide zone players. Alex Bolcheski, you're fighting Illini brethren.
Yeah,
he could be a wide zone player.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really believe, and this is why, guys. What did Kyle Shanahan want to be? What do you want to be? What style of play?
Wide zone.
I'll give you a hint, just like his dad, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wide zone. Who was available from that offensive line for the Broncos to scoop up because he didn't cut it.
McGlinchey, yeah.
I was with McGlinchey at Notre Dame. We were unbelievably good running power and counter with him because he is a strong downhill blocker. He runs off the football as a mover of bodies. Here's why Sean wants to be a wide zone team. Because of his quarterback. What comes off of wide zone brilliantly and beautifully?
That play action, that
the
waggle.
Bootleg.
Get him rolling,
man. It's the nakeds. It's the naked bootlegs. It's the setup nakeds.
Yeah.
Those are the things that Bo's proven that he does incredibly well. So if you're committed to being a power gap scheme team, you lose part of that in your pass game. So I think you're a little bit, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place because your offensive line personnel doesn't necessarily match what you're trying to do philosophically.
Okay, so the question then becomes, and Legwald has talked about it here on the show, of a lot of what is happening in the run game, they want to keep under wraps. If they really want to be schematically evolved from what they were a season ago, it's largely under wraps, which it makes sense, right?
It does.
Yeah. When you're publicly practicing or when you're working in the preseason, you don't want to be showing anybody anything. So is it simply that they haven't jumped in with both feet yet?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably right about that. Because there's various ways you can get to wide zone if you have deficient players in wide zone. You can hide, so you can have, frankly, Mike McGlinchey's probably better on the front side of outside zone, right? He's more of if you're on the backside, you've got to be able to run and cut off a backside
have him run across the hash marks. That may not necessarily be his thing, but this is where you have to trust in Sean Payton and his staff to be able to scheme that up a little bit better given their deficiencies. It's just like the Marvin Mims conversation that we've had numerous times here on this show. Like I'm still buying all the Marvin Mims stock. I think Sean has got that thing lock loaded and ready to go.
But the last 2 years, didn't you feel that way too? that he was going to be unleashed as a major weapon in this offense, and it didn't happen until
No. I actually thought he was going to be a better wide receiver than what he has turned out to be. Here's the thing: he's not. He's not a technician. He's not Cortland Sutton out there. He's not even Rashid Shaheed. Okay, what he is a pure gadget guy. Like through and through.
Do we know he's not a pure receiver guy? Has he been given the opportunity to be that?
I mean,
even at training camp.
Do you see him getting open? Like are there a bunch? Is he running technical routes and he's just and Bo's not throwing the football to him? Like he was invisible for most of last season until Sean Payton started just scheming everything up for him. Okay, I'll put him in the backfield. Okay, I'll line him up in the slot. Oh, now I'll motion him into the backfield, and now he's trickling out, leaking out, and boom, I'm hitting him on a screen, and that's what he is. Like again, and this is the comp I always tell Andy is. Nobody ever mistook Deebo Samuel for a crisp route-running wide receiver or anything like that. That's what they had Brandon Ayuk for. He became the weapon on the other side of the football. Like Cortland Sutton is going to do that part of the job. I think Troy Franklin is starting to figure out that part of the job. I think my dude Pat Bryant has got that part of the job looking pretty good
Figured out, dang
as a rookie. I got screwed in fantasy, by the way. God, if Ellinger puts that thing on the target, Bryant walks into the end zone and Spring gets an Audric Estime touchdown. That was crap. We'll get to that at 4:45 today here on the show. It's neither here nor there.
Listen, let's get to this point. Do we feel like they've shown us, because again, holding it back or not, that's fine. I guess you can hold some stuff back. But I also watched plenty of the wide zone offense during the times that I've covered the Broncos. And it's not just something you show up and do. Okay? It's something you got to get the timing right of. And we've not seen a lot of timing. We've not seen a lot of pace. We've just not seen a lot of
we got a rookie back. Aren't you worried about a rookie back doing that job?
Then why? So then answer this question for me. Why is Bo constantly under pressure? Why is, again, here's what drove me nuts about the other day. And again, it's a preseason game and it's early in the morning. And I know they don't, I'm sure the starters aren't stressing the start and all that stuff. I get that. I'm sure and I hope it'll look different here in 2 weeks when they face the Titans. But again, what was just every practice I watched, the only plays you make is when Bo eludes whatever pressure you give up quickly and finds Sutton or someone in the open field. And at least in other practices, we'd seen him hit some other receivers. The other day, it was exclusively Cortland Sutton. What is going on with, why are they so quick to give up pressure? You had to have seen the practices that I saw, Coach.
Yeah, I mean, so
how many times did he elude? He got out of the pocket after like 2 seconds because he knew he wasn't going to have time.
It feels like there's a multitude of reasons because of who you've played against when there's been pressure. Starting with the Denver Broncos defense, which is the biggest sample size that this offense and what we've watched is competed against in training camp.
I like those guys. I think they're good.
Is their edge rushers are fantastic. They're phenomenal, and I would say to your point, like, yeah, they got blitzed with just a 4-man rush. Like, if you can create pressure with a 4-man rush, you're really good at edge, and that's what the Broncos are. That's what I would say that they've done against Bo in training camp. Then you have the 49ers. In that game, Bo was constantly under pressure. Well,
with
why?
No Joey Bosa.
Why?
Or Nick Bosa.
You know why? Because Robert Saleh was holding up a big old fat middle finger right at Sean Payton and dialing up every variety of pressure package that he has in a preseason game that you don't game plan for. You don't have solutions for at the quarterback position in order to make the checks at the line of scrimmage to pick up that particular blitz. That's what I thought about the 49ers game. The Saints game is the one that concerns me the most.
Look, I don't want to overreact to a preseason game. I don't, because again, you know what? The NFL is not played in the first 4 series of a game or 3 series of a game. There's plenty of games where you suck the first half and you're good the second half and you actually win and you get into a lather and you get into a rhythm. My main concern is this, though, okay? Because I feel like all we've done, we've praised them, and then, the first couple days of camp, I was like, man, I can't wait to see how this camp goes. Can't wait to see how they're evolving this offense. And yet they just have looked the same, which is what we saw that day where, again, you're going for it on 4th downs just to keep drives going against a team that's not considered to be very good.
I mean, to that point, Andy, like we were at all the Manning training camps, right?
Yeah.
Where you would just sit there and you would just, your jaw was on the floor.
And you're like, yeah, they're locked in. Let's just go play.
Yeah.
They don't even need preseason.
This rules. This is unbelievable. So, like, we know what it looks like when it's top shelf, right? Like we've seen that before. Hell, the Jay Cutler camp in 2008, that thing was humming. That was a good offense on that football team. It doesn't look like that yet.
Right.
It just you don't watch a football practice and walk away with that sense of just like, well, I just watched 90 minutes of flawless execution. Again, like maybe we need to step back for a minute. Maybe we need to stop paying attention to Sean Payton, and we need to remember second-year quarterback who's going to be seeing some different things. Like, Mike, tell me this. Put on your defensive coordinator hat for a minute, which I know is not your most comfortable hat.
I like that hat, though.
But it's fun, right?
You sleep a little better at night. You're not the first guy to get fired.
It's
all the time.
Not all the time.
Unless you work for
only
Shanahan
occasionally.
a couple of years there.
No, I don't.
But if you're in that spot right now, you have a season of sample size of Bo Nix, all right, in addition to 61 games of watching him as a college football player, plus a season of Sean Payton working with Bo Nix, and you know what that offense wants to look like. You have the history of knowing what the Sean Payton Drew Brees combination looks like. So like if you're a savvy defensive coordinator with an eye on history and you took the time to actually break down the film, like defense is all about what you're taking away from a quarterback. What are the 2 or 3 things you're taking away from Bo Nix?
Number 1 is free access completions.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals gave Bo a lot of space in just often soft zone coverages. So when you see a corner that's at 7, 8, 9 yards and then backpedaling at the snap, Bo Nix loves that because it gives him in rhythm and he can throw unabated routes to receivers that are open.
Real quick, the Cardinals are just going to play like straight up Brandon Staley kind of defense this year, right? Just the everyone's going to sit back and then they're just going to swarm to the ball.
Yep, just keep the ball in front of you.
Yeah.
Zone coverage.
Yeah.
Shell coverage, if you will.
Right.
And a lot of people think that shell coverage is this really hard thing to face. It's not. It's actually really easy to face. It's just that you don't give up a ton of big plays.
Right.
You have a high efficiency rating a lot of times.
It requires you to do a lot of things right to get all the way down
Correct.
the field.
Yeah, you just have to be patient.
They want to stress you on that.
It's the bend but don't break type of mentality.
So you want to take away the easy buttons as much as you can.
Yeah,
from
so get in the face of the receivers.
Yeah.
Make them get open and make Bo Nix throw tightly contested type of throws.
Yeah.
I thought the team that did it the best last year was the Seattle Seahawks in the opening game.
Not surprisingly.
The second thing that you take away from Bo Nix is that you have edge presence on both sides so that the naked game, the elude the pocket game is accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing that I thought Mike McDonald did a really good job a year ago of taking away the ability for Bo to break contain until maybe late in the game when you just started playing really, really soft shell coverage.
Yeah.
But a lot of times if you're going to play single high coverages, then you can borrow a safety down as an edge contained player, and you can have your other outside linebacker as a wider edge contained player.
So what you're talking about right there, that's not a straight spy situation. What you're talking about is essentially just what you're putting in the box to try and keep him contained.
Yeah, and also maintaining proper leverages.
Yeah.
To be outside of whatever the potential, the furthest outside blocker would be for the. And so, yeah, you can do that in single high cover one defense or match zone coverage.
Sure.
Which a lot of people are playing. The match zone coverages is cover 3, where it looks like man, but you're playing outside leverage, and anybody who runs a shallow cross, you pass them off to somebody else.
Yep.
So that to me that's Bo's Achilles heel. And I don't understand why more teams don't do that against Bo.
All right, so let me ask you this. If that was your team that you just watched for this preseason, because I did watch Sean's presser after the game. I was curious, what's the mood going to be? Because he looked like he was a little bit not in his, he wasn't in story time, Sean, like we've had all summer when they showed him on the sidelines during those games a few times. But how would you feel about this team? Or because how much practice time have they had that we haven't seen? I know there's
a gazillion.
So you think there's enough that you should not worry about anything?
Last year, I was so worried about Bo Nix being able to function but I'm not. But I went off the sample size of what we watched, and it was the 13 preseason games. Then, and we all talked about it. Sean Payton really game planned for preseason last year intelligently. He should have.
Yeah,
he's building the confidence of a rookie quarterback. He's out to prove that he is exactly what Sean believed he was, which is a franchise quarterback.
Well, he had to make sure he won the job too.
He had to win. He had to win the job. He had to look good. There had to be confidence level, and you have to, as a head coach, you got to sell it to your team.
Yeah, and to be clear, though, this is not all a Bo Nix thing. I mean, I'm just worried that this O-line just – I don't know, man.
How are they any different than the unit last year, Andy? And the unit last year was top
McGlinchey
5,
is older,
top 10
and I feel like
every,
he's a little slower.
He is. He had an injury.
So there's that.
Yeah, okay.
Right. And he didn't run the ball great last year like you talked about, and I wanted to see what Dobbins was going to add to this.
The PFF rankings, and I know it's not – the eye test would say this was not a dominant ground team a year ago, and I agree wholeheartedly.
They weren't.
But the PFF would tell you that in terms of run blocking grades and then EPA for the running backs that were behind that offensive line, the problem lied with the runner.
The backs were terrible.
Not the offensive line and the scheme and the blocking of the scheme. Now, what I don't love is that I don't know that this is a wide zone running offensive line in its build. Don't know that that's what you're built to do. But your original question, how much practice have we not seen?
My original question is just this. How about this? How comfortable would you be if this was your team 2 weeks from now?
Very comfortable.
You feel like everything's
because
okay?
They've done it in games, in National Football League games, and the whole roster is back. You added better players in J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey compared to last year, and Jaleel McLaughlin and Javonte Williams as your 1 and 2.
Okay, the last time you faced a good team, you didn't do it in the game. You had 1 touchdown, beginning of the game. Nothing else the rest of the way.
You added Evan Ingram. You have a real legitimate pass-catching threat at the tight end position.
I mean, your two biggest weaknesses on your offense last year were the quality of your tight ends and the quality of your backs.
And I think you addressed it.
I would argue you're better there now.
I'd argue you're significantly better.
I would agree with you too. But again, I just think there's a part of me that feels like, as you pointed out, in year 2 for a lot of people, not just Bo, but everybody being together as a group, this is not humming. I guess here's what I found funny. Here were the polar opposites that I watch. The Kansas City Chiefs, who everybody keeps telling me is going to suck, rolls out there and throws 20 points out without trying.
Their defense.
Well, I thought they were down and they sucked.
Yeah.
And then you come out against the Saints. Again, my problem is also the opponent. The Saints, we all agree, should be vying for the first pick, and I'm not even sure who's close to competing with it for them. And you can't go out there and just give me one. All I wanted was one smooth drive.
Can I
just be like, there it is? And we couldn't.
You know what the problem was?
All of this hand wringing. Can I get excited about Bo's throw rolling left to Cortland Sutton?
Oh, that was a great throw. He and Cortland were doing magic, but again,
that thing was hummed.
Can he not be pressured out of the pocket? I feel like that's all we watched is him get out of the pocket and make a play.
Yeah, but that was a play action roll. Like, that one was by design. There were other ones that were a lot worse. Yeah, I would certainly agree with you on that. But hey, he did throw a touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton when it was all said and done. Everybody was able to.
He had another pretty nice third down one too to Cortland, didn't he?
It was the 4th and 5.
There you go.
It was the 4th down throw.
You know what I think happened? I don't think Sean game planned for this preseason.
No, I don't think he did at all.
I think he just rolled out DNA day 1, day 2 install ball plays.
How about I put it this way? Can everyone just get off the Broncos jock for 5 seconds? Go put some pressure back on the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's talk about some other teams. And just, did you see? I sent you the tweet. The Broncos are the largest favorite in week 1 right now at 7.5 points.
I have another quarterback question to ask you guys. And it's not about quality, it's about quantity. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, the fall is coming. Summer's almost over, but you still are probably looking for that romance in your life, right? Matter of fact, the fall becomes nesting season. I know Nate Kreckman likes a little hand-holding and nesting season. If you don't have anyone to hold a hand with, though, because you're dealing with ED, erectile dysfunction, then you know what? Lose the misconfidence, lose the bad feelings, lose the whatever else it is you got going on, and go on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them help you with your ED. That'll get you back ready for date night, especially as these long days and warm nights turn to a little bit chillier evenings and make it perfect for that walk around the lake. Again, don't avoid intimacy because you have lack of confidence in your performance later on in the bedroom. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic where they can help you. Your initial visit's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You get a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office and have you feeling the old way, then your visit is free. They also have treatments when it comes to ED that they can combine treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. So don't feel like this is just the same old thing. Go on in there and see what they have to offer you. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, they'll have you feeling your old self the day after your appointment. 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Does that qualify? Is that NFL breaking news, Andy?
A little bit of breaking news.
Should we break
need
it?
For the sounder, but Amari Cooper is once again a member of the Las Vegas Raiders. So he signs a 1-year deal with a team that he once wore the jersey for. Now I'm trying to remember, was he originally a Raider then traded to Dallas, right? Wasn't he one of Jerry's big in-season moves when he traded for Amari Cooper years ago?
He was, yes.
And then he's on to Buffalo.
And then
the Browns.
Cleveland, and then Buffalo.
Yeah.
Don't forget the Cleveland part of it.
He'd like to.
Amari Cooper, take a guess on the age of Amari Cooper.
35.
31.
Dang, he seems like an old player.
I know, right? You say the name Amari Cooper and you think like, well, he's been in the NFL for 87 years.
Where did he play college football at Alabama?
Alabama.
Alabama.
It feels like that was early Nick Saban. Am I wrong?
Probably.
He would have been, yes. 5-time Pro Bowler, Amari Cooper. His nickname is the Route Runner.
Okay.
According to Pro Football Reference.
That's his job description, too.
That is kind of a big... And we got a wide receiver. His nickname, Pass Catcher. All right.
Sean Payton's nickname, the Play Caller.
I call Nate Sports Doctor.
That's what I do, folks. Is there a compelling reason to keep 3 quarterbacks on this team?
I don't know. Ellinger's been fun.
I know,
think.
right?
He's been a lot of fun. But look, man, Jarrett Stidham's also been. I just said to Mike in the break, because Mike's like, what do you want out of a starting offense? And look, all I wanted was just one drive.
You want it to look like
I know,
Stidham.
of all the things, Stidham actually, I just wanted one of their drives to look like one of the second unit's drives. That was all, So
this is how you know the steady science has happened, when even Andy Lindahl is like, I wish this looked more like Jarrett Stidham.
He's actually made me laugh a couple times during camp because he just says these side things, like not really directly to me, but just whoever happens to be in the area.
Uh-huh.
And so it's broken my cold, dead heart a bit. I'm not telling you they're not in trouble if Bo gets hurt. They are.
I think Jarrett Stidham is the happiest person in Denver, Colorado.
Well, because you know what? I think he's hit that area of this is just what I'm going to. I think Drew Lock picked it when he went back to Seattle.
Sure.
Fine, I'm the backup. I love the city. Let me just go make enough money to live there happily. And I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And cool.
It's awesome.
My life is cool.
And
a lot of us would trade lives with him.
And no one that calls Kreckman and Lindahl their home radio show wants any type of return on investment for Jarrett Stidham via trade. Is that accurate?
If you can get one, I don't have a problem with it necessarily, but I just don't know. I mean, what do you think you're going to get offered?
Well, the Las Vegas Raiders, they have some dire straits quarterback situations right now.
Okay.
In division, but Aiden O'Connell out for at least 4 weeks, up to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Backup quarterback.
You're not trading Jarrett Stidham to the Raiders.
What about if you get Jacoby Myers?
They're not going to give you Jacoby Myers. They're not going to give you their number one receiver for a backup quarterback.
Hey, he asked for a trade. I saw the tweet. This is my timeline today.
Yeah.
I started making a bologna sandwich, and the tweet came out that Jacoby Myers has asked for a trade. By the time I got done making the bologna sandwich, the Raiders had already said, yeah, we ain't trading you. He wants a new contract. Everybody wants a new contract.
My most important question after that anecdote.
Bologna sandwich?
I need to know your bologna sandwich recipe. What do you put on it?
Oh, it couldn't be more plain.
Okay.
It was bread, mustard.
What kind of
Wonder
bread?
No, it's a Sara Lee honey wheat.
Very nice.
Ooh, a Sara Lee honey wheat.
With just a simple mustard. Not French is the other. What's the other one?
Plockman's?
No, you're getting too fancy. They make a ketchup
Plockman's
too.
is $2.19.
Is it Elevation? Elevation?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's yellow mustard because really I don't care.
Okay, so you want yellow mustard.
A Kraft single.
Why are you writing
and
this
a
down
slap
right now?
of the all beef bologna.
Nate Cracker's writing this down as we speak.
Kraft. You want Kraft single.
You got to throw some cheese on
Straight
there.
up American cheese.
I think this is the bologna we bought in San Diego on our little family vacation.
One slice of bologna?
One slice of all beef bologna.
You had one slice of bologna.
Oscar Mayer?
Yes.
Okay. And
is there another brand?
I don't think there is another brand
Not
that
at
makes
Target.
bologna.
Oh, you can get store brand. I'm sure. You can get a nice boar's head. I'm sure if you
Boar's
wanted
head
to.
bologna for $7.29 a pound.
If you're going to the deli counter to get bologna, that's something my grandmother would have done. By the way, she would have gotten deli bologna. In fact,
Times
she
are
did.
tough. I ain't going no boar's head bologna.
Okay,
sorry.
no boar's head bologna. No mayonnaise.
No mayonnaise at all.
No
mayonnaise.
No
huh?
pickles.
No.
No nothing.
It's a simple sandwich for a simple man.
Sara Lee honey wheat, yellow mustard, Kraft single, and an all beef Oscar Mayer single slice of bologna. Okay.
Are you psyched you had it? No. But are you full? Yes.
Yeah, it did the job.
I'm more of a 3 slice of bologna, extra mayonnaise, Wonder Bread, salt and pepper. Call it a day.
Okay. I would have grilled it. That's what I would have done. Because you were using the American cheese. I would have gone grilled cheese style, but with a slice of bologna on there. Kind of a grilled ham and cheese, a bit of an offshoot.
I literally had 5 minutes to put lunch together, and so that's what I did.
You guys ever had a fried bologna sandwich?
Yeah, that's living right there.
Hey, you two want to know why you talk about certain health things? That right there is part of it. Just a damn bologna sandwich and get your rear end
When
out
you're
the
in
door.
Nashville, Tennessee, man, you got to go to Robert's
Okay,
Western
how healthy
World.
is Nashville? You want to know what I will always remember Nashville, Tennessee
They
for?
have the best
This is
fried
a serious,
bologna
I'm going to tell you right now.
ever.
This is my impression. And I love Nashville. It's a fun city. But here is my impression of the South and Tennessee at the time, all right? I step on up to the urinal as we're at like one of those, what's the old stand-up urinal with
did
the
you stand
with the
up with the?
advertising?
Did you go with the old hand rested against the wall
I didn't
and
need
the
to.
lean in?
I don't touch
kind
anything
of a
in there.
45-degree angle.
No. But I walk, they had the advertisements for the ladies in the audience. There's an advertisement as you get your business done. And in this advertisement, it said, if you can't read, call this number. And all I thought to myself was, hey, if I can't read, this means nothing.
Still talking about it, though.
Who the hell approved this?
Still talking about it.
I can't believe
That's
the
good
dumbness
marketing.
that I saw. You paid for an ad campaign
It piqued your
saying
interest.
if you can't read, call this number.
How long
If I
ago?
can't read, it's just, I still don't know what this number's for. You know why? I can't read.
But you can read. And you remember
That
this
was-
advertisement.
That was just a that was a great callback to an all-time classic Kreckman
Dude,
and
I'm
Lindahl
telling
drop
you,
right
because
there.
I'm telling you, I was like, where am I?
Spring, I know you have it somewhere in the system still. I know.
I can't read.
There
That
it
was,
is.
yeah.
That's
I
Nashville.
can't read.
Seriously, Nashville.
How long ago was that?
Dude, the Crush were playing so decades ago.
Hell yeah.
That's
Hell
why
yeah.
we were there to
I
take
can't
on the
read.
How about that
Nashville
drop? How long ago was that
Cats.
I was going to say, did you ever call an Arena Football League game featuring Wyoming legend J.J. Ratterink?
I don't think I did.
Oh, yeah.
I had our guy from A West.
He's on the Valor Christian staff these days.
My guy.
One of
That's
my
right.
guys from A West, the receiver, you remember him. He played with the Colts for a while. And then he became, tried it with the Broncos. I can't remember his name. Brad Pyatt. Now I can't.
Wow.
He was a
yeah.
Colt.
I remember him.
And then he
Brad
came and
Pyatt.
he played the Crush.
His son's a big-time linebacker.
Is he really?
Really?
Brad
He's,
Pyatt.
he's a linebacker headed to Cal Berkeley after his senior year, finishes up this year at Arvada West.
Will
Go
Sam
Cats.
Ellinger clear waivers and make it to the practice squad for the Broncos?
Yes.
I think he
and
will.
yes,
Yeah.
and he will be the perfect emergency 3.
Yeah.
I also think that
I enjoyed him the other day.
one of your first cuts was strategic from the Broncos.
Joaquin Davis,
Mhm.
so they could get him through the practice squad.
Yep.
Get him cut early when all the noise is coming
And
out.
showed nothing during the preseason game. wise.
absolutely nothing.
The only teams that would have any good data on Joaquin Davis that he's might
Were
be
the two they
a dude.
practice
Yes.
San Fran and Arizona.
Yes.
All right, are you keeping 3 quarterbacks? He asked a question. Who's keeping 3 quarterbacks?
I'm keeping 3. I'm doing the exact same thing I did last year.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not putting one on practice
No,
squad?
I'm doing the exact same Zach
Because
Wilson.
remember, Zach was not on practice
but
squad. He was regular roster.
But you
essentially, you are.
Yeah, you kind of are because you don't count against the, you're 46. You don't count against the 45. So there's not really any harm
It's
in
not
it per
punitive
se
anymore.
It's
keep
just
3.
It's funny because last year, wasn't Zach around as part of it? It was an insurance policy against. Well, it was an insurance policy kind of in 2 ways. If Zach Wilson turned into the Zach Wilson everybody hoped he was going to be coming out of BYU when he was number 2 overall pick, when I say everybody, I mean specifically the New York Jets, then Sean Payton looks like a genius.
And the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. as well.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And if Bo would have faltered as a rookie, then you've got a Zach Wilson option if you want to do it. This year, is there any need for it?
I don't think so. I mean, look, Ellinger was a lot of fun. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that he wasn't, but here's my thing too. Like, we all know when we get to 2 weeks from now, the coverages don't look like that.
Sure.
Coach broke it down when we talked about all the rookies from week 1 about how they looked, where, yeah, they looked fine. Everyone's giving you as vanilla a defense as you're ever going to see. So,
That last touchdown, by the way,
that was super fun.
Was that not the preseasoniest preseason
Oh,
touchdown
yeah,
that's
he's
ever
like, what the-
preseasoned
might as
before?
well.
That was a little bit of Mid-America. Had some Mac vibes on a
it
Tuesday night.
Well said right there. By the way, I had to text Cosmiter today because I was like, since when is he Kyrie's Rowan? He was Kyrie's White in college. He was Kyrie's White all during camp, that being number 39. Here's the story on this. Rowan is apparently his real name, like his birth name, his legal name. He played as Kyrie's White at Utah State to honor his stepfather, but when he got to the NFL, they told him he has to go by his legal name, apparently. So you're not allowed to fudge the transcripts when you get to the league.
Isn't that why they didn't want any he hate me's when he hate me showed up in the NFL?
Rod
you
Smart.
just have to be your regular name.
I mean, that's understandable because that's a nickname. In this situation, it's still a family name.
You want him to go DJ name?
I DJ Tanner. So there you go, everybody. That's a little bit of knowledge for you. By the way, shout out my guy Jake Haener got in that game late. He looked like Jake Haener.
Glam shots by Jake.
Oh, man.
I love there's nothing better than a Jake Haener glam shot.
That's a handsome fella right
Hey, would
there.
you start Shuck or would you go Rattler?
I'd go Shuck.
I'd go Shuck too.
Yeah, Rattler's terrible.
Shuck's got an arm on him, man.
They're both bad guys. They're both terrible. You know what, though? I would tell you this. I think all three quarterbacks in the Denver Broncos situation are better than the two in New Orleans.
Probably.
I do.
Yeah, probably.
And I
don't think that's hot of a take.
My prediction is that all three Broncos quarterbacks will be on this roster. And this year's version of Zach Wilson, which is keep, develop, and then get return on investment, it will be Jarrett Stidham at some point.
Okay.
You think Stiddy's trade bait?
I do.
Yeah.
And listen,
and I think
just
Sean likes doing that.
See,
It shows that I am the quarterback whisperer.
I think Stiddy's a $5 million vibes guy. I think that's what he's here to do. I think they all like him too much.
Sam's got vibes, man.
They all got vibes. It's a fun room.
Yeah, I mean, they gave Stiddy 2 years and $11 million. That's pretty good vibes.
Hold on, is Bo the least fun guy in the room?
Oh,
without
by
a
far.
doubt. Without a doubt. Well, it's not even close.
Not even close.
So you need two fun guys.
Yes.
So non-fun
Right,
guy is
right.
at least takes his shoes off every now and again. Because Bo is football robot. He's Peyton Manning.
You know what? You know what? Bo, his personality kind of feels like. Kind of how this offense has felt a little bit.
Robotic.
A little bit robotic.
Bo, I promise you, Bo cannot wait to just start playing
Play
games
ball.
and not having. I think Bo is the happiest guy ever. That there's no more little preseason media guy visit. Come through.
The K
You know what I
Adams,
mean? No more
Dinah
K
Rossini.
Adams. No more NFL Network. No more.
Get
just
to it.
let me play football.
The low light of training camp was the Diana Rossini drop of Sean Payton calling her late at night and just leaving a voicemail.
Yeah, that was like.
I love my
phrasing.
cue. That
Wow.
was awful.
Wow.
I hated every single bit of that.
How late
soundbite.
at night are we talking?
Either way, it was ridiculous. Can't do it.
Sam,
Won't
man,
do it.
how's that team meeting going to be over at Valor Christian today? How's that pre-practice talk going to go?
It's gonna go hot, man.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hot because we got to learn to
You got some-
snap. We got to snap and catch snaps. Okay.
Hey, you're not going to play in a monsoon like that.
You
again.
never know. You never know, Krecker.
I watched the game. I was telling there wasn't a lot of good preseason football, so me and my buddy was like, we'll just watch this. We'll listen to Nate do
It was
his
a lot
thing.
of fun, man.
You had a lot of angry. I've not seen that kind of anger. Not even at CU did I see some of the early game anger on the face of Mike Sanford.
Oh yeah, mid-season form, maybe.
You had a scowl.
See, but I made the point it was because the rain ruined his
His
haircut.
hair was just all over.
It was a disaster.
Well, yeah, and what, you can't go one hood? No hood?
I
What
just
are you,
let it
being
eat,
a
man.
tough guy?
Yeah, it was Tough Guy Tuesday on a Friday. Sure was.
I don't think you have a hood on that pullover either.
I did
do you?
have a hood.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
and
I opted
and
out.
you eschewed.
Yeah.
Wow.
How long before
Football
you got
guy.
dry?
Me and
Seriously.
Dan Campbell, football guy.
How long before you got dry?
The worst part about that was that I had to ride an hour and a half bus ride
Yeah.
home, same clothes.
Oh, yeah.
And then an hour car ride home, same clothes. And then I got home and my wife, who did not attend the game because she's smart, she knew the weather
Well, it
was
was
gonna
on
be like
TV. She could.
that, was asleep, and I was going to wake her up by putting on a hot shower. So I just got into bed, basically put on a change of clothes, got in bed, and shivered my tail off until about 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, you got to take that hot shower.
I didn't.
You can't get in there like a swamp
Oh,
rat.
that's-
What's wrong with
It was
you?
full-fledged Tough Guy Tuesday, man. I wanted to be
You're not
football
a-
guy.
yeah.
Yeah, but that's a top 5 shower in your life. You've been outside freezing
Yeah.
and wet.
It feels good.
And then you get to take a hot
Revives
shower.
You get a little of the itchies
Oh,
because you get
Oh,
your
yeah.
feeling
God, I
back.
love that itchies. Oh, that's good.
You deprived yourself
Why
of
would
one
you
of
do that?
life's great joys, man.
That's a rookie move.
Because we didn't cover the
How
spread,
long
man.
you been doing this?
The spread was 35.
Listen, you're not on SEAL Team 6. Take a damn shower.
I punished myself.
That's the football coachiest thing that's going to get said today on these airwaves, I promise you. Mike Sanford, everybody. Jeff Legwald coming up next, talking Broncos. Let's do it. Let's dive into it. Hour number 2. Jeff Legwold is there. And he joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. And Leggy, you wrote an excellent breakdown of Sean Payton's roster construction to get to this place where people are talking about Denver as a divisional contender, as a Super Bowl team even. I don't know if you've heard any of those kind of conversations, Leggy. So give everybody a little Reader's Digest preview of what you wrote there at ESPN.com. Where did Sean Payton put his focus when it came to building this roster?
Well, I mean, Nate, he's actually, he's implementing what he learned for a long time from Bill Parcells. And this, they really put to the test the talent / makeup attitude combination. They're very big, and Sean has made no exceptions about it, really, that they want to re-sign players they think fit their mold of, day-to-day makeup, attitude, approach. And, it's almost, he says that you got to make sure you're paying the makeup of the player. He said it, when they added, got an extension for Zach Allen, for Cortland Sutton, for Quinn Meinertz, for Garrett Bull, for everybody they've signed to an extension. He's sort of used a phrase of that. And, it's just a story to kind of see where that comes from and, how much intention he's put into it over the years. I also thought it was interesting in talking to people around the league for it that an awful lot of people have noticed the level of resources he has in Denver changes the game a little bit for him, and that he's almost had to be more collaborative with owner Greg Penner, with GM George Payton, with that, their contract guy, Rich Hurtado. The four of them together, it's more, people in the league say they believe it's more, of a collective. Rather, in New Orleans, it was Sean Payton out front making the call and basically telling the ownership, this is what we're going to do, and this is why. It's a far different situation, and sort of the trade-off is resources unlike anyone else has in the league to do what he wants to do.
All right, we did talk on Friday about how the offense you hoped would look. Now, again, first couple of drives were clunky, and then you get out there and finally get it going in the third drive. Should there be any concern about the fact that they didn't really have that just go down and make it look easy drive in the preseason, or is that just what preseason's become?
Well, Andy, I think with the honest answer is it remains to be seen. I do think, whatever you think of the preseason and how much we should take from it, I do think it is a small red flag that, it took them 6 possessions, 39 plays with Bo Nix at quarterback for the starters to get into the end zone in the preseason. And that includes 3 drives against the San Francisco backups in the preseason opener. So, and look how they scored. The explosive plays came from Cortland Sutton. We're back to what it's looked like the last couple years. The explosive plays are coming from Cortland Sutton. And to me, though, that's a small red flag. Is it a huge deal with a defense as good as they're going to have, or I expect them to have? It's a lot less of a big deal than it would be for some teams. But I do think it's something to keep an eye on because, again, I don't think Bo Nix is, taking a step back or anything like that. I am not saying that. I am saying he has not looked in a good rhythm in the preseason. And some of that is he's probably awfully tired of facing the Broncos starting defense every day in practice.
Jeff, last season, Jamar Chase led the NFL with 175 targets, passes intended for him from his quarterback, Joe Burrow. Will Cortland Sutton triple that number this season playing with Bo Nix in Denver?
Well, Evan Ingram on line 2, probably, but he would like a word. And, I think Ingram will cut into that, but no, what you're saying is what the offense didn't get moving until they went back to the things they do best.
Throw
and
it
right
to
now,
Sutton all the time.
The things they still do best is get the ball to Sutton and make it work. But they have held things back. I think they're trying very hard as part of the fast start he desperately wants, and he knows they need. If you're really going to compete in the AFC, you can't be trying to rally from a 2-5 start, a 3-6 start. If you're going to compete in the AFC to get home games in the playoffs, you better come out of the gate and keep it going. So they have things in the offense they have not shown that will pop up in the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season, and some of them will work great, and that will change the narrative a bit. But I think overall, beyond the Nix to Sutton connection, I don't think the passing game was particularly seamless with the starters. Obviously, Stidham and even Ellinger at times, they move the ball well in the passing game. So this looks to be a starting unit thing, and we'll see what it looks like, as September unfolds.
Why no J.K. Dobbins in any preseason game?
I think they're just being safe with it. I mean, he's practiced. He's been out there. They've limited his pitch count, of course, but this is a guy. Again, they've got 3 players with injury history. They've signed in free agency: Hufanga, Greenlaw, and Dobbins. And Hufanga, they practiced pedal to the metal all training camp, so they obviously have no concerns there. But they have slow walked Greenlaw and Dobbins a bit. But I expect Dobbins to be in those third down long passing situations when the regular season gets going. And I think they wanted Andy. I think they wanted to get Harvey as much work as possible. They want to use him. They want him ready, and he's got some bridges to cross there in terms of being ready for an NFL defense. He's got to be more decisive. That's all he's missing. He's got the quickness. He's got the good pad level. He's got great vision. He's got all these things that a really good runner needs. And I think to get that decisiveness, you got to play a lot. You got to practice a lot in the preseason. And I think that's why you've seen him so much instead of Dobbins with the starters. They want that decisiveness. Get your foot in the ground, get upfield, stop making it such a lateral play all the time.
Jeff, let's expand that conversation. And Jeff Legwold's with us on a Monday. It's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Well, the career is just beginning for R.J. Harvey. A mere 1.3 yards per carry on 4 carries the other day. Certainly something you want to see done a little bit better. The decisiveness, absolutely. I agree with you on that point. Expanded to the entire group and the run game that we have seen both in the preseason and in camp. What is this run game doing well right now? Where is this run game still deficient besides, as you mentioned right there, some of the inexperience of Harvey?
Nate, I think it's just the question that remains is, do you take Sean Payton at his word? And his word is, look, we, the coaches, like where the run game is. We've seen what we want to see in practice. We've seen the linemen hit their landmarks. We've seen them, be where they want them to be. So, they have no concerns that the production will be there in the regular season. That's what I'm saying. I think they have taken a very old school approach and kept a few cards out of the deck in the preseason here, especially in the outside zone run game. I think they'd like to sort of unveil that in a game situation when people haven't prepped, because let's face it, outside zones, like every offense, it's in there in a Sean Payton offense, but I think it's going to be in there more than people have seen in the past in a Sean Payton offense, because he believes, the metrics said last year the Broncos had the best run block win rate and pass block win rate in the league. one offensive line led both of those metrics, and their run game was not particularly good.
Right.
So if you say the line was blocking the best and yet you were not getting the good runs, that's squarely on the backs and the scheme, and they've tried to address both. And I don't think we get to see all of it until the regular season starts. But I've seen the flashes in practice, the open parts. I know they've done work when nobody's around. But that's the question. Is what Sean Payton is saying actually true? Is that stuff ready to go in a game right now? Unfortunately, we won't know that until the Titans.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. He is getting ready for the Broncos and the Titans because week 1 prep is upon us. We'll talk to Jeff coming up here on Friday. Leggy, excellent work, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, read Jeff Legwold's work at ESPN.com. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy.
Hold on, we got breaking news.
Wait,
I want to bounce it off you.
We're breaking news
now,
right before the break.
This isn't glass breaking necessarily, but I want to get your take on this.
Okay.
The Hero of Spring's fantasy team, one Audric Estime, according to Mike Kliss, has been waived by the Broncos.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Do you think is this it? You think he's done? He's the only big back they got. You think he's coming back to practice squad? You think this is the hasta la vista? If you're him, do you want to come back? How do he thinks about it? How do you think he feels about it?
I'd look for an opportunity elsewhere if I was him. He's fallen out of favor. So I think he's got a ways to go. Let's expand this conversation coming back here on the other side. If I was Estime and his agent, I'd be looking for an opportunity elsewhere. There's other running backs coaches that liked Audric Estime. I think his college shape was too good and his skill set was too good. I don't think he is in favor here. So let's talk more about this Broncos run game and this stable of backs. But again, the breaking news, Audric Estime, it went from he may not make the team to he didn't make the team. So keep it here. You most likely heard the breaking news just before the break that the Broncos have waived Audric Estime. Not surprising. He did score a touchdown the other day. Actually had a couple of good runs the other day, but this was not terribly surprising. And the biggest tell on this was what the depth chart looked like all throughout training camp. I mean, Estime was always like with the threes and the second guy getting carries with the threes, coming off of an offseason after he was left inactive for a playoff game. Yeah, the Audric Estime experiment didn't work here. Sean Payton, I think, had high hopes for his bruising running style, but in the end, I don't think that Audric Estime was a complete enough back to make it necessarily in this offense. Jaleel McLaughlin, Andy, to me, it's like he didn't go to the game. He's on the team. That flat out tells you right there.
You better hope. It's not going to be a great look if he isn't.
Yeah.
What'd you sell the guy, you know?
Right. That to me feels like that would be pretty stunning if he didn't make the. And again, just having watched training camp, I would be stunned if Jaleel McLaughlin didn't make the team. Obviously, Dobbins and Harvey are both going to be there. You know, Tyler Bidet is the guy in terms of the pecking order. I don't think him or Blake Watson, quite frankly, looked great the other day.
And then Watson got dinged up towards the end.
He did. The Ellinger interception on the screen, I mean, he threw it wide of Bidet, who was out of possession because he got nailed in pass pro, and that was after he got destroyed in pass protection the play prior to that. So he's raw in that part of the job. But I think he's going to make the team, and again, I'm judging it off of what did it look like in camp. It's one of those things, Andy, where really like you can do a pretty good job of estimating. Pardon the pun. Sorry, Audric Estime. Of having an educated guess of what the roster is going to be just based upon, like, watch the reps in practice. They kind of tell you.
They do. It's just, this is another one of those years where it kind of reminds you, though, when you get this far down in the depth chart, you don't want to be for a reason, okay?
Right.
Because, again, they all kind of have their flaws. There's a reason why we're focusing on them last preseason games of the year, because they're trying to make spots that the coaches are frankly hoping they don't really have to play too often.
Yeah.
Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
So they're hoping that they get a full season out of Dobbins and Harvey, and from this point forward, those are the only two backs we're probably really talking about.
So the Audric Estime Broncos era, at least for now, has come to a conclusion. Like you said, Andy, there's always the possibility he could end up on the practice squad. But again, according to our friend Mike Kliss of 9 News, he has been waived.
Yeah.
Which means they wave goodbye to him.
And I'm with you where I would say I would just go find another spot.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like whatever reason this isn't the spot for you.
Right. The timeline of Mike Kliss has, all of the latest moves. Let's see. An hour ago, they waived undrafted offensive lineman Xavier Truss, and let me throw you this lob, Andy. Defensive lineman Michael Dwumfor.
Yeah, good old Dwumfor is done for. But we said that.
Uh-huh.
He signed up to get a couple weeks of tape, and then he's out of here. Matter of fact, they released a corner that was helping him out, too, with their corner shortage.
Outside linebacker Garrett Nelson, undrafted rookie wide receiver Jerjuan Newton have all been let go so far. Audric Estime, the biggest name, at least so far, because he was one of the team's draft picks. Andy, Audric Estime was clearly not in the groove. However, who was? Let's talk about the Bronco players in the groove. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Give me your first groove candidate, Andy.
Oh, it's real easy. It's Courtland Sutton.
Yeah, he's grooving.
He and Bo are in a groove.
Yeah, they sure are.
And it's a special groove. 7
targets. He finished with 4 catches the other day for 83 yards, including the 43-yarder, which had there was some very good running after the catch ability on display for Courtland Sutton. But I jokingly, I guess sarcastically asked that question to Jeff Legwold. Jamar Chase led the NFL with 175 targets last year from Joe Burrow. I'm telling you, Andy, if Courtland Sutton's healthy for 17, I think he'll be top 3 in the NFL.
I don't doubt that, but if this Bronco offense is going to be better than it was a year ago, doesn't it have to get spread a little bit more?
I mean, right now, okay, I'm skill position players that you can hang your hat on, that you can say without a doubt, I know this guy's a dude, and I know that Bo's going to trust him. Give me the entire list of them.
Is a dude and he's going to trust him, then I'm going to go with, for sure, it's Sutton and I think Ingram. I think that might be the
Can
list.
you go any further?
I don't know. I don't know how much he trusts Troy Franklin. I think he wants to.
Right.
I know he wants to trust Marvin Mims. I think he likes Pat Bryant.
Uh-huh.
But again, we've not seen them in NFL action.
Yeah.
Frankly, I'm taking a little bit of a flyer on the Ingram pick, but I do think Ingram is going to be in the opportune, get me out of a bad situation routes that allows Bo to hook up with him to keep the chains moving.
Yeah, Ingram, I think, flashed so hard early on in camp, and it waned a bit as camp went on.
But did he quit showing us stuff?
That's a part of it, and is it just like, okay, Bo's... It's very possible that Sean Payton said to him, hey, I get it. You like Evan Ingram. Throw the ball to somebody else. Evan Ingram's always going to be there. Let's try and get some of these other guys cooking a little bit.
What about it, Pat Bryant, though? I mean, Bo gave him a healthy amount of looks for a rookie.
Sure did.
And they tried to connect with Pat Bryant the other day. Now, Ellinger not as successful as Bo was.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like Pat Bryant could be a guy to keep your ears open for. Who do you think, how much do you think that, and this is the run game now, but you talk skill players, how much do you think we get of a split between Harvey and Dobbins?
I think R.J. Harvey is the first and second down guy, and I think J.K. Dobbins is the third down guy. I think that's what it looks like to start.
I think to be in the groove.
Yeah.
I think J.K. Dobbins gets to be the groove the first 5 games of the year.
Okay.
I think this could look a lot like we usually view these rookie quarterback situations, like I saw today. ESPN's talking about 4 or 5 games for Russ in the Giant land, and then he's probably pulled. I think it could be a little bit of that, where you see J.K. Dobbins as the starter, plays a healthy amount, and the minute that, as Jeff said, the instincts kick in, or not the instincts, what did he say? He just has to trust himself.
Decisiveness.
So once he trusts himself and he's decisive,
then
I think it becomes the R.J. Harvey show.
Yeah.
But I could totally see it be Dobbins for the veteran steadiness of the first month of the season.
So in an ideal world where the Broncos are running the ball 30 times a game.
Sure. Finding some balance.
Feels
generous,
optimistic, but we'll take it. If they're running the ball 30 times a game, I think it looks like, to start the year, to your point, Dobbins, 15 carries, Harvey, 10 carries, McLaurin, 5 carries.
Yeah.
If that.
Yeah. Right?
If that.
And it may be a bidet week some week.
But I don't think there's a world where, quite frankly, I don't think there's a world where any Broncos back is up to the task early on in the season of carrying the ball more than 15 times a game. So I think that's probably what it looks like early on, to your point. I think by the time we get to January, it'll all come out in the wash. And I think it'll generally be very close to a 50-50 split, if not Harvey has more touches.
I would expect by the time the Christmas games are happening, and if Harvey's everything they think he is, it's his job.
Can I tell you who else is in the groove?
Groove me. In your heart?
A man named Q.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not barbecue.
No.
Not GQ.
No. Q Robinson.
That's right.
Uh-huh. Yeah, old Q Robinson. QUE. Which is what in Spanish? Q Robinson, I get why they liked him in the draft. That's one of those things of, like, it jumps off the page. Like, Savion Jones, I think, has really he's popped several times, but it was good to see Q Robinson. I feel like the version we saw the other day against New Orleans was the version that we saw in practice an awful lot of, just like, oh yeah, that guy's getting into the backfield. That guy he's out muscling dudes. Like, I think as a rookie, he's going to beat a lot of guys based purely on either his own athleticism or who is across from him.
Sure.
He'll develop more moves as he goes, but that dude's a player. That strip sack was a nice thing to see.
Yeah.
I like that dude.
He's been one of the guys, and I know Atwater talked about early on. Sanford identified him early on. We've been talking about him really back to the off-season stuff. So Good to see, like you said, it carry over to camp, not just be a spring hero and another rotational player for that pass rush. Although, again, I guess he's pretty good in coverage. Mike said don't go sleeping on him on coverage either. They need a good coverage backer for some of these tight ends.
Speaking of coverage, I want to wander back to the secondary for my next In the Groove, brought to you by our friends at Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Chris Abrams, drain.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
That excellent pass breakup with Shuck throwing to Tipton. I mean, perfect coverage. He was right on the spot where he needed to be. That dude is a freaking player, man. That's your fifth cornerback. That's CB5 right there. Pretty good. Not too bad, I would say.
No, not bad at all.
He's in the groove. I like that. I like Chris Abrams' drain.
Oh, I like him a lot. He's a physical player. We liked him last year.
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting because if they ever, Mike was talking about possibly dealing Stiddy. I don't think you deal anybody because I think corner depth in the NFL is something you value above a lot of things because you always are going to need them. But if they had any spot they could deal from, it's that one.
Yeah, and again, I wouldn't mess with it.
No, I'm with you.
Last year, Riley Moss got hurt, and it was like, depth goes quick at that spot.
It does.
And the Broncos have better depth at corner right now than probably anybody else in the entire NFL. Everybody wishes that they had Denver's situation right now, but you're going to have injuries. You just flat out will. Surtain missed time last year. Moss missed time last year. Guys are going to get hurt. Keep them all. Keep them all and just be strong where you need to be. Don't take anything for granted right now. I'm not dealing away my strengths right now.
No, I'm not either.
I got a second-year quarterback. And we just got done going, who are the skill position guys that we know for sure? We could name two of them, okay? This team, if they're going to do the thing, and I picked them to win 11 and win the AFC West, it's going to be on the defensive side of the ball, so stay awesome there. Don't trade a single one of those guys. Hang on to them like grim death. If anybody wants Damari Mathis, by all means. But they're looking at the numbers here in Denver, and they're going, that guy's not making the team anyway.
Yeah, there's no need. Unless you don't want to deal with somebody jumping in front of you on the waiver claim. And frankly, Damari Mathis has had some rough goes of it when he does get to play. I think I'd just keep your picks.
Yeah. Yeah, don't give up any of those. So, I'm going Q Robinson and Chris Abrams drain. A couple of guys that I'm pointing to on the defensive side of the ball. Who else you got, Andy? Who else is in the groove? Brought to you by Groove Toyota on South Broadway.
Well, judging off the game we saw the other day, your guy Sam Ellinger.
Oh,
chucking it, just chucking it around, having fun, playing it like he's back in Texas.
Yep,
just enjoying his time. Gonna hit the Pizza Hut after this game. Play a little Pac-Man.
He's filling out his book it sheet right now. I have to tell
you, I don't know that I feel like a lot of people caught the groove this past game. That was kind of a tough watch as we got later and later into the game.
Will Lutz was really good.
Lutz was in the groove.
You know who else was in the groove? Blake Groupie for the Saints was in the groove.
He was in the groove.
He was grooving for sure.
Shuck in the groove? Tyler Shuck?
For a minute.
Not really.
You know what it was? He dipped his toes in the groove, and then he was just like, I don't need to be in the groove.
It's still a little hot. Still a little hot. Gonna let that cool off.
12 of 20 for a $102. No tutties. Nice 73.3 passer rating. No, I wouldn't call him necessarily in the groove. Can't go there. Was Lucas Kroll in the groove?
As close as it got.
Yeah, Lucas Kroll had a couple of nice catches in that game the other day. My dude had a 27-yarder on a dime from Ellinger, got it down inside the 5. That was good to see. Of course, then they went backwards and had to kick a field goal, but neither here nor there. That was nice. Lucas Kroll. I'll call Lucas Kroll in the groove. Does Lucas Kroll make this team?
I think so.
I think he does too.
I think ultimately,
Engram, Troutman, Kroll, Adkins.
Loner got another penalty.
Sure did.
Trying to block. I think Loner shows he's so raw. That's a practice squad guy.
And that's perfect. That's great for him.
Yeah.
Learn how to play football for a year.
Yeah, you're still a basketball player.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. I'm not sure this was in the groove. Someone wrote in and says, was it me or was the play calling this last game the worst of the preseason for Sean? Sean did do some game planning the last two preseasons. Remember against the Rams?
Yeah.
The final preseason game after they kind of got whooped in practice. It felt like Sean came out wanting Stidham.
Took it seriously.
Yeah. And then last year was the second game with Bo where he schemed up some things so Bo could look pretty good. I don't even remember who against it was. It doesn't matter. I don't think Sean did any of that this year. I think Sean's kept all his tricks in his bag, and I think he'll unveil them all in 2 weeks against the Titans.
Yeah, and in 2 weeks against the Titans, can we not take delays of game on 3rd down and 7?
That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be.
Bo just completely lost the play clock. He changed the play at the line of scrimmage, and the play clock ran out. Let's take a pass on that, okay? Well, again, good thing it's happening in the preseason. Let's go ahead and get that all cleaned up. Also, man, then it was 3rd and 12, and then there was a weird miscommunication. He threw wide to Sutton, which they weren't on the same page. Bo took a shot on that play.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, he got hit.
Drilled.
Uh-huh. And then that, by the way, that was followed by, speaking of not being in the groove, another pretty lousy Crawshaw punt. 42-yarder with a 9-yard return, low liner.
Steelers cut a punter today if you want him.
I might fly him in. Just take a look.
Just have a gander.
Yeah. It's Andy, like, you've made this point, and is there a degree of Andy Lindahl paranoid Bronco fan to it? Of course there is. But, like, I don't think it's the most out-of-bounds thought of, like, well, your first 2 games are absolute must-wins. Don't lose one of them because your punter does something dumb.
Don't go back and have a repeat of the Flacco nightmare.
Right.
In Indy, where you got a game 1, you have a bad punt, and Daniel Jones it up and gets you a win.
Right.
Gets a win against you. You can't have that. Cannot have it.
Speaking of that, Andy, you pointed this out, by the way. Broncos 7.5-point favorites against Tennessee. Biggest spread on the board.
Think that changes before we get there?
In week 1.
Who does New Orleans play? That is not a good football team.
No, they're struggling. Saints are 5.5-point home dogs to Arizona.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Home game helps them a bit.
I mean, if that game was in Arizona, it'd be
probably bigger.
7.5, 8.
Bigger than that one.
Somewhere in there, probably. Home field. Any more home field, I think, is only worth like 1.5 generally when they start doing the math. Philly is a 6.5-point home favorite over Dallas.
Yeah.
Manders laying 6.5 against. Is it going to be Russ or Jackson Dart and the Giants?
It'll be Russ.
Okay.
Daboll's pretty much promised it.
Okay. And yeah, those are the biggest numbers on the board.
Hey, by the way, you want the most preseason tweet ever?
Yes.
From Adam Schefter. The Rams are releasing 2024 5th-round pick outside linebacker Brendan Jackson. We don't know why this is important, and this is all you need to know about the preseason.
Okay, remind me.
He was the preseason sack leader. You know what that gets you? Cut. Cut, my friend. Cut.
Puka Nacua was a 5th-round pick.
He was.
For the Rams.
But was he the preseason sack leader? Obviously not.
This goes back to my take that there should be preseason awards. They should name an MVP. They should name a defensive player of the year.
Didn't the Athletic do this? I think you ought to write for the Athletic.
Did the Athletic do it?
I feel like they might have done that one. Now I got to go back and look at the app. I thought I saw something
Okay,
like that.
good. I'm glad somebody did it, but like I think this should be an official thing. Get voters and everything. I want an all preseason team every single year. If you're going to put these games on, give some awards. They do it for Summer League.
Yeah, they do. Now, again, wasn't our guy
Hunter Tyson. He was on the All Summer League team.
Yeah. Wasn't he the MVP?
I don't think he was MVP, but I
think
think
All Summer League.
He was All Summer League.
How's that going?
I'm
just asking for a friend.
Hey, you know what? If he wasn't All Summer League, would he even still be in the league?
No.
Who knows?
You're right.
Who knows?
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
He's got an NBA job because of what he was able to do. Mm-hmm.
Trying to find this article. Here it is.
Okay.
No, it's not there. Shoot. I got to find it.
All right.
Someone did a breakdown of here was the big preseason stuff.
Good. Somebody needs to do those things. I just think the NFL should get behind it.
All right. Who's the Broncos preseason MVP?
Oh, great question.
Do you want to? Should we continue this on the other side?
We should.
Do you need 5 minutes to think about it?
I do. I'm gonna take my full 5 minutes.
Is it Stiddy? Is it Ellinger?
And I'm gonna hand out.
Is it Kroll?
Stiddy didn't play in the 3rd game. Can I give it to him?
Is it Prescorn?
We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll name a preseason MVP and we'll recap Week 3, the final week of preseason fantasy, and find out who was the biggest loser of the group. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kreckman, Lindahl, the stars of the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're with you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Happy Monday afternoon. Preseason done. Regular season still a little while away, but we're there. By the way, Buffs in action coming up on
Friday night.
What's kickoff time on that one?
6 o'clock, Georgia Tech.
That's
I'll be
not
up
bad.
in Boulder.
That's not too bad. I can do 6 o'clock.
I put myself in a bit of a conundrum.
Okay.
Because I heard our friend Brett Kane talking about our friends at Zero Res who have had out to the house many a time.
Uh-huh.
I will double stamp the triple stamp of Brett's endorsement of them.
Okay.
But I got them coming out in the morning, and I don't know if the carpet will quite be dry for me to put the furniture back before I got to go up to Boulder. So we'll see. Family might come home to, origami. You move the couches into certain spots so they can just get everything clean, and then you got to put everything back. So we'll see.
Yeah, but then that means that, you can have, floor hockey games.
Oh, they could.
Yes.
Hayden could go full football if he chose.
Now good times can be had.
Did you ever do that as a kid? We used to move the couch because, again, I grew up in the 80s, latchkey kids.
Mm-hmm.
Parents would take off. We'd move the couches and all this stuff out of the living room. I had a really long living room.
Yeah.
Perfect football field.
My mom had too many plants.
You didn't move those things? You got to move them.
There's too many. I wasn't moving those things. My mom had it was probably 24 plants in the living room.
The hell are you running? A greenhouse or
Yeah.
a living room?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, we went outside. Yeah, we were okay with that. My mom didn't mess around. Air Force opens up on Saturday against Bucknell.
All right.
Rammies on the road at Washington for a 9 p.m. Mountain Time Saturday night kickoff, Andy. Niner.
Yeah.
On the Big Ten Network, 9 p.m. Mountain Time on Saturday.
Yeah, I got one of those in my future. It's an
Yeah.
8:15 BYU one, I believe, in September.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rammies 22.5-point dogs on the road at Washington to start off the season.
Really?
Really. Really. Uh-huh.
Doesn't that feel a little big for the first game of the year?
No. 3 tutties against a Big Ten team on the road. That sounds about right.
Washington, though?
They're in the Big Ten.
I know. Does not sound right. Does not compute. That's all.
Yeah, Washington's a fine program. Weren't they in the college football playoff a couple of years ago?
I'm not knocking Washington. I'm just saying, you say Big Ten team, they still kind of feel Pac-12 to me. I don't know.
Well,
who's the quarterback? Who the hell's the quarterback? You know what? That's game we ought to do. Who's the quarterback anywhere? Answer, I don't know. I saw Underwood starting at Michigan. That's all I know.
I think Washington's quarterback is probably somebody else from the Heward family. That's my guess.
You think so? Just they dug up another Heward to come play QB again?
Yet another one.
Or a Hasselbeck. No, the Hasselbecks are BC boys, aren't they?
Sanford's got a Heward.
I know.
Titus
I
Heward.
watched it. You and Tyler did a great job on the game.
He threw a touchdown. It was his first varsity touchdown.
Boy, that wind was pretty bad, huh? At one point?
The wind, the weather, all of it. Full monsoon on Friday night down there at District 20 Stadium in Colorado Springs. A deluge, Andy. It started raining early second quarter and never let up. Oftentimes, it was going sideways.
Man, I watched a little of the game, and I was thinking, it rained here. And I was like, yeah, it didn't rain like this.
No.
It was unbelievable how soaked you guys were.
Special teams were an absolute nightmare. Nobody could snap and catch.
Oh, I saw it. It was I'm telling you, it was a very entertaining game to watch. Shout out to Altitude TV.
It was a very entertaining game to
watched
call.
The whole thing.
I'll be honest with you. I had a great time calling that game. It was very entertaining. Sandman, shout out to him and his staff getting a victory there in game number 1 on the road against Pine Creek. But yeah, Dawson Oaks is the senior starter, and that's a good quarterback. Heward got in for a couple of series. Brock Heward's son, Titus Heward, sophomore, and that's a big time arm.
He's got a cannon.
That's a Division I arm that kid's got going for himself. So yeah, it was a fun game to do, and what's so funny about it, Andy, is yes, it did pour rain the entire time, and that generally was most of the feedback. It's just you guys did a great job, fighting through the conditions, and Tyler and I were in a bone-dry press box.
Yeah, but Rachel Vigil wasn't, though. Let's be clear.
She was.
And then Sandman decides he's going to get a little lit. Of all the times as a sideline person where you're like, we can go ahead and make this quick. Nah, Sandman's finally got a few things to say.
Right.
We're not on radio, coach. Go give your halftime speech, and let's all get out of the rain.
He can't turn it off. I'll tell you that about Mike Sanford. No off switch on that guy. No. Once it's flipped, he doesn't slow down. Your Broncos preseason MVP.
Give it to me.
Outside of a missed 64-yarder, Will Lutz.
Will Lutz. What about a Nick Bonito?
He had one great series.
Is that good enough?
Was that one series enough?
How about Lucas Kroll?
You know what? Honestly, Andy, have we talked about a single series more than the Nick Bonito series against San Francisco?
No. It's kind of the highlight of the preseason until Bo did what he did with Cortland the other day.
That's a great candidate right there. Uh-huh. Cortland Sutton's got to be in the conversation. Although the first game out didn't look good. Him and Bo were not connecting.
No.
He was very good the other game.
I almost kind of wish now, I completely understand why Sean did what he did. I almost wish Sean would have played him in the Arizona game.
I'm going to go Will Lutz.
I'm going to go Lucas freaking Kroll.
Lucas Kroll. Preseason MVP.
Hey, he had a lot of catches.
He sure did.
He got me my only touchdown of the preseason when I took him for game 1 of the fantasy draft.
Okay, so that said, preseason fantasy is in the books. Commissioner Mark Springer has done the math. Week 3 spring. Our 3 teams. Let's see. We had Mark Springer's team breaking the bandy.
I do like that.
My team, Knight Courtney Jackson. And Andy's team, hello, Newton.
Hello, Newton.
How do we do, Spring?
Well, I won.
Way to go,
yeah,
Spring. Way to go,
on the
buddy.
board. So all 3 of us got wins.
Wow, so we went 1-1-1 in preseason fantasy.
Lamest fantasy league ever.
Also, this is one of the problems with the
you got
3
screwed
game
out of one chance.
Yeah, the 3-game preseason is we could have had a Super Bowl next week.
Yeah,
and
we
instead
could have.
we got Bupkis.
Everybody could, would have decided it. Somebody would have had to win. Except, don't you feel robbed because Leggy picked your first week's team? And you insisted you'd have taken Pat Bryant when he was left on the table.
Trent
Sherfield.
Sherfield.
That's right.
Yeah, no, without a doubt I got jobbed.
That's the way.
Don't go on vacation.
Yeah,
you jobbed yourself.
This entire thing
tables
is
turn.
obviously crap. But yeah, Spring finally got himself a victory.
Dude, it was an epic fourth quarter battle between you and me, Nate.
You got it on the Estime touchdown, and here's my beef with that, is that if Ellinger puts that thing on the money to Pat Bryant, because it was Bryant that made the catch that got you first and goal. If that pass is on the money, Pat Bryant's walking into the end zone. But instead, he threw it wide, and Bryant had to dive.
Well, that's the beauty of the preseason.
Yeah, I got screwed.
Hey, look, Blake Watson got hurt. I'm not crying. My guy was running. My guy was doing the deal. And guess what? He just got cut.
So
Blake Watson's gone.
Wait, Blake Watson got cut?
Blake Watson got cut.
Oh, okay. See you later, Blake Watson.
Estime got me that touchdown.
Yep.
But then Courtney Jackson got you a catch for 20 yards.
He did.
And that puts you back in the lead. But then the next play, 8-yard pass to Estime. Couple plays later, 6-yard run. That's what put me over the top.
Oh, Courtney Jackson. Really nice catch, by the way. I thoroughly enjoyed that. He also had the opening kick return where he just fell down. Oh, he had another kick return where he got nailed.
Yeah, one his best work.
Poor Courtney. But a great throw. It was a laser by Ellinger.
Laser.
Knight Courtney. Did Andy score any points?
He had 2 zeros.
Yeah. One of them was my guy. So much for Devon Vele acclimating to the offense. They didn't even play him.
Actually, scratch that 1-0. It was Vele.
Trent Sherfield got him a point?
When did Sherfield?
No, excuse me. Sherfield, no points.
I was
going to
say.
Sherfield, no points.
I didn't see Sherfield do anything.
And Vele, no points.
Okay.
So Andy came in last with 10.1, Nate 15, and I had 15.3.
You know what the problem was for me? Velus Jones Jr. He had a carry right before the half. I think that might have been his only touch in the game, too. Damn you, Velus. A carry for 2 yards. Break a tackle, you scrub.
Listen, Juwan Newton. Juwan James is the tackle that, remember him? He got cut working out on his own, blew up all that money.
Who was the running?
Former Dolphin?
Yeah, who was the running back from Duke? Juwan.
Oh, yeah. Number 40.
Yeah, why am I spacing his name right now?
Juwan James.
He was Juwan James?
No. Juwan, you're right.
Okay. Juwan Thompson.
Juwan Thompson. Boy, he was rocked up.
We got there.
I actually got a picture of him in my phone somewhere scoring a touchdown.
Okay.
Just giving the touchdown sign.
Jones, Thompson, somebody's got a name out there.
Juwan.
Somebody has to, right?
Spring, when you have your first kid, I need a little Juwan Springer in my life.
Juwan
Can
Springer.
do.
Okay.
DeBrickashar, Juwan, take your pick.
Take
but
your
one
pick.
of the two.
I think it's got to be Jawan at this point.
Why not? There's not
We
enough
just had
DeBrickashars in the world. Now, you're not finding that on the nameplate counter.
Hey, when the Broncos went for 2 after the Estime tutty, Ellinger's pass, was that intended for Pat Bryant or for Michael Bandy?
I'm not sure anybody knows. Because your guy Bandy was all of a sudden, it was like the Bandy day. The Bandy man can.
Breaking the Bandy. What's he going to do next? Don't know.
Don't know.
Hotly contested preseason fantasy.
It was a good season.
Thank
It was.
God we had it. That was a brutal fourth quarter to watch.
Oh, I was screaming at Pat Bryant.
Oh, my God.
My guy Jay Kane got in the game,
And then all
though.
of a sudden, Blake Watson gets hurt. And I'm like, well, there goes my stuff. That's great.
Good to see Jake Hayner out there, though. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Boy, there's a lot going on. We got Broncos cuts coming up here for you. Apparently, we're adding Blake Watson to that name. We've got an update on the Trey Hendrickson contract stalemate. A receiver finally gets paid, and we got all kinds of stuff on them Sanders boys. We got to dive in what's going on with the Sanders family. That's all next. High Five, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, we are Nate and Andy, and we always start off the third hour of the show with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We call this the High Five. You need to know what's going on. We tell you. Mark Springer, let's have it.
All right, we have Broncos cuts. Let's start with the cuts from earlier today. Then we have some ones that came down just recently. The Broncos have cut outside linebacker Andrew Farmer, undrafted guard Clay Webb, cornerbacks Micah Abraham and Josh Pickett, as well as undrafted rookie wide receiver Joaquin Davis.
Great name for a corner, Pickett.
Yeah. Kenny Pickett needs to throw a pick to
Pickett.
Pickett
intercepted by Pickett.
Also, in the last hour, the Broncos have cut running back Audric Estime, cornerback Damari Mathis, wide receiver Jerwan Newton, and running back Blake Watson.
Should that be one of our tiebreakers on preseason fantasy, since we all finished 1-1-1, is whoever has the most guys that get cuts today wins?
No, because, again, we're not trying to pick the surefire ones.
That's what I'm saying. Like the deep cuts, like Jerwan Newton just got cut, Andy. He was on your team. That would be a point for you.
Yeah, still. I'm going to go no. Blake Watson got cut too. That's 2.
Where's your preseason fantasy spirit?
Here's what I want. Let's solve it.
Uh-huh.
Do we somehow spin this into a weekly, the regular season stuff? Probably not. That's not fun.
We got plenty of other stuff.
We had
Don't
our
worry.
drinking game going.
We do. The drinking game gets going in week
But
1.
we got a whole new set. I don't know what to count on.
Hey, there you go.
You got a McFlinchy?
That's what's good about it. It's a new season, new reasons to get tanked while you watch football.
Here's what I know. You better not be getting me drunk during the Titans game, pal. That's all I got. You better just win that sucker.
Yeah, running back Blake Watson was released.
Practice squad, right?
Watson's receiving a short-term injury settlement. According to a source, suffered a knee injury in the preseason finale on Saturday. I mean, how many running backs are we going to put on the practice squad?
No, that's true. I don't know. If you're really keeping 4, then you probably don't need anything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Although, can you really have enough?
I think that
feels like you go through 100 of those guys.
I think, doesn't that mean then that it's like McLaurin and Bidet are making it? There's a 4 running back roster here. And then when it comes to fullback, by the way, is Adam Prentice going to make the team as the fullback out of camp?
I think he's going to have to be the guy right away, because they're going to – this could be where they do the thing, because they do this – I feel like they did it with him last year. Who's the regular fullback one?
Michael Burton.
So Burton got waived, if you remember, last year, and then was right back on the roster after they did a couple of machinations.
Yeah.
And then he was practice squad guy, got elevated as 3-time, got signed to the full roster. Like, that could be going on with both Prentice and Burton. Who knows?
Prentice, by the way, he was a CSU dude.
Yeah.
Started the college career at CSU.
There you go.
Well done. Out of Clovis High School, Fresno, California, Central Valley, Adam Prentice. I think he's going to have to make the team. So that's the latest roster
stuff. Does he have
stuff.
to? Is there spicy fullback competition on the waiver wire I didn't know about?
You
could waive them both and re-sign one of them before the first game in Tennessee.
It's a good point. I mean, really, though, you're looking for a placeholder, because Adkins, I think, is going to be the guy. And Sean is already...
I think Burton sticks around the whole year.
Do you think okay, yeah, and he could be the up and down dude?
But I think he's the practice squad for 3 weeks, and here's your contract. And
okay. All right.
He put up with it last year. I don't know why he wouldn't this time.
Hot fullback debate here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. But that's the latest on the cuts. Andy, I don't believe a surprise cut is coming.
You and I said at the beginning of the show we were doing it with all the guys in here with our massive crosstalk now. Nobody can think of who would be a shocking name. I can't think of one realistic shocking name that could get cut.
Like whatever decision they make on the last defensive lineman between Wazarike and Jordan Jackson, like, all right.
Yeah, Wazarike missed a year because of the gambling thing. And
yeah.
Again, he's a guy that's fun in the preseason, but you normally don't. Whenever he does get a crack to play, it's not like he's someone that's somehow flashed.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't.
This isn't like when TJ Ward got cut.
Right. Would PJ Locke shock you?
No.
I'm just trying to come up with a veteran name that is realistic.
I mean,
not going to happen.
It feels unlikely that PJ Locke is going to get cut, but that's as far as I can go is unlikely.
About Adam Troutman? Is there some other tight end out there that they would go pick up instead of Troutman?
No, he's a Sean guy. Through and through. Sean loves him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do not think a roster surprise is in store. Save this tape, Spring, for
when we get one.
Exactly, but I don't see it coming. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Bengals gave Trey Hendrickson more money for this season. He was set to make $16 million. They gave him a $14 million raise. He'll make $30 million this season.
You know what that is? That's the guaranteed money we were really willing to give you over the next couple of years. And now he gets his $14 million this year. He gets to leave the Bengals via free agency next year.
Yeah.
They don't have to deal with this anymore. And the Bengals avoid paying the extra guaranteed money. I guess it was a third year of money that he wanted, and they wanted to avoid that like a bad piece of borscht.
So if you're telling me that all I had to do was not go to training camp
to make $14 million more
and get a check for $14 million,
yeah,
it's pretty good.
Not risk your health for 2 months.
Right. He gets to feel
6
fresher
weeks.
And make $14 million.
And he, barring a health problem in the first 4 weeks, will face the Broncos in week 4.
And if he does his thing this year, he'll recoup all that money on the back end anyway.
Yeah. Well, look, it's funny. Today, I'm not going to take Spring's thunder. We've got a bunch of stories of guys just working it out now that camp is done.
Yeah, not surprisingly, the urgency is here. Yeah, what's next, Spring?
High five. All right, Terry McLaurin has reached an agreement with the Commanders. It is a 3-year extension worth up to $96 million. There is a $30 million signing bonus.
Okay, so again, Terry McLaurin gets done because the urgency is there. The season is upon us. Jaden Daniels needs his number one weapon. Washington is trying to win that division, is trying to get back to an NFC championship game. Not surprisingly, boom, we're finished.
Did the Bengals get this right more than the Commanders? Again, and I asked Jeff Legwald about this. He goes, look, he's the same age as Cortland.
Right.
So how much money do you want to commit to a guy in his 30s? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, he's got 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
But don't you worry that
pretty damn good.
It ends at 6 or something?
Right.
Like, here's what I praise the Bengals for. You get your guy back. He's ready to go. He stayed here in camp. And if you really are worried about the decline starting next year, you are not on the hook for it.
No. But with McLaurin, okay, the cliff is typically 32.
Yeah.
He turns 30 on September 15th. You get 2 years out of him.
Sure.
Boom. The age 30 and age 31 season and whatever the number is for the third year, that the money's already all paid anyway. The out is always before the last year.
Look, you get all this done before you actually have to pay your guy.
Yeah.
Before you're going to have to pay Jaden Daniels. It all works out. It was his favorite target. It's just like Bo. You got to give it to him.
No brainer. And I think it's going to get done with Parsons this week. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, we got Sanders news. Shedeur Sanders did play in the Browns preseason finale, 3 of 6, 14 yards, was sacked 5 times, lost 41 yards. One of those sacks was a 24-yard loss for Shedeur.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, that's a thing he needs to clean up.
He lost more yards via sack than he gained through the year. Minus 41 over 14, 5 sacks, 3 completions. 3.96 seconds to throw, slowest among all preseason quarterbacks since 2013.
Tyler Huntley was cut by the Browns. Looks like they're going to keep 4 quarterbacks.
But why? I don't get this.
What do you do with 4 quarterbacks?
He's not going to develop this way. Frankly, he nor Dylan Gabriel are going to develop this way if Pickett is the guy, because you're not going to be able to get any reps for either one of them.
Backing up Joe Flacco. I don't get it.
And frankly, like what Shedeur needs, Shedeur took some coaching. He started to move forward in the pocket, but again, he needs to play, and then he needs that coaching to ride him to quit. This is the exact thing Jeff Legwald told us on draft night when the first round wrapped up, as we sat there doing coverage, that teams hated the fact that he retreated in the pocket and tried to escape out the back. And then you got all the guys pointed out there. It was all over SportsCenter today, where he steps too far back, takes the angle from his tackle away. I mean, this is just the stuff he's got to get rid of this. And I don't know how you do it if he's not playing.
So I will say this, okay? Let's backtrack for a second here and say, okay, why would you keep 4 quarterbacks? Because you're the only team in the NFL that has a fully guaranteed deal for your quarterback and he doesn't play. That's why you keep 4. Simply because, like, Flacco, there's a 0% chance Flacco is the quarterback of the future. Because there is no future with Joe Flacco. He's not just entering his prime like he was when he got here in Denver. But you roll the dice that either Pickett or Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur is the future. And you hope that that works out. But you have to keep Flacco because you actually do have some talent on the defensive side of the ball. And Stefanski can't lose his entire locker room before the season even starts. As much as we know they're going to suck, like, they do have to have the illusion of trying. Otherwise, like, how do they even get through it?
I get that. But then what does Pickett serve a purpose for? Because if you do hope those two, one of them's going to pop, they've got to play and you've got to see it. And it's got to be against number ones in the NFL.
Yeah.
Period.
You're also taking the chance that Pickett's the guy that pops. It's not a good situation, Andy. Like, if I were a betting man, and I am, I don't think any of them pop. I think you're over, and you're right back to where you started next year. But, like, for the sake of the season, you might as well throw as much at the wall as you possibly can, and that includes small-handed Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders.
Small-handed Kenny Pickett, small Dylan Gabriel.
Also, the Toronto Argonauts have claimed Shilo's CFL negotiating rights.
This is after Shilo got cut by the Buccaneers.
Why is he punching a dude?
He threw a punch at a Bills player.
Why?
Although, according to Pro Football Talk, the Buccaneers have not closed the door on Shilo Sanders. They enjoyed having Shilo in the building, viewing him as a good kid who was at all times respectful to everyone.
So is this an opportunity? And by the way, that's a weird thing that you have to say out loud after you cut a football player, but because of his last name, you've got to pay that much attention to it. So was this, did they cut him because of the punch, or did they cut him because, well, we want to give you an opportunity to see if somebody else wants to grab you?
Yeah, he's a late round draft pick.
Yeah.
He was undrafted.
He was undrafted.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So even more so, he wasn't drafted.
Why is he punching the guy?
Because he
was blocking him.
Both guys could have been, well, the play was dead. I mean, they waited. He shouldn't have done it. He did it in college. He's got to quit doing it.
Yeah.
They could have tossed them both if they wanted to. You can't throw the punch, and we're only seeing the headline because of his last name.
Okay.
Otherwise, undrafted guy gets cut, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you think the Pickett news is reverberating around the NFL? Your guy, the corner from the Broncos? Yeah. I can't remember his first name, who they just waived.
Uh-huh.
I mean, again, that wasn't Pickett.
Josh Pickett.
Josh Pickett was what, an undrafted dude?
Yeah.
And I do believe Toronto, the reason why I think that's a headline is I think Toronto has both the negotiating rights for both Shedeur and Shilo.
Yes.
Yes.
So
they could be teammates in Toronto should it go that way.
Package deal in Toronto. Just go ahead and move the Maple Leafs to the bottom of the front page because you've got the Sanders brothers kicking it off for the Argonauts. I had to look it up to make sure I remember the name of the team. Argonauts. How many CFL teams can you name off the top of your head?
The Argonauts, the Rough Riders.
Yeah, the Saskatchewan Rough Riders, right?
The Montreal Alouettes.
Alouettes, nice job.
Calgary Stampede or something?
Calgary Stampede.
The Edmonton Elks.
What's the Vancouver team?
They used to be something else. So
I remember what it was. Yes.
The Vancouver.
They had their Washington.
Yes, they did.
Grizzlies.
The Vancouver Grizzlies?
Brian,
Is that a thing?
Brian Big Country
Is there a
Reeves
Vancouver team?
is their best player.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Oh, nice job.
The Blue Bombers.
Come on, I've had some dalliance with the CFL.
I've been
probably a little dalliance with the what was one of the? Didn't they call a good old Labatt Blue a Blue Bomber? Huh?
Was that what it was?
The BC Lions.
There you go.
Oh, BC Lions. Oh, is that the Vancouver team?
That's
the BC
it.
Lions. Okay. That
Hamilton
makes sense to me.
Tiger Cats, says Aaron. The
Yeah,
Iowa.
let's go.
Red Blacks.
Wasn't
they got all sorts of teams?
Wasn't Paxton Lynch on the Tiger Cats?
No,
he was there somewhere.
No, I thought.
Or was that
Chad Kelly?
Was that Chad Kelly?
Okay, one of them.
One of them was on one of those teams. Anyway, this is called
Chad I know was.
Couple of American idiots trying to remember the names of the CFL teams. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Jacoby Myers has requested a trade from the Raiders. He is one of their starting wide receivers who is entering the final year of his contract. He wants an extension. He and the team have been unable to come to terms on a new deal, but the Raiders have no plans to trade him, according to a source talking to ESPN. Also, the Raiders signed veteran wide receiver Amari Cooper today.
Okay, so obviously some kind of Jacoby Myers insurance going on there by bringing back Amari Cooper.
I don't even know if they had number 2 receivers. So all of a sudden, this is hey, look, it's a roster full of fun fantasy names. Remember when Amari Cooper was a pretty good fantasy player?
I mean, honestly, Jacoby Myers isn't a bad fantasy option just because, again, he's the number 1 wide receiver. I mean, Brock Bowers is their number 1 wide receiver, let's be honest. And Ashton Genty is probably number 2. But Jacoby Myers will get targets. Jacoby Myers is due to make, what, $15 million this year? Yeah, salary cap hit at 15, base salary at 10.5. I'm looking at his numbers from last year. 87 catches. He was over 1,000 yards, 4 tutties. Like, Jacoby Myers isn't a bad player.
Wouldn't you say he's a perfectly cromulent receiver?
He's a perfectly cromulent receiver.
Is that a perfectly cromulent salary, though?
Yeah, I would probably look at him and I'd go, we'll give you a $3 million raise. You cool? Come back to work, guy. You're not going to sit out games. You're not going to miss game checks. Here's a $3 million raise. The Raiders have cap space. They got $3 million sitting around.
But
give it to Jacoby Myers. I don't know. Does it roll over for next year? Like some percentage of it does, doesn't it?
Do you have to have Jacoby Myers? I guess that's what I'm asking.
They do.
Okay. There's your $3 million.
I would argue the Raiders actually do have to have Jacoby Myers. That's why I think he's trying this right now, because I think he's well aware of that, they really need to have me, because they don't have anybody else. Like, who would be their who's the number 2 receiver for the Raiders right now?
It's now Amari Cooper.
I suppose you're probably right. Yeah, he's probably, let's see. Dante Thornton Jr. was a 4th-round pick.
Sure.
Trey Tucker was a 3rd-rounder a couple of years ago.
All right. These are people.
These are people
that play football.
In
Las Vegas.
They have socks and shoes, and they catch passes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Free team-issued sweatshirt.
I feel like we're Jake Taylor in Major League right now. We got uniforms and everything.
Yeah, hey, you know who's on the Raiders depth chart?
Who?
Albert Okwuegbunam.
Oh, Albert O signing. Hey, did Dulcich make the Giants, by the way?
I
challenged you guys. I said, how many former Broncos are getting cut today? We've had all sorts. Remember the Booner? Mike Boone got cut earlier today.
According to our lads, Albert O is TE5 right now.
That doesn't
with the
look
Raiders.
good. That doesn't appear like that'll work out. He's keeping 5 tight ends?
Be a bold choice, Cotton.
Bold choice, Cotton.
But it is the Raiders.
Has anyone ever gone from tight end to receiver? We always see it the other way. Can Albert O just slim down and try to be a wideout?
It might be his best bet.
Seriously, Mike Boone news doesn't move you a little bit? Remember our 2 years with the Booner?
The Booner. I think, what number was the Booner?
30-something.
Okay.
I don't even know.
Brett Rippon cut.
I think he had like a game.
Brett Rippon was cut?
Yeah.
Brett Rippon was cut. McTelvin Ajim got cut.
Oh, man. Remember some guys right now. Yeah.
I asked you guys, who ends up with the longer backup career in the league, Simeon or Rippon?
Where did McTelvin Ajim play college football?
Alabama. No, Arkansas. He was Scotty's guy.
He was an Arkansas guy?
He was an Arkansas guy.
Okay. McTelvin Ajim.
McTelvin Ajim. He was a dude.
He was a dude. He was a guy. They gave him a uniform. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break when we come back. Okay. Preseason is in the books. What was real and what wasn't? I'm going to tell you one of the things that definitely wasn't real. Andy's got a big one that is. We'll tell you what those are coming up next. Preseason in the books. Broncos 3-0. 3-0 ATS, we should add, against the spread. Good teams win, great teams cover.
Did our guy Zach Stevens at DNVR, I think, is Sean Payton undefeated in the preseason as Broncos coach? Did I hear him ask that?
Could be.
I think he's like on one of those crazy runs. I thought Zach said 17-0 or something going back to when they actually played the 4 games.
Has he gone like full John Harbaugh on this and he cares
Yeah,
that
I
much
guess.
about the preseason?
I don't know.
Nice job. Way to go, Sean. I honestly don't remember from a year ago. I block it all out of my memory.
I don't think he's lost a game in the preseason as Broncos coach.
7 straight.
It's pretty good. As of today, that means he would have lost with Russ.
Yes.
As of today, like we will wrap this radio show at 6 o'clock.
And that'll be the end of preseason.
That's it for me. I'm out.
Yeah,
Okay?
there's not too much to remember, it feels like lately.
Andy, I'll give you the full preview of it, okay? Or review, I suppose. This is what happened. The game kicked off at noon on Saturday? 11 a.m. Saturday?
11.
Whenever
Sure.
it was. I wasn't watching it.
Weren't you?
No. DVR. Last night I watched I watched the first half last night, the 9 News edition of it. And then this morning I finished the game with the NFL Plus, which only had the Saints telecast on there. So I got the voice of God, Joel Myers. That was kind of fun. I love Joel Myers. But yeah, so that was how I watched the second half of the game. All condensed game, just zip, 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 zip. I got it done in 18 minutes. That's it for me, okay? You know me. I showed up prepped. I got my notes. I'm ready to go. But preseason football is something that I choose to ignore as an entity and as a concept.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it gets rougher every year.
Yeah.
I felt like these games actually allowed for guys to make plays that could help them make a team. Right?
Not this year.
Not this year.
Not on the Broncos.
Not for a lot of teams. Because, again, it just feels like they're putting the end of the – I mean, they are. They're putting the end of the roster guys out there for the most part.
Yeah.
You know, it was so interesting because the Bears-Chiefs game, I watched a little bit of that only because the Bears had this crazy comeback. And I was curious, did Caleb finally click in? You know, Caleb Williams did not have a good start to that game. Took him 3 series to get going too, and then finally they got something done. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's just changed a lot. Like we heard, Coach and a few people, Jeff Legwald, have told us both today, if you missed the show, that the Broncos held a ton of their offense back this year. Sean's not given any tape to any of the league as to what he's doing, and that even bled over into camp when Sean was well aware there could be some filming from the stands going on.
So along those very lines, okay, let me tell you something that I saw in this preseason that was not real. Did you realize R.J. Harvey had 3 total catches in the preseason?
No.
3 catches. That was it for R.J. Harvey. Jaleel McLaughlin had a catch. A catch. Tyler Bidet did have 8 catches, which was good to see. But R.J. Harvey and Jaleel McLaughlin combining for 4 total catches in the preseason, that's not real. Those guys are going to catch a lot of passes. Okay? I expect both those guys to basically double and or triple those numbers almost on a per-game basis this upcoming season because Bo Nix loves to throw the ball to his backs, and Sean Payton, I think that's one of the areas where his schematic genius is such a massive advantage for him, is designing quick-hitting throws out of the backfield and getting those guys in space. And I think last year they struggled because nobody cared at all about any other option. They especially late in the season, they took away the deep game and they forced Bo to have to work underneath so regularly because he wasn't connecting on the deep balls basically until the playoff game. Yeah, there was the 93-yarder to Marvin Mims, but largely the deep pass was not a part of this offense last year. I think the fact that there's an actual threat to it this year means the backs are going to do something when they catch the ball. It's not going to look like Jaleel McLaughlin's numbers last year when it was something crazy like he had 24 catches for like 78 total yards. I don't think it's going to look like that this upcoming season. I think the passing game to the backs is going to be one of Denver's most devastating weapons this season.
The thing that I'm excited to see in that vein, the first time that I hope Bo can connect with R.J. Harvey on a wheel route out of the backfield.
Yeah.
because we saw it a lot early, kind of dialed back later. I feel like the last time they kind of attempted it, if I remember right, and it all ran together, so I may not be, but the last time I feel like we saw them attempt it was Bo tried to hit R.J. Harvey at the end of the San Francisco joint practice.
Yeah.
It was just a little bit off and then kind of went into the bag, I think, until we get to the regular season. But I think Bo is elite at throwing that wheel or Texas route out of the backfield to the backs. That is something where if Harvey can get going with that speed, that could be a problem for some teams. Here's the other thing that would you say the offensive line struggled? I just feel like there just was too many guys in the backfield gumming up plays.
Especially on Saturday.
Well,
especially in that game.
All that we got to watch.
The Niners
it's been
did.
happening too much.
The Niners did as well. The Niners really did well, and the Broncos defense did every single day. Yeah.
So is that real? Because according to what Sanford told us, he doesn't really feel like that's real. Is there something to be worried about there? I'm just tired, whether it was the backs, whether it was Bo. Like, there were a couple, it was going on the other day, as you pointed out. Feels like Bo gets half a second to look at things, and then he knows he's got to go run to one side or the other because he's not going to get enough time to read the field the way he wants to.
Yeah, he almost had another one of those intentional grounding in the end zone plays against the Saints. Like, yeah, it's something to keep an eye on. It is absolutely something to keep an eye on.
I'm not going to say it's real yet because...
So what is real? You got a big one that you think is real.
This defense is real.
This defense is real.
Every team that they played talked about how not fun it was to go against them.
How about Spencer Rattler throwing to Brandon Cooks on a 3rd down and 9 and 1-on-1 against Sertan? How'd that work out for him?
Yeah, it didn't go well.
No, flawless PBU, my friend. That was just like,
and they didn't even have Nick Benito the other day.
No, that was just...
Hell, Greenlaw didn't play either, did he?
No, he did not.
He got dressed.
No,
Dobbins got dressed. Neither played.
They were extra careful with him. Yep, wasn't even out there. Jonathan Cooper had the big hit on Spencer Rattler. Jonah Ellis was there. That was the play where they had defensive holding on Riley Moss, but that was you saw it right there. Rattler had a sack by Cooper, but that was a play that Zach Allen blew up. They're good, man. They're friggin' good. They're all the way good.
Is there a desire to run the football real?
I think it is. I think it is.
Will Sean stay committed to it this year?
Well, this is the thing, okay? And honestly, like there's enough data in addition to film. There's enough data, and Sean Payton is a numbers guy. He is a very analytical thinker about all of this. That if the Broncos get to week 8, week 9. And this run game just is not staying efficient, not staying ahead of the chains. They're not having like the kind of success rate they need to have with the run game. I could see him starting to really wander away from it. But I'm going to go off of what Jeff Legwold has told me, and I'm going to go off to his point. It's the old take Sean Payton at his word. I think they really do want to run the ball this year.
Well, they should want to.
They should want to.
Balance this thing out.
Yeah.
Give Bo easier looks. Don't go shotgun all the time.
Is it right to be skeptical about it? I think that's fair.
Well, I mean, and for anybody wondering where the skepticism is born, let's just go back to the last real football game they played against Buffalo, where all Jim Nantz and Tony Romo talked about was how big the run game was going to be a part of this thing, and Bidet in particular, and neither happened. What about Pat Bryant? Is Pat Bryant real? Because I think Pat Bryant shows that he's going to be a big part of this offense and is going to be on some key downs. I do think it was a big part of the reason why they traded Devon Vele. But who's more real, Troy Franklin or Pat Bryant?
My lean today is that Troy Franklin is more real.
Okay.
That's my lean today.
I think it's fair. We haven't now. Look, I was going to say we haven't seen Pat Bryant against NFL personnel necessarily. Man, he's had some good reps against Sertan in that secondary, though.
Franklin has had a really good camp. I've been really impressed with what he's done in this training camp. He looks like a different player. He really does. Like last year, it was like, wow, that guy is fast and he doesn't know what he's doing. This year, it's like, oh, okay, you look like an NFL wide receiver now. And I think the coaches are talking about him and treating him as such because he didn't get lectured after every down this year at training camp the way that he did a year ago. Now, to be fair, Pat Bryant did not get the Troy Franklin treatment this year. Pat Bryant, I think, the instruction was there to be sure, but it didn't look like it did with Franklin a year ago. I think Pat Bryant showed up a little bit more polished.
Yeah, he's more of a route runner.
Yeah.
This guy knows how to run his routes.
Right, exactly. Cortland Sutton is very real.
Bo and Cortland are very real.
They're very real. Yeah.
Because no matter how much it feels like teams want to take him away, they can't.
But this is the thing, Andy, is Tennessee, Indianapolis, the Chargers, they're all going to look. Cincinnati, they're all going to look at what they have seen so far this season and what they saw out of the preseason, especially the first two, Tennessee and Indianapolis, and they're going to go, wow, Bo Nix really likes to throw to Cortland Sutton an awful lot. And, oh, by the way, what else do they got in that receiver room? They got Cortland Sutton and a bunch of guys on rookie deals. Oh, and Cortland Sutton is well compensated, and his job here is to go out and catch 7-8 passes every single week, which will entail 11-12 targets every single week. There's no secret there. That's where it goes back to, okay, what are you now able to do throwing out of the run game with Bo on the move and throwing the ball to Evan Ingram, because everyone knows you have to throw the ball to Cortland Sutton. And until Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant and Marvin Mims or anybody else shows you that they can consistently beat one-on-one coverage, that they can beat press coverage, there's always going to be an extra safety in Sutton's direction.
This is going to be where Evan Ingram is huge.
Yeah.
Because Evan Ingram can pull some coverage away from Cortland Sutton.
He's going to have to loosen things up.
And so hopefully the Evan Ingram thing is going to be as real as it can be. It looked like it was real, early parts of camp. And then again, there seems to be this large group thought that Sean buttoned up a lot of what he was going to do and started to put it away and not take it off the shelf till we get to 2 weeks from now.
Pass rush is real, man.
Oh,
It is so real. I know you mentioned the entire defense before, but right now trying to decide which one I like more, the pass rush or the secondary, that's a fun little debate. In fact, I tell you what, we'll do that tomorrow on the show. We'll debate what's going to be better this year, the pass rush or the secondary. They're both pretty friggin' good. Andy, nobody's talking about the Broncos, though.
Nobody.
Nobody
Not
talks.
a single person.
Nope, nobody. When it comes to the national media, Denver is not getting its due. Nobody is talking about Denver, and everybody is talking about how nobody is talking about the Broncos. The latest, Dan Orlovsky goes on the Pat McAfee show today. Dan, who's a team you're high on? Let's roll it, Spring.
I'm super, super, super high on Denver, but not only or just because of their defense.
I spent some time in Denver too, and I talked to Sean Payton for a while. You never quite can tell what someone's going to say about their own expectations because, some coaches are like, we haven't accomplished it. He was like, I think we're going to be good. He was really buying into and wants the expectation set, wants the team to know how good they are, and I agree, and I think there's
Ref,
that.
I would tell you this, and I don't mean to cut you off. Sorry,
no, it's okay.
From a football perspective, I tell you the only team that I think in that conference is better when you take both offensive and defensive lines. I don't think anybody in that conference.
Wow.
Maybe Baltimore, but when it comes to how good is your offensive line and how good is your defensive line, they're as good, if not better than everybody.
Rappaport and Orlovsky, Andy, they're buying it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, it feels like the whole look.
Now, see, here's the thing, Andy. Now what I'm waiting for is I'm waiting for somebody in the national media to come out and say, I'm not buying Denver. Where is the guy? There's got to be one somewhere.
There was one.
Who is the guy? Or gal?
There was an ES. I feel like the writers are the ones that are doubting it a little bit more than the actual broadcast personnel.
I mean, right now, The Athletic today, they put out their simulation, where they simulate the season 50,000 times or whatever, and it's and then they come up with a record, and they gave Denver on average 9.2 wins.
Okay, yes.
Which that would be underwhelming, would it not?
Yep.
And then what was fun about the way The Athletic did the exercise was they, let the local beat writer then weigh in on what the projection said. and Kosmider was like, what are you, an idiot?
Yep.
You know?
Fired back pretty quickly.
Exactly. Like top-ranked defense in the NFL last year by EPA, led the NFL in sacks, and then they add Greenlaw and Hufanga, and you're telling me somehow this team is going to be worse than it was a year ago, that this is a 9-win and not a 10-win team? No. And he's dead on. I got them as an 11-win team, but they are – I still think Denver exists in the hipster pick realm.
It's going to until – well, we're to the regular season.
Right.
So I don't know when that's going to change.
I would argue the next tier of hipster picks, I hear arguments for the Raiders. I hear arguments for the Patriots. I hear arguments for Chicago. And a lot of these are just obvious, right? Like you have a highly drafted young quarterback and you got a better coach. So that's a really easy one to take a look at and say, oh, I think that team is going to be a lot better and they've got a chance to be able to make the playoffs. In the case of the Raiders, it's you've got some talent and you got way better at head coach and quarterback. So there you go.
Yeah.
Arizona's kind of a hipster pick. I keep hearing Arizona too.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
What I do like about Dan Orlovsky's stuff there is he talks about the lines. Now, again, the defensive line I think is going to be legit here.
Oh, God.
You and I have already talked about
this D-line rules.
The O-line, I'm kind of in wait-and-see mode like you and I talked about a little bit. By the way, Maury Mathis officially released.
Okay.
You and I had talked about why would you trade for him. You'd said why just looking at the numbers. So I think the league agreed and he's been let go.
Okay, we'll take a break. When we come back, we will give you the latest on Bronco roster machinations. We'll let you know if there's any surprises. We'll dig into that when we come back. Kreckman and Lindahl on NFL Cutdown Week. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rockies got swept over the weekend, Andy.
No way.
18-1.
That's rough.
Did
It's not a lot of runs.
Did you see the starting pitcher yesterday for the Rockies?
No, I couldn't find it on the Roku channel. I went through everything I could remember. And forgot to check the Roku. So who was it?
Listen to this name, okay? Bro country artist or Rockies starting pitcher, McCade Brown.
There you go. I can't wait for his new hit to come out. I got a rock in my boot.
I got a Michelob Ultra in my pickup. McCade.
No, you can't. Come on.
McCade.
What are you doing?
That's how they get down, man.
A Mick Ultra?
It's all Mick Ultras and Zyn these days.
Really?
McCade.
You can't look fat in your jeans. That part of the song. Yeah, how'd he do? What was that pitching line?
He didn't get out of the fourth and gave up a 3-run home run. He wasn't that bad. He wasn't very good, but he wasn't that bad. He wasn't exactly. Problem was Paul Skeens was starting on the other side.
Yeah, the other problem is when you see that single run scored over the weekend.
Run.
That's rough. Run.
Yeah, run. 13 hits over the weekend in total. They struck out 9, 13, and 9 times. 9 times over the weekend. So not a great weekend for the Rocks.
By the way, shout out to the text line, your national hater, Nick Wright.
He's not into Denver?
No.
Okay.
He's a celebrated Chiefs fan, so there's something that goes along with it. But
all right.
He doesn't buy any of the Denver stuff. I did see that.
Okay.
So
okay. Hey, we found somebody. I wish it was someone more credible, but whatever. That's fine. Doesn't exactly serve my purposes.
People have texted if we get Kendrick Perkins on there, Stephen A. Smith, they'll anti-Denver it.
Kendrick Perkins will hate the Broncos.
Bo Nix is not an MVP.
So Mike Kliss has been tracking all of the moves today. Latest running back Blake Watson was let go. So Audric Estime and Blake Watson are gone. I'm assuming that means both McLaurin and Bidet are making the team, in addition to J.K. Dobbins, as well as the rookie second-round pick out of Central Florida, R.J. Harvey. Andy, the Broncos waived veteran cornerback Damari Mathis. It's funny to call him a veteran, but I guess he kind of is. Rookie starter a couple of years ago, has been a backup since. Yeah, that's
He's
it for
caused
him.
me a lot of angst on Sundays. I'm not going to shed a big tear.
I wouldn't think you would. Let's see. What else do the Broncos got going? Jerjuan Newton. It's the rest of these guys were all...
It's what we expected.
Yeah, not surprising. Nothing surprising is happening.
When
it comes to Broncos roster moves, like Watson and Estime are at least and Damari Mathis are guys that Broncos fans have heard of.
Yeah, is your special teams guy there? We got to watch for him. The safety, Sam Franklin, wasn't it? Isn't that his name?
I'm assuming that Sam Franklin and J.L. Skinner both make the team. They're both on my 53.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who'd you cut instead then?
So to me, Devin Key, I think, would be the guy that would get cut.
I think Key makes it.
Because you would keep Hufanga and Brandon Jones, obviously, as the starters. Brandon Jones already looks fun. You keep PJ Locke and then Skinner and Franklin because of the special teams.
Yeah, I think Key can play some special teams for you.
Okay.
There it is. There's our guy.
That's our hot
There's
roster
our disagreement.
debate. Is Devin
we
Key
found one.
Is it
Sam
Devin Franklin?
Key? Yeah, is it Franklin or Key?
JL Skinner?
Yeah.
Okay. That's where we're at on this year, Andy. And I suppose it's do they keep 2 quarterbacks or 3? I would just make it 2. Sam Ellinger can hang out on the practice squad, and I think you're just fine. But that's the latest on Broncos transactions that have gone down here.
By the way, Veronica hasn't written us in a while, but she always seems to come in with a hot one.
Okay.
She said if he's a Rockies pitcher, he'll have more hits than a country artist.
Hey!
What did he give up yesterday? What did he give up? He probably already has.
In totality, they gave up 9 hits yesterday. I don't know how many what was the name again? McCade Brown.
McCade Brown. Hey, by the way, you didn't respond to I thought you might have got a little giggle out of my one little Twitter joke that you probably didn't even read.
Which was?
Now I got to go find it. You know what? You get some of these names this time of year.
Yeah.
That are a little nutty. And why can't I find it? It was a defensive tackle.
Okay.
And I want to say it was like Leroy Jackson was his name, who got cut by the Vikings or something. Some veteran tackle, Leroy Jackson. That to me, Leroy Watson. I take it back. It was Leroy Watson.
Good name.
That's a Pulp Fiction name. You don't play football, sir. You go serve a role in Pulp Fiction.
Does Leroy Watkins, does he work for
Watson.
Marcellus Wallace?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
With a name like Leroy.
Uh-huh. Does he know Jules Winfield? That was Samuel L. Jackson's character.
Samuel Jackson got cut.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody cut. No, literally, there was a kid named Samuel Jackson, and I think he was a corner, and he got cut. And I was going to go in there and get the old Coke drinking Samuel L. Jackson meme, but of course everybody had already hit it by that point.
Okay,
so.
okay. There's no room for fresh material on social media, Andy.
Not
I
when
promise
you name
you that.
Samuel Jackson.
Before we get out of here,
one of your guys got cut too. This is going to make you sad.
I got a story from Florida.
Another Florida man.
I got a Florida man.
What did we
story
just
here.
recently have from Florida? Didn't you just give us one with the croc or something?
This one. I think I sent this one over, but we didn't play the audio yet. Okay.
You literally read one last week.
I've got a guy.
When in doubt, look for Florida man.
Fishing for sharks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Fishing for sharks. He's a shark fisherman. And believe it or not, it didn't end well. This is from WINK News. Wink News in Florida.
No need for you to wink at me. I got it.
I wanted to give a visual aid.
that was for Twitch.
To the story.
YouTube.
Wink News
Wink.
in Florida. Got a chunk of grapefruit in my eye. Here we go. Guys fishing for sharks. How did it end up? Roll it, Spring.
A fisherman is in the hospital because of a shark. Sean Muse wanted to hit the beach and fish for sharks for his birthday, something he does quite often. However, this trip ended with him in the hospital. Wink News reporter Bianca Smith shows us everything caught on camera.
We were out shark fishing on the beach here, and one of the guys I'm with got bit in the leg.
You're listening to the 911 call from Saturday night. Sean Muse and his friends hooked a 6-foot lemon shark. But when he stopped to snap a picture,
we were taking the hook, and we just finished taking the hook out of his mouth. We were going to go release him, and the shark just turned and bit me.
The Boca Grande Fire Department responded to the 911 call.
He's awake. We have a tourniquet on his leg. He's got a towel on it to try to stop the bleeding.
Fire Chief C.W. Blosser says Boca Grande isn't just known for their beaches, but their sharks, too.
There are a lot of sharks out here, especially during tarpon season. Never seen anybody, specifically fishing for a shark getting bitten. So you got to be careful when you're playing with Mother Nature.
Muse was airlifted here to Gulf Coast Medical Center in Lee County. He says he's lucky to still have his leg, but this bite isn't going to stop him from shark fishing.
I'd go back today if I could leave the hospital. It's unfortunate, but it's something that happens when you go, it happens sometimes. Luckily, he only took a little bit of me and not a lot. So, I'm one of the fortunate ones, and, now I'm a shark bite victim. A lot of good stories now.
And for the shark that bit him, he has a message.